grid and go-car inside the top 10. Those are the positions that are running as such. Plenty of battling happening. Pit stops for them, having just come out of, I believe, or are they approaching to that? No, they've come out about 3 or 4 laps ago in the GTDs, and all of them have indeed stopped. Very quickly touch on the LMP2s as well. Grid and go, Aaron Vasquez is leading at the moment in that category in the number 12 car. That one by 21 seconds over Dion Fiallo at the moment in the Maradness car. Then it's WSR Esports. Miller Kangas did a great job of moving that car forward, and now that car being piloted by Gabriel Eldeli. At the moment, they're currently running in 3rd in class with Jesse Telkula in 4th position in the 003 car. A bit of a tight fight there. 3rd, 4th and 5th position in category, because Andrew Dawson, the 3rd driver behind the wheel of the Effect Simulations car, having taken over, dropping off ever so slightly off the rear end of the grid and go car of Jesse Telkula. Dur Esports, Jesse Jones had a bit of a struggle on the previous stint, but has still kept in touching distance of a potential podium. The final positions then, the Denham Automotive by Major's Garage car, that one being driven by Thomas Imborg, still behind the wheel. WSR Abruzzi, that one's the Quitiago Martau car, and of course, then behind is Matthias van Erven in the Williams Sim Racing Academy, and IFR Esports behind inside the top 10. Of course, still plenty of battle still happening in the LMP2s and in the GTDs. The gap that's growing, though, is that for the overall race lead. Just see them come through the foreground a shot. Ate Kaupelen, Drago Racing, absolutely flying after a quality couple of stints from Alexander Spets, having retaken over the race lead post-pit stop. Drago Racing now leads by 7 seconds over the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. Matt Farrow behind the wheel of that one at the moment. Then we've got the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, which I believe, by my eye, is closing down on the Williams bit by bit, every 10th here and there. Michele Costantini behind the wheel, being joined in this fight. Robin Glerum in the Williams Gaming Club car is right in the rear end, 10 seconds separating the top 4 at the moment before we get a big gap back to the BMW M Team BS competition car. Of course, Daniel Alves Lorenzo behind the wheel, one of the fastest drivers in the GTP category, trying to drag that BMW to a solid result inside the top 5 at the moment. Pablo Espes then leads Pablo Espes in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, being chased down on by Dan Amore in the Apex Racing team, number 99. The number 97 for the Apex Racing team, Daniel Sivi Sciarbo, is behind that. We saw the two of those switch around because Lorenzo Manfredotti was closing in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. That gap has kind of stabilised a little bit more since that switch, but Manfredotti is close to the rear end of Daniel Sivi Sciarbo. Behind all that, 7 seconds off, it is, of course, Marcus Soholm, one of the drivers. He finished 2nd position a few weeks ago at the 24 Hours of Daytona, the opening special event here for the VCO Grand Slams on the iRacing service. Fantastic field of drivers, fantastic entertainment. It has been a little bit quiet over the last hour and 10 minutes since myself, Lewis McGlade and Cameron Roger have taken over commentary duties, but we're having a bit of fun, aren't we?
Absolutely, and when you say quiet, that also means no crashes, which is actually a good thing in many ways. So hopefully we don't curse them and the drivers stay on the track with that one. But yes, it's certainly the more clean sort of, what's this, the 3rd hour of the race. The opening 1 or 2 was a little bit naughty here and there, but everyone's got themselves into their rhythm and they are driving along nicely, as you say. At the front, we've got Kaupelen leading by a nice distance now, so there's no crazy battle going on there. I think this battle, though, as we're watching Costantini, I do have a good feeling about the Ferrari in this one. I think they are going to be able to get up into 2nd place as that gap is getting smaller and smaller, and once again was ever so slightly faster on that previous lap.
I was going to say the pace is showing really, really nicely from Costantini. The problem really is with those Ferraris is at the moment going what was it, a lap shorter on each stint? Was it? And sure, that means like once the pit lane sequence is done, maybe you can say that they'll be a little bit quicker once everyone else comes into the pit lane, but they're still losing quite a bit of ground each time in doing so. The Ferrari looked quick, right? That's fair enough. But going 1 lap shorter on each stint, that is surely going to cause problems late on.
Yeah, they'll need to splash potentially as well, because in 12 hours, obviously about 45-50 minutes of stint, that's going to be, 15 stints or so, a bit more, 16 over the race. then you add a lap every time, and it's literally half a stint that you need to do at the end. So it will add up very quickly. So of course Ferrari will be trying to calculate that into their strategy. What it does mean is they do need the track position by however long the time is for half a tank being filled up. So they are going to need at least 30 odd seconds technically in the lead. So at that point, they are going to drop down to basically like 10th place as it stands. So they've got to be pushing over the next 8 hours to get themselves in that situation where they can not fall back too far. But I'm sure the gaps will spread out in that time.
I'm sure Anthony Nitzpon, who's I believe running both of the Ferraris, has joined obviously with the 50-hour leading car, but I'm probably quite happily saying that probably is running the strategy on the 51 as well. That we've been seeing Lorenzo Manfredotti behind the wheel, trying to run that strategy. I'm sure is well aware as to the potential fuel issues later on in the race they might have. One of the joys of this race, with the weather forecast and where we're at, it's dry. It's going to be dry. And that, as far as we're aware, is staying. And compare that to the 24 hours Daytona, where you could only really strategize in like 3-hour windows, right? In this, you can strategize the whole race as we would have done, obviously, a couple of years ago before the weather system hit the platform last year and caused quite an interesting 12 hours of Sebring, at least for 6 hours. The last 6 hours of it were dull.
Yeah, I was trying to remember this. So you say the rain came last year. So I'm pretty sure I did the middle 4 with Arjuna, and it was raining, and of course we had no idea. Sorry?
What hours did
maybe it was 2 with Arjuna and 2 with you. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah,
but it was. I was trying to remember it, but without going back to it. And I do remember having absolutely no idea what was going on, because obviously it was the very first time. We've come a long way since then. But unfortunately, in that regard, it does seem like it's going to stay dry out there.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, I have memories of that race, because I remember the first 6 hours being absolute chaos and the last 6 hours nothing happening, because the chaos takes people out, right? That's the nature of it. You have less cars to deal with. It kind of happened a little bit at Daytona, where obviously the rain hit and it separates the field quite a lot. It does mean then that obviously you have stints, like what we were saying about with the Apex Racing Team car that worked its way through. Marcus Armblay, I think they stayed on slick tyres when a lot of people had jumped onto wet, and they played their strategy around that slightly differently, and that's what threw them up the order. Worked brilliantly, like I say, with things like that, obviously that's where weather comes in, and I like how dynamic the weather system is. But sometimes, like I say, it can cause a few crashes and can really separate through. It can make 10, 11, 12 KI rated drivers look like they've just joined the rookie class, which is always fascinating and humbling, of course, but it can make a race somewhat uninteresting.
I think it's harder in multi-class as well, when you have the wet and the dry line, and of course the whole point of multi-class racing is for overtaking, but it's so much more difficult to overtake when you're going on to either the drier or the wetter line, depending on what tyres you're on. So that can always be a big factor. It's certainly an interesting one, but I'm really glad that after all those years of anticipation, we finally got it. We're not getting it today, but in certain races we are going to get it, as we're seeing a load of drivers jump down pit road. But the 99, the 97 and the 51 all taking this time to come down pit road. They've done 27 laps on this stint, and we are being told that the Caddy can do 28, plus we saw the race leading Drago do 29 on their last one.
Lorenzo Manfredotti, a little bit too late on the brakes, overshot his pit box. That is an F out of 10, as Ollie Steinbratton will now jump in behind the wheel. So a little bit, maybe a second or so lost there when it comes to full pit lane traversal time, but a trio of Ferraris there in the middle of your screen, one of those being the officially branded Scuderia Ferrari HPE Sports team. Love that how much Scuderia Ferrari HPE is getting more involved in sim racing. Of course, we commentated them on them in the British F4 Esports series as Graham Carroll went on to become the 2024 champion in that series, which was a lot of fun to commentate on. But now we'll go chase after those two Apex racing cars that have left the pit lane and try and not make yourself look like an amateur with the very cold tyres as you leave the pit lane.
Yeah, so Steinbreath in that car. He's got Jordan Johnson, Maxime Brion in the car ahead as well. So driver stops coming the way of these drivers as we get to this point of the race. I believe, yeah, they gained just a little bit of time, of course, on that Apex number 97. But they are still a couple of seconds behind, as you see the BS car being held up massively with the slower, colder tyres there for the Ferrari car. We've also got the other Ferrari car, the number 50, coming down pit road after their 27-lap stint. Dragon 24, so they've still got another 4 or 5 laps out there.
Yeah, which is that comes down to the choice of car. As hello, Marshall, just chilling there on the headset. That was a nice view of him. Obviously ready to jump out there and rescue any cars which have been virtually thrown around this Sebring International circuit. Like I say, that's you know where you're at with the cars that you've chosen. Whether they will be able to go longer or shorter. Now, there are obviously some teams that are brand affiliated. So the Scuderia Ferrari HPE Esports team, the BMW M Team BS Competitions, for example, where they do not have a choice. They have to take that car. Obviously, you couldn't see a Scuderia Ferrari HPE Esports taking a caddy around here, although I would like to see it. You obviously couldn't have that, right? And that's fair enough. But for the majority of the field where you're not brand affiliated, in sim racing you can test all the other cars and see what's popping and then select accordingly, which is why I do say, for the most part, most drivers complaining about balance of performance, all I say to them is just pick the faster car then.
Yes, although define faster. It is certainly a bit more of a complex situation because there's faster in qualifying, there's faster on race pace on full tank, there's faster on race pace on old tyres, there's which one goes longer, there's which one has higher top speed. So they may be identical on lap time. We have a bit higher top speed, maybe it's a bit easier to overtake. Things like that, they are all factors that the teams have to take into consideration. And especially a team like Apex, they're committing with a couple of Ferraris and not sort of splitting their strategy in those two teams. Then that is a very interesting one. They've obviously done the data and thought that it was faster, but it looks like maybe the Caddy is slightly better on the long runs today. As we see, they're diving it down the inside, one of the Williams cars. I think that is the second place, number 4, moving their way forward as we're getting the number 22 GTP come down pit road. So definitely pit stop time for these guys.
Yeah, with the what one's fast strategy, just to touch on that topic for a little bit longer, because this is where things get really, really interesting. Where obviously, yes, conditions can change everything, can make some cars faster than others, all those things that make it much more of a headache. If you are watching this as well, and you are, you're not 10K iRaters, right? There was, I think it was last year, where they had rebalanced the Mercedes. It was particularly with the Mercedes in the GTD category. I can't remember if they'd rebalanced it or rebalanced the rest of the field. Like they'd done a couple of bits to rebalance it to make everything better, right? And a lot of the top esports teams were coming out and saying that the Mercedes then was a dog. It was awful. It was much slower. It wasn't, they couldn't compete in it compared to the others. Like, they were losing half a second a lap. And then you would look in any of like split 3 or below, all of the races were dominated by Mercedes. And this is where things get really, really interesting, just because in the top split, the Cadillac is the fastest, or this is the fastest, or that's the fastest. In the bottom splits, it might be the other way around, because it's also about how you're approaching the car and how you're driving the car. And that's why I say about balancing the people that are behind the scenes to balance these cars, I do not envy their positions, because they're not balancing them for the 60 teams that we have here in the top split. They're balancing them for these 7,000 drivers that are taking part in today's race. You know, for the 20,000 people that were taking part in Daytona, balancing it across the field there comes a point where it's like, it's just not going to be balanced for someone, because the way you drive the cars is different top split to bottom split, and who's balancing them, who's doing this and who's doing that. It's an impossible thing that you're just going to keep chasing down something. And that, like you say, you're then talking about, like, are you talking purely about overall speed, or are you talking when it gets hot, when it's cold, when the track's rubbered in, when it's green? Is honestly, let's just not complain about being that much, because it's so hard.
It is, and the biggest factor was actually, well, this is a similar one as well, front-engined AMG, mid-engined Corvette. And then you've got the big boy BMW that is like a brick going through the air. By the way, I do love BMW, don't worry about that. But it is a big car. It is a big car compared to the other one. So there's just a lot of things going on, as we're seeing, as you say. Pit stop. So that is the 002. Where's the Caspers in that car? They are a lap down though, as it stands in this current form.
Cam is a huge fan of BMWs, so much so that even I've stolen one of yours at one point. However, I do feel the BMW that you might be driving to Wales might be a little bit different than your normal BMW.
Why is that?
Isn't it a Mini?
Yeah, but hopefully I've got my
yeah, exactly. Mini, basically, it's BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, but hopefully I've got my one back from its repairs by that point. Hopefully, please, thank you. But no, definitely a little bit of yeah, exactly, definitely a little bit of 20-year-old car problems there. But it's all good. It's all good. It's about the character. It's about the way it drives. And for the most part, it's been good.
How many miles had the one that I stole from you? How many miles had that done? Was it
270-something thousand?
Yeah, I thought so.
Just being broken in.
Yeah. Well, it worked like an absolute charm.
Exactly.
To Alton Park and back.
I mean, yeah, Lewis actually borrowed my car and took it off for racing. So I'm not too.
I didn't rate it, just to clarify. Well, maybe the X40 had a little bit.
Roundabouts, yeah.
No, I was very calm. I was calm in your car at the roundabouts. My car, however, boy, gets worked out.
Well, it's not BMW, but it does the job.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Farrow, by the way, Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast into the pit lane, as is our race leader in the GTP category overall. Ati Kalpanen is down on the lane. Ati Kalpanen, I believe, will stay in behind the wheel, but I do believe that we're going to see Matt Farrow potentially jump out, Jaden Munoz jump back in behind the wheel. Farrow could keep going on a little bit longer, but Jaden Munoz did 56 laps, which is about where we are. And guess what? Matt Farrow has slid straight through his box.
Munoz has gone in, by the way, but a little bit more time lost there, unfortunately, for that Williams car, and that is not going to be helping their battle, because Kalpanen, he was so fast in that stint that he just did, managed to gain a good few seconds, and now if he's going to be staying in there once more, this could be an important point of the race as we come up to 1/3 distance in just 33 minutes.
Oh dear, yeah. It's mistakes like that you can't afford. If you're already 6.7 seconds off when you come into the pit lane, you can't afford those mistakes, because those are the ones that add up. Sure, it sounds like it's only cost you a second, but over 12 hours of racing, we're only 3.5 into it, and it's already a monstrous margin between the top two. 7.3 seconds could potentially grow over the opening portion of this stint, and that Drago racing car has been faster over the previous stint as well.
Yeah, go and gain that second back on the track against the fastest driver on the track right now. You know, it's certainly a lot easier to lose it in the pit lane than it is to do on the track in many ways. As we're seeing Ferrari there up into that third position and looking very strong indeed after swapping around. Of course, they pit a little bit earlier, so that's why they lost the time being on the colder tyres. But now Williams are on the colder tyres, they've got that position up into third place, and they are chasing down the number 4 that they're just 1.5 seconds behind again.
We're on board with the Williams Gaming Club car. Robin Glerham staying behind the wheel of this one as we work our way down into Tower. Let's see what the grip's like on the exit of the corner, trying to be butter smooth as you get these tyres fully up to temperature, you get yourself fully involved and immersed again in the race, even though you're obviously pitting a little bit of the time ago, but still looking comfortable. But like you said, the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, having worked its way through on some slightly older tyres, will clear off into the distance. I think those two will come back together again as the stint rolls on. But the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, like I say, they're in the podium for now.
Yes, they certainly are, although long ways to go, but they are getting very close indeed. Actually, they're just a couple of tenths back now, but also in your LMP2, we've seen Delatraz getting back on the number 20 of Duo Esports as well. This is still Thomas Imborg. He's had such a fast stint he's done. He's gained back so many seconds, so many places already. He was down in something like 12th place in class at one point about an hour or so ago, but he's really coming now, trying to make a position back up. This will be for 6th place in class, and he's just got a handful of seconds up towards 2nd place as well. As he slides it up the inside there, coming onto Ullman Straight, the 20 car goes wide, and Delatraz gains the position.
That was pretty bold. A couple of flashes of the lights there coming in from the number 20. Jesse Jones not particularly pleased with what was happening down there. That's fine. As we'll see a battle on the bottom of your screen for 2nd position. Obviously, a Ferrari running on nice, lovely hot tyres against the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, still trying to get those tyres up to temperature. Michele Costantini trying to work his way past the moment. Jamie Munoz fresh behind the wheel of the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, is into the pit lane. Comes both of those cars. We'll talk about the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and the Duo Esports car. Will there be a switch though for 2nd overall in the GTP category? Can Michele Costantini find his way past, or will the tyres on that caddy come up to temperature just in time to pull clear?
And Jesse Jones was not happy. He was flashing for about 30 seconds there in behind after he pushed wide. At this very corner that we see Costantini as he gets the run down the Ullman Straight, getting the slipstream. Is he going to send it in towards Sunset? Inch by inch, he gets closer. Big defensive line to the inside. A lot higher top speed there for Ferrari. Around the outside is going to have to be, but no, he's going to try and get the switch back and get the run up the front straight.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, absolutely phenomenal battle between these two, but you know there's a ticking clock for Michele Costantini as to when you can get past, because once those tyres are fully up to temperature on that caddy, it will start checking away just a bit. That said, the race pace on the Ferrari seems pretty handy, to be fair. And obviously these two 9 seconds off of the race leaders now. That's how much the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car has dropped off over the last 40 minutes or so from Drago Racing. Critical battle here for the Ferrari, but this is where we love Sebring. We absolutely love this circuit. Where are you overtaking opportunities though, class to class? Obviously, like navigating traffic, it can narrow, it can get a little bit difficult, but there's still plenty of opportunities. When you're battling someone in your own class, where do you find your way through? You've got the movement to the hairpin, but you need to nail coming out of turn 4. You've got the move down here, Cunningham, Collier Tower, a bit of break. We saw Spets give that one a go. And then Sunset. And that's, as much as I've listed off quite a few corners, they're not easy corners to send it down.
No, it's not an easy track. There is effectively 5 straights on this track, but 3 of them are not straights. They have kinks such as this here as well. So it does make it very, very difficult, as you say, to find an easy overtake. But there's multiple opportunities, but there aren't multiple easy opportunities as such. You do have to work hard for it around this. But the battling capabilities around this track are so good. It's a great track for racing in terms of getting a bit side by side, having these close battles, and all the corners are very difficult around here as well. It's so bumpy, of course, such as the nature of the concrete section of the track, such as here as well. So you really have to work hard for it and just keep pushing, keep forcing your rival into a mistake. But fortunately for these guys being so good, they don't make too many mistakes.
No, not at this level. This is where you see so many of the stints from these drivers remain so close throughout the entirety of the stints. You don't see those big mistakes. You see them battle all the way through for effectively 40 minutes to an hour, and they're able to keep themselves as close as possible. Did see going down into sunset when we were looking there at Michele Costantini, a deep breath, and I think that, to me, at least from body language and stuff like that, taking a little look at it, I think that's him almost accepting. It's like, right, that was it. That was the opportunity I had to get past Jaden Munoz. Now that those tyres are up to temperature, I think he's accepted that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car might start pulling away now.
Yeah, we're already seeing that, aren't we? Just by a couple of tenths there on this lap as Fiallo from Aradnus leading in the LMP2, of course, just on strategy as they were staying out just a couple of laps longer, coming down pit road. But I do believe the Ferrari is going to struggle. Look at that already. A little bit of traffic, but he just won't have the speed now that the caddy is there. So they need to just wait until that next round of stops, and hopefully maybe a little bit of a mistake from Williams. You mentioned about Farrow missing the pit stop. He lost almost 2 seconds. Yep. 2 seconds from missing his pit box. That is crucial in a battle like this. It almost lost him that position.
Yep, just basically came to a stop, locked up, went straight through. I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us, happens to the worst. Have you ever done anything embarrassing like that? Well, there you go. Just know that some of the best in sim racing also have made the very same mistake again. Matt Farrow, winningest driver in the IMSA Esports Championship, even he's made that mistake. Don't feel too bad about it. Don't go too hard on yourself. One of the most important things, though, when you're in this, think of it from Ferrari's point of view, right? Could getting stressed out about not being able to pass that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, could getting stressed out about it help your race? Absolutely not. Just breathe, focus on what you're doing, focus on the strategy that's been laid out in front of you, and just navigate traffic cleanly but quickly. That's all you can really do. You've got to. You can only affect what you've got control of. You can't slow that Cadillac down. You can't change their strategy. You can't stop them from going a lap longer. Just focus on your strategy, and just maybe you might come out on top of the end.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get annoyed at the situation and then get frustrated, drive worse, and then go slower. That would be the worst situation, because then they might even be under threat from the Williams sister car in behind, the Williams Gaming Club car, the number 7. So they need to make sure they are putting all of that pressure onto the Williams car ahead of them, of Jaden Munoz, and then just see what happens. If he stays this close, he will get the position at the next pit stop, because unfortunately he was a couple of seconds behind and he wasn't able to make use of those hotter tyres with the pitting earlier. Whereas if he's this close within that second, if he can hold on to it for the next 40 minutes before the stop, then he will be able to jump that position, and maybe they can try something. Indeed, as we're getting the Grinigo 003 of Tuckler come down the pit lane. He was in about a second place or so, is now dropping down, of course, while we wait for the fuel to go.
I know it's potentially just with a little bit of the ebb and flow of traffic, but forgive me for potentially getting a little bit excited, even though I understand the situation we're at. Drago Racing, half a second to a second lap slower, or at least on the previous lap, than Jaden Munoz behind. I think that's because Munoz has got to come through a lot of traffic. Speaking of which, for traffic on Attic Alpine, they had to take 2 wheels there to the grass on the left-hand side as they work their way around Big Bend, now down into the hairpin at 6. That was a little bit sketchy, getting past the EGZ and the Grid and Go car. Alas, whether Jaden Munoz has to deal with the same problems. It was sketchy. Yeah,
I mean, everyone has to go through the same traffic, but of course, Munoz being 8 seconds further back, he's going to meet that traffic at a different point of the lap, and therefore there'll be a slight variance in the time that they lose. And most of these drivers are very efficient getting through the traffic, to be honest. So it's more so if you get one or two random moments where unfortunately you catch them right on an apex and you work quite fast enough just to get through. But yes, I always find it's easier generally to be the first car that goes through rather than the second in certain situations like this. But look, in the background though, there's a lot of cars there, quite a few GTs as well. So I think that was all of those cars that Calvin had to get through on the previous lap. So let's see what the time is this time around. Maybe he regains that half a second.
Indeed. I was going to say, like, obviously the LMP2s, they're back into the pit lane. Speaking of some of the other moves that have happened in other classes, and speaking of GTDs, Hugh Barter has just got past Sam Ward going down into the final corner at Sunset for Drago Racing's number 9 car. So currently has progressed up their way into 6th in class. You can see him there at the bottom of your screen. Sam Ward directly behind in the PGZ car. Hugh Barter in the Drago Racing. Lewis Wood's not too far behind in the Falcon Sim Racing Corvette as well. So potentially a bit of a fight coming in here in the GTD category. Of course, Hugh Barter, obviously well known for his Royal Racing as well, in the car alongside Taylor Barnard. I know Arjuna was hinting at me talking about Taylor Barnard quite a little bit because I've had the joys of commentating on Taylor Barnard in Formula E. Absolutely insane talent. I remember when he stepped in for Sam Bird last year, and he was showing himself as a very competent and capable driver. And I thought, this kid's going to go quite far. Probably maybe take a race victory, maybe a couple of podiums or something over the next couple of years. Starts out already picked up a couple of podiums. Don't worry about that one. Absolutely insane talent. Was so good at the Jeddah Corniche circuit in Formula E. And like I say, great to see him racing here in the GTD category, showing again the real world racing drivers. They do come along to these iRacing special events, as we all know, with Max Verstappen and such, all taking part in Daytona. But Taylor Barnard and Hugh Barter working their way up bit by bit after qualifying well, then dropping back, but now showing the pace on the Audi R8 once more. Hugh Barter through on Sam Ward.
Absolutely. And isn't he still 19 as well?
Oh yes, honestly, don't.
Incredible. And also being affiliated with a team like McLaren, that certainly has some hopes for the future. Although there might be a couple of other seats that he's looking for that are probably not up for the offering just yet. But you never know what the future is going to hold. As you say, huge talent, and definitely has the sim racing blood, like a lot of these younger drivers now, actually, because they sort of grown up with it as much as karting, with how popular and how high level it is nowadays.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that I've noticed this a lot where, this has always been the case for a while, as we look here at WSR Esports at the moment, third in category in LMP2. Morandis having a little bit of a battle with them, looking for the inside, coming down to the turn 3. I'll come back to my point in just a second. As Dion Fiallo going on the attack, lots of GTDs directly ahead. You've got Zenith in that black and green McLaren for them to navigate as they work their way around Big Bend. You've got a Corvette there. You've got a lot going on in this.
Oh my god! So we always saw the number 17 car there tagging the WSR car into a spin on the exit of one. WSR able to hold on to that. As you say, so many GT cars. I think this is the mess that Kalpinen had to come through a lap or so ago, where we saw him lose time. And yeah, his lap time was a bit better on that previous one that we were following, but that was a big move there from the 3:23, and that is an important one as well for this race because that is now for second place. Effectively, it's third on the road at the moment because we are waiting for PGZ 119 to come into the pit lane. But for second place, that is a great run there for WSR. Morandis have been there for a little while now, and it's all swapped around. We've got Grid and Go coming in the background as well. Telker's still in that car. What time he's made up as well. And Delatraz, he's just about another 7-8 seconds off this. So if he continues his speed, or maybe his teammate when he gets in the car, we're going to have such a great battle, of course, effect in the middle of it as well.
Yeah, indeed. This is that was a cracking display between the pair of them as they were trying to work their way through traffic. But that was very exciting and a little bit scary. I'll come back to your point now about a lot of real-world drivers taking the sim race. A lot of people that have, and this is the point I was going to touch on, a lot of people that have done karting have run out of money doing karting or lower level racing have then come along into sim racing and either just made this place their home. Yeah, maybe they're, earning a bit from taking part in high-level esports, or maybe they're just enjoying it, and this is where they're getting their fix for racing. Or, in the case of some drivers, your Revamp Europe was one of the first to do it, where having won World's Fastest Gamer went from karting to sim racing, and then sim racing kind of back into some real stuff. Sebastian Job, obviously, is the simulator driver now the Red Bull Racing F1 team, as Dion Fiallo once again going on the attack. We'll come back to that in a second, because Fiallo's trying to get to the outside here, working his way down to the hairpin. That one might not work, but there might be no contact again.
Yeah, that was lovely, actually, kind of using the Ferrari to his advantage there, boxing in the 17 not able to defend our attack, I should say, in the way that he would have wanted. And up towards Cunningham is able to hold on to that one, but this is good though. This looks like Fiallo is not done with this position, and he is wanting to try and get back past. Mirandis are 2 laps earlier on the stop, so 2 laps older tyres at this moment in time, but I don't think that's going to change too much. But they do need to keep pushing, because that black and green car in the background, the Grid and Go, is certainly coming for them.
All right, Zach Sweeney.
Are you calling it yellow?
It is yellow. No, it's yellow. Let's not have a conversation about it. Let's not do that again. It's yellow.
It's more green than the brown was orange.
No, that is no.
That silence was deafening.
It's closer to a Valentino Rossi yellow, right? Note the final part of that. Did you hear how Valentino Rossi yellow? Yellow. It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Because it is yellow. You will not win.
Able to make a poll in the YouTube chat, but if I could, I would.
Flat out comment: green or yellow? Is the Grid and Go car black and green or black and yellow? It's
talking of green. Delatraz there, and going wide. That is a huge run wide from that. The 20 machine. Big side-by-side moment in towards turn 3. Sliding on the rear end for the 20. Couldn't get it slowed down in time. Possibly still recovering from his turn 1 excavations, and that is a move made for Delatraz, and that was actually Dua Esports in 7th place. Darius Andre in that Delatraz car at this moment. He's taken over from Imborg and going very fast at this moment.
Really hated that cut to a Grid and Go car going side by side with PGZ as well. Absolutely, because again, I'll still say the Grid and Go are black and yellow, but PGZ is actually black and properly yellow. But we'll get past that. Well, they're both black and yellow, just different shades. Like I say, great fight though. You were saying about that black and yellow car. That was Jesse Telkula though, who has closed, or it has been closing in to the back of the Miradness and WSR esports car. The gap between those two has opened a little bit more. The LMP2, I've got to say, potentially giving us some of the best racing that we've got here at Sebring.
It's amazing. I'm loving it, to be honest. And to be honest, say again.
There's a car going slow. Jordan Johnson has just been off at Le Mans Corner. Sorry for cutting across you there, but as the group of those LMP2s that we were talking about before were coming through Le Mans Corner, Jordan Johnson has had a huge moment in that Apex Racing number 97 and will be returning to pit lane immediately.
That is potentially going to be quite a big hit at that point of the track as well. And by the way, just to continue, but I do concede it is yellow. So we'll move on from that one. But that is quite an important factor though, because as much as they weren't really in with the shout for a win today, maybe a top 5 or top 6 at the end of the day for the Apex cars. And let's see what is going to happen since 97. All going well so far. Was that contact, or was that just that was a very weird place to lose the car if that was on its own? I want to see that again.
So he must have got damage here and then had spun coming out of Le Mans Corner as well. Yeah, super bizarre. Let's see as we come down into sunset then on board. How does it unfold? You're going to have to say it's definitely to do with the GT. Oh, it's just a bump. There was no contact.
he just came off because it's not really actually a bump. It's more like a little hump in the road that they go over. But he was right on the edge of it. He wasn't on it or off it. He was right on the edge and just spun up the wheels. That is a crazy. So is this how he got into that situation? He went down the inside of his teammate, of his sister teammate in the Lamborghini, losing the rear end. Did anyone hit him, make some contact? Oh, that's right in front of that battle in LMP2 as well. That's the Miranda's car. Oh, huge spin here from the 99. Contact being made, off into the wall, and that car's surely going to be towed back to the pit lane.
And that was the highest placed Apex Racing team car, the number 99, Maxime Briette, Dana Moore behind the wheel of that. As we were talking about all the incidents that has been happening, contact between themselves and the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, Jere Lehtinen making a little bit of contact and sending that car straight into the barrier.
Yeah, that was a huge crash coming up to basically the fastest corner of the track. They've got that GT, but not really a factor at this point. And just as they pitch into the corner, because you do kind of kink before braking, just contact was made at the worst possible time for that 99 car, who was showing some strong and promising pace today. Let's see this once more. Is there any sort of blame that we can put? I mean, they're both... I mean, I guess he was a little bit early on the turn and the Williams a little bit later, but they were both really, I guess, just going for the corner. I wouldn't necessarily say anyone was in the wrong there from what we can see.
Just a very fast crash. Not quite the level of side-by-side contact we received between Jaden Munoz and Alexander Spetz earlier on in the race, where I was getting pretty livid watching it. That obviously being in the first couple of hours of the race after the first pit stops, where things got a little bit elbows out, handbags at dawn. That was just... I don't want to say it was hard racing. It was just a bit messy. I feel personally it's a little bit clumsy between the pair of them. I kind of agree with you. I don't really know which way it would go blaming-wise. We'd have to go from a load of different angles. Thankfully, we don't have to think about that because we're just commentators, and you only have 11 minutes more of Liz McGlade and Cameron Roger in the comedy booth talking about random stuff. We've not spoken about golf yet. How impressive!
That's a good one, but that's because it's only a 2-hour stint. If it was a 4-hour stint, that thing would certainly change. But obviously a little bit of chat in the background as well. I don't think the contacts, of course, helped them so much. But it was one of those things where the Williams car was definitely coming in later into the corner. But from a driver's perspective, I probably would have done the same because he's just trying to, give the Apex car a bit of a wider line into Sunset. But there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's not like he squeezed him off the track. He just turned in, just a split second later than he probably would normally have done. And of course, the Apex car doing a beeline trying to squeeze him on the inside. So they're both doing the same thing to each other in reverse, and then their lines just collided.
Big shame for the Apex Racing team, who had such an impressive run at the 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing. One of their cars, I mean, that was such a big contact. Maybe we'll see it back out again. But I think there's a lot of damage repair needing to go the way of the number 99. They've already lost the Apex Racing Academy car, the 96, Augustin Bernier, and of course Isaac Phelps behind the wheel, with two of those retiring out a little while ago. Didn't quite see what happened with that one, but they've had a few bits of drama, and now of course the number 99 to throw into the scrap heap, I'm afraid.
Yes, that is going to be a lot to come back from, unfortunately. But what a battle we've had in the last sort of half hour, 45 minutes. That hour 3 of the race was definitely a lot more sedated, but hour 4 has been a lot more crazy with this LMP2 battle that we're seeing, some of the GTPs going a little bit crazy, and of course the GTD battles that come up every now and again as well. So we are still seeing a strong run in pretty much all of the categories, although as ever, the lead battles aren't the closest. We got a decent gap for the lead in all 3 classes, but in behind, we're seeing some pretty good fun so far. In this LMP2 one, now that Delatraz has passed Dur, they are 8.7 seconds off effect just down the Ullman straight here. So Darius Andre, he's coming for them, although he is actually slower. Every time I've checked them recently, he is actually slower than that top 5 battle.
interesting, as we'll see the Williams Sim Racing Academy and Dury Sports Raceway battling out here. I did want to touch on one quick thing elsewhere in the 12 hours of Sebring here, which would be with the GTD category. Of course, we've had pit stops recently from Alejandro Sanchez, our race leaders in the GTD category. We've not seen pit stops from anyone else. They pitted, 3 laps ago? Did Alejandro Sanchez. Came in on 109. They are currently running around on lap 114. So it seems though everyone else in that category might be going 4, 5, 6 laps longer than the car that is leading in that category. Maybe that's showing that they're leading because they're running lighter on fuel and burning out the tyres more, something like that. Just an interesting thing to keep an eye on in the GTD category.
Yes, indeed. It's been a very strong performance from a couple of teams. As ever, some of these teams bringing 2-3 cars in certain categories. Drago looking very, very strong. Of course, Apex have got a few cars there, but they're a bit low down. Top 10 grid and go just on the back end of the top 10 as well. So let's see if they can, work their way up. But this P2 battle has just been something else. And even though we're almost 4 hours into the race, they are battling like it's just 7 minutes to go, let alone 8 hours and 7 minutes. The 20 cars been up and down. They've been in quite a few of these positions so far, but they do want to keep this Williams car behind, because unfortunately that will put them down to 8th place after looking at batting for maybe even a podium or at least top 5 about an hour or so ago.
Yeah, it's not been a good couple of hours for Dury Sports, but I say they are certainly feeling the pressure right now. So they're going to be a look down the inside coming at the end of Sunset Bend. I think there might be a little bit too much of a gap between them, but that's never stopped sim racing drivers, and it will stop them on this occasion. Obviously, one of the joys of multi-class traffic, you sometimes pick up a little bit of slipstream from some of the other cars, and that can sometimes just afford you the opportunity to keep them at bay. They work their way past the PGZ P1Docs.com car of Sam Ward, and like you say, they're keeping their eyes very close on each other. Bit of a look to the inside coming down into the first corner. Wasn't a move done though.
No, it wasn't this time around. He's got his sister car of the GTP Williams Academy coming through in the background as well. Is that going to be helping in some way? They're actually sliding the rear ends there through turns 3 and 4. Not the ideal thing to do, as the GTP comes around the outside of the pair of them, goes onto the grass a little bit to force his way onto that racing line. Big send down the inside from that 27 car. Can Dury Sports do anything to defend? Don't think they can. Aggressive move from the Williams car. Contact is made. He collects it up. The 20, for not the first time this race, keeps it on the track somehow.
It was, again, big send, but I've always said if you're going to give someone a big dive bomb, pull it up on the apex, and we're all good. That was done to perfection, realistically, there from the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Having made the move to the inside, and is now moving his way up to 7th in car. That was, again, big dive, but it worked. A little bit of assistance there from the sister car, but yeah, it works.
Yeah, that was lovely. Perfect timing. I thought, is the GTP going to come through at the perfect time? And he did. He went round the outside, got the 20 slightly offline, got him thinking, not thinking probably about his braking zone. The 27 sending it down the inside. So great team play there by the GTP. Whether that was really intended or not, the outcome is what Williams would have wanted. But the contact on the exit, though, that was the big thing. Just a little bit of the front to rear contact, and the 20 sliding it, not the ideal thing. And I was just seeing a driver dropping down the order. I was getting a bit worried, but it's actually the 99 Apex car, Maxime Briant, who went off into the wall at Sunset Bend. He's now been overtaken in the overall order by the LMP2s, of course, having been out of this race. Yeah, absolutely. 5 minutes left to go before we pass on the commentary duties. Of course, Brad Dalton and Paul Smith will take you through 2 hours after this point, so that's fine. But you've still got another fun as well. I'm so sorry, but at least we're not Arjuna and Dara, right? We are not. That was certainly an interesting way to start the. I don't know who put that schedule together. It wasn't like it was Arjuna or anything.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Tall and small. Good.
Tall and small.
I can't remember when I said that at first. It might have been Sebring last year. No, I can't. It mustn't have been. I can't remember. But either way, Arjuna and Dara were talking to each other. Let's hand over to tall and small.
There is a bit of a height difference between them.
I'm pretty sure 2 Daras on top of each other. Do you reckon that's
2 Daras?
It's a little taller than Arjuna, but not much. Not much.
Yeah, not quite. That is too funny. That is too funny. If you've ever seen them in real life, you'd know what we're talking about. Arjuna is a very tall boy, and then Dara is the complete opposite.
Dara could get away with using kids' clubs in golf.
Right? You reckon?
Oh, you reckon? Yeah, of course.
The Timu specials.
Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely. He can definitely go away with using some kids' clubs. He's again not talking. He's probably tuned into this, thinking, "Why are these two talking about me again?" Well, it's either that or discussing whether that is yellow or green. Thankfully, the green
is yellow.
Yeah,
it is yellow. Or PGZ car that went past. That's definitely yellow.
No, it's brown.
Don't start that. This is definitely a greeny yellow, but it's not grass green. Obviously, I'm not that colourblind, but it's got a little twinge.
It's Valentino Rossi yellow.
It is VR46
on like the highlights and stuff on my cars when I was racing. Do you not remember?
Yes, although I would say your one's is a little bit more green.
No, I'd agree with that. Mine is a little
edge
bit
more green.
Yeah. No, yeah, and it's still almost Valentino Rossi yellow, and so that definitely has to be yellow if mine's a tinge more green. While we're back on this topic, it's fine. It's absolutely okay. As again, plenty of the battles remain close. One that's not close though, race lead 9.5 seconds. I did have hopes that Jaden Munoz would be able to close down on the Drago Racing car. Alas, the gap just ebbs and flows through traffic, and Drago Racing keep that gap somewhere between 8.5 seconds and 10 seconds.
Yes, they are very much enjoying the lead, Drago, in 2 of the categories by almost the same margin. So they are looking very, very strong. And as you mentioned earlier, Lewis, no Team Redline here, but Drago certainly giving everything they can to try and get this race fiction. That'll be very interesting if they get GTP and GTD, which of course is the categories of choice for the IMSA Sports later that everyone is trying to qualify for by winning these events. So very, very relevant for them and looking good to challenge later on in the year as well. So I can't wait to see what the future has in store. They've got some unbelievably good drivers in their lineup now.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, by the way, about 10 minutes ago, we obviously had that crash for the Apex Racing number 99. I've just seen that Maxime Brienne and Dana Moore, the 2 drivers for that car, have left the server, and that confirms one major thing to you. That car is out of the 12 hours of Sebring. It was kind of expected with the severity of that crash, but it is still a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I mean, huge contact towards the barrier. It's the worst possible corner to have a crash in as well, because there's never a small crash here at Sunset Bend. It's top speed on the entry, it's really fast through the apex, and the wall gets very close here as well. So it's just a difficult piece of racing, and unfortunately, if you have a crash there, you are going to be out of this race, because even if they fixed the car, they would be so far down that really it wouldn't make sense to continue anyway.
Yeah, you're going to be in a really troubled position in the race, which the troubled position in the race for the audience watching is about to come to a close, because myself, Lewis McGlade, Cam Rogers, we're about to jump out of the commentary booth and of course hand over proceedings to Paul Smith and Brad Dalton. Brad Dalton, by the way, saying that it's green on the that's fine, the grid and go kart, that's fine. Obviously at the moment, Drago Racing leading by about 9 seconds in the GTP category, a 30-second lead for grid and go in the LMP2s, and Drago Racing in the lead of the GTD category, but the Apex Racing team, who had been out front earlier on, they've dropped back courtesy of a pit stop. Obviously, we'll be 4 hours down. There is still 8 hours left to go in the 12 hours of Sebring. Let's bring in Paul and Brad.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And Lewis, you'll be really disappointed to say that we haven't got Brian around. And that's an in-joke between me, Lewis, and Peter Mackay. Hello, everybody. Paul Smith and Brad Dalton bringing you the next 2 hours of coverage here on this Sebring 12 hours. And, well, delighted to say joining me is Brad. And Brad, apart from you being wrong about the colour of a car, how are you doing today?
Well, I think I'm right about the color of the car, but we'll let bygones be bygones. I'm doing pretty well. I have seen a lot of Sebring this week, and I've actually had some multi-class Sebring already this week. So the GTPs to the GT3s have been very interesting to watch, and you'll see that I think as we continue along, the GTPs are going to get very brave getting around these GT3s in the long run.
Well, it's going to be a change of driver then for Williams Sim Racing RP. Beckham Jasiah is, I believe, jumping into that car for their next pit stop right on the hour here as close, hard racing there, grid and go, and the Sim RC car as they go through turn number 1 then. And I was actually speaking to Peter Mackay, our commentary colleague, who actually got to cover the real world 12 hours of Sebring last week, and he was saying what a venue this place is. And he says that the sim does not do justice as to how harsh the bumps are, especially through Sunset Bend and turn number 1. So it is really intriguing to hear his thoughts, although it does say it's a bit rough around the edges as well as this circuit, but that's how they like it here, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe this is a me issue, but I really like the tracks that aren't perfect and polished. That is, like I said, probably a me issue, but I really, really like the tracks that aren't picture perfect. Of course, this track has held a 12-hour race since 1952, for those who may be unaware. It's a big history of endurance racing, a former U.S. Army Air Base. It used to be just a temporary setup, then it turned into a permanent facility. This track is not known for just being, you know, a nice, smooth Saturday drive in an endurance run. This is a track that really makes demands in every way possible. It demands the car setup be just right. It demands the driver be on their P's and Q's. It demands that you be awake the whole time and go through it demands that you really be on your P's and Q's, because if you mess something up here, I mean, look to the right. There's just a concrete wall. Look to the left. There's a concrete wall. Not a lot of room here as we go through Sunset Bend. You mess something up here, and there's no runoff. There's no gravel trap to save you. It is catastrophic when you have an error here.
As we carry on then with this coverage, and just to give you a little bit of the history of this circuit, of course, of this event as well, in the Sebring 12 hours in real world. In 1955, there were 6 drivers decided to go onto the track and start, even though they were reserves for the race. So the drivers got on to the track when they shouldn't have been there. So that's some of the history of this venue. Of course, one year there were about 14,000 fans turned up, but there was no event, so they just had a big party. It's a great place, loads of history at Sebring. And as the pit stops for GTD are carrying on, we'll just see what's going on. Plenty going on here for you today. Of course, big drama in the last 20 minutes or so, with the Apex Racing Team 99 getting into that contact with the Williams Sim Racing Academy car and ending up into the wall out of the race. So we have lost a number of cars in this one so far. Just 2 prototypes, GTPs, that we've lost. The rest have all been GTDs here in this one that we've lost from this race. But at the front, it's Drago Racing, currently leading overall, 8.5 seconds over the Williams Sim Racing Gil Blast car. And then it is the Scuderia Ferrari HPE Sports team, 3rd place, but different strategy play going on with them. They are 4 laps longer into their stint compared to the front 2 of the field. There's Michele Costantini at the wheel, and a bit further back then it is the Williams Gaming Club ahead of the BMW M team BS Competition, Williams Sim Racing Academy, the team that had that contact with the Apex Racing Team 99. They're in 6th place ahead of the second Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports car. In 7th, 8th place for the Apex Racing Team 98 with gridandgo.com Esports in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 overall is your Apex Racing Team number 97 for them in GTP. In LMP2, it's Grid and Go Esports currently leading that class. They've currently got a 29-second lead over the WSR Esports team. Then in 3rd place, Maradness. We saw WSR Esports and Maradness having some close battling, but that's pulled out to about a 4-second gap now between those two, 2nd and 3rd. 4th place for the Grid and Go Esports number 3, 003 car, in 4th ahead of Effect Simulations. Then it is the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage in 6th ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP2 outfit. Dur Esports in 8th ahead of WSR Esports Abruzzi, and then IFR Esports round out the top 10 in your LMP2 class. In GTD, it's the Apex Racing Team 199 that leads that one by over half a minute ahead of the Drago Racing car. That number 6 for Drago Racing, of course, was on pole position in class. They're currently finding themselves 2nd place, a bit far behind the Apex Racing Team. Then it's Williams Sim Racing RP, 3rd place. We've just seen them having their pit stop, and they are on out and about again. Behind the wheel there is Beck and Jasia. Drago Racing number 69. Nicholas Matteo, who's in 4th ahead of the Veloce Thrustmaster number 3. This is what always bugs me about these special events. In the team name, they've got 35, yet they've got car number 3. Work that one out. Help us out, guys, please. PGZ and P1Docs.com are in 6th place in class with the 114, ahead of Drago Racing's number 9 car. And then it's this fight that we're seeing on stream right now. It's the Zest Esports car and the Apex Racing Team 198. And rounding out your top 10, Grid and Go Esports number 006 for your GTD class. So Brad, we're a little bit of an idea as to what's going on in this one. I will say that the leading GTD car from Apex Racing Team are on a different strategy. They're 12 laps into their stint compared to 2 laps for Drago Racing.
Yeah, and the strategy game is going to really play itself out through to the end. I think that the one thing that interests me watching that strategy game is just seeing that it's not as different as you would think. It is a little bit different, but I don't think it's going to result in the course of 12 hours of someone saving an entire pit stop and jumping the field. I think it will provide a little more competitiveness into those final couple of hours of racing, but I don't think in terms of the pit stop game, you're going to see big gains. And the reason for that is that this is a 12-hour event. And unfortunately, with the 12-hour events, you know, I said this in the Rolex 24, you've got to pace yourself. You've got to drive to a lap time. You've got to be there and make it to the end and be competitive. And you can afford to dial back a little bit, play strategy, and see if you can save over the course of 24 hours. That was Daytona 24. This is Sebring 12. 12 hours, you have less time to save back. You have less time to really conserve. And you have less time to really make a huge impact in that strategy. Strategy can come into play. Strategy can be, you know, nice to see and go through, and it can give you a little bit extra in the end. But for this middle chunk of the race, as I'm going to call the next 4 hours, the middle third of the race, you're not going to see any big gains, big improvement. And unfortunately, with the skill level, the tier that we're at here with the Sebring 12, you have to just flat push. You really don't get a lot of time to conserve. You know, if we were my skill level of Sebring 12, I could afford to save 2/10 a lap and really try to save an extra lap of fuel every stint, and that would make a big difference for me. At this skill level, if you're not pushing and really trying to give it 108% at least every lap, you're gonna be on the back foot, and it's gonna make a difference. So you're gonna see as this middle stint goes on, as this goes through, everyone is just a few laps separated in terms of their strategy, But I think in the end, we're going to see all that just compress through, come together, and it's going to be everyone pitting at similar times, maybe within a couple laps of each other, like we're starting to see in the GTP category. I noticed that Ferrari went in. It looks like Williams Sim Racing Academy is now in. So you're going to start seeing just within a couple laps of each other, everyone pitting. And it's not going to make near as much of a difference on strategy as it would if this was a longer event.
It also means as well that if, say, another team is pulling a contra strategy to you, you've also got that less time to react and counter that strategy than you would in a 24-hour race as well. And yeah, it's a lot more compact. And at this level, you're absolutely right. These are 12-hour sprint races nowadays in these events, and the level of competition is just another level at this top line of sim racing. So yeah, definitely intriguing to see how this one all pans out, and whether actually Ferrari, Scuderia Ferrari HPE Sports Team number 50, whether they've pulled a blinder and got a different strategy that's going to work for them, or whether it's the other teams being able to go longer that will be able to work that strategy out for them. I have seen every so often messages in the chat. Hello everybody watching this one. I've got the various chats open in the various locations that we are streaming to right now, and we have had a few people asking, where are Redline, where are Coanda? They're not here today. You'd have to ask them as to why. You've got to remember as well, there's a lot of they've got busy calendars of these top teams, haven't they, Brad? And you've got to be careful not to end up with burnout, especially mentally burning out your drivers in all of these different events.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that is it's very hard to find that balance. One of the things that we hear talked about a lot is a work-life balance. And for a lot of these top teams, this is work for them. This is full-time work. So it's not bad to sometimes just step back and take a moment. Yes, we would love to have them on track and see them and have them racing, but every once in a while you're going to see teams say, you know what, it might be okay if we sit this one out, or they have conflicting schedules. Because when you look through, there is a lot of different things that can go on a schedule. There's a lot of sim racing events that overlap. There's a lot of different leagues that run different things. And ultimately, teams are going to have a preference of what they want to run. Not saying that they don't want to run the Sebring 12, but they could have contractual obligations to run another event. They could be looking at something else. You never really know. Number 22, Lighton in the Williams Sim Racing Academy, currently in a good battle here up in the front of the field with the green car ahead. That is Grid and Go. And as they go through and around, that's a good pass going into turn one, which is a tricky place to make things stick and then mind the infield. We have gotten note that the number 20 got a black flag. Not exactly sure for what, but I do see that the number 20 has gotten a black flag here.
Yeah, so that would be the Dirt Esports entry. Now, their pit stop, their time on pit road was 1 minute 48 from cone to cone. That tells me that was speeding onto pit road.
Yep, that would be a very...
Or an unsafe pit entry, one of the two, wouldn't it?
It's one of the two, and it's hard to know which, but I'd venture to bet on the speeding down pit road. And the reason for that is, again, that time going through is very quick compared to, very slow compared to what I would expect otherwise. It's very quick getting in, but the fact that they served it that quickly would tell me that is indeed a speeding on pit road.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this GTD battle for 8th place here. Apex Racing Team, and it's Guru Levesque behind Norby Kiss. Good to see Norby here. Still going in top flight sim racing. Very experienced driver, it must be said. And keeping the Apex Racing team behind him. Now, Apex Racing team, they're one of those teams that have a contractual obligation to run that Mercedes. And it's been a good partnership. It's been a fruitful partnership for them to get teamed up with Mercedes and representing them in sim racing. So doing a good job in GTD in the top 9. And just looking, of course, the race leader, Alejandro Sanchez, for Apex Racing Team in the GTD. But, as I said earlier, on that contra strategy, in fact, Sanchez's last time through pit road was a good, 10 seconds quicker than everybody else in class. So that tells me that maybe Sanchez was not taking a full tank of fuel last time through.
I have a feeling that there's some math to that, to maybe do like a shorter driver time, maybe looking at different options. And that is something that you'll see every once in a while teams do, because they have a certain way they want to divide laps and divide drive time. So maybe that final stint, they just take that slightly shorter fuel load to go in, or it could be that they feel they can run longer on less fuel. There's a number of reasons teams do the things they do. They're going to have, calculators and teams supporting them in the background, and giving them all of that information that we don't have access to, unfortunately. I would love to be able to see how the teams calculate stints and calculate everything out. Teams aren't going to let us have that information, of course. I can dream. And you'll see that every once in a while they take that slightly different pit time setup, that slightly shorter run, and that is what is going to give them just that short stint in to get that final bit of drive time that they need. Because, of course, you're not going to have one driver for 12 hours. It's going to be a team event where drivers swap out every so often, and maybe they just need to run a little bit longer to compensate for the next driver getting in. There's a number of reasons teams would make that decision, but GTPs are absolutely flooding the pit lane right now.
Yeah, we're right on that pit cycle now. So Drago Racing in from the race lead, and Ata Kalpinen is going to stay behind the wheel for them, do another stint, and then take that car back out of pit road. Driver changes happening in front of them as well. So a number of different strategies going on. That's the Williams Gaming Club, who've just had a change of driver as well for them. And just waiting for that virtual fuel to get into the fuel cell. And away he goes then. And I love that noise. Off out the box on the electric motor, and then bang, engine comes in. Sounds fantastic.
It's the best thing ever, and it's amazing to me how well iRacing does that justice to real life. We talked about a few minutes ago that Sebring doesn't do justice in sim to how bumpy it is in real life, but it does really good for the engine noise, I will say, compared to real life. Getting to hear those caddies fire up in real life and then getting to hear them fire up in iRacing, it's very, very nostalgic for me. You could almost close your eyes and think that you're hearing the real thing. Maybe that's just me. I'm sure somebody somewhere is going to disagree, but that is how I feel.
Well, here we are then. 7 hours, 41 minutes remaining here in this latest rendition of the Sebring 12 Hours, powered by VCO. Paul Smith, Brad Dalton here on commentary with you for the next couple of hours. And, well, it's been an intriguing race so far. And you look at the different pole sitters from the different classes of this race. And it's only really been the grid and go number 12 that's been able to compete there up at the top of LMP2. GTP, well, they're not up there. Neither are Drago in your GTD. But Marshall Hubert for the Apex Racing team in 9th place. Ahead is Sean Campbell in that grid and go 001, just half a second covering these two. But fortunately for Sean, a compatriot in the GTDs gets between them, just splits them up momentarily as they head into Tower.
Traffic is very, very tricky here on this infield section, coming through basically anything from turn 2 all the way through the Le Mans curve, which is about 80% of the circuit, if we're honest with ourselves. It's hard to deal with traffic. It is challenging. It's something that requires some patience, a little bit of bravery, and just a little bit of friendliness to be involved from everyone. And that is something that sometimes you don't get as much of when you're a GTD from the GTPs as you wish. The LMP2, now, I'm going to also asterisk this with I'm normally an LMP2 driver. You tend to get that nice middle ground because they're passing and being passed, but the GTPs just have so much power, so much pace. When they're trying to go around a GTD and the GTD is there, they either make the move stick or they don't, and that's just the majority of the time. As we hop on board here, Dominic Hoffman with the BMW M-Team PS competition, just kind of proving my point. It's very much, if you're in a GTP, it's very much head on a swivel, drive, make the move, make it stick, and, well, this is also a battle for position, so just kind of sprinkle that into it at the same time. You're trying to head up drive, get around traffic, and battle for position.
And don't forget that Williams Gaming Club car, it's just one lap into its stint, so its tyres are not up to pressure and temperature, and that's why the BMW M-Team BS competition car of Dominic Hoffman was able to get ahead. You can see how squirrely that Williams car was, and that just allows the BS competition car to get ahead. But Josh Ladd will be getting more and more grip from those tyres as the laps come along, so don't write him off yet from this fight. This will be carrying on for a wee while yet, and that's one of those changes, and we've discussed it many times in this broadcast so far, as LMP2 doing their pit stops now. WSR Esports, Gabriel Erdelai onto pit road and getting service done for them. But GTPs, they've had that big change, and it's really telling how maybe an overcut can work for people. Well, certainly an undercut could work in other ways in getting those tyres up to temperature sooner, but it's that balancing act, as you said, Brad, of how you work your stints and how you work those pit stops.
Yeah, it's such a balancing act, and I can't overstate how different a GTP is to drive in iRacing since the Season 2 update with the new tire model. I can't overstate how different it truly is on those outlaps. Those outlaps, you can be slower than GTDs on an outlap if you take fresh tires and you're not careful. You can easily bend the car coming out of the pits. It can make a big difference. So it doesn't surprise me to see that situation we just saw where you come out of the pits and you're just slow. It literally feels like you're driving a brick trying to get the tires up and going. And that is where I think some of the pit strategy may really come into play, Paul, is it's an idea of drivers, trying to say, okay, we know we have to baby these tires in. Maybe I stop a lap earlier than I planned on because I know I'm going to come out in cleaner traffic. So I have an easier outlap and first lap in to get my tires in the right window sooner, because the other counterpart of that is if you end up in a position where you are fighting for position on a pit stop outlap, or you're stuck in traffic trying to get through traffic and do different things and you're not up to speed, you can very easily overcook the tires, and then you end up on an entire stint just trying to nurse those tires through a stint as opposed to being able to push and challenge. And as I've already iterated, if you're not at least 108% for your stint, you're wrong and you're going to have a bad day.
You certainly are. And you're seeing the skill of people to keep those cars on track. I can tell you, I'm not a prototype driver. I'll tell you that, and I'll be honest. I'm a touring car person myself in sim, and I tried out the LMPs, the GTPs after the changes that were made in the latest iRacing build, and I proved once again that I'm a touring car driver and not somebody who's used to a bit more downforce that these drivers have. And it's been compared with the GTPs. Again, speaking to my colleague Peter Mackay, he was saying that, speaking to some of them, the GTPs, they only have just a little bit more downforce than the old GTE cars used to have. But it's the power and how they deliver it that really sets them apart, and it's that top speed that that really is the difference between GTP and this class LMP2.
Yeah, and again, I'm an LMP2 driver. That's my thing. I can't seem to get the GTP under me, and it's the difference in weight. The GTPs are much heavier and with a lot more power delivery. So it's just, there's a weird balancing act that comes in to be a really skillful, strong GTP driver. The LMP2, you know, you don't deal with a hybrid system. You don't deal with all of that mess that comes with the GTPs, and they're a little bit lighter, and they have similar levels of downforce to a GTD car, at least in my feeling. I'm not going to stat check myself, but that is how it feels to drive to me, at least. So for me, the jump from GTD to LMP2 was very doable. And also, some of that is LMP2, again, you're that middle car, you're getting past and you're passing people. It's a little bit of a mindset difference. The GTD, you are just heads on a swivel, flat out going. Basically, once you get through the first 5 minutes of a race and you start catching up to lap traffic, every lap for the entirety of an event, whether it be 30 minutes, 12 hours, 24 hours, 90 minutes, whatever it is, you are just head on a swivel trying to carve your way through slower traffic and defend from getting challenged. That is really all it comes down to. You have to be a master of traffic and a master of alternate lines to really get this car through. We were out on board here with Norby Kiss in the number 24. This is 9th place in GTD, but you can just see, you know, for the GTD, it's a very comfortable, solid car. It's you know, it's a car that you can push through. The weight's there, the downforce is there. It's not very heavy on power, and it can be more comfortable on tracks like Sebring that are narrow, that are a little bit twisty, that don't have a lot of space to really drive and challenge. Whereas the GTP, it's a big car. It's a very big car. It's got a lot of weight, and it's extremely challenging to run through.
Norby Kiss actually has lost a place to that Apex Racing Team car number 2. So the Zest Esports car down to 9th place in class in GTD. Another interesting fact for you about Sebring International Raceway. I only ever say this fact in 2 different tracks here, and then you'll know which track is the other one that I mentioned this fact. But Sebring International Raceway, it's considered a decent-sized endurance racing track. I mean, you're talking lap times in GTP of fastest being 146s. This track is the same length as the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. That is an incredible fact. It just shows how vast Le Mans is. But you think just one straight is the same in distance, same length as this track in distance.
That's, for some reason, that doesn't surprise me, but it also kind of, like, I'm sitting here kind of wrapping my head around that fact because it's not what I've heard before. I mean, it's a big difference, but if you think about everyone who's driven Le Mans knows the Mulsanne Straight and can think of the Mulsanne Straight off the top of their head pretty well, and the length of that straight. And the fact that Sebring is that large and small is just, I don't know how to feel about that. Do you call Sebring small, though? Or do you just call the Mulsanne Straight really long?
It's really long. It's the Mulsanne. It is. It's absolutely huge as that. But it just goes to show how one of the 2 iconic circuits in world motorsport, you can get that comparison. It just gives people perspective of the different venues, because you think of Sebring being a decent length track, and then you unravel it and you're just one straight of Le Mans. It's just absolutely incredible. As we carry on with this battle for 8th place in GTD, these two, they're pretty much inseparable and have been for quite a while. Maradna's pretty close to the back of Grid and Go in LMP2 as well. So there's a battle for 3rd place in LMP2 on top of everything else. GTP, that's all pretty spread out at the moment. The whole field pretty much is pretty spread out apart from these couple of battles. throughout the field. So we're half an hour into this stint, this latest hour of the race, and well, conditions for people out there driving: clear blue skies, air temperature 25 degrees Celsius, that's 77 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you using imperial measurements. Track temp, this is where things can have an effect to these cars out there. 43 degrees Celsius track temp, that's 110 degrees Fahrenheit. So the track is quite warm, as there's a mistake for Grid and Go, and Maradness is all over the back of them, and they've got a Ferrari GTP with them for good measure.
Yeah, and that for Grid and Go is going to be a problem there. Maradness definitely trying to jump on and take advantage here. Nathan Olson, very, very fast driver, very smart driver as well, I will say, and just picking through that traffic, but also putting on the pressure for the battle. This is what the LMP2 does. You get lapped by the GTPs, you're putting pressure with LMP2, but you're also lapping the GTDs, and you just have to balance that all just right. That Grid and Go esports car in front, being driven by Jurian, is just not seeming as comfortable here. Down the inside of Sunset, do we get a move? Maradness to the inside, Grid and Go to the outside, and Maradness trying to make the stick, runs wide, and it looks like they don't make it stick. Side by side will go into turn one. Can we do this through turn one? Little bit of a ding, Maradness getting the elbows out, but the inside preferred line coming through, and well, now we're into the infield section. Do they keep it side by side? Why, yes, they do into turn two, and man, they are not giving it up yet. This is going to go south.
No, it's asking for trouble between these two, but they're just giving each other space. Maradness out onto the dirt, out of the hairpin, and that just allows the Grid and Go car to stay ahead for the time being. But my goodness, what that has done is it's brought effect simulations right into this fight as well. So 3 cars together in LMP2. It's Grid and Go, it's Maradness, and it's effect simulations all together. And these 3 absolutely neck and neck. This is great stuff in your LMP2, and you're absolutely right there, Brad. This is exactly what LMP2 does each and every one of these events.
I will forever and ever swear by the greatness of LMP2. That is just that's a personal opinion for me, and it's one that it is the hill I will choose to die on over and over and over again. That LMP2 is the masterclass in mixed endurance series. If you put them in the middle, you're gonna have just absolutely amazing racing. We continue this battle through this 3-car battle for P3 that's just not gonna stop, and I have a feeling that, well, Maradness had the elbows out last lap, and now as they come through Sunset Bend yet again, I have a feeling that Maradness will very quickly get those elbows out, maybe not go on the dirt this time, but is going to try to make a pass yet again.
Well, across the line, across the stripe they go. They've got a GTP Grid and Go car is right behind them. And this is the thing, when you're going through these corners, those GTPs aren't necessarily any quicker than these LMP2s. It's just then through the quick stuff, through the long straights, that's where they get that edge. And as you see, running past the effect simulations car of Andrew Dawson and having to slot in now, just biding their time. And I think compared to the Daytona 24 that we saw in January, Brad, I think this is where there's had to be a little bit of adapting to these changes for GTP drivers.
Yeah, the Daytona 24, the GTP drivers would have been running the same style for a while. They would have been really comfortable, really kind of knowing what they're doing. And Daytona is one of those bookmark tracks, as I call it. It's kind of a binder track. I always say that every sim racer, if you have a certain set of cars that you run, whether it's oval, dirt, road dirt, or I'm leaving out a class there, of course, because why would I not? Or road. There we go, sports car. The one we're literally watching. If you run one of those 4, you should have a binder of the most regular ran tracks. And Paul, I would say that Daytona is number one on any sports car driver's track list. Daytona Road is one that you should be able to basically drive in your sleep, in my opinion. Sebring, for as popular as it is, it runs the 1,000 kilometers, it runs a 12-hour event, isn't one that I feel like as many drivers have in that binder list. It's one that drivers can put down laps, but maybe it's not their most comfortable for one reason or another. So this is one that you really see drivers tend to have a little bit more weakness to than others.
It is a track, however, that does get used a lot in the real world. 300 days they're in operation throughout the year here at Sebring, either with testing, with race events, with all sorts of corporate days. They pretty much do everything here at Sebring. So, yeah, definitely it's a track that tests you, and it also provides you some excellent racing as well. And on board with Andrew Dawson, you're just seeing that from on board. You can see just how rough it is. These LMP2s, they're quite stiffly sprung, aren't they, to get that ground effect from the floor, to try and get that effect of the downforce for them. And you really feel it around a track like this.
You absolutely do. And again, with all of the bumps around this track, these LMP2s can really, really kind of, be uncharacteristically uncomfortable to drive, to be honest. The 4.2 liter V8 in them, the 6-speed transmission, they can be cars that are very interesting and different to have running through. It's a lot of fun to drive them on any track, but again, with the bumpiness of Sebring, with kind of the narrowness of Sebring, it can bring a different challenge than what you'd expect here as we watch that number 17 Muradness continue to try to get caught back up from that side-by-side battle and having to drop back into fourth place in the LMP2 category. They are still trying to chase down the greengridandgo.com esports 003 just ahead, and just not really catching pace now. I don't know what happened with that little run through the dirt for Nathan Olson, but half a second back and has been there pretty consistently. So I don't know if this is just kind of gathering it up, making it through the middle part of the lap and then trying to push forward, or if this is just genuinely maybe something got damaged. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know.
And there's a few of the curbs around here that you've got to be careful with as well. You don't want to get floor damage on these prototypes. That can really have a detrimental effect to your speed as well. As getting the Zenith GTD car between them and their competitors is the Grid and Go car. The rest working their way past as well. So that affects Simulation car stuck behind the Zenith Esports Nacho Gasper behind the wheel of that GTD. And it can be a little bit sketchy then going through Collier in towards the tower, and then they're going down the Flying Fortress straight, heading towards Bishop Bend. Gendebien Bend before you then go into the Lamar curve that takes you down the Allman Straight into Sunset Bend. One thing that the drivers will have to contend with later on in this race is, as the name suggests, sunset. They will have the sun right in their faces coming down this Allman Straight, and it can be a challenge that catches people out, as there is contact for the number 26. So that's the Kings by TK car that spun around.
Yeah, not ideal there, but gets back going, thankfully. So not too much. Trying to get past the GTD, and it looks like just the slightest of contact sending that rear to the front. So you have to be, again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and that narrow infield section, sometimes when you're going through, you got to just give that little bit of extra berth than you would give usually going, passing through. You'd want to kind of stay a little bit closer and just get through, but going through this infield section, sometimes it's a little bit more space and play it safe, especially if they're not a team competitor car in a different class. So for example, if you are running a Apex Racing Team GTP, you're going to be able to get past your teammates in that Apex Racing Team GTD just a little bit closer, a little bit more, because they're going to show you just a little bit more of room, a little bit more give. Even though they are different classes, their teammates, they're gonna be nice to each other than they would maybe others.
Yeah, you're a bit more helpful towards your teammates than you are any competitors, that is for sure. And these drivers are still in this close battle. This is your closest battle out there on track. As things stand right now, GTD does have Grid and Go teammates together, but they're not going to be fighting. They'll just be working together in GTD. But still, on to the Ullman Straight again. And again, Grid and Go seemingly finding the traffic in the right place at the right time, just going past the WSR Esports GTD car. And that's just going to then hold up Maradness and affect simulation once again. You mentioned it then. Lap traffic give, lap traffic taketh. And it is the story of every single endurance race, not just here in the sim on iRacing, but also in the real world, Full Metal Racing.
Yeah, it's very much a thing that if you've kept up with WEC or IMSA or any sort of multi-class events, even in the real world, lap traffic can be a struggle. So it is something that you have to very much be aware of. And it's an art form that's learned, I will say. It's something that you almost don't learn until you do it. You can read the rule book, you can study the rules, you can understand how blue flags work, you can understand how everything works on paper. But then when you apply it in the simulator, you actually get behind the wheel, you sit down in the seat, you hook up your wheel, you turn on the sim, you get in the car, and you're actually driving it. It's very hard to really apply all of those rules without practicing them. It's the same thing as if you were to make an omelet. I was a horrible omelet maker when I first tried to make omelets at home. Now, granted, I worked in restaurants for ages and made omelets every morning. I ran a grill for breakfast and literally would sit there and run the egg grill for Cracker Barrel on Sunday mornings. And I ran and made all the omelets, all the eggs, everything for Sunday morning breakfast. That was a normal thing for me. Couldn't make an omelet to save my life at home. Couldn't make a single omelet at home. It always ended up in scrambled eggs with some things mixed in. You have to practice that craft, and you have to practice it in the class you're going to be in, Paul. It's one thing to sit and say, you know what? I'm going to run LMP2 and be the best LMP2 driver and handle traffic and get past and pass beautifully and do everything right. Any rules you learn in that class don't apply to another. You know, it's the same thing with, I can make eggs when I worked in a restaurant. I was bad at making omelets at home. I do great in LMP2. I would be a horrible GTD driver at dealing with traffic. That's just because I haven't practiced that skill set and gone through, and it is something that is very, very hard to learn in the long run, but it is something that once you learn it and you're comfortable, it's very rewarding.
I don't like eggs, so it wouldn't bother me. I make a terrible omelette because I don't make them at all.
I mean, to each their own. I do think a good, 3-egg ham and cheese omelet is pretty good, but that's my preferred breakfast every once in a while. I haven't had one in a long time, granted, but they are really good when you get one made just right. Look at this battle for LMP2. Go side by side into the hairpin. Oh, you got to be careful.
Oh, they're just rubbing on the exit then of the hairpin. And finally, the Williams Sim Racing Academy car getting a nose ahead, but they're going to have to fight against Delatraz. Delatraz still holding on, still keeping a little bit of an overlap there through Collier to curve into Tower, and they're still there. Have to admit defeat. Finally, the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage, but that took pretty much a quarter of the lap to get that move finally stuck for the Williams Sim Racing Academy.
And that's just because of the nature of the infield. It's very back and forth. It's a left to a right. to a left, to a right. It's very hard to kind of get that run advantage of an infield setup. And it's once you're side by side, if you don't make the move stick, you're pretty well stuck, because then you're driving in a middle part where you have to give the room, but you're also trying to race. So you naturally are going to slow yourself down. And I think that they're not done. I think we're about to see it again.
A little bit of GTD traffic getting involved there. They come across the stripe again. Something, by the way, has happened to the Mahal racing team, not being their day today. The number 10 is currently on pit road as that tight traffic, well, doing their best and actually doing a good job of staying out of the way. But the Audi, Drago Racing, or is it the Maradnas car? Either way, that Audi just getting involved there, and that's giving Delatraz the opportunity now to make the move. But no, staying behind into the hairpin turn. And my goodness, this has been great to watch between these two. You would think that this was getting towards the end of the race, not with 7 hours and 14 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's the big thing that I'm seeing here is that again, I go back to this is a 12-hour sprint sort of setup. Every moment counts here because you don't really get enough time to sort of rebound from anything. So you have to push. And especially if you know that you're faster, you feel you're faster, you have to push. And you have to push hard. So for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, they feel that they are much faster than the Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP2. So they're going to just sit there and push and push and push and push and try to force that pass through sooner rather than later. So if they can get that pass done, then they're going to make it stick where they can, and just continue to kind of hammer that pressure on and hope the car ahead cracks.
Out of Sunset Bend, and yet this is I think this is finally settled between the two of them, separating out once again. Now it's Williams Sim Racing Academy got a half a second lead between the two of them right now, and they've sorted themselves out and just get back into a bit of a rhythm after having to pick things up in that one. Well, we're getting closer and closer once again to some pit stops happening in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. GTD should be coming onto pit road around about the hour mark, or just after the hour mark here in this race. LMP2, they pitted, well, the leading LMP2 was 13 laps now on their stints for this very car right here. Gridandgo.com esports number 12, Sven Hasse behind the wheel. Sven, very quick driver, and when people aren't busy trying to wind him up, he can be one of the very best out there. But certainly he has got the bit between his teeth in the LMP2s, and they will then carry on through that one. Still that close battle between Williams Sim Racing Academy and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. They've got caught up again between the two of them because of that lap traffic, Brad, and they're not going away, that Delatraz team, are they?
Not at all. That Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage number 188 is going to stick there up the inside. We go. Let's take it 3 wide with traffic. Let's not take it 3 wide, actually. And the GTD, they're definitely good heads up in the mirror driving, being aware of the two LMP2s around. And now look at this. Into turn 1 we go. Mind the traffic. What can you do to get through? Well, this is the traffic taking away. You really can't make that pass stick. Go up the inside, and oh, there's a wiggle. There was maybe some contact there off to the side, and that, I think, is going to just neutralize this battle before it could really get back underway like it was about to.
You've got to be really careful through turns 2 and 3. It really gets narrow and tight through there, and you can only just really give 2 cars width through there as you head through that section of track. So yeah, just getting caught up there with the Grid and Go BMW, and that's Delatraz then just losing out, dropping back just a little bit right now, although it's still half a second between them and that Williams Sim Racing Academy car. And look at it, they're trying to work their way through the Apex Racing Team number 2 car, and they'll work towards them and past, but the cars in front, that Williams car was right on the tail of the GTP all the way through Cunningham, Collier and Tower. It's only when they got to that Flying for Ultra straight, it's easy for me to say, get the teeth back in, but it's only when they got to that the Drago racing car finally pulled away at the front.
Well, and really, honestly, the LMP2s have similar pace through the infield section from turn 2 all the way down through the Le Mans curve. They can pretty well hold on near the back of a GTP car and try to keep pressure and keep close, which helps them funnel through traffic. Really, the big difference that you'll see between the LMP2 and the GTPs, if they're on a run and it's not an outlap, is that it's just a difference in straight line speed is really what catches them out guard. A lot of times the LMP2s can, if they find a GTP at the right spot, can follow right behind, hold on, and carve their way through traffic, because they can just stick behind the GTPs and do what they do to get around the GTDs, which is a very, very nice moment to have when you're an LMP2 car, because it gives you a bit more pace, because the GTDs already, there's already that compromise of 2 cars getting through a spot, and then you're just kind of adding yourself to the mix and just sort of elongating that train of cars trying to get through. So it can make things a lot easier. The battle for 8th in GTD, we haven't touched on this in a minute, but it's went from a 2-car battle to a 3-car battle, and look at that. 8th and 10th are the 004 and the 006 of gridandgo.com esports, and they have a good little green Grid and Go sandwich. And yes, I purposely keep calling this car green because I do believe it's lime green.
No, because that's a yellow colour. A lime green car was the Aston Martin Vantage from the World Endurance Championship back in the GTE days. And we actually, so this happened in my team, is that there was a big argument about that Aston Martin, which was a green colour, more of a green colour than that is. That's a more of a yellow colour, is that Grid and Go car, and we've had it confirmed it is yellow by the team themselves. That Aston Martin, in our team, there was the big argument of it's green or it's yellow. One of the team actually sent a tweet back when Twitter was actually a sensible place to be, and Aston Martin, they've got back in touch and they went, it's lime. which didn't answer anything, because limes can actually be yellow or green.
I would almost really appreciate it if Grid and Go would take the same response and just say it's lime, because maybe this is me looking at it, but it really looks green to me. It doesn't look like a deep grass green, right? But it does have green to it. I would
need to adjust your monitor.
I probably do, if we're honest. I have a feeling that I have bumped a setting on my monitor if I think that car is green, but I'm being inherently told without a doubt that it's yellow. I'm going to trust everyone's word for it. But also, green Grid and Go goes together really well. So Grid and Go, if you want to hit me up, you can use that phrase, green Grid and Go. But you have to tell me the car's green.
I'll tell you what is green, the side of that Corvette. That's green. It's on that side. And that's the Zest Esports team. Now, they're currently in 9th place in this race. They've got that Grid and Go car in front. The second Grid and Go car that was behind is no longer there. I believe they've gone onto pit road. There's pit stops happening now, so we're starting to get some of those pit stop cycle going through here at this stage. So you're talking about lap 28 for the 004 Grid and Go car, which is in 8th place, that we're looking at the head of this dual for 8th. Will we see that Grid and Go car go onto pit road this lap time by through Sunset Bend and onto pit road for them? So 28 laps in the books for them. Veloci Thrustmaster as well. They're onto pit road as well after 28 laps. Those GTDs, you're looking at that 28 lap cycle before they head onto pit road.
I think that's a good call too there to pit. You're under pressure from behind. You had the teammate behind that could have helped alleviate some pressure and apply pressure ahead. And once they pit, just the next lap around, I would pit myself. I think that's a very, very good call as we see Drago Racing GTD pulling out of the pits here and coming through and getting the move. Actually, sorry, no, they were on top.
Veloci.
Yeah, that was Veloci on the bottom. I'm mixing up what I'm looking at. Yeah, Drago on top going through. Drago is 25 laps into the stint, so I would say that they're still at least 3 laps out from pitting.
Now, Sven Hasse has been knocked down to 6th place, and that's because he's just come out of the pits this lap. So the Grid and Go Esports number 12 for LMP2 has had their pit stop, and they are out again in that field. So we're in that pit stop cycle once again for both LMP2 and for GTD. There's a few others come onto pit road now, so get their service. So it's that time. So we'll wait until the slide out of Sunset Bend. You are fortunate that little bit of extra bit of concrete is there now, because that used to be dirt and grass, didn't it?
It did. That gridandgo.com number 12 driven by Haas, or Haas. Hasse. There we go. Very much getting lucky. You could tell I've watched Formula One this weekend. Haas are on the mind, but no. At number 12, really running wide. And again, I go back to just how hard you have to push these cars, and the track temp helps nothing with your tires. It's 107 degree track temp currently as it sits. Now it just changed to 106, but that 1 degree isn't going to help at all. And that's Fahrenheit. 41 degrees C is the track temp. So, I mean, those tires are going to be screaming coming out of Sunset Bend, because it's just, you work the left side tire so hard through the run. And now we can see, really, I mean, look at this battle going through. Look at this. This is a GTP and an LMP2, but again, I said the LMP2s can really keep up quite decently on the infield section, and this is just demonstrating exactly what I was talking about. Other than the long straights, really the LMP2s can stick in a corner with a GTP.
So as we do carry on towards the top of the hour once again, more cars onto pit road. That's an LMP2. You've got Maradness, you've got Effect Simulation, both onto pit road in LMP2. So away go that Effect Simulation car. They'll come out ahead of the Maradness car. Onto pit road as well is the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. We've been saying that they've been pitting that little bit earlier than the rest of the GTPs. So they completed 27 laps that stint onto pit road for the Ferrari. Be interested to see if Costantini jumps out that car. In fact, he will, because Nicholas Bowe is onto the driver's seat for the number 50. So change of drivers happening right now. We are coming up to the 7 hours remaining of this race. You will be seeing, Brad, a few teams decided now's the time to get some fresh legs, some fresh arms behind the wheel and getting going.
Yeah, 5 hours in on this event, I don't think that is a bad time to swap out at all. Typically, you're going to see driver swaps every couple of hours. Some teams will push it to 3 hours, but usually stints are going to be somewhere between 2 to 3 hours is what a traditional, endurance stint will be, or they'll gauge it by number of pit stops. The one thing I do notice, though, with the Ferrari, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team number 50 there in 6th place in GTP, is they went 27 laps Drago, Williams Sim Racing, Chill Blast, Williams Gaming Club, and Williams Sim Racing Academy. Yes, there's 3 Williams teams in the top 4 of GTP, are on 22 laps respectively, with the exception being Sim Racing Academy. Williams Sim Racing Academy number 2 is on 26 laps of the stint. So I think that kind of tells me that Ferrari somewhere has had to take an early pit stop. They've done something different, and they've kind of put themselves in a little bit of a pickle, because it's very hard in a GTP to run long in safe fuel without compromising track position. And so they're going to have to figure out a way somewhere to find those extra few laps, because otherwise, if you look at it, they could be in trouble in the final couple of hours, and they could have to pit and lose substantial track position near the end.
I mean, it has been a point of theirs that they seem to be hitting on that sort of lap 26, lap 27, Williams Sim Racing Academy for GTP onto pit road. Going to be a change of driver for them, and Pablo Espas is going to jump behind the wheel of that car. That Ferrari team has gone a little bit earlier than some of the others in GTP, and that's whether that's a strategy call, whether they have figured out that actually with their strategy they were going to have a shorter stint towards, say, the end of the race, so say, right, why don't we use that shorter stint elsewhere in the race, get ourselves into a bit of a different position, and then sort of work it out from there towards the end. It's a bit of a contra strategy, whereas most teams will just be going as far as they possibly can on the fuel each and every time until you get towards the end and you've figured out, right, we only need about 5-6 laps worth of fuel to get to the end with a splash. But there are some teams, Brad, that they'll have done so much practice and testing through the week, they'll have got the fuel number that they work to and say, right, well, actually, we're going to run with, say, 1 lap's worth less fuel in the car, because overall it actually works out slightly quicker for us having a slightly lighter car each time at pit road. Look after the tyres just that little bit better on each stint.
I need you to know, Paul, that I used to race endurance, and I ran an 8-hour Barcelona event, and it was the worst nightmare for me trying to calculate strategy. I was the one of the team that was really put in charge of that. I was the slowest driver, but I could figure that part out. And I had a very detailed Excel sheet, and I could say, I'm changing tires, it's going to cost me this long. We're filling up to this point, it's going to take this long to take fuel. We're in this position, we're running these average lap times, etc. And calculate out where to get to the end. And if you want to do that math, there are templates out there that will help you calculate this. There's open source website stuff that people will use to help them calculate if they don't have the teams behind to help do it on the fly and really figure that stuff out. But the amount of nuance that goes into that, the microseconds that can be found or lost from that sort of strategy difference of, do we want to run a set number of laps through, or do we want to fuel up, run to the end and go? Like the number of test laps that I put down to calculate average fuel burn, to calculate average lap time, it is amazing the effort that these teams will go through to calculate out and get the best performance possible. And it is very hard to get right. And I always say this, in any sort of endurance event, you come in with plan A, and plan A goes out the window when the green flag drops, and you go to plan B. Plan B is gone by the end of lap 1. So by this point, under 7 hours to go, you're probably on plan J or K at this point. And you're kind of recalculating as you go. You're saying, okay, am I sticking with my basic strategy? Is there something different we need to do? Is something coming up? Is there something we're not aware of that we missed? Is the track tip different than I prepared for? Is there rain coming up in the forecast anywhere? Is there any weather conditions affecting things? Maybe it's colder, maybe it's hotter. There's so much that goes into figuring out that ideal strategy. And when teams nail it, it's perfect. But I will say, it takes about 15% luck as well to really nail that in, Paul. A lot of skill, a little bit of luck, and a little bit of instinct, and you get things just right. And it can be really, really nice, especially like for Drago Racing right now in GTP. 9 seconds in the lead, they're in a good spot. I really think Ferrari is not in a bad position right now in GTP too. I think that they, even though they're pitting slightly off with everyone, I think they're going to be fine come the end. Like, look at this. All of the Audis in the pit lane right now together in GTD. All of the Drago Racing's pitting the exact same time. They are running a very solid strategy, and they know we're running X number of laps. We're all pitting as a team. We're sticking together, and we're going to dominate this thing and get a 1, 2, 3 if it's all said and done.
That was a 30-lap stint for each of the Drago Racing cars as well in GTD. They were, when they came into pit road, they were first, second and third, but of course other cars had made pit stops in that cycle. At the moment in GTD, Luke McEwen for Apex Racing Team leads, but he's on lap 18 of his stint, so he's off cycle. And that team, Apex Racing Team, the 199, is off cycle compared to the rest of GTD, and so therefore we'll have to wait for a little bit later on as to what happens for them. But well, we can quickly run through your GTD field as it stands at the moment. So your Apex Racing Team 199, for them, Luke McEwen behind the wheel, he leads this race in GTD with 6 hours 53 and 55 seconds remaining. Drago Racing just off of pit road. Nicholas Rubler is behind the wheel for them in second place. Williams Sim Racing RP, they are in third with Beckham Jassia. Now he's only about 4.3 seconds back from the Drago Racing car, so you want to keep an eye on that Williams Sim Racing RP outfit, because Beckham, he is a rapid driver and he can pull some stuff out of that car, that is for sure. Drago Racing then are in 4th and 5th place for the 69 and the number 9 respectively. Nicholas Mateo and Taylor Bernard behind the wheel for them. Veloce Thrustmaster with Daniel Fuente is in 6th ahead of the PGZ P1Docs.com. Oscari Kakadin is in 7th ahead of gridandgo.com esports. Jano Kosh is in 8th. 9th for the Zest Esports Norby Kiss car, and then 10th the 006 gridandgo.com esports Patrick Heinrich behind the wheel for them, 10th place overall. We still have in GTD 25 cars remaining in this race. We have lost in GTD. Drago Racing's number 8, WSR Esports Abruzzi, Mag Performance SRT, BS Turner, SDR 79, and the WSR Esports Next Level Racing. They are all out of GTD. In your LMP2, it is Sven Hasser who currently leads that one for gridandgo.com esports. He's currently got about a 16.5 second lead over the Team PGZ Christian Steenborough car, although that car is on lap 21 of its stint, so it will be due a pit stop in the next few laps for that car. 3rd place for WSR Esports ahead of the gridandgo.com 003 car in 4th. Effect Simulations number 909, 5th ahead of Maradness in 6th. And there's Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. What a tremendous race that they've been having in 7th with the 8th placed car of Williams Sim Racing Academy. 9th is the WSR Esports Abruzzi car, and then rounding out the top 10 in LMP2, it is the IFR Esports car. We have got all 13 LMP2s still in this race. Last car out there on track is the Dua Esports car in that one. GTP, sorry, we won't touch on them yet because they are going through a pit stop cycle, Brad.
Yeah, and pit stop cycle, of course, is going to shake everything upside down. Drago Racing currently in the pits, going through, as well as Williams Sim Racing Academy, the number 21, and Fiercely Forward Red, the number 11 in. So 28 lap stints for the GTPs, which is going to be a very good lap cycle. It's consistent with what we've seen Ferrari doing. So 28 lap cycle through, in and out. They are the last ones really to pit, and then Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club will need to pit as well. I think it's interesting, though, that all of the LMPs are still out. Man, wow, words are very complicated today. But all of the Le Mans prototypes are still out and about and running through. It's good to see that they have survived through, of course, certain incidents causing with different cases. I think after pit stop cycles here, Drago Racing will still have the overall lead once Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club hit, which my guess is will be as soon as they get around the end of this lap.
Yeah, they should be at the end of this lap because it's 28 laps for the GTPs. So they'll sort themselves out momentarily here. So, yeah, those drivers working their way throh Gendebien towards the end of the lap into Le Mans Curve, and then down the Ullman Straight once again. And these drivers certainly enjoying themselves out there, and I hope you guys at home are enjoying yourselves watching this one. It's Paul Smith, Brad Dalton here for you from RaceSpot TV. If you are watching on RaceSpot TV, at the top of the hour we'll be changing over to part 2 of our stream. The link is in the RaceSpot TV YouTube chat. For those of you on Twitch and on the iRacing feed as well, you don't need to worry about that. So, as your Williams esports team, so the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club are onto pit road for GTP. That was a 29 lap stint from them, so they're going a lap longer there, Brad. That could work out in their favour towards the end.
It definitely could. And again, this goes back to the strategy of doing the math and figuring out, okay, I can run this long for this, I can do this for this, and putting that sort of mix together of, if you add an extra lap every stint, does it cut out an entire stint to the end? And the answer is perhaps, but I don't know for now because they're still pitting fairly in line with the rest of the GTPs. They are, of course, the last ones to pit, though, and go through Drago Racing. Now going through that is Alexander Spetz taking the lead, and now Jaden Minaz is coming out for Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and then Williams Gaming Club is still in the pit lane. Josh Ladd in that number 7, dropping 2 more positions. Scuderia Ferrari is now the number 50, up into 4th place, getting past Williams Gaming Club, who actually might. We'll see how this outlap goes, but cold tires on an outlap, you got to give it a little bit of oomph. Maybe not as much grass. I don't know that a GTP car is a lawnmower. It could be, I guess, but we'll see how the Williams Sim Racing Academy driver can push that car out.
So yeah, so it is Drago, as you mentioned, then back to the lead of GTP. It's just 5.6 seconds is that lead, but that will grow a little bit on this next lap or 2 because that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car is just fresh out the pit lane for Jaden Munoz, so we'll be struggling to just get the tyres up to temperature and pressure. We were looking at about 8 seconds between the two, first and second place at one point in that last stint, so Williams would ideally like to see that under the 7-second mark, just to see them moving closer and closer to the race leaders. We could have a heck of a motor race going on towards the end as we go down the inside then for Yarvaz. Fiercely forward red, moving up ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy car of Nathan Moore. So change of position for there. Now, did you know, Brad, it's another Sebring fact for you. In 1957, during the 12 hours of Sebring, Sterling Moss slowed down at the hairpin and got handed a cold bottle of Coca-Cola. The very next lap, he tossed the empty bottle at the journalist who handed him the Coca-Cola. Other drinks are available.
I love that. That is such a... Knowing the era, doesn't surprise me a bit, but it reminds you how endurance racing used to be back in the day. It was a true run of attrition. It was a push of man and machine to the limits. And you know what? If you needed something to drink, you just kind of reached out and got handed something, and then you flung something at someone. I love that. Honestly, I would do that.
Sebring also in 1959 hosted the final round of the Formula One World Championship here, and it was the race that was the first championship for Sir Jack Brabham, and he won the championship by pushing the car across the line to finish. And he famously said, the car broke down and he had to push the car, and he says it was uphill as well. which seems a bit odd for an airfield which is notoriously flat.
There's only like 10 feet of elevation change, I think, if I'm remembering that number right. It's very minimal elevation change across the entire track. So hearing that part was uphill is just the funniest thing. Just imagine that. It's very, Sebring is such an interesting track with plenty of history, and if you are interested in going to Sebring, apparently I can get a flight to Sebring for like $200.
It's the Rolex 24 for me. That's the event I'd like to go to personally, and I've already had the offer of a chauffeur from one Arjuna Kankapati. So there you go. Because I don't drive, so I would struggle. But I've been assured that if I came over, he would chauffeur me. So I would appreciate that very much. But yeah, certainly we're looking at this battle for 12th place in GTD. It's still together, Zest Esports and Apex Racing Team. There's not really been much to separate these two for the last few laps. You don't need a timer to say how close they are. You can visually see how close they are, but the problem is for the Apex Racing Team is that there's multiple LMP2s and other lap traffic coming through, just blocking them and stopping them having a party.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing with the GTDs is once you start becoming the lap traffic and everyone is just coming through, it makes things much more difficult. And I will say, Paul, just to put the offer out there, I do plan on going back to the Rolex 24 next year. I went last year, 2024. I do plan on going next year, so you are welcome to join. We'll make Arjuna shuttle both of us around because I'm going to fly in and I won't feel like renting a car. So he could definitely do that. But back onto the racetrack at hand here. Now that I think it looks like the LMP 2s and the GTPs have made their way by, I have a feeling that now these two, with the Zest Esports and the Apex Racing Team number 13, number 2, respectively, I think they're going to start actually getting to battle a little bit. I think they're going to have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of breathing room, and it might only be one good shot, but I think Apex can give that one good shot to get this pass done, follow all the way down the Ullman Straight, and then send it to the inside through Sunset, and I think you might be able to have a pretty good little attempt here, only 0.3 of a second back.
Well, here we go. Apex Racing Team getting a good run out of the Le Mans curve. Nice slipstream, and that Mercedes does have a good bit of grunt to it as well. Not able to get up alongside though. That Corvette showing a good turn of speed as they go through once again to complete another lap here as they go across the line. And well, certainly it's been an intriguing one to watch, that is for sure. And everybody seems to be enjoying themselves in the chat, the various chats that are about. From VCO, from iRacing, from the Racebot TV chat as well. Good to see you all along. And we have had one of the drivers, one of the people watching, saying he lives like an hour away from this track. So that's, I mean, that wouldn't be much use to you now, but for last week, that must have been absolutely excellent. I would imagine, Brad, to be that close to such a big event as the 12 hours.
That would be so nice, because you could basically just make this an annual event at that point. If you're only about an hour away, you're a local to a track. I mean, you sort of make the events a regular occurrence in your life. I would, the only thing I would hope with that is that it wouldn't lose its shine, which, let's be honest, anything involving cars doesn't lose its shine, in my opinion. It will continue to always be fun to watch. There's a reason that these historic races have gone on for so many years. Many of the historic races that we know and love are approaching, 80, 90, 100 years of the events occurring year over year. So it can't get old. Honestly, it couldn't get old as long as Sebring kind of holds its characteristics that it has. And even then, say one day they do decide to repave this track and they decide to, smooth it out, make it not so bumpy.
Heathens, I tell you.
Absolutely.
Never repave this.
Absolutely, I don't disagree, but one day they might. And if they do, I mean, that's going to give a whole new challenge to this track that will sort of refresh it, for lack of a better phrase. It will give it a little bit more in to it'll give some more grip. You'll see some more speed through the infield. It'll give, that oiliness if it ever rains, and just give a whole new challenge to this track. I hope they never do, but if they do, everyone's going to hate it and love it at the same time.
Oh, you're going to have a bunch of engineers saying, thank you, and we don't have to make the suspension components absolutely bulletproof. It's like the torque sensors. I was listening to the Sebring coverage last week, and they were talking about the torque sensor and how they really had to dial back the power a little bit on several of the cars, because if it over the bumps it could over rev, which then gives the torque sensor a higher reading than what's allowed in the regulations. So they had to just be careful with those settings. Yeah, it's things like that you don't think of. Everyone thinks, oh, bumps, oh, you've got to have strong suspension, good dampers and whatnot. But you've got to think about the actual drivetrain of the car as well to be able to cope with those bumps, and the fact that it will cause over-revving if you hit a bump wrong.
And it's things that you don't see in the sim that you get from real life. It's, I always say in the sim, you don't have to deal with mechanical failures. You don't have to deal with a loose wire. You don't have to deal with your transponder failing.
You've obviously never seen me take part in a sim race. You have to deal with some loose wires in that, trust me.
I'm going to put the asterisk that when you're watching the top splits and you're watching these special events run through, you don't traditionally see people deal with that. I'm going to say that I've accidentally unplugged a wheel several times, and it's been a bad day. But the things, Paul, the things we do deal with instead is hardware failure. Yeah. We deal with, for me, it's my room being super hot and uncomfortable as opposed to being in a car and uncomfortable. It's, the simulator freezing, it's your PC crashing. Those are the things that we exchange out to not have to think about, torque sensors over revving on a bump on an old airfield.
I know everybody will immediately be able to think back to the clip. But it always takes me back to Spa 24 hours, right towards the end of the race. Max Verstappen's brake pedal completely coming off of his rig, and the drama that caused with him and Lando Norris and the rest of the team in that particular event. So yeah, things like that do happen, but it is, as you say, it's more of a rare occurrence than you would see in full metal racing, where you maybe have brakes not, after say changing brake pads, them not binding properly on the brake disc itself, or on the rotor, as it's called elsewhere in the world, and just causing you issues, sending you into a wall, things like that. You've got different mechanical problems that you can have in the sim. You can have an internet outage. I remember us once with a 24-hour race, and it was overnight. I think it was about 1 o'clock UK time, so it would have been 2 o'clock in Europe, and it was at that time we discovered that the Finnish internet resets, and so all the Finnish drivers suddenly dropped from the sim. And it's things like that you learn as you go along through these events.
It's things that you also, we talked earlier about all of the drivers practicing and the teams have practiced, they've put in work. A lot of times, like if you have a team running every class split, you'll simulate the 12-hour event in a private session, and you'll put all of your teams out there to run together, so that way your GTDs can get used to being passed by LMP2s and GTPs. LMP2s can get used to how it's going to feel to have GTPs and GTDs on track, et cetera, and you have a lower car count. You're working with your team so you can talk, but you do that sort of race simulation of the event, and you may not run a full 12 hours. You may run like a 3 or 4 hour run and do that, and
I would definitely say 3 hours, because then you can have all of your drivers that are going to be competing out at the same time. Gives you more numbers on track in a private test.
That is true. That is a good way to do it. I feel like teams are probably taking notes. Okay, 3 hours, put everyone on track if they're not already doing this. Or, run 4 hours and driver swap at 2 hours. You get, not as many cars on track, but you get to practice driver swaps 4 hours. I can hear a team somewhere writing this down.
Now, Leif Sebastian, 16th place in GTD for SimRC. This is one of those teams that I am so happy to still see competing in top split special events. It's a team that I've commentated on since I started on iRacing back in 2015. Get this, Brad, 10 years of people having to put up with my voice on sim racing commentary. So and SimRC is one of those teams that's always been there, and it's always been there all the way through it. And it's basically it started off as a forum, German forum. SimRC.de was the original name of the team, if I remember correctly, and just how that team has kept going and still has drivers coming to the top split to compete in these special events each and every year. It's great to see that. Yeah, it's good to see new teams coming through with new drivers, new names, but it's good to see those stalwarts who are maybe not your big teams like your Redlines, your Commanders, your Apex Racing Team, etc. I'm not missing anyone out deliberately, by the way. I'm just giving an example. But it's great to see some of those stalwart teams still out there competing in the top split. Okay, they're maybe not in a position that they would want to be in, but they're still out there competing and having a great time.
Well, and the thing is, even if they're not in the position they want to be in, they're still having a great time. They're getting to run a 12-hour event, and the fun with, sim racing is typically you do this with friends. You do this with people you enjoy spending time with, and it makes it fun. You get to sit and talk and hang out and go through, and there's so many people running this event just beyond this top split. I'm in multiple Discord servers that run road racing, and I look over and there's easily I can hover over a server and see at least 4 to 5 teams that are running. One Discord server that I'm in that runs multi-class through the week, and they ran Sebring for a Wednesday night race. I look over and they have 8 teams that are competing in different splits running together. No, they're not, running the top broadcasted split, but they're having fun. They're enjoying it. One person has YouTube on and they're watching something on YouTube and enjoying, hanging out and doing stuff while they're racing competitively to try to win. And I think that's the big nature of sim racing. It's not always about being the biggest team and having the biggest sponsorships and doing everything. I think sometimes you got to step back to the core of what sim racing is, and it's having fun with friends that have a very common interest, which is, of course, motorsports. And it makes it fun when you kind of step back. And that's the thing for me, when you see these teams that have been around for 20 plus years, that's the common core that they have, is they all enjoy racing. They all enjoy sim racing, and that's what's kept those teams together. And SimRC is one that very much stands that for me. Yeah, they're in P16 in the Huracan. They want to be in P1. Not every race goes your way, though. And that's the other thing that I think some people forget is not every race you're going to win. Sometimes just competing should be enough, and just being there, especially when you're in an event that so many people are running. And there's so many variances of things that can go right and go wrong. And, 12-hour event, 6.5 hours to go. This race could still come back their way. They could do something right and still end up in the front. You never know. You just have to run it through.
Yeah, and I think this is, I'm not just saying this because I'm on an iRacing broadcast, but I genuinely do think that this is something that the iRacing do absolutely spot on, is that you've got a Sebring 12 hours that's not just for invited teams, not just for those who can afford an entry fee into a championship, but it's for everyone. And in theory, anybody could qualify for this top split that's broadcasted. But even if you're not in this top split that's broadcasted, you've got your own individual race that you're competing in. And if you get to the end of that race, first of all, that's a heck of an achievement to make it to the end of the race. But secondly, if you can get yourself a podium or heaven forbid, a win in your particular race, it's a fantastic feeling. I mean, I'm somebody who only ever have I raced in a special event top split once, and that was at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and our team finished on the podium. It was a weird feeling to start with, because I was in the commentary booth when we crossed the line to finish third. But secondly, it was like, wow, what an achievement. We finished on the podium when we didn't fully expect to finish in the podium. We expected to maybe get a top 10 finish in that race. So it goes to show how no matter what race you're in, no matter what split, and if people at home are wondering what I mean by split, if you don't know iRacing, it's the race is split into separate servers, and each server has its own individual race going on at the same time concurrently, and it's all decided by the average iRating of the team that's been declared as to which server you get split into. So these drivers in this race that we would call the top split, this is all the average highest I-rated drivers in each category, in GTP and LMP, and also in GTD as well. So no matter where you are, I know one of the teams that I'm involved with, they're in one of the lower splits, and they're having a great time.
For me, I don't even, with these events specifically, Daytona 24, Sebring 12, the Le Mans 24, those events, I don't care what split you're in sometimes. If I go back and there's drivers I know that don't race top split, aren't in top split in iRacing, but they've won the Daytona 24. I don't care that they weren't top split. They survived a 24-hour race as a team, overcame everything that came with that, and won. I don't care if you were on the bottom split. It's still an amazing achievement to even participate. So, and the one thing I will say is sometimes people get caught up and they're like, well, you were in split 7. I don't care. You survived the 12 hours of Sebring. This track is a challenge for 12 hours. So kudos to you if you make it through, and just participating is enough. So, I saw someone in our YouTube chat earlier say, I'm brand new to iRacing and this is amazing. Welcome to iRacing. It's awesome to be here. Find some friends and get involved. Pick an event later this year, practice for it, get comfortable, and then give it a shot and really see what this is about. It's amazing the challenges that come through. This is one of the things you'll deal with challenges. That is Steen Ledger and the 007 in the yellow car going around. And look at this side by side.
This is 9th and 8th in GTP, and they're fighting it out. And it is the Apex Racing team and Grid and Go. Since the 98, Marcus Solholm is behind the wheel for Apex Racing team, off into the grass. You've got to be so careful there. Fortunately for them, they are able to stay on, but my goodness, that was some sketchy stuff there with the GTD class car coming through. That was one of the Drago cars that they were working their way past. But my goodness, Grid and Go, Sean Campbell will be looking in his mirror thinking, how was that not an airplane crash?
That, I mean, goodness me, it's a good thing we're on a runway. You got plenty of room, but wow. That is why I hope these teams have Amazon Prime, because that's going to be an overnight express code brown. That was almost so bad. I can't explain how bad that could have truly been, but thankfully no harm, no foul, and keep things going. And Apex Racing will continue to push and try to challenge Grid and Go. And it feels like every class we look at, it's Grid and Go and Apex Racing that are really pushing each other back and forth. And every class, and I don't know why that is, but that's just how it feels right now.
I'd love to get an onboard shot from the 98 and see what that was like for Marcus Soholm. But that was heart in mouth stuff there for the Apex Racing team driver, as we are 6 hours 24 minutes remaining in this race. Paul Smith, Brad Dalton on commentary for you. Here we go then. Here's the replay, and it's coming down towards Bishop's Bend. And which way do you go? And the Audi pushes out wide because of that Grid and Go car still being there. And I don't think that Audi expected the Apex car to go to the right.
And that is why we say patience is sometimes better than just going for it. I wouldn't have expected the Apex Racing car to be there either if I was in that position. I mean, but you're battling for position, you're battling to go through, you're battling to continue to push forward and find that pace. And if you feel you're the faster car, you're not going to let lap traffic stand in your way. So I see why Apex did what they did there. I maybe wouldn't have made the same decision, but in the seat, I maybe would have. But again, it's easy for me to Monday morning quarterback here in the booth.
I mean, you've seen it so many times in the past, that not play out and end up with a huge incident, as some of your LMP2s are onto pit road for their latest pit stop cycle. So Grid and Go from first place onto pit road, getting a service done for them in LMP2. So we are starting with a pit stop cycle here in this race. There they are, and away they pull from their pit garage. And a change of driver, I believe, but Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel for them, for the number 12. Out through. Now this is a tricky pit exit. Oh, and a tricky moment out of pit exit as well, getting a little bit loose. But you're feeding onto the racetrack there, Brad, right into the racing line, aren't you? It's a clumsy pit exit.
It's more dangerous too, I would say, for the cars that are at speed, because when you're coming out, especially if you just took tires, your tires are cold, you don't have a lot to give, you're kind of just there. And of course, when you look at that turn 1-2 complex, it's a slight right hand bend at turn 2 to get to a 90-degree left for turn 3. So, and you're coming through turn 1 carrying a lot of speed. You're on the ragged edge of grip. You're sending it against a wall. And if someone spooks you coming out of the pits and scares you and you're not expecting them there, and you tap the brake, you can send both of you into the outside right-hand wall if you are just not careful with it. It can really catch drivers off guard.
And of course, the car that's on track, so not the one that's leaving pit road, but the car that's on track, their attention is very much on the apex of the corner when they're turning in. They're not looking to the right to see if somebody's coming out of pit road and absolutely giving it a bootful, are they? So their focus is not on that car leaving pit road. So it is a very tricky one to negotiate, and it has caused incidents in the past, I can tell you.
Yeah, because when you come into turn 1, you know, you're sending it all the way to the right of the main straight. You're getting against the pit wall, the pit divider, and then you fling it into turn 1 as much speed as you can carry, trying to get as close to that inside wall as you can for the apex. And then you're already looking ahead for turn 2. You're letting the car run out wide, and you see the drivers are keeping the left-hand wheels on the curb, and the right-hand wheels very often dip out into that dirt and kick out a little bit of dirt there, and they just let the car drift wide to try to kick it back for turn 2, turn 3. And so they're not going to be thinking at all, as you said, Paul, about a car coming out of the pits that's going to be right where they want to put that car on the curb. And that is where it can catch you off guard. And I would argue, really, that if you're the car coming out of the pits, you have to be very much on your P's and Q's to make sure that you don't cause an incident or are involved in one. Because if you're a GTP coming through and a GTD is exiting the pits, you have no reaction time. There's nothing you can do to avoid that. Once you get through the apex of turn 1, you're pretty well committed on the run, and it's so hard to break these cars at speed. Look at this dive up the inside from Marcus Solholm, trying to make this pass stick, trying to get through. Can he hold on to it? He runs the inside, side by side down the main straight. What are they going to do into turn 1 that we were just talking about?
Well, Apex Racing Team looking to the inside. And through he goes. But now, one thing I do want to point out as the Grid and Go car gets the duck under or corner exit, but decides against it. The Apex Racing Team car, that is done 22 laps. I do, but in fact, no, 23 laps. Hang on, it'd be good if I read the right line of my timing screen. You see, this is where, when you're getting older, having a small screen doesn't help. Apex Racing Team, 22 laps on their stint. That Grid and Go car, 17 laps. So that Apex Racing Team car will be a little bit lighter, and it should be coming onto pit road in the next, what would that be, 5-6 laps.
Yeah, I don't think Grid and Go made that too difficult for Apex Racing Team, and I think that's because they're aware of that pace difference, that stint difference. I think they put up a little bit of effort, but they didn't go all out like we saw earlier with Muradness and LMP2, elbows out, absolutely fighting tooth and nail, willing to bend the car to try to hold the position. They gave it the old little, I'm here, you're going to have to work for it. Oh, you did enough to get by, I'm done with it. Okay, you're fine, go ahead. And now they're just going to continue to run, because again, those few laps difference, when it comes down to the end, is it really worth it, you losing 10 or 15 seconds to sit there and fight for a position when you know that there's going to be the pit stop difference and you may end up with the position in the end anyways? My opinion is no, not really. And it seems like in this situation, Grid and Go making the same decision to be pretty okay with allowing that pass through, stick behind by a couple seconds, and live to fight another day.
We have had somebody asking how the Ferrari team is getting on. Well, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team currently 3rd place in GTP and also 6th place in GTP. They're 2 outfits, but currently 13.5 seconds off of the leader is the number 50 car of Nicholas Bowe. But Jaden Munoz in that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, we were saying about how they wanted to be under 8 seconds behind Drago Racing in the lead after the pit stops. Well, they're actually 8.3 seconds behind the race leader now. So Drago have just been able to just eke out that lead ever so slightly through this stint, only by a couple of tenths of a second, but it all counts when it comes to the crux of it all at the end of the race. And things like that, getting stuck behind GTD traffic, doesn't help.
Yeah, and that's just a little bit of miscommunication there between the Sim Racing Chill Blast Williams and that Mercedes GTD car as they go through, which can happen. Honestly, it's one of the things that you contend with the entire race is little miscommunications here and there between GTP and GTT. And I hear somebody saying, Paul, I can hear this already in my ear coming from chat. Someone's saying, Brad, what do you mean communication? They don't talk on the radio. I go back to where I was talking about you learn those passing etiquettes, and you can read on paper how to multi-class race, but you have to practice it. And at this top split, it's a song and dance that these GTDs, GTPs, and LMP2s will do together. They will have that song and dance of how to really carve through traffic. But what happens every once in a while? Well, if you've watched Dancing with the Stars, you know that every once in a while you get that dance wrong, and it just doesn't work as well as you practiced as you want it to. And so you'll have those moments where it doesn't look as smooth. It's a little clunky. It just doesn't work right. And you just sort of have to work through it. It can be easier said than done. And we saw in that moment, it cost a little bit of time. Gap now 9.2 seconds, but Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast is now through some traffic, coming up on a little bit more. And Dragger Racing will catch traffic as well sooner or later. So, Paul, when they catch the traffic, that gap will close right back up.
For those of you at home in the UK thinking, what's Dances with the Stars? That's the American version of Strictly Come Dancing. So there you go.
There we go.
For those of you in the UK who were wondering what Brad was making reference to there. Well, we've only got about a quarter of an hour left of our stint, and then we will be handing over to Arjuna Kankapati and Yuno Leary. So they'll be getting themselves prepared for the next couple of hours of this race. Really, my big takeaway from this particular 2 hours, Brad, for myself, is how we've not really had the greatest rate of attrition. The last car retired over an hour ago now, so we've had a relatively low amount of cars retire, 51 still in the race from the 60 that started.
I think some of that comes down to the weather. It's just a gorgeous day in Sebring here in virtual Sebring. Track temp is down to 37 Celsius, 99 Fahrenheit, and the weather is still nice and clear here. So, we're still seeing a little bit of that play in, and I think that does really help the drivers get through and, make things work. And there's a lot of patience that I'm seeing between multi-class racing. There's a lot of patience being given between all of the teams. And as I say that, Josh Ladd, what have you done? Maybe not as much patience. Just missing the breaking point, running straight there, and then that number 7 in 4th place, just getting a little bit of a helping hand to go around.
And it's an important thing to point out is that those prototypes, they don't have an ABS at all. These GTD cars do. They have traction control and ABS in these GTDs, but the prototypes, both the Le Mans prototype and the GTP, they are very much a case of having to use the flesh and bone of their left foot usually for braking. There are a few sim racers that do actually right foot brake, but the majority will be left foot braking.
Left foot braking is, I'm not going to say it's hard, but it's an acquired taste, because especially if you've learned to drive normally your entire life, I drive a manual transmission on my day-to-day driver. I drive a Hyundai Veloster, but my entire life...
Oh, good choice.
I learned...
As a TCR driver, but I drive the Veloster, so yeah. Anyway, continue.
I had a Veloster, and now I have a Veloster, and I love TCRs, but LMP2 is kind of my bread and butter, but TCR is a class I run a lot. I learned right foot gas brake, left foot clutch, and heel toe. So that is something I learned just when I was growing up learning to drive. And I started learning how to drive at like 10, 11 years old. I'm in the Southeast US, so that's a whole nother thing. But that is how I learned how to drive. So when I came into iRacing and I started sim racing and I started trying to learn left foot braking, it was brutal. The first dozens of races I ran, I would misjudge braking points. I wouldn't put enough pressure. I'd put too much pressure. I'd lock up the rears. But as you learn that run, it does get easier. And some drivers will still default to that right foot braking because it's what they do in their day-to-day life. And it's what they do when they're driving a manual transmission car in simulators. So instead of relearning that entire thing, they will just stick to what they know, which is right foot gas and then pivot on the heel, right foot brake. either way works, I think. Someone's definitely yelling at me for that comment, but either way can work. It's all about what you're comfortable with that kind of makes you the fastest. I will say there are advantages to having a foot each pedal. You can kind of flip the throttle sometimes, and if you're braking and you want a little more rotation, you kind of flip the throttle and it'll help. Everyone kind of has their thing though with it. And again, this kind of goes back to the sim racing. Just do it. Just do it.
I was fortunate enough that back in 2015, and it would have been 2016 as well, I was racing for a team that was run by the now multiple-time British Touring Car Champion Ash Sutton. And this would have been in 2015, actually, this would have been. And he spent an hour just coaching me, because I'd never had any coaching before in racing. And he was trying to help me out, because of course I'm on his team, so he's wanting to help me develop. And we were looking at the data, and he was there. As soon as he opened the data, he goes, your left foot brake, excellent. He thought he was going to have to teach me not to not to right foot brake to get that quick difference between the two, as we've got the BS competition car looking to the inside of tower, and that scared the Ferrari off. And well, BMW M Team BS competition up into 6th place in class, but that Ferrari fresh out of pits. Once again, you're seeing that difference in the tyre temperatures right there.
Yeah, that difference in tire temperatures, I mean, it's drastic now. Again, we talked about that at the top of our time in the booth. The difference in the tire temps with the GTPs, you really have to baby them on the outlap, and really the lap after that as well. It's very much a different experience your first 2 laps as it is to continue along. So we see the difference in pace there, but the thing is that's going to come right back around, and you're going to see the difference in pace swing whenever we see the next pit stop come through for this car. So it's a give, it's a take. You can find more time either way if you play your cards right, but it does make a big difference on cold tires versus tires that are worn in 1 or 2 laps.
I could tell you, by the way, that the Ferrari team, both of them, 26 laps on their stint. The Williams Sim Racing Academy car that's just been on pit road was 27 laps. We've seen 28 laps between the top GTP cars. So again, you're just seeing the Drago Racing car of Alexander Spetz at the front of the field. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, Williams Gaming Club, they're able to go that little bit longer than the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team. That could well be a difference between the cars that they're running. Because of course that Ferrari team, they're running the Ferrari, that it could be that those differences, they're not able to perhaps go that far.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see those differences come through, what's happening. Again, I think we're really too early to see how drastic those differences make that. And again, we're almost 6 hours into a 12-hour race, but I don't think we'll really see the effects of those difference in stints, those difference in fuels, the difference in tires, the difference in driver, etc., until like the final, I'd say final 90 minutes, if not final hour.
Well, we've got 7 minutes and 10 seconds up to the top of the hour here in this race. Pleasure to have you all along here for this one. Paul Smith and Brad Dalton, been an absolute pleasure to work here for you on this broadcast, bringing you all of the action here in the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours special event, which is of course powered by VCO. I can tell you right now, it's not just the drivers that have to work hard, it's us in the broadcast booth as well. There's Arjuna, he's pulling triple duty today. You've got Ewan's pulling double duty. Brad, you're pulling double duty. You'll be on a little bit later on as well. Okay, we've not got the physical side of things that these drivers are going through, but mentally we've got to be on it to be able to call this action.
yeah, it's a lot to focus on at once. And, you know, as a fan, you may just pick your favorite class and, you know, look and say, okay, that's what I'm focusing on. That's what I want to look at. Here in the booth, we focus on every class all the time. It's pretty fun, I'm not going to lie. It's the reason I got into it. It's what I enjoy. But there is a lot that can go on behind the scenes of looking at things. It's also an acquired taste. And again, I'm going to say this, if you're interested in it, just do it. Just enjoy it. I started out literally sitting in my bedroom commentating F1 2020, and that was how I started commentating. Commentating on Sunday afternoons for fun. And, well, here we are. You know, nothing to do but just try. It's the same thing with sim racing, same thing with anything in life. You know, just try. If you're Jill's a genie here at the Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP, you're down one place on the day, nothing to do but just keep trying and pushing and go through, because, you know, as pit stop cycle, as the race cycles, the final 6 hours may swing to you, and you never know. You can be down P10 on hour 6, but nobody really remembers where you're at on hour 6. They remember where you're at when the checkered flag falls.
September the 6th, 2009, Bradford Bulls versus Salford Red Devils. Salford City Reds, as it would have been back then, was my very first commentary. And, yeah, it was rugby league then. Like I say, 10 years of me doing sim racing. 2015 was my first commentary, February 2015. Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. Myself and Andrew Woodhouse on that commentary, if people can remember. Oh no, it wouldn't have been Gathering of Tweakers, it would have been the Spirit of VLN series, which is long gone now, but yes, it's been a while, and I can thoroughly recommend people do give it a go. But even if it's not on iRacing, other sims, there's other sims out there, there's other esports events, you know, other championships that you could commentate on as well. It's absolutely fantastic, and being involved in the broadcast side of things, it gives you a new perspective on sim racing and on esports as a whole as well. And to be honest, I'm a bit of a broadcast nerd, Brad. I'll be honest with you.
I agree with you, especially as I've gotten more in and learned more about the behind the scenes technical things. I want to give a shout out to Hugo behind the scenes, because the more I learn about how Hugo brings this to the light, and I've seen this in the comments in our multiple channels through the past couple of hours of people just asking, how does this, you know, get to the screen? It's a big effort. So everyone behind the scenes that makes these productions happen, I mean, a huge shout out to all of you. It's always so much fun to be involved on our side, but seeing everything behind the scenes that it takes to get what you see on screen happen, it's been amazing to really learn what that process looks like.
I've seen firsthand what Hugo does, and I swear he is a robot. He's not a real thing. He's not a real person. with what he goes through, 24-hour broadcasts, yeah, does the whole thing. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a great team behind the scenes. Not just those on broadcast on the commentary, but also behind the scenes on the broadcast production side of things. Apgineer with their ATEVO program with the on-screen graphics, that they do a fantastic job of bringing us those on-screen graphics as well, camera packs as well. Everybody that's involved in this, it takes a team effort to do this sort of event. So yeah, great team effort, and it's a great team effort for all those teams out there at the moment. Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz has got a 10.5-second lead in GTP over Jaden Munoz in the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car in second place. Williams Gaming Club third place as it stands at the moment, ahead of the Grid and Go Esports 001 car of Sean Campbell. Now those four cars are going to be heading onto pit road in the next couple of laps time, so you will be seeing things change around on the track here for you as well. GridandGo.com Esports number 12, Aaron Vasquez leads in your LMP2 category. He has got a 26 point 26.1 second lead over WSR Esports, with them in second place. Third place is the 003 gridandgo.com esports car in LMP2, with Maradness in fourth and Effect Simulation in fifth. In your GTDs, it is Drago Racing who lead that race. They of course started up there at the front of the field in GTD, and it's second place though, 6.2 seconds back from them is Williams Sim Racing RP. Beckham Jasir has been closing that gap, so keep an eye on those at the front of GTD. Drago Racing's number 9, not that far behind in third, with Drago Racing number 69 in fourth place. Apex Racing Team, the 199, off cycle, but in fifth place on track. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action. Myself and Brad Dalton will be stepping aside, and we'll hand you over to the dulcet tones of Arjuna Kankapati and Ewan O'Leary.
Thank you very much. Halfway through the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, back in the broadcast booth for myself. Ewan O'Leary jumps in for the first time today. And Ewan, it's been an interesting first 6 hours, keeping an eye on the strategy and the comings and goings. The first race in quite a while that these drivers haven't been concerned about rain. It's felt like an iRacing sprint from start to this point so far.
Yeah, bit old-fashioned, isn't it, really, in that sense? No interruptions with the weather like we had 1 year ago, and as you say, with some of the other recent events that we've used the GTP for as well. So just feel a bit old-fashioned in that sense, but I say it time and again, even just having the threat of rain in iRacing now just brings that little extra dynamic, even if it is just a mental, psychological dynamic brought into these races now. It is, though, a sprint from start to finish. There's a lot of strategy involved, and let's not forget, it's the first time we've seen the Ferrari at this race, so it is not entirely the same as to what we've seen in the years previous.
Absolutely. No, it's nice to have the new car, not just in GTP and GTD. We've got some new faces there as well, both manufacturers and teams for today's event. So it's been a nice return to what is a historic track. 12 seconds, the gap up front. We'll keep an eye on Alexander Spets. I know you were out watching some football, so you haven't been keeping an eye on too much of the comings and goings of the start of the race. But there was a moment when Alexander Spets got to the lead of the race. So we're talking now about an hour or so into the race. He came out on colder tires, but he did the undercut compared to Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. And so when he had warm tires and the other Cadillac didn't and was still struggling on cold tires, he made a rather aggressive move to the inside, but he made it work. The thing that I really took note of when I was watching his Twitch stream is as he got past and established himself in the race lead, he, as John Hindhaugh put it very eloquently at Daytona this year, put his hand out the window and said, "I'm going for number one."
That famous old line again. Yeah, no, I have seen that did go on earlier on in the day, and it is so interesting that they're still only separated by 11-12 seconds right now. Fantastic after more than 6 hours of racing to have that, and I think the new tyre warm-up phase really does add a real extra dynamic to these races and makes it feel a bit more real. Once again, an iRacing update making things feel a little bit closer to real life every season, and we've seen it a little bit in LMP2 in the past, certainly in more sprint racing. I've seen it in LMP2 where the tyre warm-up phase has been quite tricky, to say the least. Now to have that across other cars as well in iRacing, it's just a little bit more real, especially because that's what you get in IMSA, especially on the colder days. No tyre warmers in that series, of course, and that makes it very tricky on the outlap.
So Alexander Spets into pit lane in the number one. So Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. I'm pretty sure in the 3 minutes that you and I have been in the booth, I've already called them Williams Esports 1. So it's something we're going to have to get used to here in 2025. Don't see a driver change, though, for Spets. So he'll stay in that machine and he'll roll off and away. You talk about the tyre phase, and it was quite remarkable that we got into the first pit stop cycle, and guess what? Instantly, first time we saw drivers off the pit lane, Maxime Brion, someone who's quite skilled in these GTP machines, made the slip up and went around on cold tires straight off of pit exit.
Yeah, and again, I'm much a fan of anything that gets these properly top sim races. It sounds bad to getting these properly top sim races to crash, but you know what I mean. Making it difficult for these really, really great drivers. Always a real big fan of those kind of things getting added into iRacing, because in the past it was a bit of an iRacing sprint for even a 24-hour race, where there was not much strategy to speak of, to be honest, especially since we started changing tyres and doing fuel at the same time. Didn't have any rain back a long time ago, didn't have a day-night cycle either. All of these things being added, cold tyres being the latest of them, makes it so much more difficult for these drivers on outlaps in particular, and you can just see them tiptoeing around. This is Johan Ruhr doing exactly that. Even at the final chicane going onto the Ullmann straight, it's pretty tricky.
Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast are in, so still a one-lap offset between Drago and the, now race leaders. We'll keep an eye out as well on the outlaps when it comes to potential moves, because obviously, as I was talking about with Spets grabbing the lead in the first hour of the race, he took advantage of his tyres being warm and ready to go. Already seeing the driver change underway though, so Matt Farrow is going to jump into the number 4, so see the rotation through the two driver lineups, basically splitting it 2 hours apiece for most of these machines. Outside of the GTP class though, domination in LMP2 for the gridandgo.com number 12 that put it on pole position. Drago Racing is 1, 2, 3 right now, but we'll wait for strategy to cycle that one out before we touch on that too much more. What I do want to touch on is this car in particular and this team. Ewan, did you hear that apparently once again Lewis brought up color on a RaceBot TV broadcast? He couldn't figure out whether this was yellow or green. It's yellow.
I have seen a bit of that. I'm beginning to think Lewis is colourblind, because we had a whole discussion about orange, wasn't it? Last year or the year before at Daytona?
Yes.
Must have been last year, I suppose. One of the Acuras. Yeah, that is yellow, and anyone who doesn't think so, I think, should probably go to the opticians.
I mean, at best, being generous, you could call it a grello, but even that I feel isn't being, it's being a bit disingenuous. That is yellow. It's just yellow.
It's a little bit grello, to be fair, but yeah.
Right, you can call it grello, but it's pushing it for me, you know?
Yeah, no, it's not green, that's for sure.
That is for sure. At least you and I are agreed on that one.
Yeah. I can't really see how. I can see what colour it's close to, if you see what I mean, to what it would have to be green, but it's nowhere near. So yeah, that's settled. I hope everybody else is in agreement about that as well. By the way, everybody other than Lewis.
Down the pit straight here at the Sebring International Raceway, of course, former World War II. Base for, bombers, and so main straights effectively built out of concrete slabs. They're deep, they go down a herd 6 to 9 feet or something like that, and they're wide as well, and they just stack them on top of each other, and you got the pit straight and part of the other track as well. Where we are right now is kind of a smorgasbord of just tarmac that's been built and repaved over the years. It's just been put to use, for lack of a better word, and so it shows its age with the bumps, but that's what makes it such a difficult racetrack. Fortunately in the sim though, Ewan, we're not talking so much about broken race cars, because if these drivers had to think about their suspension failing on them, they'd have to probably drive slightly differently.
Yeah, exactly. They say that the 12 hours of Sebring is as tough physically as 24 hours of Le Mans, Daytona, Nürburgring, any of those kind of longer 24-hour races is as difficult, especially for the car machinery, as a 12 hours of Sebring. So yeah, you're right, they would have to think about it just a little bit differently, but I'm glad that they don't, to be honest, because we have our own mechanical failures in sim racing. Someone's wheel can turn off, can jam fully right, the brake can get jammed on or not work. All these things can certainly happen, and so we're not devoid of mechanical failure, maybe a little bit less than what you'd see in real life, but to be honest, we have enough cars retiring through crash damage anyway and other technical problems that we don't really need them, to be honest. We're fine as we are without suspension failure, I think.
Yeah, but I just want to say, level of attrition in this race has been really good. 60 took the green, which is the maximum you can have for an iRacing special event. We've never seen a field larger than that. And by the end of the opening 2 hours, we had I'd say 4 confirmed DNFs and 2 questionable, whether eventually the plug would be pulled. So let's say 6. Right now we are left with, count the grid and go machine that we were just looking at a few moments ago, the sister car, I think. They retired about 10 laps ago. I'm seeing 9 cars off the track right now, so it's still a very, very busy racing surface with 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. And we're going to head into a sunset where, Ewan, the new iRacing update, I was taking a look at social media. A lot of people saying they were struggling in the sunset to spot some of their references as we check out the Fight for 7th in LMP2.
Yeah, it's always a key feature of Sebring. There's a few hours of darkness right at the very end of the race, making things interesting. In real life, you'd set your car up for the night time more than the daytime because of the safety cars, but you've got to think about both in the iRacing Sebring 12 hour, which I think is probably a better way around of doing it in that sense. Makes you be quick, or try and be quick throughout the whole of the race, but it's always been a difficulty, or at least in recent years anyway. The sunset has been a difficulty. It's a bit of a problem around this circuit anyway, because there's not many sort of high buildings around, or mountains, or in Florida, to block the sun from getting too low, if you like, onto the horizon. It really gets very, very low before it finally dips down after a very long period of sunset, and so corners can be tricky, especially like Sunset Bend, where it's really into your eyes. And so yeah, spotting your braking point might be difficult. I expect these drivers have done enough practice though in that period to be all right with it though.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? You'd think as well over the years they've done enough laps. I will say I've seen plenty of moments underneath this bridge in the nighttime. So after we've had the sunset, I still remember poor Fraser Williamson might not appreciate me remembering, but his car being upside down. This was back in the Daytona prototype, Corvette Daytona prototype era. Their car upside down. It was a Simpson machine, I think, back in the day. Just getting caught out with some traffic. Things happen at this racetrack, and it's been fun over the years. Last year's winners, let's not forget, Williams Esports in the GTP class, while in GTD it was Drago. Those were the 2 teams that won invites into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. They also won an LMP2 last year, though, Williams Esports, so they've got a couple of victories to defend. Let's go over to GTD now that cycles of pit stops have shaken out, Ewan, because Apex Racing in a Lamborghini lead, but they have committed to doing an extra stop compared to the rest of the field. So they lead by 42 seconds, but we really don't know exactly how it's going to play out until we get to that final hour.
No, exactly. It's going to be very exciting to work out how that's going to play out. Look at that. It just looks odd, doesn't it? 42 seconds out in front, and that is explained by the strategic difference. I think it is still Drago in the driving seat, isn't it, here? 3 in the top 5, even with Apex out in front like that. You could realistically call it 3 in the top 4 at the moment. We saw, because the Williams Sim Racing car had made a pit stop, 3 in the top 3 not so long ago throughout that pit stop cycle as well. They are all over this race, and you would expect them, I still think, to take the win, but always like to see someone and some team doing something different on strategy. And that 199 team, by the way, is really flying the flag for the Apex Racing team, because their GTP cars have not been having a particularly good day.
Now, I think in general as well for the Apex Racing team, that GTP choice to go with the Ferrari, somewhat on the back foot, it would seem, as compared to the Cadillacs, but they committed and I think expected the warmth of the day to be a little bit more towards them. I'm wondering when we are going to get to that sunset portion of the race and how long that's going to last. Do you want to put in a driver that's a little bit more comfortable in that situation? Yes, they've done so many laps, but again, even at this level, the tenths, they start to stack up and add up, and so they make big differences through the field. Williams Sim Racing Racing Prodigy, I will call out, they are +8 in that GTD class, +14 for the 006 gridandgo.com, +15 for Fiercely Forward in that class as well. There are some big movers in what is the most populated of classes in the field, which is nice to see, Ewan, because it's very realistic to what real world IMSA is like, right? We've got a pretty equal number of LMP2s and GTP machines, and then a lot of GTDs, just not split up into pro and regular.
Yeah, I would put, if I was in charge of IMSA, I'd do that there as well. But anyway, we're not in charge there, unfortunately. So yeah, it is quite realistic in that sense. A lot of GTs compared to the prototypes. GTP probably having a few more than what they would in real life, but actually with those who have retired from the race, we're actually down now to a pretty believable number in the GTP class for what IMSA is these days. So yeah, it is pretty realistic in that sense as well. Makes it all competitive, even more competitive in GTD, because I mean, even look at the teams further down towards the bottom end of that GTD field at the moment. We've got Falcon Sim Racing, the last of the running cars, WSR Esports, Buckliga there, fiercely forward. These are very good teams indeed, and previously I guess these teams would have been at the top end of split 2, but it's good that we've got them at the bottom end as the top split instead, just making it a more well-rounded, realistic 12 hours of Sebring field, which we've got here today. Still in GTD, 25 cars running.
The real world IMSA event, I've heard, is a bit more of a party than a race. Compare it to Daytona, where Daytona, you've got plenty of grandstands and the ability to go and wander around the paddock. Sebring, you end up, I think, from what I've heard, a little bit more stuck in one or two places for the most of the park for 12 hours. The most exciting thing is couches get burned. So if anyone has a couch to donate, save it for next year's Sebring. You can bring it, sit on it for the race, and then throw it out afterwards into the bonfire that they build. You're seeing traffic, by the way, management still in this fight for 7. These two are being very patient with one another.
I thought you were going to say sit on it while it burns.
Oh no, don't. He's trying to get me in trouble here.
You're trying to get someone burned. I don't know what was. I didn't know what was going on there. But yeah, that's a classic moment, isn't it, through traffic? And something that's less likely to happen when you've got a field that's actually split 20-20-20, if you like, through the 60 cars. With more GTs, you're more likely to find yourself crowded out if you're in an LMP2. For a moment, it looked like WSR Esports were going to get away as a result, but Elliot Noren was able to get through the traffic rather nicely out of the hairpin, and he's now right there again in this fight for 7th place.
These spec LMP2s always do put on a show. There was a question put into the iRacing YouTube chat earlier on in the day about why do we need the LMP2s when we've got GTPs and GTD. It's because they just always have some fun. Yes, I know we've had the breakaway from our race leader, but everywhere else there has been a decent amount of action up and down through the pack. Sunset Bend, these drivers are going very, very wide. Now, in the real world, there's a blue dot actually on the bridge that everyone is trying to hit. That's your reference point for the line. Now, I don't think they have it in the sim, and you're also just flying through there, committed, given that you've swung from so far out wide. Committed through one as well. Get to the inside. There's that cone that you're trying to reference and get as close to as possible. Be careful about how much gravel you kick up, though, on the exit of turn 1. Left side of the screen, you can see the stint length, how long each of these cars has been out on track. Our race leader probably due into pit lane sooner rather than later.
Yeah, 20 laps is fairly considerably longer than what the two cars behind have done. WSR Esports and the other grid and go-kart, 7 and 6 laps shorter respectively. Number 12 just went over the line, by the way, which is why their stint length is increasing, so won't be too long. We'll see what that means for the end of the race as well. Does it mean an extra stop for the number 12? Does it mean a longer final splash of fuel, which I think is a bit more likely, but we'll see. It's different strategies. That was Elliot Noren down the inside of a Williams car, and very well, put it this way, the Mercedes wasn't expecting him to come through as well as the WSR Esports LMP2 ahead, and very nearly 717 got its nose chopped off there.
Pretty sure that was Mateo Kuzner behind the wheel of the Williams Sim Racing Academy GT, but they did all right, able to survive, and they'll try and reel each other back in. We do have a healthy number of the Williams Sim Racing Academy entries as well, which bodes well for the team. The fact that they have so many drivers in the pipeline with high enough I ratings to make it into this top split across of all 3 of the respective classes. Bobble down once more into Sunset Bend. I do find that line that they run so interesting. They basically use the cones as their reference on the left-hand side, and then we've seen a couple of prototypes actually brush up against the wall, exiting off the corner because they are so committed down in towards turn 1, off to pit lane for one of our LMP2 machines. I think that signals the pit window is open.
Now, that was number 27, the Williams Sim Racing Academy. Gilles Gini into the pit lane. That was 22 laps, by the way, on a stint. So, on lap 22, Aaron Vasquez, you'd imagine number 12 be in from the lead at the end of this lap, unless they're going to go one further than what number 27 was able to do. Kings by TK6 are also in, number 26. And also Aaron Vasquez now does come in. So 22 laps is very much the limit, because that's what 26, 27 and now number 12 have all gotten to.
So that's going to be them down on pit lane. Meanwhile, while we take an eye on their pit stops, also looking at the lap times, might be traffic, yes, but Matt Farrow, since jumping into that car, it's brought the gap down slightly, and we're only talking a second, yes, but a second at this level takes some work, and so Cadillac lights up those brake discs. Really do love how iRacing simulates that. Drago Racing starting to feel the pressure. It's going to be under 10 seconds, that lead, very, very shortly.
Yeah, it is, and that has been coming down as a trend. You are right to say that the last lap could well have been traffic, because it was a second in one go, but that gap has just generally been coming down in the last few moments. When Matt Farrow jumped in, it was about 11, 12, 13, somewhere around there, probably towards the 11 mark. So this is going the right way for Williams Sim Racing Chill Bus. And don't forget, they're bringing BS competition with them as well. Admittedly, number 89 has been out there for a long time now and is probably on quite low fuel, so is gaining time as well. But Dominic Hoffman was just as quick as Matt Farrow that last time round. Alexander Spetz spending another lap in the 148s there, by the way, as he crosses the line in number 1. I'd imagine Matt Farrow going to be able to take some more time out of him again here as he makes his way over the line in the Cadillac. 48.1, can't stay in the 47s. Imagine he had more traffic, but he does take out another half second.
Alexander Spetz is racing alongside of Ate Kauppinen, who did win this race last year in the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry, so that's going to be something for Ate. We know he's got the speed to execute and win this race. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast return, but with two different drivers behind the wheel this year. Josh Ladd is part of the lineup for the Williams Gaming Club, part of the 4-car effort in GTP for Williams. Remarkable seeing that. Also, we can quickly talk Formula One very briefly. Great to see Williams starting the year off on a high. Also great to see Sir Lewis Hamilton win the sprint race yesterday. And we've got
spoilers.
No, I don't care about that. I got spoiled on social media when I was scrolling through for this race. But it is also great to see Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team up in the top 4. And I know there was a lot of talk post-Daytona, but they got punished. They've taken their punishment, and they're back here and looking to try and bounce back.
Yeah, I thought they acted very respectfully indeed, actually, after the race at Daytona. Could have kicked up a right fuss, but thankfully they took the sensible option and were very mature about the whole situation, admitted an error and just moved on. And I do hope for their sake they can bounce back here at Sebring. It does look like they're not quite going to see the successes that they did in January, unfortunately, but they are having another good run inside the top 10 for now. With the Ferrari GTP now in the service, it's going to be great to see them throughout the year going for race wins, I'm sure, in at the very least the GTP events and the iRacing Specialist event calendar, if not some of the others as well. As we go back to
that, by the way.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that was the LMP2 leader. That was Aaron Vasquez off the track on pit exit, and now behind Effect Simulations, who I'm expecting down into pit lane this time by. So not ideal. And Vasquez has gone off the track. The first thing he's done to his tires is pick up some gravel, and definitely not an ideal way to start off a stint. He's got plenty of a gap, though. He doesn't need to be too aggressive here. Can let the 909 low on fuel. Let's not forget, it'll be a bit of a rocket ship. Finish up its stint.
Well, yeah, but also can't be sat there behind there for ages. Otherwise, he is going to really lose time. Don't forget, this is going to be the problem for Vasquez and whoever's in the number 12 quite a lot, really, because the stints are ending earlier for them every time right now. This could well be the last lap for the Effect Simulations this time round, so he doesn't need to worry about it too much for now. But don't forget, Vasquez has been out there already for a couple of laps. If he ends up behind someone who's got an even longer stint to go, then he really could start to lose a lot of time. So he's got to be a little bit wary of where he's coming out and how much time he's losing. But you're right, with lower fuel on board, they should be quicker when he catches up to them at this stage in their stint through the final corner for Benjamin Frigerio, who does indeed come into the pit lane after another 22 laps. As, by the way, the GTD leader also comes in and goes back out onto the circuit again as well.
Yeah, that was the outlap. Let's not forget for Aaron Vasquez. So his mistake going off the track just cost him maybe half a second, maybe a second at most. So Luke McEwen has been replaced by Alejandro Sanchez in that 199. They've left, and it's full service for them. So they are going to have a pit stop where they're going to be able to slightly short fill the tank. So whether they choose to spread the difference over the remaining pit stops, whether they choose to do it all at the end, and they have a bit of a strategic element that they can play. I'm not sure exactly if that's going to work. Top of your screen, new race leader, it's World Sim Racing Esports, the 323 and Timo Miller-Kangas that have hit the front.
Yes, another couple of early in their stint, actually. They've got probably a quarter of it left, so plenty of laps led for them again. For WSR Esports, 14 seconds or so, in the lead at the moment. Out onto the circuit again comes Effect Simulations and IFR Esports as well, just leaving pit lane right now. As we go back to GTD, so many battles throughout the field in this class because of the size of the class, really. This is Roger Fridstad Christensen and Antoine Lachery in that order. 17th and 18th. Further up the road, by the way, Tom Rea and David Toff are fighting for 12th place as well. So it's all going on in GTD, as you'd imagine.
This is the sole surviving World Sim Racing GTD machine. They do have one that's running about 4 laps down as well, but they came into this race with 4 GTD entrants. One by one fell away in the opening couple of hours of the race. See one of the GTP's blast past on the Almond Straight as we keep our eyes on this fight right now. Slightly different in terms of strategy for some of the fights up the road. These are separated by 5 laps in terms of their respective stint lengths. And one manufacturer that was talking with Phil Denez in the BS Turner Camp, who was meant to be driving before they got involved in an incident. He was saying the BMW wasn't never really going to be a car to compete and contend at the very front. GridandGo.com, 11 positions gained though since the start of the race. Not the greatest of qualifying efforts for them.
Yeah, I can absolutely believe that about just moving through the field afterwards and benefiting from incidents from those drivers and teams ahead of them. Maybe the best way to move forward in the BMW, really. I just feel sometimes it really lacks a bit of oomph at some of these circuits. It's a decent car, it's a solid car, a very solid car if you want to just complete this race. It's not going to snap on you unexpectedly, it's not going to do anything actually you're not expecting. But is it the quickest at any of the circuits on the iRacing Special Event calendar right now? I think probably not, and I think it probably hasn't been quickest at any of the circuits on the calendar for a good few years now, and that's really the struggle that these BMW teams are really laid with, because they pick it all the time. If your teams like BS Competition, for example, you have to use it all the time, and a lot of the time I think it is a pretty difficult car to pick up in 2025.
5 hours and 33 minutes to go. Sun is starting to set as BS Competition back out onto track with those cold tires. Remember, new GTP tire update. They've had about a week to get up to grips with it and develop new setups for it as well. GridandGo.com machine has been out on track for 13 laps. It's burnt through a decent amount of its fuel as well. I don't think Johan Royer is close enough to get aggressive unless he's going to be waved on by Danny Lorenzo. Weaves to warm up his tires a little bit more. Up to turn 7 where the 7 Sebring Hotel is. No move offered by the car behind.
Yeah, I think that Weave there was saying exactly the opposite of letting him through. I think that was saying absolutely do not try and pass me under any circumstances here, because we are trying to run a race together right now without fighting each other, and we're only going to lose time if we begin to go side by side. These guys are effectively on completely opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of pit strategy. If we're saying everybody is doing about 26 laps on a stint, something around there, then Grin goes on lap 14 at the moment. BS Competition on lap 2. They are pretty much as far apart on strategy as you can possibly be, and so fighting for these two, as exciting as it might be for us, makes possibly the least amount of sense of any two cars in the field, actually.
yes, competition, by the way. You can watch them racing in the real world around Sebring tomorrow on MAV TV as part of the Prodigy Racing League. 2 sets of races, one debuts tomorrow, the other next Sunday. I won't say how it went for them. Unfortunately, not as well as could go for them here today. They have a very, very good chance of a solid podium finish if the strategy continues swinging the way it is. While it's close here, I'm keeping an eye on GTD, where Beckham Desir and that Williams Sim Racing Prodigy number 5, Taylor Barnard is closing, and Taylor Barnard at one point was leading this race and up front and very much in control of proceedings, pulling away from Luke McEwen and the 199 machine at the start of the race. You can see them on the bottom of your screen. We'll have a fight for second on in a couple of laps' time.
Looks like it, although it might take a few more than a couple of laps if the rate of closing on the last lap is to continue. It was only 1/10 of a second last time round that the Audi got that little bit closer to the team in front. What about this time round as they make their way over the line? What's the lap times going to look like? 2:07 for Ricardo Rico in the actual lead of the race, by the way, and 2:07 from the trailing 2 cars as well. The top 3 within half a tenth of each other on that last lap.
Interesting that the Williams Sim Racing camp really representing the Mercedes very well. We know that the Apex Racing team entered 1 Mercedes, but Sanchez alongside McEwen and Godino is a 3-man effort in the 199. They decided to go another way and develop a setup on the Lamborghini. So it's not often, Ewan, that we see something like that where a team puts out multiple different manufacturers in the same class, but clearly they felt the 199 was going to have a better chance in the Huracan.
Yeah, it's really not often, but it does make a lot of sense, doesn't it? After all, these are only 2 driver efforts these days in the 12 hours of Sebring, a relatively new phenomenon, although it has been going on in the top classes for quite a few years in the 12 hours. It makes so much sense. Picking the same car across, a number of different teams, and there are a lot of them for the Apex Racing team, doesn't make sense at all. Just for the look of things, it looks better to have all your cars in the same manufacturer, I would say. But is it going to get you the best race results? Certainly not. It pair 2 drivers up who like a specific car that maybe another pairing wouldn't, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That looked like contact to me, though, through turn 5. And all of a sudden, Lorenzo's going to have some real trouble down in towards turn 7. He's going to hold on to the place, but that looked like real right contact as one of the Williams cars tried to turn across number 89 as it got through.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was contact without a shadow of a doubt. But once again, I think these cars, they get away with moments like that. They play with fire, but they don't end up losing too much as a result. There's a LMP2 car now to split the 2 of them and provide some breathing room. I think the BMW starting to get the pace up now as the tires well and truly in the window, but more importantly, I think the fuel starting to burn off as well. They are on lap 212 of their race, so we are on track to probably do, I would assume, close to 360, 370 laps, depending on that. The one thing we know for sure is we're beating the distance we did last year, given the amount of torrential rain that we had. Rain that made the likes of Josh Rogers look a little bit amateur, for lack of a better word. Look like me, on board with the Cadillac into Sunset Bend.
What a great sound it makes as well, as Johan Ruhr gets back onto the power on the other side. A little bit of opposite lock being used as well. Never a great sign in a prototype, to be honest, but it's the way they drive out that final turn. Now in towards turn 1, leaning on the downforce of this car, trying to get as close to the wall on the left-hand side there as possible. It's quite scary to do because the consequences, if you get it even slightly wrong, are very dramatic, but the way you've got to drive these cars for around 400 laps here this afternoon. I believe that we got once in this race got over 400 laps.
Yes.
Whether we're going to get that again is questionable.
Yes, no, I don't think we have any threat of that. I think for this particular race, it could be somewhat close, but I think we would have needed a slightly cooler afternoon, potentially. Track temperature out there right now, I wasn't keeping an eye when we were around 2 p.m. in the afternoon, but it's 5 p.m. at this point. It's 33 degrees Celsius, so it's officially cooler than what the race started out as, and so that's what makes this race so fascinating from a setup perspective. You need the car to be good at the start when it's somewhat cool. Warms up pretty dramatically then in the first couple of hours before the tail off and into the night. So having a car that's adaptable over 12 hours, very, very important.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as I mentioned, it's a contrast to real life where you're in the darkness hours, you're getting those safety cars and you're getting a chance maybe for a run to the end, if you like, and a car set up only for those nighttime hours. It's a real balance that you've got to strike, and that's what makes this race one of the most fascinating on the calendar as well, for the reason you mentioned. 33 degrees is the current track temperature, by the way. You can imagine that's only going to fall. It's conceivable in the next 5.5 hours that can fall another 10 degrees.
Let's have a chat with the driver that's unfortunately not racing today. He's raced around here in the real world. Gustavo Ariel joins us now. Gustavo, first off, glad to have you in the broadcast booth, but we've got to ask you, no Team Redline cars here today. Why is that? There's been a lot of people asking us in chat.
Hello guys. So yeah, we didn't have the time to prepare like 100% for this event, and we have other sims competitions going on in this month, so we decided to skip this one. But yeah, when you do like a preparation for an event specifically, we want to do like proper prep, like 100%. So yeah, as I said, we have a lot of stuff going on the team, so we decided to skip this one. It's unfortunate because watching the race here in an amazing broadcast with you guys, I wish to be here driving, but yeah, let's try to focus on the next one now. Maybe the next one is Nürburgring 24, so it's a very tough one, and yeah, you guys going to see the red line cars back for the Nürburgring 24.
So that should be fun. So let's talk a little bit about this track, because as I mentioned, Gustavo, you've had the chance to race here at the very start of 2025. You were here at Sebring as part of Thibaut Courtois Racing. What was it like to race around this historic track?
Yeah, it's amazing because on the day before of the race, I arrived into the track. We have an auto on the side of the track, as you guys can see, going to turn 7, I guess. So I went for a run at the night, and I was looking at the track. Oh my god, I've been here so many times in the sim. I know this track like very well, and was amazing. Like the first out of the for the practice one, and like 5 laps, and we are already doing like the same lap times we've been doing almost in the sim. So it's quite close. It's really good. iRacing do an amazing job to scan the tracks, and I could use my references pretty well. Of course, we don't have the Radical SR1 on iRacing, but we could replicate with the SR10s with less power. And yeah, was quite fun because everyone was up to pace. We had no crashes on this event, and we had some fun racing. So the level is pretty high on the Pro G Racing League, and it was amazing to drive at Sebring. Of course, some curves are different because it's a different spec. We are 2025, and this track is a bit older than this. So, but it was a really nice references and nice experience as well to know the track and to respect the bumps. So last corner was tricky. First corner to go very close to the wall on the inside. The grip is there very close, so you need to use a lot of, you need to have a lot of confidence actually to drive very fast here. So. And yeah, it was quite fun. I dive bombed someone in the last corner. I think it was Edo, my teammate, Eduardo Leo. And yeah, it's pretty scary, but worked. So yeah, we're trying to use the same driving mentality as we use in the sim.
Interesting to hear that, you know, even though you don't have the exact car, you're still able to tweak what iRacing does have to still learn. And you're right, the slight differences, even I could tell when I drove around the track in my rental car, slight differences between what iRacing has and what they have in the real world. Tell us a bit as well, Gustavo, what are you racing in this year? I know, of course, you're doing Porsche Esports Super Cup, so you'll be racing next week again in that. But what else have you been doing other than racing on Twitch, where your fans have been watching you?
Yeah, when I'm not racing, I'm trying to stream as much as possible because we have a very big community on Twitch, one of the biggest South Americans channels. So yeah, I like to stream as well. This year we've been prepping for the P2 Championship on the Prodigy Racing League. We'll be driving the practice squad next season, and yeah, I think I want to focus here on my stuff with Team Redline. We have a lot of things to do. We have the special events, we have PASC, maybe we have some other competitions coming next this year. Let's see if we're going to have IndyCar or not. So my schedule is focused on prep as much as possible for PASC to end in a good shape, and also to rest a bit after PASC, because I think I've been on for almost 2 years with non-stop PASC, IndyCar, special events, and other stuff, and also real life racing. So for real life racing, it's just Prodigy Prodigy Racing League at the moment, and let's see what's coming next. My goal is just to win the special events with Team Redline. We won Daytona this year. We finished P3 at Bathurst in a very tough race with the Porsche. So let's see. I'm very excited to deliver as much as I can on the track, and to stream as much as possible as well. Is what I can see in the next 3-4 months for me.
Gustavo, thanks for taking the time to come and chat with us. A pleasure. Go enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next week.
See you guys. Enjoy the race, and I'll be here watching and having a lot of fun with you guys in a very good quality. So thanks for the opportunity again, and yeah, see you guys soon. Thank you, guys.
See, Gustavo's just being nice to us because I once shuttled him between the hotel and a racetrack in a Ford Mustang that I'd rented. Oh, Marcus Solholm gets tagged from behind. That wasn't ideal. Fortunately, though, I think they minimized the damage there.
No, that'll be in the video, I would have thought. We'll see if there is one. Yeah, he was coming in anyway, actually, Marcus Solholm. That was either that was lap 27 or that was just before lap 27, at the end of which he just came into pit lane right now. He looks like he's staying in as well. To me, I don't think that was damage induced. I don't think there is going to be any damage repairs to be done. That's Gianfialo, meanwhile, being hit in the Moradness 17 car, going for a spin at turn 10 and taking a while to find a gap to rejoin in as well.
Well, a couple of incidents. It's that time of the race, I guess, where mental fatigue is maybe starting to set in as these drivers just relentlessly switching back and forth. And many of them, like we've been talking about, 2-driver lineups up the inside, go IFR Esports. No real defense there from Loic Rabier as Elliot Noren makes the move happen. I think Rabier just out of pit lane as well, maybe just getting himself back into the rhythm on track. See if he's going to be able to bring that car forward. They are the ones who have gone longest in terms of strategy every single time.
Heavens above, that was an LMP2, depending on your viewpoint, an LMP2 being overly aggressive, trying to get into the racing line again for the Bishop corner, or if you're a GTP fan, that was a Cadillac trying to go through at a moment when it really shouldn't have been. I'm not sure where I stand on it, actually, but Loic Rabier there very nearly causing himself and maybe a couple of others as well to go into the wall. That was pretty close to contact, if there wasn't any.
No, I think there was. I think your eyes were right. I think Matt Farrow just tried to jink to the inside while it kind of funnels in, right? That double left. It's the scene of plenty of incidents in the real world, and so I think fortunately both take enough avoiding action that it doesn't result in any lasting consequence for either of them. That was good to chat with Gustavo. If there's any of the other drivers that want to come and have a chat with us, we're standing by here in the RaceBot Discord. You can always come and jump into the Waiting for Interview channel and have a quick chat with us. The gap between Beckham Desir and Taylor Barnard, you were right, Ewan. It did take a couple more laps than I was initially thinking, but the draft's well and truly in play. Taylor Barnard within 9/10 of second place.
Yeah, it does start to snowball once you start to get that, and that's more awkwardness out of turn 7. Yeah, it does really start to snowball once you're on the in the slipstream. Not quite like Daytona, where you've got the long banking, or even Bathurst, when you've got the long straights there either in the first two of the long special events this season. But it will start to have a little bit of an effect now on number 9. Taylor Barnard last time round gaining just over 0.2 of a second, even though it was a pretty good lap actually from Beckham Jasir in the number 5, well into the mid 2-minute lap times again, as most of the drivers are. In fact, everybody in the top 14 were in the 2-minute point somethings in that last lap. Remarkable consistency across the board in our slowest category.
So we have an Audi that leads, a Mercedes in second, and then a Lamborghini tucked in 4th position. The first of the Corvettes is down in 8th, and then the first of the BMWs all the way down in 16th spot. But nice to see at least of 4 of the manufacturers, they are represented up inside of the top 10. We jump on board with Taylor Barnard, who has had an electric start to his FIA Formula E career. For those that have been following along, as he's jumped into the neon McLaren C. Slightly different is a GT3 car to a Formula E machine, but Drago Racing have pulled Barnard, Alex Dunn, and Hugh Barter from other teams over to their camp for 2025. Drago Racing really making a concerted effort this year to try and attack as many different championship and as many classes, it would seem, as possible, with the attention of domination, of course, based out of Poland. In years past, they've won an iRacing World Championship with Przemysław Lemenek winning the, I forget what the name of the championship is, but it was in the Dallara IRO1. But, you know, we've never really seen them break out consistently, I would say, outside of that. Some special event wins here and there, but Ewan, they want to just win everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's good to see teams actually pushing and striving to be at the top like that, you know, challenge the best teams in the world, which I think we'd agree, for at least for the last couple of years, has been by far and away Team Redline at the top end of town. Getting a big special event win here, maybe even a 1-2-3, would be quite remarkable. We'd have to go through the history books a little bit to try and figure out who's done 1-2-3 in these longer special events, and indeed at Sebring as well, because I can't imagine it's happened very often in the history of iRacing. So Drago Racing, for them to be able to do that, or even be up towards the front in the way they are at the moment, is a really good showing from them indeed. And it feels a bit retro as well, doesn't it? Audi, Mercedes, Audi on the podium right now.
It does feel a bit weird, right? There's been talks of a new Audi sports car and potentially a revitalization of a sports car racing program as well, but I believe those rumors, when it comes to fruition, that was, again, I think Matt Farrow taking a bit more risk with traffic than Ewan and I initially think you would want to have at this point in the race, still with 5 hours left to go. When you're around a team car, it's a little different, but slicing past Drago, if anything, could actually cost Taylor Barnard a bit of time, so maybe helping out the teammate, just not intentionally, I would argue. This is tennis, though. This is the type of racing that I love, you, and this is endurance racing.
Exactly. It's a slow-burning battle between Beckham Jasir and Taylor Barnard, and in the next few moments, it could even take an hour or two, it is going to erupt into something. Especially, I think it would help the number 6 car. If Drago Racing could really create a battle for second place, not only might they be able to get a 1-2, but also or start to run 1-2, I should say. They could also sort of delay the Williams Esports. Damn it, done it.
Just done it.
The Williams sim racing car. Oh, it's the first one.
Come on, there's a pound in the bucket.
Number 5. They can just delay that car a little bit and create a bigger advantage for number 6 if they're thinking like that, if they're so inclined to do that. So there's a number of benefits here to Taylor Barnard getting on terms and trying to fight here with Jasir, but with a run out of Le Mans like that, he's not going to be getting any close anytime soon.
And that was the 51, the second of the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports entries, down in 9th position. So I think Taylor Barnard's going to be feeling a little bit irritated with that particular move. On board with Olivia Piatek in the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine. That's a lunge up the inside of Team PGZ. No real defense offered. And the move made. Not been an easy day for the 27 by any means. Up and down through the field, been involved in some contact. Thijs van Urban slightly earlier in the day found himself in the wall. The crisscross from Rabier, though, saw so much speed offered to him. 27 up the inside, holds it through turn number 1.
Is there another chance for PGZ into 3? There was a half chance, but look, Rabier deciding not to. I just wonder what what's happened to him in the last couple of moments, because the lap before this one was quite slow. That time round was okay, so that maybe damage can be put to one side for the moment. But we did see them make contact with Matt Farrow, who was trying to come through at Bishop those couple of moments ago. Very nearly ended up with a lot worse of a crash, actually, but they got away with that at least. I was beginning to wonder whether they're slightly damaged on the rear end or something, but they seem to be back up to speed and okay now. They have fallen back their position, now down to 9th for PGZ.
Taylor Barnard is back within half a second of second place. Williams Sim Racing Prodigy, your race leader overall, is now back out to a 12-second advantage over Williams Sim Racing Tour Blast, which maybe is why we've been seeing that aggression from Farrow through some of the traffic moments. And this is such a fascinating part of the race for these drivers, because ultimately they're on that tiptoe, right? They don't want to push too hard, start making enemies out there on track just yet, because it's going to become the night when we get to that final hour. Like we've talked about with the strategy for the Apex Racing team, you're going to want to make sure you've got some friends out there on track still.
Oh, and Taylor Barnard for the second lap in a row, he's going to get someone stuffed down the inside at Le Mans. So, well, he was close enough at one stage in the lap, as you were saying, just less than half a second. That quickly evaporated. There's a flash of the lights, by the way, from a Williams car. There's a wiggle in response from Williams Sim Racing car up ahead as well. Not sure if that was a hello or what was going on there, but anyway, all sorts on the Ulman Straight that time round. They'll make their way over the line as they were in these battles, but the Williams Sim Racing car is very much clinging on to second place right now. Less looking up ahead, actually, at the leader. More looking over their shoulder at who is behind them.
You made the mistake Williams Esports once or twice. I've made the mistake Williams Esports once or twice as well. Problem is, and I've got to keep calling them Williams Esports in something else than I'm doing until May. So I'm going to make this mistake way too often. It's unfair. Unfair.
May's quite close, scarily. So
it's true.
It's not that far away. But yeah, I like how their Twitter handle is still Williams Esports.
Is it?
You can change Twitter handles these days. But it's still Williams Esports. Their name is Williams Sim Racing, but it doesn't match up to the handle, which is even more hilarious.
Get the admin on that is what I'm saying right now. Unacceptable. But again, it's a change, and I don't think it's a new livery, right? I haven't really kept a close eye on the car in particular. We've been more focused on whether the Grid and Go car is yellow or green, because apparently some people just like controversy here in the broadcast booth. On board with the 119, though, up towards Le Mans curve, bringing you onto the Ulman Straight, and this is where we've talked about on so many occasions, swing yourself out wide beyond the white line, which I'm sure certain track limits people love.
Oh yes, that is everyone's favourite. It's a very iRacing thing, isn't it? Pulling all the way to the left-hand side there to really open up the...
it happens in the real world too.
Ulman Straight. Yeah, oh no, absolutely, yeah. I'm not saying it's an iRacing specific thing, but it certainly happens here a lot as well. It's one of those racing drivers things. To be fair, that's a white line there, so are we going to say everyone's extending through Sunset Bend as well? I mean, what's the white line there for otherwise? I don't know.
I mean, I do agree with you. If you've got a white line, you kind of people should abide by it. But I guess people just
got some grass there.
I mean, they've got plenty of grass at Sebring, so it's not a bad idea.
No, but there could be some more grown elsewhere. I'm saying what they could do. I don't know if you saw the Qatar race from the World Endurance Championship. Put some narrow strips of gravel on the outside of the circuit. I thought that was brilliant, by the way, and it enforced track limits quite well, while also keeping their hideous amounts of tarmac on the outside of corners, which they have.
I did see that, and I thought it worked decently for sure. Michele Costantini's apparently got his camera fixed, because throughout the entirety of last year's IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series, it looked like his face was being lit up by 1,000 suns, but it seems a bit more reasonable for him right now as he blasts down the back straight. Pressure from Jere Lehtinen in the number 22 Williams Sim Racing entry behind. That's going to be a big old lunge through the final corner, and I think Costantini recognizes that Cadillac is just better at this point in the race. They dominate the top six right now. Only BMW M Team BS Plus competition in fourth have escaped their stranglehold at the front right now, but the Ferrari 499P being represented well by the number 50.
Yeah, being represented pretty well by Michele Costantini. I don't know if you were watching his Pacific driver camera as the Cadillac was firing itself down the inside at Sunset there, but just saw the readjustment. You saw the eyes obviously looking round the corner as much as you can, obviously as you do with a racing driver, just looking up ahead basically. Just saw the adjustment to the right-hand side, just looking at the car coming down its inside there. It was very interesting just at how these drivers readjust, how they let somebody through on the inside line, how they facilitate that. Thought that was very interesting, that on board there with Michele Costantini. Pretty easy actually in the end to just let that Cadillac through. In the end, absolutely got away with that. Didn't actually have to do a lot in terms of facilitating that move, but it was just really interesting to watch the eyes there and just see how and what these drivers are looking at when they sort of have to readjust through the middle of a very long corner like Sunset Bend.
And for these drivers, they have been welcomed into the Ferrari family. I saw Michele was out at the Ferrari launch event that they had done at Maranello a couple of weeks ago before the F1 season got underway. It's been really nice to just see. It's not just, go and do this esports thing once in a while. No, they are very much being welcomed in at Maranello as well. They got to go and do a photo shoot there. I'm sure that invoked plenty of emotion. Down the back straightaway once again with that move being made. Now 1.1 seconds already clear as the 22. Like I said, I think Cadillac in these low temperatures, high grip, it's just suiting them so nicely right now. Lasse Back's coming to pit lane in the GTDs, so nearing the close of another hour, Ewan, GTD pit stops about ready to rumble, and that might mean that Taylor Barnard doesn't go for the move, maybe saves some fuel and gets it done in pit lane.
Yeah, we'll see on the pit strategy for these two as they now come out of Tower Corner. We are closing in on that again with the end of another hour looming already, flying by very quickly. Indeed, 5 hours 5 still to go in this race, but this is as close as Barnard has been really, and now Beckham Jasir has got some real pressure to be thinking about how can he keep the pace up, keep Ricardo Rico within striking distance here, and maybe even start to turn that gap around a little bit, while also keeping Barnard in his mind and watching for any moves that might happen from the Audi here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Barnard getting a little bit aggressive here for the reasons I was saying earlier on about the slowing down of the Williams car. That won't be their primary goal, of course. That will be to just get into second, but a byproduct and a positive byproduct for Drago Racing is that these guys get drawn out into a battle and give their teammates an even bigger lead.
So Darragh Thacker, who was with me for the first 2 hours, he'll be in the broadcast booth for another 2 hours once Ewan and I step aside momentarily, an hour or so away from that. He predicted that the number 9 would be the race winner, and I think there is still a chance. Taylor Barnard, Hugh Barter flying at various points in the race, but I think it's going to come down to whether they play the team game or not, because I agree with you, Ewan. It could very much be a battle between these two that allows the race leader to break away. Beckham just here. I've been keeping an eye on the lap times between him and the number. There we go. Look to the inside, and Taylor Barnard does not hang around, slides forward to second.
That looked like an accident to me. I don't think he was trying to do that in towards the hairpin. I don't think he was trying that at all, but he broke where he was going to and eventually found himself down the inside of Beckham Jasir, who doesn't want to reply. He sees the disadvantage of getting drawn out into a long battle and allowing Ricardo Rico to get out to a very big lead, so he facilitated that move in the end, but I think that was a total accident actually from Taylor Barnard.
It was a weird one. I was just taking a look at the replay on my side. It's hard to see the brake lights of the Audi, but it's very, very deep into the corner. Beckham definitely just opens up the steering and does not turn in, though. Pit lane busy for the GTPs. First time, I think, this race we've seen Drago Racing and Williams Sim Racing on pit lane at the same time. Alexander Spetz is going to roll. He's still behind the wheel of the number 1 machine. He's off and away, still waiting for Matt Farrow, so still going to be about 10 seconds between the two of them. But Ewan Strategy equalize at the front of the field.
Yeah, the reason for that, by the way, is that Alexander Spetz did one more lap. He did 29 that time. Matt Farrow and Robin Glerham only did 28 again. Out of the pit lane comes Farrow, about 10 seconds. The gap is restored pretty much to what it was last time round. There goes the PS competition car, by the way. That will get past the Williams Gaming Club as well. They're now 20 seconds behind. So there's the disadvantage of running round on a heavier fuel load for a good 18 laps, as they have been now.
I think that fight for third could well and truly be on. Slightly different strategy in the BMW M Hybrid V8. See if I can get a word from someone in the strategy camp to see how they're feeling, what their plan is, and again, an update before the next pit stop window. For GTDs, really all they're trying to do is get to the top of the hour. After that, you don't really want to necessarily go that much further, especially with how the stops have been going so far. But Jasir seems relatively comfortable to just sit behind and wait. Sun is definitely setting, though, Ewan. There is no question about that right now.
Yeah, shadow's getting longer. Almost encroaching on the circuit, actually, on the way towards turn number 10. And very soon, it will start to be in the driver's eye line and start to become a bit of a nuisance. And as I was talking about earlier on, because of the lack of any sort of elevation around Florida and the tall buildings a long way away, the sun is not really blocked out by anything. It's a very long sunset here, very long and drawn out. And it suddenly means that the sun does disappear very quickly when it does, but it also means that it's in the eye line for quite a long time. There goes the door car, just splitting these two, by the way, for second, and will continue to do that. I would bet that Beckham Jasir was hoping they would fire down the inside of the Audi there in towards Le Mans, but they didn't. And Beckham Jasir not able to get quite the run they were hoping for.
Yeah, but Taylor Barnard ran out too wide and he's cost himself some momentum all by himself, and so it closes back up. And we have a fight for second as well in GTP, because not quite sure how this has happened, but Farrow in that Williams Sim Racing Tour Blast car has lost 4 seconds on that outlap. Make it 5 seconds, actually. Quite remarkable how the pendulum has swung, and Danny Lorenzo, remember, low on fuel as well, directly behind the Cadillac.
Yeah, it could have been a combination of traffic and cold tyres, because there's a PGZ Cadillac, it looks like to me, just behind them there. Fiercely forward, excuse me, I always get that wrong. In towards turn 7. Again, he's weaving around Farrow, and again, he's braking earlier. Lorenzo, on the outside, looking for a move, and he couldn't. But these tyres are not quite where Farrow wants them, even now.
Absolutely. He's got traffic in front that might help him here. We saw a lunge up the inside from Alexander Spetz to grab the lead. It wasn't quite on because Matt Farrow's had one more lap to warm the tyres compared to in that opening hour of the race. The sun is glaring though, and you can see it off the cars. There's going to be certain corners where these drivers are blinded by it behind the wheel as well. Something that we're talking about on social media. This car, +6. The BMW M Hybrid was not favored by any of these teams. Contact into the braking zone. Off goes Farrow at turn 14. What are they going to be saying about that one? Regardless, as Farrow rejoins the track, potentially with a slowdown to boot as well. A change at the second spot in the GTP class.
And how is that Cadillac still struggling so badly on cold tyres? It still didn't look quite right in towards that chicane there. It still was braking too early. Lorenzo, of course, should have avoided the contact nose to tail, but for some reason, Matt Farrow is really struggling to get those tyres up to temperature. Just have a look at the lap times this time round. Alexander Spetz immediately in the 48 sevens. Now, the lap times of these two obviously not going to be quite representative, but to be in the 48s immediately there from Spetz is something that Farrow could only dream of, really. He was still really struggling, and I'm not sure why it's taking him so long to get those tyres heated up quite in the same way.
Well, let's see if we can dial a replay up and figure out why. Our producer Hugo has spooled up the replay. This is down to 10, isn't it? Oh, he's gone straight. He's on the inside, and this is the problem. I'm pretty confident in saying he's flat spotted the fronts, and this is the risk with this new cold tire model, Ewan. A, you can make mistakes, but B, when you do, you'll get punished for the remainder of your stint. Matt Farrow's got to settle in and hope he's not done too much damage to his race.
That could be really painful as well, because that was lap 1. If this stint is 28 laps again, or whatever they're going to do, it could be very, very painful indeed for Matt Farrow. And you wouldn't have thought he'll be able to get past the BS competition car for the remainder of their stint anyway, because they're on lower fuel, and so they should be fine. But oh dear, that was close. But Farrow could be really suffering pretty soon. And Robin Glarum, don't forget, is the one 17 seconds further behind. Is that going to become a factor before the end? We'll see as Farrow gets a better run through that chicane. This time round, he's reversed his fortune. fine-tuned. He was hit into those corners last time. Now he's on the attack out of those corners this time.
He's not going to be given a clear path. Track veers off to the right, and there goes Faro sliding on past. Can Lorenzo get the power down and fight back into the opening corner? Not quite sure if he's got the speed to be able to do so. This, though, increasing the gap to your leader. 18 seconds clear now is Alexander Spetz, as Williamson Racing Chill Blast hold on to second spot.
And so finally, that pass that never really, or should have been, a thing that Faro had to do, it's now been executed with just less than 5 hours to go, and he's back to second. But look at the time lost here. Faro was around 10, 11 seconds behind Spetz, or somewhere around there in the opening part of, or the last hour, I should say, the opening part of the last hour. And now 18 seconds is the gap. You'd imagine almost all of that has come through that mistake on cold tyres, and sort of created by the traffic. I know the tyres are a big factor in that, but actually created by the traffic, because he had to go down the inside in towards turn 10 there. He missed his braking zone, perhaps locked up, and went off into the grass. It's the beauty of multi-class racing. It wouldn't have been quite so difficult, I don't think, if this was a single-class GTP race.
Have we had a single-class GTP race ever in the virtual world that you and I have commentated on?
Oh, that we've commentated on? I wouldn't have thought so, no.
Okay, well, or of consequence. And I think the answer is no. We should do that at some point. That sounds like a really interesting format, given how these cars race. This is a look at, as I mentioned, 7 Sebring Hotel, built around 20 odd years ago. I had the privilege, the pleasure of staying here. Unfortunately, I didn't get a room that overlooked turn 7. I had a room that overlooks the final corner Sunset Bend instead. But Ewan, this is just one of those things at a racetrack. I've checked it off my bucket list now. I have stayed at the 7 Sebring Hotel.
I must admit, it's not particularly on my bucket list.
I'm disappointed in you, Ewan.
Sorry. It's not top of my list to visit, if I'm honest. But yeah, it's a great place to have a room if you can get one down there at turn 7. It's probably one of the big action points on the circuit as well. So you don't even need to leave the room; just watch it from in bed. That'd be great.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And now maybe you're realizing that you should get there. I will say, Sebring is it's a little bit in the middle of nowhere. I flew into Tampa, drove 2 hours. Eventually, it's like the last 60 minutes of it is like on a single lane road as we see Beckham just see her peel off to pit lane.
60?
Yeah, the last 60 minutes of it is like a single lane road either way.
Goodness me.
Through all sorts of small Floridian towns, and then you land in the town of Sebring, where guess what? They've got a racetrack.
I mean, maybe this is a misrepresentation. I would have thought most racetracks in America are kind of in the middle of nowhere.
You're not wrong. But usually they're at least a little bit closer to some sort of major city of some kind, like, Indianapolis Motor Speedway is probably, 20, 25 minutes from downtown Indy. Probably more with traffic.
Yeah. Is Daytona close to Miami then?
No, but Daytona Beach is not a small town by any means. It's a college town. It's got a college vibe. There's Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University that's right there. So look at the track, by the way, down at turn 10, tower turn. You can see the gravel. Plenty of cars have been off the track there. Got plenty of marbles running around the surface as well. I've seen some comments about that. Wondering if maybe that's what caught Matt Farrow out as well, Ewan. Got to the inside, cold tires, marbles, straight off the track for him.
Yeah, it's absolutely believable. We see, especially from some of these ground level cameras. I mean, look at this on the outside of the hairpin, for example. Might not be so obvious from this camera, but there you go. Yeah, you can see it at the bottom of your screen. And on the sides there, to the right-hand side out of turn 7. Very, very pronounced. The marbles these days, perhaps even more than they used to be, actually. So it's something really to be aware of. It's very possible, but I find it a little bit hard to believe, because surely a lot of prototypes would have been using that line down into towards turn 10 to make overtakes anyway.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just the cold tires as well. That's what maybe caught him out, right? So that was the problem. There's another look at turn 7. The really interesting thing about this corner is you see on the left, Ewan, where the cones kind of block the path. We've got the runoff area now, right? about 30, 40 years ago, they still used to go full speed into that corner there, and I promise you, there's a wall, and then there's the public road. There's not much runoff at all, and I was talking to Brian Till about it, and we were talking about the bravery needed to drive that particular layout of the track. GTD pit stops underway as Drago pull in the 9 and the 69.
Yeah, so we're going to see a change up down there. There they are, all in one line actually. Flashing headlights in the pit lane as well as an LMP2. It's up on the jacks just in front of them. That's number 188 from Teras Automotive as well. There goes number 6 out of the pit lane first, and it is still Ricardo Rico who's going to go and do another stint. I think you're right, it is very much 2 on 2 off for those drivers as it is for commentators as well. We're doing it right.
Oh, well, it depends. I don't mind the 2 hours on, 2 hours off. I know other people have other opinions of it. But yeah, I think it's been a good broadcast so far. Been a fun one. Like I said, Ewan and I will step aside in 50 minutes, and Dara Thacker will jump back in alongside Brad Dalton. You and I will be back for the final 2 hours of the race. LMP2 off pit lane. There's Dion Fiallo in the Moradna 17. He's got Teletraz Automotive with Darius Andre behind as they work their way back out onto track. 4 seconds going to be between them once they've gotten off the limiter in the fight for what is now a 6th position after Moradna's couple of slip-ups here and there after being up towards the front early stage of the race. Lights flashing as well. That's the traffic management at play. The lights flashing, though, as everyone has to remember, Ewan, does not mean get out of my way. It means I'm here. Just be aware that I might make a move.
Well, I think it's very nuanced what it means, isn't it? The flash of the lights. Sometimes it means absolutely get out of my way, what the hell are you doing? Sometimes it means I am just here and I'm letting you know that, and I might be diving down the inside here, so watch out. Sometimes it means things that we can't really talk about on the broadcast, or certainly say word for word. So it's very nuanced. I think on that occasion it was very much an I'm there, so please watch out on the exit of this corner. But it sort of makes the whole flashing lights redundant, really, in my mind, because if there are so many different meanings for it, and I've certainly experienced a lot of different meanings, both as a commentator and a driver, of just flashing the lights like that, then it's in my mind makes it a little bit redundant, really.
It is a little redundant. You should have to remember, though, iRacing blue flags are informational. It is on the faster car and class to pass in a safe manner. So these slower machines under no obligation to pull off the track and get out of the way. Hugh Barter is now back behind Parker White. A little shorter pit stop for the Mercedes AMG compared to the Audi R8 and the Williams Sim Racing Prodigy machine back out in front. Of course, Parker White, 2024 eNASCAR champion, who has plenty of speed on the road courses as well. It feels a little bit weird introducing him as the 2024 eNASCAR champion because it somewhat diminishes his road course ability.
Yeah. Absolutely it does, yeah. He's a really good road course driver in his own right as well. You see oval drivers in the real world, especially those who win many championships. Sometimes they come on the road, sometimes it makes them look a little bit ordinary, but that is not the case for Parker White here in iRacing at all. He's a very good road driver, and he's been placed in the car in 3rd place. And it will be 2nd, by the way, later on in GTD when the Apex Racing team come in to make their pit stop, as we were discussing earlier. A little bit off strategy, but what a 2024 it was for Parker White. I would say he prevailed in the best finish sim racing saw in 2024, or maybe even previous to that as well. It was one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen.
I've heard mixed opinions on it, but I don't disagree with you, right? I think it was great that Parker won. I loved his mom's reaction as well. Mom is one of the most genuine people, I think, in sim racing as well. I love that family support. The thing is, there was plenty of contact, right? It could have been a lot more messy. At least it ended the way it did. We jump on board with Barter's perspective. There's no sun blaring into your eyes in 17 right now. Well, what's your opinion on the bump and run, Ewan, in NASCAR? If you're watching NASCAR, do you think it's more appropriate than if we're going to get to the final corner here in the 12 hours of Sebring powered by VCO?
Yeah, I'm absolutely an advocate for, well, not an advocate.
Ewan says, get the bumpers out.
No. In NASCAR racing, I have absolutely no problem with it at all, unless it gets completely ridiculous when, you know, it's not a banger race, but it is a NASCAR race. It is a stock car race, so making contact is absolutely fine by me. In one of these races, I certainly wouldn't want to see a bump and run at all. That's absolutely not what it's for. It's a different kind of racing. If you know anyone who had problems with the contact on the final lap of that championship, I think should get over themselves and watch something else, because it was fine by me.
Oh, clip that, please, somebody. Please.
Oh, it's true. I mean, it's not an F1 race. It's they build them strong for a reason.
I'm not disagreeing, because people know I love my rallycross. I love my short course racing. I still commentate on some short course racing, even if we don't have an iRacing off-road championship series in the virtual world nowadays. But, you know, I'm willing to admit the rules of engagement of what's allowable in racing. It differs depending on what you're doing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, there are some people that will say, but racing is racing, right? And so, you know, I'm not going to disagree with that. That's a philosophical conversation at that point about what's acceptable in racing. But, you know, for me, I'm on your side. I'm not saying that people should get over themselves and go watch something else. I'm just saying that I can understand why people thought it was okay. I can also understand why they didn't think it's okay, and I'm enjoying the fence I'm sitting on very much right now as BMW M Team BS Plus competition into pit lane.
Do you need some cream for that?
No, actually, it's very comfy right here, you know?
Okay, fine. I had no problem with it at all. But, you know, people say racing is racing. Yeah, that is true. But, I mean, it's a bit like saying I should be allowed 16 men over the wall in this series because F1 have, you know.
Right, exactly, yes.
The rules are different for different series. That's just how it is. So yeah, I don't know. But anyway, we've drifted way off subject. How do we get here?
It's an endurance race, Ewan. Are you really asking that question?
Well, that's true. Yeah. It was Parker White, of course, wasn't it? Who, by the way, while we've been talking, has just put a lap car between himself and the Drago Racing number 9 of Hugh Barter. It does seem that he's looking a bit more comfortable now there. And actually, ever since he's gotten into the car, compared to Beckham, just it. He's just put that little bit of distance between himself and the Audi and brought the gap back down to Ricardo Rico as well.
Yeah, even out of the pit stop window, it was a couple, 3 seconds or so that White was able to shrink, which it's not insignificant, right, in this sort of a race. And even with a driver change, right, so they did all that work. Great job from the team to close the margin. It's just going to be interesting. We've got 4 hours, 45 minutes to go, waiting for that sun to set. Once we get to the night, who has got the quickest car? There's a lot for us to still get to that final stage of the race, though, and survive. 60 started this race. I see 49 still out there on track. The most recent retirement is going on about 47 laps ago now. So, you know, Ewan, we've got 49 cars on track, which is more. Rather, I was going to say more than last year's race in total. But no, 2024's iRacing Sebring 12 hours. We started with 50, so we probably raced for about 30 seconds before we retired a car and had as many cars as we have 6 hours into this race or whatever. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the year before, 2023, we got 33 to the line. I'm not sure if you just mentioned that or not, but I was busy looking at 2023 results to be listening to you. Sorry. But yeah, 33 got to the line that day as well. Although we did have only 50 start that year, so how do you want to, you know, decide between the two? I don't know. But it's absolutely fantastic. And it just feels like that as well, doesn't it? It feels busier out there at the moment than what a lot of races do after just over 7 hours. Even 24-hour races, to be honest, where everyone's taking things just a notch lower in the early moments, especially those who are just looking to get to the end in top split and have a good day. It's really remarkable, the rate of attrition this time around. And to us, in the hour and 15 we've been here, car contact has been kept to an absolute minimum, and that's fantastic to see. Well, you missed the battle at the front of the field in the first hour where Ewan, we were 45, 50 minutes into a 12-hour race, and the race leaders in GTP banging 4 or 5 times down the straight as they fought wheel to wheel.
I didn't see that, but
yes.
I've said since I've been here, you know, our last hour 15 has been fine, mainly because those two haven't been together.
Yes, that's true. We've kept them quite far apart. Matt Farrow did have his fun fight with the BS competition machine just before it headed off towards the pit lane. That glare, by the way. So I'm guessing it's going to be... Oh, I'm trying to think of what corners it's going to be really blinding into right now. Maybe down to turn 14 might be bad. Might want one of the places to keep an eye out for some trouble.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm on a different track map to you because turn 14 is not really a bit of a non-event on my.
Well, turn 14.
On my map. Turn 14 is Bishop on mine. I'm probably using the wrong one. But...
No, that's mine too, but leading up to 15, I think where it might get a little bit blinding.
Oh, fine. Okay, fine, yeah. So I was thinking it's definitely flat out in every car.
Yes, no, absolutely.
Yeah, but well, as long as it's dry, of course, which we believe it is going to be throughout the 12 hours today. Yeah, it's going to really start to become a problem in these next few moments. But this is going to be a very drawn-out period. I think it was 20 minutes when we first brought it up that you can see the sun glinting off these cars a little bit more pronounced than what we saw before. So this is going to go on for a very long time. The sun's not actually going to be properly set, and we're going to be into pitch black for quite a long time, actually. So this is going to be a long period of difficulty, as we've seen a pit stop now for WSR 323. They, you'd imagine, will come out in second place, and they do.
So that now cycles the entirety of the LMP2 field, with the exception of PGZ, through the pit lane. It's now grid and go back to the race lead to Van Haase behind the wheel of the pole-sitting entry. 4 hours and 41 minutes left to go. So we're probably not far away from the Apex Lamborghini at the head of the GTD field to head in. Again, they are off strategy with the rest of the class. They have committed to doing an extra pit stop compared to their competitors up front. 45 seconds. Now, if this is the gap with 40 minutes to go, Ewan, it's going to be very, very close, because they're not going to need a full service, which is about 65 seconds in pit lane. They could very well end up very close to the leaders, but they've still got some work to do.
Yeah, I think so. It's so hard to work out where they're all going to be at this stage, given the amount of time we've got remaining. We've got over a third of this race left. It's just so hard to work out what the strategy is for the remainder here. But obviously it's going to be very interesting, but very difficult to know for now. I'm still willing to say that the teams we've got at the front of the field right now in all of our classes actually probably will be at the end. So obviously Drago Racing, I'm talking about GTD, Grid and Go for LMP2 and Drago again for GTP as well. I think those teams are still the ones in prime position, but you do never know at this stage. It's difficult to tell.
So does that mean you think the 6 is the Drago Racing car that's going to win?
Yes. But
okay.
They are being caught, aren't they?
They are. I was going to say, get off the fence, Ewan.
Well, if you don't have to, then I don't either.
Yeah, that's true. I'll eat my pie. There's a three-way fight now that the BS competition hybrid has headed out of pit lane. They're in front of Grid and Go. They're also in front of the Apex Racing team. That is the one of two surviving Apex Racing Ferrari 499s in the field. Fight for 8th position, but expecting Jordan Johnson maybe into pit lane sooner rather than later. Still shows himself up the inside of the 001. Backs out of it as they head off through Cunningham towards Tower.
Yeah, so 3-car battle effectively you can call this one for now, but you imagine Lorenzo will get away. Jordan Johnson applying that pressure for now. 0.6 of a second, 5.5 really gains last lap compared to the 001. And you'd imagine they will be coming through pretty shortly in this race, because they're on lower fuel. They're not actually that far from a stop, and you would think in that situation maybe it's better off them staying behind until that pit stop phase. Well, in this situation, I think they're better off maximising the low fuel load while they've got it, and that means trying to pass Grid and Go, who are having the awkward moment of making a questionable dive on their teammates, but it was fine in the end.
Worked out. Just about held on through there as we jump on board with the Ferrari. Heard the hum of the engine. Sounds pretty good, but I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Cadillac sounds better.
Oh, yeah. I think there's little competition in prototype at the moment in iRacing anyway. In real life, there's the Cadillac's got some serious competition, by the way.
Oh, yes, from an Aston Martin.
Oh, my goodness me.
Which I'm allowed to say this, by the way, but the GTP and the GTD winners will head to the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of this year. We will not have the Ferrari 499P as part of the IMSA Esports Championship unless it races in the real-world IMSA Championship as well. So, unless someone gets a Ferrari over to Petit Le Mans or something, we're not expecting another manufacturer there. And I'm also saying this with no actual knowledge of anything being done right now. But Gabe Newell, if you're listening, please, 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 please get the Aston Martin over to iRacing, get Heart of Racing working with the team, and let's get that car in as soon as we can.
Oh, and I would drive it all day, to be honest. It's just great, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Obviously, it needs a bit of work in real life, if we're being honest, for it to become a race-winning car. But they are effectively starting with everybody else getting a head start, aren't they, in the real world? You know, if you think about how long in WC, for example, Toyota have been around, but even this car, this Ferrari, has been around for a couple of years now. They've got a couple of years' knowledge behind them and some big wins as well. The Porsches have got multiple cars data to pull from because they sell them to privateer teams as well. For example, it's very difficult for them to get up to speed, but yeah, that would be absolutely fantastic to see at the end of the year. Is that the Aston Martin can get to iRacing in time? Let's pray that it happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a rain dance. Instead, I'm going to do my Aston Martin dance, and hopefully we get a new prototype on iRacing, because that is... I think you're right. If we get that onto the sim, there is competition. What's just happened to Sven Haase at the front of LMP2, by the way, because the gap's come down quite considerably. It's 23.3 seconds now between the 323 and the race leaders. I think it was maybe down at turn 15 where things went wrong, but we'll have to wait and see. They've been running a perfect race so far. I'll go as far as to say it, but clearly something has happened.
It looks like it, unless there's something we're missing here from the pit stop phase. But yeah, I reckon there has been a problem for Sven Haase. Not traditionally a prototype driver, if I can offer such a statement, but he is doing it, or has been doing a decent job so far in the Sebring 12 hour. This maybe where it's starting to unravel though. It's a GTP down the inside. Oh, I'm not sure there was quite contact there, but the car has spun around, and that is how Sven Haase has lost 10 seconds.
You could probably fit a college textbook just about between the two of them, but regardless, the damage is done. I was wondering if this look was going to give us a bit more of an angle, and it might just at the apex. Not quite sure what you could have expected Haase to have done differently there, other than try and lose even more speed, but at the end of the day, he's maybe not lost too much time, and that could have been a lot worse. I think 10 seconds the total damage.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, but also for the GTP, could we expect them to do a whole lot more other than not make the overtake there? You know, they're in a race as well, they're trying to come through. It wasn't a rash move, or that, you know, that move was certainly on as well. Yeah, there wasn't a lot that either of them really could have done there. They were just racing.
See if Alexander Spetz is going to be able to continue building his advantage. Looking through timing, Michele Costantini's just come down to pit lane as well, so that's a 26-lap run for the number 50. That probably means that the 51's due in from 5th, the number 98 is due in as well, and not far away from Williams Sim Racing Academy. But these drivers at the front of the field, Ewan, they've still got maybe 10 laps to go. That strategy has been very much widened out.
Yeah, it has. Even just through natural causes now, really, not just those with incidents that are off kilter. It is much of the rest of the field as well. To add into that mix, by the way, number 97 of the Apex Racing team will also be in very soon as well, from Jordan Johnson. So that battle we were enjoying earlier on for 7th place, well, it's now for 7th. We are not going to be able to enjoy it for much longer, because Johnson will be into the pit lane in number 97. So new round of pit stops begins, and it will begin with Alistair Time-Bratton in number 51, was running 5th at the time.
So he follows in his teammate Costantini, who boxed the previous time around. And I think you're right, Jordan Johnson should be in this lap, and then maybe Williams Sim Racing Academy and the number 98 Apex car due in the next time by. So that's going to bring another set of pit stops to a close for these drivers. as the sun continues to set, let's jump on board with Alexander Spets and go for a lap around the Sebring International Raceway and see what it's like as the sun continues to set. It has been a very impressive drive to this point so far. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go, and Spets in complete control right now. Blast down through turn number 1, and here on the sim, the track opens up. The wall moves to the right-hand side, so use the track on offer to flick the car to the left all the way to the inside of the wall and be as brave on power as you can. Straighten the car up into the braking of 3, and then if you're brave, you're aggressive, use the curbing to try and get the car rotated before you pitch it in towards Big Bend. This is one of those opportunities that you get to breathe for just a moment, but it's a bumpy braking zone that lies in front of you, and it's one where with traffic can be very, very difficult in the middle of the track. Around those 4 cones, stamp onto the brakes, recover a little bit of energy, and then straighten the car out once again in towards Fangio. This is, of course, where last year in the 12 Hours of Sebring, a monumental crash for one of the DPIs, a little bit safer for most of our contenders here today. Through Cunningham, you've got to make sure that you bring the car back over to the right-hand side as you enter off towards Tower. You've got to be aggressive as well with some of the GTD machines to try and enter onto the left side of the track as early as possible. That lets you open the corner up, and be careful. Clipping the curb on the inside costs you instantly about half a tenth down this run. Through Bishop, and then once again straining the car up in towards 15. You've got to be careful on the curbs here. Too greedy and you'll bottom out before you enter out wide through turn 16 and onto the Ullman Straight. Have not seen the drivers blinded too much from this particular camera perspective, but you can definitely get a sense for, as the sun sets, where it's going to be in the driver's eye line. Through Sunset Bend, it's high commitment in these prototypes with the amount of downforce they've got as well. In the real world, a blue dot signifies the line that you're looking for as you get back onto the power, and a lap at Sebring, full control from Spets behind the wheel.
Absolutely full control. He has got the margin out at 17 seconds now for Williams Sim Racing. Chill Blast in second with 4 hours and a half still remaining. And that lap there is just an indication of just how in control he is. A lot of traffic on that lap, or relative amount, relative a lot of traffic, I suppose, and just through the actual just normal driving as well. Just not looking rushed at any stage, not looking out of shape at any period either. Just calm, comfortable, and leading this race deservedly by a relatively long way at this stage.
GTD lead, Ewan, 5.4 seconds. Parker White is not only covering off Ubarda behind him very well, but as that sun sets, the last time we talked about track temperature, it was 33 degrees Celsius. It's down to 29 now. So that's 4 degrees Celsius. Sometimes roughly in the sim, you equate that at 0.4 of a second in terms of lap time. But the Mercedes just coming more alive right now. And it's quite remarkable. Again, not many teams elected to pick this Mercedes, but Williams have made the most of it.
Absolutely. As we mentioned earlier, it's a bit of a throwback to older times, Mercedes versus Audi, but Parker White is getting speed out of this car that Beckham just here frankly wasn't able to. And it's not a change of driver out front. Ricardo Rico is still driving number 6, and Hugh Barter actually staying with White quite well in number 9 as well. So it's not a change of leader that has really provoked this. It's Parker White going quicker, and it's Hugh Barter going with him as well. These two are the ones making the difference.
5.5 seconds. Given another 10, 15 laps, when they're due back down to pit lane, it could be down to 3 seconds. And Parker White is flying, which is quite apt given that he is an aviation enthusiast, and probably once he's done with his sim racing journey, he will be pursuing a career in aviation full time. Very excited to see what he will continue to do though. And we were talking about him being an eNASCAR champion and not wanting to devalue his skill on the road courses. There's only a couple of drivers that are doing what he's doing this year, Ewan, which is racing in both eNASCAR and in the Porsche Esports Super Cup at the same time. The only couple of drivers that I can think of the top of my head, Bobby Zelensky, of course, Mitchell de Jong, although I don't remember if Mitchell pulled out of the Porsche Esports Super Cup before he qualified for eNASCAR, so I'd have to go back and look.
I'm pretty sure he would have done the same. He certainly would have done 2 World Championships at the same time. I'm not sure if it's those two
It would have been Rallycross and some, whether it was the Formula World Championship or PESC. You're right. He definitely has done 2 at the same time, but not eNASCAR. That's what I'm trying to remember now.
I'm pretty sure. I think he was doing eNASCAR and Grand Prix, wasn't he?
No.
Like a long time ago?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
Maybe you're right.
Sometimes I can invent things in my head that have happened. I talk to someone else about it and they say, what are you talking about? I don't remember that. Might be one of those moments, to be honest. But yeah, he's certainly done 2 World Championships at the same time, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back and look, but I'm pretty... So 2020, this is the great thing about endurance commentary, is that we're going to go and do our Googling while the race is underway. It would have been 2021 where Mitchell... I think that was the first... Was it the first year that he ran? You have a memory of him racing before me, apparently.
Right, NASCAR, you mean?
Yes, eNASCAR, yes.
I think he was doing eNASCAR, I mean, nearly 10 years ago. Have I invented that?
See, the problem is I want to shut you down. No, you are definitely wrong, because I've just gone to Sim Racing Wiki. 2021, he was a rookie. Come on, Ewan.
Okay.
I was so confident. I always knew. I didn't.
That is amazing. Anyway.
So now we need to figure out, did he race in PESC in 2021? And the answer is yes. And he finished second that year as well.
Wow, that's higher than I remember as well. No, fair play.
Second in PESC, third in eNASCAR. That's not a bad year.
That's not bad, is it? No, you'd be annoyed that you didn't win at least one of them, but that's not a bad year.
Well, that was worth the dive down the record books. 1, to prove you were wrong. 2, to get that stat about Mitchell de Jong.
I can't believe that. Rookie in 2021. Mitchell de Jong. He's been around for decades, centuries.
You had me doubting myself. Like, I knew he hadn't been there, but I was like, does Ewan know something that I don't?
Oh, rarely.
On board with Hugh Barter we sit. He's got, again, 9/10 up to Parker White. What's the margin going to be at the line? A 2:00.497 for Ricardo Rico. So basically a 2:05. 2:00.241 for Parker White. So another quarter of a second on that lap alone.
Yeah, this is absolutely going the right way for Parker White. The White way, maybe. I don't know. He's
I'm not reacting to that one.
Sorry, made myself laugh. The gap will dip below 5 seconds, I would imagine, in either this lap or next. To be honest, this is absolutely going his way. And as I said earlier, Hugh Barter's being brought with him. Right now, it's only Ricardo Rico who's making the difference, and he's just not as quick as these two. Barter, new driver into the number 9, White new into the number 5. They are the only things that's changed, really. Rico's still in the same car, a car which, by the way, he was pulling away further from these two earlier, although they were in different drivers at the wheel. Now it's reversing around. Will it reverse again, I suppose, at this next pit stop when Rico gets out?
Quick update on LMP2, because we haven't really been talking too much about that. I'll give you a rundown through the order. It's Grid and Go that still lead by 20 seconds. I do see that Sven Haas has lost a bit more time on this lap as well, but it's not going to be too much. Just traffic costing him. There's a Mercedes in the wall, though, and it's the Apex Racing number 2 from 12th position, and get that on the flatbed. You're not going to go around for an entire lap with that. Just park it, tow it, and get back to pit lane.
Yeah, and Tom Rea is going to realise that very quickly. He's going to have to... He's still crawling. Now he's going to go back to pit lane. That is a very, very long bit of time lost for them, I'm afraid. It's through Sunset Bend. It's quite rare, actually, on the exit of that corner that you end up in trouble. Normally, I find the entry, actually, is a lot more difficult in the GT3 car, GTD car, but it looks like it's the exit. Now, is there other cars interfering? Number 15 was in a battle with Rea, who's been jumped into the outside wall. That was Daniel Antunes, who's effectively served him up there in that battle for 11th place. These two are fighting for a position, by the way.
I wonder, maybe an onboard on the roof of the Mercedes behind would give us a great angle of, well, really what he was trying to do, because I think the intent's clear, right? He's trying to go up and under, but maybe just misjudges it at the end of the day. And, well, again, we've got race control that will take a look at things post-race. Not much to be done in the heat of the moment right now. And the tap of the rear bumper, we were talking about the bump and runs. It's not necessarily what you want to see. The lightest of touches, the biggest of consequence, and the Mercedes into the wall. We have 4 hours and 23 minutes to go. I saw a question about how long we've been going for. Don't trust the commentator's math, but if this is a 12-hour race, that means we've been going for 7 hours and 38 minutes, give or take.
We're coming up to the end of the 7 hour and 38th minute, yes.
There we go, it's not far.
That's not bad. This is the view you're waiting for, by the way, and I think this is not going to look good for Antunes.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but again, I just want to try and see. You know what the issue is he may have been thinking he was going to hit the car square in the rear bumper, but he gets it more on the right side, more at an angle, and that sort of contact. We talked about it at Daytona a little bit as well when we talked about bump drafting on the banking. Any hit that's not square and you're going to pitch the car around in a way the car in front can't control.
Yeah, but my problem with it is that once he realises, once he's done that, he doesn't lift or anything. He just keeps his foot in it and effectively finishes the job. What he could have done there at the first bit of contact, when he starts to see the apex car getting a bit loose, he can lift off and let them sort of regather it. And I don't think Tom Rear would be in the wall right now, but I'm afraid he just kept his foot right in it there and dumped him straight to the outside. Meanwhile, the Williams car making an overtake here on, is that Fiercely Forward or PGZ? I can't tell. But it's PGZ. There we go. I was going to get it wrong again. Side by side down in towards Sunset Bend for 8th place.
But the 119 is again on that very different strategy. I'm not expecting Cash DeBazia to put up much of a fight here. He's on the lift and coast plan. Everyone else is on the full attack plan. And to just put it into context, the Williams Sim Racing car, it's been on track for 19 laps. Team PGZ, they've just finished their 7th lap of the stint. So we are talking a big difference in terms of strategy and how that's going to fare out. We'll have to figure out. GTPs, it's not really coming down. Still 16, 17 seconds between Drago Racing and the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. But Parker White is definitely closing on Drago Racing in the GTD class. For the first time, it's under 5 seconds in quite a while.
Yeah, this is getting very exciting in GTD, although it's another one of those slow-burning endurance racing battles that we were referencing earlier on. That feels like it's going to be another one of those. I do worry a little bit, though, for Williams, that if Peckham Jasir gets back into the car again for another hour or two, which you'd suspect he will for the remainder of this race, is that going to hurt them? How much of Jasir's driving can they afford to have? For the, that sounds very disrespectful towards him, but it's very clear that Parker White is quicker. I don't know whether that's because the conditions at this stage of the race, he's grasping better, but it's very clear White is a lot quicker than Jasir in that car.
The silence from me is because I'm looking at the lap times and trying to quantify the difference. It's maybe a bit difficult as well because, like I mentioned, the track temperature has changed. So, if anything, I would probably argue that what's changed is Ricardo Rico is not going as quick as he was maybe an hour ago. Maybe that's the one thing you'd put out there. He started off this stint flying, but he is, since jumping into the car, not really improved in terms of lap times. But we will keep an eye on how they divvy up this race. If you are Williams and you think, you want to keep Parker White in as much as possible, so he's going to do this stint and then the next, you'll get Beckham in for maybe one or at most 2 more stints, and then you get Parker in to the very end. You'll do the math backwards and figure out how much you want to leave Parker in for. But that's all on Michael Preston and the rest of the team behind the scenes to figure out.
Yeah, it depends on 2 things. One, how much Beckham and Parker have done so far, and 2, as you say, how long they want to leave Parker White in to the end of the race. If all things being equal, assuming they're coming up to the end of doing 4 hours each, I would actually get White out now and maybe put Beckham in for an hour, and then put Parker White in for the last 3, maybe, if he could manage it. I think that's a better way to go about it. I don't know. So, although maybe they want to get ahead with Parker White and then let Beckham just here try and defend it. I don't know. But I think that would be a better way around doing it. It's so difficult to know. As you say, the strategists have got a very, very difficult job to decide even who's going to drive the car, never mind their strategy.
And at this level, I'll mention it again, but 100th a lap, it does add up, right? It's more margins, but between these between these drivers. They all get it. Beckham just here. Sorry, I'm laughing because he just jumped into the iRacing YouTube chat to say, guys, I just did a triple stint. I'm tired. Ewan, stop demanding so much of me.
I'm sorry. If, in that case, then he would. He should be out the car for a while.
Well, that does make an interesting question, right? So do you leave Parker in for a triple stint now and get Beckham into the very end?
To be honest, based on what Beckham just said, I wouldn't like leaving anyone in for a triple right now.
I wouldn't want to do a triple. Yeah, that would be tough for me. No buying.
But we're not professionals. But even so, hearing that from Beckham makes me think. I do feel bad. Yeah, it's
good. I'm glad you do.
I do feel bad now, but anyway, I just know how difficult it is to be a driver. I was once, if you can believe it, a driver, even if not a professional. And I can imagine some useless commentator telling you how bad you are is probably not very helpful. I do feel slightly bad, but I would imagine he'll be out for a while now. And as I say, after reading that, I certainly wouldn't be leaving anyone in for a triple. I wouldn't have done that at the start of the race. I certainly wouldn't do it now, having read that.
Yeah, I do think doubles is a pretty good back and forth rhythm for the most part. There are a couple of tracks where I'll make exceptions: Daytona, Le Mans, and the Nordschleife, and the reason why is they have a lot of straights, right? And people will say, oh, the Nordschleife has got 170 corners. Yes, but it's got a lot of straights between all of those corners. And what those straights do is just let you calm down a little bit, right? You can relax, and that's important. And so, I mean, we've seen on an irregular occasion, drivers do 4 hours or so on average at those sort of races, but we've gone as far as, I mean, I bring this up quite regularly, Go Vankini back in, 2022, when he did 10 hours at the start of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour race. And he did all of that while being at the front of the field. Ewan, he got out of the car, 10 hours done, and handed over his car to the teammate from the lead of the race.
Yeah, and then I think, by the way, after about 2 or 3, got back in again, I seem to remember. Or have I invented that as well? It's entirely possible. But either that or he went further than 10 hours, because I certainly remember them crashing out just over halfway. I remember being awake in the middle of the night, stupid o'clock, and seeing them crash out, unfortunately, which was a shame to see all that work go by the wayside, really, because he did a mammoth opening stint of that race. Yeah. Sometimes there are drives that make you sort of redefine what you actually think is a reasonable stint for someone, because when you see someone do 10 hours or something more, I think it was actually longer, though all those years ago, makes you think, well, maybe doing a triple or a quadruple isn't so bad.
The sun is somewhat blinding in some ways up to turn 7. I think this camera is kind of occluding it on the left side of the windshield that we see, but that might be one of those problem areas, but not far away from that sunset that we've been looking forward to. We're getting towards golden hour when these drivers, cold temperatures, some light on track, might see some pretty rapid lap times. Spets is flying right now. He is almost kicked into another gear in these final stages of the stint. That is a great illustration of just how blinding it can be, by the way. 19 seconds the gap at the front of the GTP class right now. That is just, again, remember, it's been ebbing and flowing from 14 to 20 back to 16. Those two at the front are trading blows back and forth.
Yeah, certainly are. I'll get my sunglasses on, meanwhile. Have a look at this, by the way. This is one of those corners we'll be talking about a little bit later on as being difficult ones in the eye line, by the looks of that camera. Anyway, where's the sun going to appear? Oh, it was already gone. But not quite low enough just yet to be a problem for these drivers, even if it is a bit of a problem for us looking off-board. This is Alexander Spets, nearly 19 seconds in the lead. I think actually it's less actually these two trading lap times. It's more actually going his way, I think, for Drago Racing. That mistake from Matt Farrow has put 5 seconds into that gap, maybe more, that Farrow's not really been able to get back again.
And so after the I'm going for number one moment in the opening hour of the race, Drago have very much kind of controlled how proceedings have gone in the GTP class. Let's see if they're going to be able to hold on. Alexander Spets is going to go racing in the real world in a Drago racing car in the Clio Cup, so that's going to be quite interesting. Someone who you and I, Ewan, we're a bit more accustomed to talking about Alexander in a car with downforce, so that's a transition I'm looking forward to seeing.
Where's he doing that, by the way?
I don't know which Clio Cup, but one of the Clio Cups.
One of them. Yeah, I was going to say, that does change things slightly. But no, yeah. It's going to be a real change. Although having said, well, yeah, I suppose it's mostly prototypes these days, isn't it, from Alexander Spetzi? He's a very good driver at those. And has been around for a while now, especially since GTP has come along. I think he's really taken to this category very well, actually. But yeah, it's certainly a different step. I sort of feel like real world racing anyway is going to be almost separate in his mind, so it won't be a terrible adjustment for him. He won't be turning into corners wondering where all the downforce has gone, put it that way.
No, that's for sure. He's going to be racing in Clio Cup Bohemia. 6 events starting with the Red Bull Ring, so that's going to be pretty cool. A pretty major track to start the season with. As, by the way, pit stops. Last time by, Alexander Spetz came in on the same lap as Williams Sim Racing. This time, he's gone 1 lap longer, back to what we've kind of expected. And Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast driver change for them. Jaden Munoz takes over from Matt Farrow.
And Munoz will have a big job on his hands to undo some of the damage that has been done, in all honesty, by Matt Farrow, without being too harsh. That mistake down in towards turn 10, whether there was a lockup or not, it's cost them a lot of time, and it has given Munoz a real job to do. Be very interesting if we can stay on board here, by the way, just for a few corners and cold tyres, or at least follow them, because it's a very interesting warm-up phase that we saw Matt Farrow fall afoul of. This is a new driver getting behind the wheel of a car with now cold tyres on a prototype. Very, very tricky indeed.
We'll keep an eye on the car exiting pit lane, and maybe we could also jump on board with the Drago Racing #1 as it leaves pit lane and turn up the engine audio and just listen to the bump start, which is, of course, one of those unique features of these GTP cars. Spetz is in, has been relatively tidy from Jaden Munoz. I will say that one, even if the tires are cold. Temperatures are cold on track as well, so it's going to take them even longer than a couple of hours ago to get the tires into the window. Very nicely done so far, up to turn 7.
Oh yeah, don't speak too soon, because Matt Farrow is doing fine by this point as well in the lap in his warm-up phase, so it's a long way to go as he now makes his way out of turn number 7 and in towards that corner, that braking zone where it started to unravel for Farrow. No traffic around though, and just look at how much easier it is to spot your braking point when you've got nobody around. So much easier, and the fact there is absolutely nobody anywhere near him here for Munoz, I think, is a real help. Bit of an underrated bit of a help actually for Munoz. Lots of space up in front to get up to speed. As Drago Racing make a driver change, by the way, and #1 will soon be off and away.
So Ate Kalpinen, who won this race last year in the Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, gets ready to go. Let's listen in. It never gets old. The bump start as the car pulls away under the electric power and then fires up the ice as it gets ready to rumble once again. Back out onto tracks. Ate Kalpinen now going to have 22 seconds behind, but this 1 lap is going to be where he loses a bunch of time. Can't push too hard. Jaden Munoz is up to speed.
Now he's pretty much up to speed, so watch that gap tumble and don't be too worried about it as Munoz now gets to the inside of that battle for second in GTD between Drago and Williams. And through turn 1, you just see not quite there yet with the speed and not having the clear air now when they're up to speed and when Drago Racing are in the warm-up phase is going to hurt them just a little bit, but the gap should return to its what it was before the pit stops.
Quick note on the GTD5, Parker White's momentum has been stalled. Ricardo Rico's found a 10th or 2 every single lap and brought his lap times down. Hugh Barter has closed up to the 5. That 3-way fight at the front of the GTD class now split by 5 seconds. I think that this gap's actually opened up, if anything, for Drago Racing. They spent around 1.5 seconds less on pit lane from cone to cone. Their in-lap was quick. Ate Kalpinen's looked pretty smooth on the outlap from what we've seen as well. And what was a 17 or 18 second lead going into the pit stop sequence, 20 seconds on the other side of pit stops.
Yeah, to be fair to Williams, I think that it was nudging 19 in the last stint anyway, somewhere around there, so or at times definitely, so it's not that bad compared to what it was before, but not ideal for #4 certainly, as they now do bring it below 20 seconds. But yeah, Parker White has just been stalled a little bit. The fact he's halved the margin from first to second is very helpful. and if you can do that again in the seconds, even if that's just halving it again, that will be very, very useful for the Williams Sim Racing number 5 car. I was just looking through some previous results, by the way, from 2023 when Parker White was in the top 5 for Apex Racing Team alongside Johan Royer, who's not there anymore, and Gal Valero as well, who I think is still at Apex, but 3 different drivers on 3 different teams now. It only happened 2 years ago.
Absolutely, but such is the momentum with which the winds change in the world of sim racing. And yeah, that's where we first learned of Parker White in the road racing world, was when he joined up with the Apex Racing Team to get better, and boy did he improve. Helped along the way by some very, very quick drivers, made that switch over to Williams, lines up with them in the world of eNASCAR as well. It's now funny that the Apex Racing Team in 2025 also now have a program in eNASCAR as well. So Parker White goes up against his former teammates, both here in the iRacing Sebring 12 hours powered by VCO, but also every Tuesday night. Another eNASCAR race coming up this Tuesday, by the way. So make sure you stick around in the iRacing Esports Network with the coverage kicking off around 4:30 p.m. Pacific. That's 7:30 p.m. Eastern, or if you're Ewan in the UK, very early in the morning.
It's only actually 11:30 in the evening.
That's not bad, actually.
I haven't gone forward yet, but it will be soon past midnight, so we'll look forward to that. So we're still 1 weekend away from European clocks going forward, by the way, which is it's been an obscene amount of time between America and Europe this time round.
It's been very weird. It's been uncomfortable trying to remember. Yeah.
We should just do away with clocks going forward, but never mind.
Agree. No. We can talk about this. Let's get rid of daylight savings. That is the first camera shot where we have really seen the sun in the eye line. It's only going to get worse from here and into Sunset Bend. Well, I guess it's fitting, the glare that the drivers are dealing with.
And don't forget that Sunset Bend is directly parallel with the run to turn 7 as well. So there's going to be a problem down there at the same time. In fact, if you took a 90-degree turn on the entry to Sunset, you pretty much end up at turn 7 quite quickly. But it's named Sunset Bend for a reason. That's exactly why. That's a very telling on board with the Audi there. Sunset now is going to be an issue, I would say, for about an hour, maybe more, because as I mentioned before, it's a very long sunset round here.
I've got no problem admitting this on air. When we were here with Racing Prodigy, I was very, very specific, Ewan, in that I drove to the track in my rental car so that when we had the chance to go and do our laps around the track, when the drivers get driven around in vans and stuff, I'd be in my rental car instead of someone else's rental car being driven around. It was great. I got to drive around Sebring. The thing that really surprises me about Sebring is just how narrow it really feels. In the sim, you know, we've seen so much 2 wide, on occasion 3 wide as well. But I will promise you, I was sitting there it was an SUV, so it was a pretty big car as well. But I was sitting through some of these corners, specifically coming through Tower right here, thinking, how do they have the confidence to sit side by side and not crash in a big, big way?
Yeah, it's a strange place in so many ways, this circuit, for so many reasons as well. But so unique, even if I'm not its biggest fan. It does have a lot of history to it, and it's a great place to come for a 12-hour race in the early part of spring, as there's traffic here, by the way, for Parker White, not only in the LMP2 form, which is obvious, so that's going to come around fairly often, but in GTD form as well. This is a 3-wide moment into Sunset Bend. Everybody breathe in. He's had to go through the middle, and in the end has negotiated it quite well. The 006 staying out the way.
And LMP2's around this fight, not actually in a wheel-to-wheel battle. I think that's kind of helped out the GTD cars, not seeing as much insanity. 3 and a bit minutes before the top of the hour in the sim. That's the mark for Ewan and myself to step aside. We'll be back for the final 2 hours of the race. But Ewan, I think right now, we're going to come back and we're going to know a couple of things. We're going to know just how close it's going to be in that GTP fight. Can Drago establish themselves 20 seconds clear into the final 120 minutes? And we're really going to know have Williams Sim Racing and GTD got a chance of fighting up against the pair of Drago machines at the front of the field?
Exactly. I think they've still got the odds very much stacked against them, in answer to your rhetorical question that we don't have an answer to. It's I say, difficult for them, but Parker White giving it a real good go in GTD right now. And yeah, when we return with 2 hours to go, we're effectively going to be looking towards that checkered flag more than actually what we are at this stage, especially when we came in with still half the race remaining. Very difficult to tell a lot of things, especially strategy-wise. But with just 2 hours to go, all of the teams will be looking towards that checkered flag later on, but also we'll have a better idea as well. So it's going to be very exciting, but an exciting couple of hours coming up as well, by the way. Plenty of battles still to come in all three classes.
Let's give you a quick update as we sit just shy of 4 hours left to go here in the 2025 iRacing Sebring, 12 hours powered by VCO. Let's start with the GTPs where, like we say, Drago in control, but can Ate Kauppinen be able to build the dominance heading into the final stages of the race? Jaden Munoz is behind in the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. That was the car Ate Kauppinen was in last year, on his way to victory lane. BMW M Team BS Plus competition, they're third, but they owe us a pit stop, and they'll be in a very, very fun fight, potentially for a top 5 finish with the likes of Williams Gaming Club, Williams Sim Racing Academy, and the pair of Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team entries that sit the first of the Ferraris in the field, 6th and 7th in class. Let's go down to GTD and give you that quick rundown of that class. LMP2 is mid-cycle, so we'll let Dara and Brad get to that in a few moments' time. But we've been keeping an eye on Parker White, the clawing away at the gap. It's now 3 seconds up towards Ricardo Rico and the race-leading Drago Racing number 6, but the Williams Sim Racing RP number 5 hunted down by Hugh Barter, the second of those Drago Racing entries. Alejandro Sanchez is in the Lamborghini for Apex. They're on a different strategy. They are pitting one more time, but it will leave them with a chance to close in the final 40 minutes of the race. The third Drago machine wraps up the top 5 with a 69 being wheeled by Manuel Troncoso right now, and then Shezha Esports' Daniel Ola is at the wheel of the 24, and in front of Sam Ward, a big margin then between 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. Ewan and myself will be back for those final 2 hours, but Ewan, I haven't put you on the spot just yet. Who wins in this GTD class? It's time for you to make a prediction.
Oh, heavens above. Well, how long
you can tell I haven't given him any time to prepare for this.
No, you didn't give it. Well, I have had the last 2 hours watching the race, which some would say is quite good preparation for that question. I'm going to go, I mean, there's no logic to any of them really at the moment, is there? But I'm just going to go for Williams overcoming the pair of Drago Racing cars. Well, I've got no logic. I'm just picking one.
There we go. I think I agree with you right now, if I'm being honest, but there's still a lot for us to figure out. The seconds tick away, 10 to go before 4 hours left in the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12. Tall and small step out of the booth. We hand over to Dara and Brad to walk you through the rest.
Yeah, thank you, Arjuna. Thank you, Ewan. I'm not necessarily happy that Ewan's taking my small title, but there we are. They'll be back in a couple of hours' time. Myself, just like a Brad Dalton alongside Brad. I think this GTD battle is going to be interesting getting in towards the final third of this race. We've got those Drago cars pinching in the Williams car. Drago have been at the front all race, but difficult to really judge in it. With 4 hours to go, lots, I think, on the minds of the teams right now.
Yeah, Dara, it's been interesting to watch. Of course, I stepped out of the booth 2 hours ago. When I stepped out, that GTD lead was pretty secure with not a problem. And now 3 cars within 3.5 seconds. I mean, it's pretty well started to close and get interesting. I'm really excited to see over the next couple of hours where things go. We're into the final third of the race. And what the final third of the race really means is it's that start of a mentality shift. It's that start of the thought of, okay, final third of the race, get things together and really start to leave things out. I said this earlier when I was in the booth as well, but this is a full out 12-hour sprint race. And if you don't give at least 108%, you're in trouble. Really, now you've got to be at 109.5, or you're just not doing enough.
Well, I'd be impressed, to be honest, if they could give, you can get a difference between going over 100%, to be fair. But you're right, because it is so difficult, isn't it, to really nail these parts of the races, and they can be like the nitty-gritty parts of the race, where you're mid-phase in terms of the pit stop windows. You're also looking at the drivers around you, thinking, where are they going to be? How are they going to be able to get to the end with their pit stops? Are they going to be able to shorten off a fuel stop towards the end of the race? We're looking in GTD for that kind of thought process, particularly at the front. Really tricky with the sun setting as well to really keep that focus up. And Brad, for the drivers who've been in it for hours upon hours, the concentration may start to slip at this stage as well.
Yeah, it's super, super hard to keep that concentration all the way through the race. And again, you're pushing as hard as you can. You're doing as much as you can to keep things going. And now we're starting to hit that crunch time. Sunset Bend, for me, when I first started with Sebring, I didn't know a lot about Sebring, and I heard it called Sunset Bend, and I was like, oh, well, that's an interesting name because it just curves. And then I raced my first evening race at Sebring, and I raced it in VR. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's called Sunset Bend. I had never raced a sunset race, and I was very new to VR, so I raced a Sebring Sunset VR race. Sunset Bend claimed a victim that day, and the victim was me. It was very bad. But what did I learn? Sunset Bend has its name for a reason.
Does. It wouldn't be a proper, American circuit, particularly off of an old air base, if it wasn't directly north to south, east to west. So Sunset Bend really is pointing directly west over the Floridian Panhandle, out towards Tampa and St. Petersburg and the Bay, Sarasota, those areas of the states. Really central Florida as well, we're at. And it does get relatively humid, relatively sunny, and the sunsets can last a little while here. So I think we're going to see a lot of the drivers having to struggle through this phase, and I think, fair to say, with recent developments on iRacing, with the sunsets, drivers may be struggling a little bit more than they had been. You can just about see as we went through with Daniel Antunes through the final corner, just that sunlight popping into the side window as you go around the corner. So tricky to really see, and to pick a braking point at a corner with so many differing lines. If you felt like you've set yourself up with a line, you've got yourself into that rhythm, and you've been driving for hours upon hours, you feel like you can nail every single lap the same way to do Sunset Bend, the same method to the madness. And to have the sun in there, it's just going to mess everything up, isn't it?
It really, really is. It's just... And then just imagine mixing that in with a GTP trying to go up the inside and LMP2 going out the outside, and you're in a GTD just trying to hold the line. Just add all of that together. Like right now, look at this. The sun coming in. This is down towards hairpin turn 7, and it's just absolutely ridiculous. The sun in your eyes, and as the sun continues to go down through the next 30 minutes or so, it's going to get even worse. And then you mix in traffic. It's so hard. It's such an American track. I think you just said that, but it's such an American track. And it's one of the weird things that America, we're known for NASCAR and oval and dirt oval and all of that, but there's some really good road courses, and Sebring is definitely up there on the list as we ride on board here with Samuel Ward, the PGZ and P1Docs.com GTD in 8th place, down 2 places on the day. But as this track cools down, as the sun sets, Dara, you know that this race could come back to some drivers.
Yeah, there's also teams, isn't there? And we've seen it throughout the entire race that have kind of ebbed and flowed near the front, but have kind of stayed in contention. And GTD's been a good example of that with the Dragger Racing cars, Apex Racing team, the 199, still sort of in there, 14 seconds off of the pace. But I think we are still going to keep a keen eye on a couple of cars. Just how you can really see with every passing lap now, that sun getting lower and lower in the sky, becoming more and more of an issue for the drivers. I am glad, though, that you agree with me that it's a very American circuit. Would have been slightly worrying if the Brit called it American circuit and American didn't agree. Wouldn't have looked too good for me, especially if we've got an hour and 54 to go together. But it is very much a classic as well. The history, I know you mentioned it when you got on to the broadcast a few hours ago as well, really is a historic circuit. And this race as well, in terms of iRacing, so many great drivers and great teams have won this event, and being a VCO Grand Slam event really does hold some prestige, doesn't it?
It really does. And, me and Paul Smith talked about this, that, get involved and race this event. There's still a time slot open tomorrow if you want to race. So if you still want to race, get involved. You may not be racing, the big top split broadcasted one, but you're still racing a very difficult event. All of these endurance events are difficult, and if you and your team can overcome and just finish, I mean, that's a result in and of itself, regardless of how it goes. I mean, because you're battling changing conditions, you're battling lap traffic, you're battling mixed class issues, you're battling just the genuine, but whoever does win the class today here, they can say that they won the Sebring 12 special event, which is a big resume builder, I would say, for a lot of these drivers.
And you were right in saying that, people can get involved, and there are a lot of challenges to overcome. Just finishing the race can be impressive. I know for me, myself, battling myself and my own ability is probably one of those things. And that may be you, but hey, it's always a little bit of fun, isn't it? To get into the sim rig, even if you're not necessarily on the pace of some of these guys like myself. It's always fun to have a go and get yourself involved and get yourself into the sim rig. It's great to have so many people that have been getting involved. We had Daytona 24 a couple of months ago with the biggest turnout in terms of the amount of people racing for a Daytona 24 on iRacing in history. So it is great as we see, a little bit of a moment for Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing 97 car going across the grass through 2 and 3. Looks like there's a slowdown for him as well. That is not the right line to take, but easy to do. Difficult to really turn through turn 2 with the sun dropping starting to drop below the horizon.
Yeah, and as that sun continues to drop down, it'll get more interesting, and you'll start to see drivers start to make more of those mistakes because they've spent so long running, being able to rely on just sunshine. And Derek, you and me both know that when you're a driver and you start going from relying on the sunshine and going through, and you have to switch to relying on the headlights, your perception can change a bit, and it can make things challenging, and you'll start making mistakes that you didn't even know you could make because it'll just become that tricky to go through. And that is something that, once we see that start, we'll start to see it sort of creep into waves. One driver will do it, then a couple, and then you'll see a few more do it, and it'll just kind of spread through the field that every driver will start to make just little mistakes that they haven't made the whole race. And when that happens, well, things can really get shaken up very, very quickly.
And a race can change in a moment. We saw at Daytona again a couple of months ago. Red line were out in front. Then there was moments for them. Ferrari out in front. Big moment for them. In the end, costing them any kind of finish in the race. It can really change at a moment's notice. And yes, we don't necessarily have the weather at Sebrings we've had in a few special events of late, and even Sebring this time last year. But it has created, as we've all mentioned, that kind of sprint race effect, isn't it? And it's almost, in a way, like the good old days of iRacing special events, particularly here at Sebring, where you kind of know what you're getting, you know where the strategy's going to go, and the teams can almost look around to the others and really gauge what they're going to be doing from the start, unlike what we saw even at Bathurst a month ago with differing tyres off the start, wets and dries, rain coming, when does it come, when do we change tyres, do we change tyres, a little bit calmer, a little bit more sedate here, but it's meant that we've got some really, really intriguing battles, and we've got some continuing here, not least towards the front of the GTD field, even though the gaps are out a little bit further because that 199 hasn't pitted yet. Alejandro Sanchez yet to come down pit road. Rubilar and White have made an extra pit stop so far.
Well, what's interesting with me when you talk about that is I'm thinking of setup challenges. Even if you don't know, even if we get just a straight 12-hour dry race, you don't know that you're getting a straight dry race going into this. So you're going to make, on top of the traditional setup compromises you make between drivers, because one driver might prefer a slightly stiffer suspension, one driver wants a softer suspension, and you kind of compromise the style of the car in that way to make sure all the drivers are as comfortable as possible to run quick. You also have to kind of compromise the setup a little bit to be prepared for the rain. And we kind of saw this in Bathurst really stand out, that some drivers ran a wet setup and they did really well when it rained. But as soon as that track dried out, the drivers that took the was that somebody with a big off?
We completely looked at the timing page. I didn't quite see, so we may have to see that one again. Difficult to see with the sunlight through there. I do not necessarily know. Let's have a look at the track map quickly. It doesn't seem like there's anybody still stuck down there, so may have been an optical illusion, Brad. No, actually, it looks like there was a big off. Thomas Inbold it was. 188. What's happened to him? He weren't going crazy. And there he goes. Tap around and into the barrier. Oh, and the rear end of that car.
That's what I saw.
They need a fair bit of repair job for the 188, it's fair to say.
trying to go for a pass, and maybe the sun coming in and a slight misjudgment there, you'll see that happen. But going back to the setup question, some drivers are probably set up more for night than day. Some drivers might have taken a slightly more conservative setup in case there was rain, because part of the fun with how iRacing has everything set up with this weather system is you don't know until you're in session. You don't know what you're joining into. You don't know if there's going to be rain or not. So you kind of just have to be prepared all the way around, take the setup you need, and go from there. And it's curious to me to see how some drivers might have compromised one way or another, and if we're seeing that kind of affect other drivers as they go on.
It is intriguing, and it's why we love special events, and it's why we keep coming back time and time again, and the drivers keep coming back, and we get increasing numbers of drivers coming to these events, particularly in top split, because it is really that challenge that the drivers love to have to contend with in their sim racing years, really. There's so many different championships, and I know Arjuna and you were touching on quite a few of them, with the likes of Inazka, with Parker White being so successful in of late. You've got the Porsche Super Cup as well. There really are some fantastic series out there that drivers get involved in, but these special events, one-off races every year, they just hold that little bit of more importance, I think, in the drivers' minds, and for teams as well, to have that Daytona 24-hour winner, that Sebring 12-hour, the Nürburgring 24-hour in the bio. It really does add a little bit of prestige to the team, and it attracts even more drivers and even more fans, really, to their door.
Absolutely, because if you're a driver, these are the crown jewel events. You know the challenges that go into winning the Sebring 12, the Daytona 24, the Spa 24, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We as drivers, as commentators, as people involved in this community, we understand the challenges you have to overcome. I mean, I've been watching sim racing YouTubers since 2015 run these special events and attempt to win the Daytona 24. There's a certain shed dweller who has a Daytona curse year over year over year that just loves to come out and strike every single year, but still every year they show up, they try, they give it their best shot, because it is prestigious. It's a very big deal to win that. And as I said, for those of you who aren't in the top split, I said this 4 hours or 2 or 3 hours ago. I don't care if you're in the top split or not. If you tell me you won a Daytona 24, I think that's amazing because of the amount of people that attempt it. I mean, there can only be so many. So I think that it's absolutely amazing to see. So, and it does, add that little bit of extra to it, because when you see, Drago Racing post, we won, the Sebring 12-hour overall, that's a big boost for them, and it looks really good, and it's really cool to see. They're currently leading in GTP by 20 seconds. They've expanded that lead a little bit. I'm curious to see how Drago Racing and GTD get along, because right now it's 49 seconds to the leader.
It is, and Alejandro Sanchez continues out in front, but you touched on Drago, and it is true. Look at the names of the drivers that have been in the Drago cars today. Hugh Barter, Taylor Barnard in that number 9 Drago racing car over the course of the day. You've got Atte Kauppinen leading the way in the GTP class, of course, joining of late to Drago Racing, and clearly looking like it's been a good move for him, leading the way. Overall, these events, these results can really elevate a team status. And even though some of these teams really don't need their status elevating, because they have just become staples of the sim racing circuit, it really does go to show how much sway some of these events can have. And we often see some very big names taking part, like the Nürburgring 24-hour, the Daytona 24-hour gets fans involved, fans not necessarily of sim racing, but of real life racing coming over into the sim. And it's really exciting to see that happen. And it's exciting to see some names pop up, isn't it, that we don't often see in sim racing. Coming to a special event, you load in and you're like, ooh, I didn't realise I'd be seeing that name here.
Yeah, it's always fun, because you notice a name that you recognize, and it makes things really exciting, and I enjoy it because it makes things very, very fun. My first sim racing event that I ever watched was a Sebring 12 actually. So that is, years ago when I started getting into sim racing. It was a Sebring 12 that got me into sim racing, and there's teams that I still recognize, and those are the landmarks that stick around for a while. But also you've got a lot of different organizations involved in sim racing now. For example, there is BMW M Team BS competition that's there. The Williams Sim Racing Academy is in. Scuderia Ferrari has a team. GridandGo.com, they've been around, and Muradness is here. There's plenty of teams that have, that sort of precedence to be here and be in. And, there's no guarantee that some of those big name teams are on Top Split, but, the ones that are here, they're pushing, they want the win, they want to be able to say they won in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, to touch on that, if people in chat have finished their splits, some splits have finished their race, and they won a split, let us know. Let us know how how well you went, who your teammates were, and because it is always great to give some accolades to some of the drivers who aren't necessarily in top split but have done such a fantastic job. And I know you and I both, Brad, will know so many people in teams, smaller sim racing teams, not necessarily your Dragos, your Williams, your Ferraris. However, teams that have a number of cars, even dozens of cars, that they can put into some of these special events, and they won't necessarily get into top split, but if you have a big roster, there's always a chance. And in terms of big rosters and number of cars, it's worth touching on the Grid and Goes. 7 of them. To have 7 Grid and Goes in top split goes to show how deep their roster goes, and how scary it can be sometimes when you realise that 5 of the cars around you are all from the same team.
It also helps. It gives them a little bit of better odds, I'd say, too. When you have that many cars together, yes, it shows that they have an absolute bucket full of talent over there at GridandGo.com. But the big thing that Grid and Go also gets in those yellow cars, and yes, if you were here earlier, you heard me call them green earlier, and Grid and Go have privately contacted me and corrected me that it is indeed yellow. So Grid and Go is yellow. I will say that now and never say it again because I still think it looks green. But they have confirmed it's yellow. My monitor has a weird setting, and I'll sort that out later. I say all that to say that, when you have multiple teams in all of the classes, when you're in moments like this, it makes your life easier. And, why would I say that when you literally can't see the car in front of you? Because if it's a Grid and Go GTD to your inside and you're a Grid and Go GTP, they're not going to race you as hard. They're going to know you're there. They're going to give you space. They're going to be nice. You can call up the team real quick and say, hey, I'm to your outside. Please don't wreck me. And they're more likely to do that. If I'm a Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast GTP and I'm sitting there with or a GTD and I have a Drago Racing GTP coming to me, I'm gonna give space, but they're not going to be as apt to give as much space. They may just give the space required and not give the little extra berth, or they may know that their teammate is in a battle for position with this other car, and they're going to let their teammate through real easy, and then they're going to just, make it a little more difficult for the GTP to get past them while they're a GTD. Not saying they're going to, hinder, cause any big issues, anything like that. Just a little more difficult. Maybe it takes them a little bit longer to get off the apex, and things like that come into the team strategy, the team game. They don't do anything super, illegal off the wall, but just those little bits here and there can help.
And you're somewhat right in saying that teammates are likely to help each other out, but it doesn't always go that way. Grid and Go last month at Bathurst, more than a couple of little moments between some of their cars, but when you've got 7 of them on the circuit, there's more of a chance for that to happen, I guess, isn't there? And with Drago at the start of the race having 1, 2, 3 and 4 in GTD, there was always that risk, but it was all right in the end for 3 of them. But sadly, the number 96 spun around very early on and is now very much out of the race. Thibaut Prevost was the driver in the at the start of the race and at the end of their race as well. We won't be seeing them again, I don't believe, in this race. 185 laps down just goes to show how many laps we have done. We're on lap 273 now, after just shy, or just over actually, 8 hours and 20 minutes of this race, and it's because that monotonous consistency out at the front. The 1 minute 46s, high 46s or low 47s that we've been seeing from the likes of Drago and the Williams duo of the Sim Racing Shield Blast number 4 and the Gaming Club number 7 that have kept them out in front for so long in this race. But will things change as the sun sets? We'll have to wait and see. Still a decent chunk of this race left to go, as we do see in the GTDs finally a pit stop ongoing for the 199 Apex Racing team car. They're dropping behind the top 3 unless there was a spin there, because I don't see them down pit lane.
They are showing 0 laps on the Stint on my side, so I believe that they have done something through pit lane.
So that's yes. That was my timing screen glitch. Yes, you're absolutely right. They have come down pit lane. That was my initial thought, and then I got worried. So they have come down pit lane, but it means that Rublar's back to the front.
Yeah, and sending Drago Racing back up to the front. But the thing that I'm really noticing now, and this is something, again, I've noticed throughout the day, but it's starting to become more and more apparent the later we get into this race. The Stint discrepancies in all of the classes are really starting to play out here. We're really starting to notice a difference in the Stint, in the laps, and in the pit stop counts. BMW M Team BS Competition, Williams Sim Racing Academy, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports, number 51 and number 50, have all had to make additional stops in the GTP category, which puts them right now, they're only on 1, 3, 4 laps of their Stint. Drago Racing, Sim Racing Chill Blast, Williams Gaming Club are all 19 laps in on their Stint and have only done 9 pit stops. So yes, they've shaved a pit stop, but where is that going to put them in the queue of things as we go through to the end? And I think that's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out as the sun comes down, as the track gets grippier, as things go, because right now the track temp is 26C, air temp is 23C. So those are coming really close together, and that is where these cars get faster, things get grippier, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and that's the worry on the tyres, isn't it, towards the end of the race, as they have struggled a little bit over the last few hours just to control and manage that tyre temperature and manage how much tyre they give themselves towards the end of the stint. That is going to diminish somewhat, but as the temperature decreases, the changes in the track are going to be quite significant pretty quickly, particularly when the sun does indeed dip below the horizon, and we'll have to see if that creates any mistakes or provides any opportunities for moves to occur, because it is fair to say the drivers have been pretty happy and set in where they've been for at least the last hour or so. Not too many moves ongoing, even at the front of the GTD class, which is continuing to tighten. I know that Arjuna and you were having this conversation about an hour ago about Rubillard, Parker White and Hugh Barter and who we think could win towards the front of that group. I said before we even started, Brad, that I thought the number 9 was going to come out on top, and that's still in there. With what we've seen so far, Rubillard, Parker White kind of mixing it in there with the Jaguar cars, and Hugh Barter, how do we see this one playing out? Is there going to be an assist from the 6 to the 9, or is Parker White being in the middle of them really going to mean that they're all in it for themselves?
Well, I mean, you've essentially got a Drago sandwich there, and here's the thing: you're going to play the team game so long, but when it comes down to about 30 minutes left to go, the gloves are going to come off. It's going to be a race for the win, and unless you've had some sort of pre-spoken agreement or you just really like the other driver and the other team and who's there, and it comes down to team orders, you're going for the win. So if you get Drago Racing's number 6 and Drago Racing number 9 and GTD together, and they're within a couple seconds of each other within about 30 minutes to go, there's no team orders, there's no friends there. They are both going to go for the win, and well, that could be fireworks in the middle of the night here in Sebring. It could be amazing. It could be, heartbreaking, and they both lose out. There's no way to really know with that. It's the same thing, I'm looking at the GTP category right now with Drago Racing, Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and the Williams Gaming Club with them. Right now, the Williams Gaming Club is the fastest out of those 3 cars, 33 seconds back, but is currently running the fastest lap times out of those 3 cars. So, I mean, you get the 2 Williams cars together and they're fighting for the win. Team orders and friendship only goes so far when you're fighting for the win of a 12-hour event. I think Williams Sim Racing RP is going to be the GTD I put my money on, just because won't have the team problem right now.
Yeah, no, that it is a fair point. Drago Racing may trip up over each other if they start fighting. But I want to come back to something you said. You said that it's a Drago Racing sandwich. Now, I know. I just want to have a conversation about this. Generally, people in chat can chip in. to me, it's a Williams Sim Racing RP sandwich, because you wouldn't call anything a bread sandwich, would you? Williams Sim Racing is the filling bit that you call a sandwich after. Really, it's a Williams Sim Racing sandwich on Drago Racing bread, is it not?
You know what? Yeah, that's a better way to phrase that. I said it backwards, but yeah, you are right on that one. Because it's the same thing, like, you don't say a white bread sandwich with ham and cheese filling. You say a ham and cheese sandwich or peanut butter and jelly sandwich. What? So I guess, what do you call an inside-out sandwich, actually? Because now I'm trying to think how you can phrase that.
Sandwich you've dropped? I'm not too sure. I'm not sure anybody. It's a good point though. If anybody's made an inside-out sandwich, what do you call it? Is there such thing as an inside-out sandwich?
I mean, there is. In the U.S., we have open-face sandwiches. We can do open-face roast beef.
Isn't that just toast, or like bread that you put stuff on the top of?
Yeah, I mean, it's called an open face, but yeah, it's bread with stuff on the top. So.
I'm learning. This is good stuff. But yeah, that's an idea actually. But it's always interesting. It's always turns of phrases that we always pick up on and we think, hang on, what did we say? It doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to circle back to the battle in the top of the GTDs. Really interesting to see if Drago start to fight it out between themselves with Williams Sim Racing and Parker White can almost cycle to the front without dragging Hugh Barter into the fray. But that is how we lie in that GTD class. I'm also interested to see as we maybe have a little bit of a look up in the GTP class. Inside the top 5, we've got the Grid and Go 001, and we've got the BMW MT BS competition car with Dominic Hoffman in the car for the time being, fighting over 4th and 5th for the time being. Not a lot to split them, and they're on differing strategies. At this stage of the race, 3.5 hours to go, give or take, you'd think that you'd start to see some of the strategies align somewhat, but the BS competition car has been on a 13-lap stint. Further 9 laps has been gone by the 001 Grid and Go car. That's not an insignificant number.
Not at all. I think we're still too early to really see those strategies align. I don't think we'll see the strategies align until about the final hour. That 8th place battle currently in GTP is really what's catching my eye. It's there on the top side of your screen with the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari, the Fiercely Forward Red, and the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Those three are separated by a second, running basically identical lap times by tenths, hundredths, thousandths of a second. Really what's going to make the difference in this 3-car battle is traffic, and traffic is going to get even more challenging as the night goes on here, as the sun sets and Sunset Bend does what Sunset Bend does, what it's continued to do since we jumped in the booth, and it's getting more and more challenging to see. And fighting your way through traffic, especially going into the night, is going to be the big challenge of the GTPs to make up any position here.
Yeah, and that is going to be, I think, the considerations in the back of their mind. As we see a bit of a moment with the Scuderia Ferrari eSports car coming through, being trailed by the Fiercely Forward Red car, and of course that Williams Sim Racing Academy just in the background as they run their way through in this battle for P8. I did notice that in the iRacing YouTube chat, we did have a question of what was the fastest laps for the GTPs so far, and I can tell you that the fastest lap overall was set as a 1 minute 46.267 in this race, and that was set by the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, and that's kind of the pace we've come to expect. They're currently lapping around those mid 1 minute 47s, with traffic coming into a factor as well. But as we pass over that with 3.5 hour mark to go, this battle and the battles that we're currently seeing are almost teasing themselves and waiting to get towards the final couple of stints, because at this stage you can't really be throwing away all the good progress you've made, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. This is all about conserving the momentum you've had through the first 4 hours, the conservation you've done in the middle 4, and really the final 2 are where I think this race will come alive. That Williams Dragowich, I totally just stole that from YouTube chat, that we see in the GTD class will start to sort itself out, and we'll start to see things come together, come apart, and we'll really get a true idea of where things are at. Right now, this is still, teams feeling out strategy, getting an idea of where they're at. Fiercely Forward Red still trying to push forward and find another position ahead. nobody wants to make a mistake here and throw everything away. You know, we saw the LMP2 slam the wall earlier through Sunset, and nobody wants to do that. At this point, you want to make it to the end. You're over 2/3 distance. You can smell the finish at this point. It's just a matter of getting your car there, and there's no sense in taking unnecessary risk here with 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, and that unnecessary risk, I think, is going to be in the back of the driver's minds. Of course, in the early stages of the race, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, to not go for something that's too bold, too brave, because you don't want to throw anything away. But as you get later on into the race, it's finding that moment in time where the balance shifts between almost being a little bit more conservative in how you're approaching the race, and when you start to attack it just that little bit more. And are we starting to see that crossover point hit in the battle in this GTP fight? Nicholas Boy just ahead of Hapola and Patrick Thompson as they run towards turn number 1. No move to be made here, but with the sun getting ever lower in the sky and the track becoming ever more difficult to see, really, with what's in front of you, is the move going to become ever so slightly more dangerous? I think it's fair to say that it will be.
It's going to become very tasty to make is what it's really going to become, because you're going to start to feel the pressure of time going down. And you might say, 3.5 hours, that's plenty of time. Goodness me, look how low that sun is. You can't see anything ahead. This is driving on feel just as much as anything here as we're on board with Patrick Thompson, the Williams Sim Racing Academy GTP, trying to chase this battle ahead. But, it starts to become a case of there's only 3.5 hours left. I don't have that much time to find more positions. I've got to move forward if I want to have a chance at getting as far forward as possible. I have to make this move now. I can't afford to sit 30 minutes behind this car ahead. I have to move. I have to get this move done. Oh, there's an opening. I take it. Boom. Both cars are on the wall. Well, what happened? You got a little anxious and you made the move. The patience still has to be there. But as drivers see that clock ticking down, those amount of stints they have to the end gone, it gets so much harder, and that's a mentality shift for the drivers that they have to do. And it's so hard when you're in the seat to really just sort of slow down and say, you know what, there's still tons of time in this race.
Yeah, there is, but oh my, look at that. Quite literally, you can't, because you can see absolutely nothing. Luckily, getting around the GTD, slightly slower, of course, on the GTPs down this Ullman Straight. Patrick Thompson, I hope, can see a little bit more than we can. I really hope he can, because he's going to the inside line. He's going for a move at Sunset Bend. You can barely see where the car was on the outside line, but it's effectively done. The move has been made, and in the end, into the pit lane comes Ilka Hapola. Maybe touched the shine off it just a little bit, and for the number 21 Williams Sim Racing Academy driver, but that was really brave, because we couldn't see the car on the outside.
Thompson definitely would have been feeling that one and feeling good to make that attempt. And I will say the one thing, too, to remember is that these drivers are all going to have their driving settings tuned. They're all going to have their graphic settings tuned in a way to make it, where they may be able to see a little bit better. It's the same thing, when the drivers in real life are running Sebring, they're going to have dark tinted visors on, and they're going to have, everything in place to mitigate that sunset shine as much as possible and make it where they can see a bit better than we can. That is the one thing that's kind of nice. They get those driver aids to really help out. But you still have to have a bit of bravery to really go for that move and make that stick. It's one thing, to just be there, but it's another it's impressive. I'll sum it up in 2 words. It's impressive.
Really is, as is so much of what we've seen today. Incredibly impressive with the quality of driving that has been on display. You can just see the sun reflecting off the trucks as we are really going to get into darkness very, very quickly indeed. By the time we hand back over to our Julia Kakapati and Ewan O'Leary for the final 2 hours of this race, it will be pretty dark here at Sebring. We'll have 2 hours to almost feel our way to the end. Luckily, some lights in the front of these cars will mean that the track is illuminated, because as you can see around this Sebring circuit, it's more traditional. It's not as many floodlights as you get on modern circuits, is there?
Not at all. And I kind of, that's a slide from Williams. Goodness me, Williams Sim Racing Academy getting very lucky with a catch there and then just straight into the pits.
Patrick Thompson, one lap making a move, another lap almost trying to not spin it around. Very differing outcomes for him, but he comes down pit lane, and Patrick Thompson with a car that blends into the track now with the colour of the light is now going to get stopped onto his marks. We'll have a quick little look up at this battle for 11th in GTD. Sheza and Grid and Go 005 fighting it out. There's a little bit of contact, it seems, with the GTP, I should say, coming through. Ooh, it's getting a little bit nervy, isn't it? Jittery as we get towards the end of another stint.
you would think that there's only 24 minutes left in this race right now, but there's 3 hours and 24 minutes. Something is just really clicking with these drivers, and I don't know if it's that the track and the air continue to go down and things are getting grippy, the cars are getting very comfortable, or what it is. But look at this, side by side for the GTDs as they go, and well, here we go. No, not side by side. They're going to slot back in single file yet again, which is probably the better decision there, to be honest, because this infield section, it's very tricky. It's very, very hard to maintain side by side and keep racing and keep pace and keep things together.
It is difficult, but these guys were in split one for a reason, right? It's the reason we're up here talking, Brad, and not down on the track. I know I can't speak for you, but I am absolutely nowhere near the quality of these drivers. And for those of you who may be tuning in for the first time to a sim racing event, these really are the cream of the crop. There are so many opportunities for people to get involved, to almost work your way up to this stage. The amount of drivers that we've seen here today that were in lower splits of the Sebring 12 hour in the past and have worked their way, they've earned their way up to the top split and here onto the iRacing esports network. It really is fantastic to see, and it does give such great belief to some of the drivers that are competing here that they really can go on to be fantastic in the world of sim racing, particularly with the opportunities that they've got before them. Now, I just want to say, I saw in the iRacing YouTube chat, Brad, and they picked up on this as well. I asked the chat, has anybody got any favourite sandwiches? Cheeseburger is not what I expected to see.
A cheeseburger is a sandwich, though.
I know, technically it is, but it's not where my way went to.
A hot dog is a sandwich. I said a pie is a sandwich. Although technically I don't know if I'm right on that one, but I think you could argue it. If you wanted to, you could really argue that point. There's a lot of things that are a sandwich. If you really want to make the argument, that's the fun of, just push the definitions as much as possible every once in a while.
I mean, not to hammer this point at all, but is a hot dog a sandwich? Because if you have just the one bit of bread, it's not between two bits of bread, is it? Surely that's just like a bit of, I don't know. I'm thinking far too much about bread. I think I'm hungry, Brad. I think that's what it is. I think I need to get some food as we get past this. But it'll be nearly 11 o'clock over here in the UK by that point. We'll have to wait and see. I know you and O'Leary and Arjuna are likely to get some food at this point before they come back on, but we'll have to find out what they're having in the meantime. Anyway, meanwhile, back to the race, back to the important focus of the broadcast, and Dragger Racing still out in front. Interesting that Attic Alpinen is going to go longer than the rest of the other Williams cars at the moment.
Yeah, and just watching through Dragger Racing, I mean, looking comfortable. I'm looking at pace, and it does seem like just holding back a little bit of pace, but not much. So, best lap 146.294, last lap 146.980. So, after 283 laps on track, the fact that Dragger Racing is that consistent in pace is just shocking to me. But really, the whole field has been that consistent, though, in their paces. Nobody's really had a lot of fall off. Nobody's really falling away. Everyone is being very consistent and smooth in that regard. And I'll be curious to see how the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club and even the BMW M Team BS competition car respond, because they're not horribly off of things. And I would imagine Dragger Racing should take that hard right, peel into the pits. That's a 28 lap stint for the GTPs, very consistent to what we've seen every GTP doing this race. Every 28 laps, just like clockwork, they've been in the pits.
Yeah, we've seen the GTPs in the pit lane at regular intervals during this race, and you'd think that there's not going to be too much in terms of the difference between the strategies as we get towards the checkered flag in about 3 hours, 20 minutes time. And it's worth talking about now as we get towards this stop phase with the GTPs about iRacing's new update to the GTPs. Slightly more difficult to warm the tyres in the fastest of our three classes here tonight, and that has made a difference, hasn't it? With drivers coming out of the pit lane, they've had to warm up the tyres a little bit more artificially. I remember after the first in the race, we saw a 4-second margin diminish in about a lap and a half, if that, at the front of the GTP class, just going to show that these changes can mix things up and cause a few surprises for us.
Yeah, on board with Victor Miranda here, going through, and Victor Miranda racing an LMP2. But it's interesting because when you follow the LMP2s through with a GTP and they go through the infield section, the LMP2 is just as fast in curves as the GTP. The GTP only really gets its pace in straightaways. But when they come out of the pit, the GTP for about a lap is really the slowest car on track because you have to tiptoe those cars around on cold tires. They don't really generate a lot of downforce unless you're up at speed, so they rely a lot on mechanical grip. And cold tires don't provide as much mechanical grip. So it gets really interesting to watch them battle through and go because it gets really hard for them to do anything, and it costs them seconds upon seconds for that first lap or two. And it's something that, you know, if you were used to the GTPs before and now you jump into the GTPs, it literally just feels like the car is on ice. It feels like you're driving a wet track on slick tires. It is that much of a difference. When the update hit, I was like, it can't be that bad. It can't be that different. I've been more GTPs in the virtual world than I care to admit. And if BMW knew how many cars I wrecked and I actually had to pay for those, I would be broke for about 20 lifetimes because it was a lot of GTPs into the wall in Daytona.
Yeah, difficult beast to control, isn't it? Really, GTP, I've wrecked a fair few as well myself. I'm not gonna hide away from that fact at all. But it is really interesting how these updates can make such a change, and just even a slight difference to how these drivers have to race, have to adapt, and really looking forward to seeing if and how it changes the final stages of the race. The sun, though, you can just about, you can very clearly see it's just about to dip behind the horizon, so low in the sky now, and we are about to get into a much darker phase of this Sebring 12 hour. Miranda would like to enlighten himself into the top 9, though, if he can go around the outside of Sunset Bend. Difficult to go all the way around the outside. There's going to get a good line, though, on the exit, and could this be a move for the 26? Trying to get past Dory Esports with Jesse Jones in the car. Outside line again, ducking back to the inside, this way and that. Inside is where the 26 is going to find itself, but the line covered off. Great defense from Dory Esports into turn 1.
Absolutely beautiful defense there into turn 1, which is a tricky place really to defend because it's so wide. There's so much there that you can take slightly different lines and really try to get a run, but just beautiful putting the car in the right place, getting the defense done, and holding on to it here as we run through and continue along this battle now. Mind the GTD ahead, and that's going to give a little bit more breathing room there to the car ahead as they go on. And it does look like the sun's low enough now, possibly, actually maybe not. I was going to say, it seems like the sun's low enough that they may not have had as much of a glare there into turn 7, but my guess is that I am wrong on that one, and it's probably still going to be about 15 more minutes before the sun gets low enough.
Well, it depends. I think that's probably the maximum amount of time it will take. It really is as low as can be. You can see the quality of light now in the skies. There you go. A great view over Sebring, looking west out towards Sarasota and the Tampa Bay, with the sun just about to dip behind the clouds. Fantastic shot, isn't it, of this Sebring International Circuit? But it also gives a real good demonstration of just how flat it is here in Florida, because when Arjuna Gagapati was here for the Prodigy Racing Series, I believe he was the tallest man or tallest point in Florida when he was here.
Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me, all things considered. There's only... I should have double-checked this during my break, but I'm pretty sure there's only about 10 feet of elevation change across the Sebring circuit, which is not a lot, but it's more than I thought there was. And I tell you what, Victor Miranda, you are getting feisty right now. There's 3 hours, 15 minutes. I've seen Victor Miranda race for a very long time, though. Victor Miranda, patience is a virtue with him. Victor Miranda knows he's fast. Victor Miranda will be very quick to get that Kings by TK number 6 up and going. There in 22nd place overall and P10 in the LMP2 category. And Victor Miranda, can make the move stick, has a very good driving style, and can send in a move, make it stick. It's just a matter of getting to the point to send in the move. There you go. Use the GTD as a pick, send it through, and now you're side by side. Hard braking into turn 7. Victor Miranda taking on Door Esports Jesse Jones, and now side by side through the hairpin they go, still staying side by side. A GTP wants to make its way through. They got around the GTD, and that is the second place Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car snaking its way through. And now these LMPs have to just play careful. Victor Miranda has to go a little bit wide, give room to the GTP. GTP a little bit slower here in the infield. Like I said earlier, the LMP2s can keep up there and keep pace along, and now they're going to just follow through. But down the straightaway, that GTP will build a gap. Victor Miranda, very good job there, getting past Jesse Jones up into P9 in the LMP2 category.
As the lights come on to the cars, I think we may have just hit sunset, in fact, or maybe not, very, very close to. We are talking a minute or two in advance, but really does go to show how late in the day we are. Started mid-morning, just starting to get into the afternoon here at Sebring. We now get in towards the night, but what a move it was from Miranda to get himself up towards the front. Pit stops in the LMP2s ongoing as well. WSR Esports led in the 3-2-3 for a short while, but they have been leapfrogged again by the number 12 Grid & Go, who has been the car to beat in this race so far. Aaron Vasquez and co doing such a fantastic job. Came into the pit lane just about 7 laps ago now. WSR Esports maybe trying to do something slightly different in terms of the strategy, but it hasn't necessarily worked out perfectly for them just yet. Also, we're seeing a bit of a widening in the gaps in the GTD class in the front 3. Those gaps were, 1.5 seconds or so between the front 3 about half an hour ago, widened to about 4 seconds now, and it does seem that for the time being at least, Nicholas Rubala has just enough of an edge over Parker White to just hold him at arm's length and make sure that there's no pressure for him and any of the heavier braking zones.
Yeah, looking at lap times, I mean, they're on the ragged edge of pace. For Drago Racing, it was a 1:59.9 last lap, and their fastest lap in 259 laps in that GTD category is a 1:59.522. Williams Sim Racing RP, 1:59.7 last lap. Fastest lap they've ran the entire time is 1:59.5. So, I mean, they're millimeters away on terms of pace. But, described this earlier when I was in the booth with Paul as a 12-hour sprint race, and that's really where we're at. And again, if you're not right on the cutting edge of pace, you're not pushing that car as much as possible, you're wrong right now, and it's going to be hard to really fight back from that. Now, granted, Williams Sim Racing just a tenth or two faster, but just a tenth or two isn't going to be enough to really get a pass done here, and especially once traffic again starts to come into play, because the GTD is getting lapped by GTPs and LMP2s at all times. It's going to be very, very difficult to see that Williams Sim Racing RP get the move done, but it's not impossible. There's still plenty of time.
There is more than enough time, 3 hours and 11 minutes, in fact, of time for these moves to be created. I had a quick look at the elevation, just to circle back to that point here at Sebring. We are in central Florida, mind you, about equidistant from the east and west coast of the Panhandle, and the elevation only 69 feet above sea level, 21 meters in metric terms. As you can see, the sun pretty much now behind those trees. You can almost see it flickering with the trees in front of us as we go down with the Williams Sim Racing RP entry. Just about getting ahead of some of the traffic and keeping close enough to Drago Racing. And whilst we have a little bit of a moment before we start to see some of these GTD pit stops, I think it's worth pointing out in the iRacing chat, the Italians have spoken, Brad, about sandwiches. And I think it's difficult to argue that the, as it's quoted here, the best sandwiches are the simple ones: ciabatta, prosciutto, mozzarella. That's a good combination. You have to be honest there.
I'm smart. When the Italians speak about food, you listen. The Italians know really good food. The one problem I have is that I'm allergic to shellfish. So anything that Italians have that are shrimp, lobster, crab, mollusks, scallops, that sort of stuff, I can't have, which is really annoying because a lot of the best food somehow involves those specific items that I can't eat without having to inject myself with an EpiPen. So Italians, you have some amazing food. Just know that I wish I could eat more of your food. So, but But yeah, the Italians have spoken. I listen. That's typically how that works. That's also why everyone loves Ferrari. So the Ferrari's Italian speak, you listen. Ferrari knows what they're doing in the category. Just to cycle things back to racing, of course, I think that 51 and that 50, they're on an offset pit strategy that just with some quick mental math, I think is going to put them in a really good position near the end.
It is going to put them into a good position near the end, and obviously Ferrari and the Italians really best national anthem, don't they? Absolutely fantastic. Anytime there's any sports event, the Italian national anthem comes, everybody gets a chill. It's fantastic to see. And if Valerio is going to extend that invite to Roman, he'll cook lunch, then please, I'm very, if the offer is still there, I'm more than willing to book the plane flight myself. Ferrari, you mentioned them, and it's worth mentioning them again because they have done well in this race. Probably not exactly where they wanted to be. And of course, back at Daytona, we're leading the race. We're doing a good job. Of course, it was taken away from them after the F4 incident that happened in the middle of the night. But I think they would have expected to be inside at least the top 5, fighting for a podium. To be a minute off of the overall race lead, yeah, still a decent showing. They're on the lead lap, but I really wonder what the mood in the team is at the moment, because I'd expect that they'd have wanted a little bit more than what they're looking at right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they do want more, but the thing is, there's still plenty of time left in the race, and Ferrari loves to really sort of just conserve sometimes. If they're not immediately in the very front, they like to sort of just hold things back and, get their way through. They have the strategy in place, and they're going to do very well to stick to the strategy. All of their drivers there in those cars are very smart, very wise, very consistent. And it's going to be interesting to see what the Ferrari drivers can do here towards the end with these last 3 hours.
Yeah, and we are approaching at the end of that 9th hour in just a few minutes' time, and therefore we may be seeing some of the GTDs come down pit road in the not too distant future. The Jaguar Racing number 6 with Rublar has been out for 21 laps, the Williams Sim Racing RP 23 laps, and the Jaguar Racing number 9 22 laps. So not quite as consistent as it is in some of the other classes. However, it is a very similar pit strategy, and it's not going to mean that we're going to see big differences towards the end of the race. Going to be pretty bog standard. If one driver comes in, we'll expect to see the others come in pretty soon after that, and only another, what you'd expect, 2 more stops for the GTDs to get home, and then they will be able to complete the Sebring 12 hour. You'd also expect 1 more driver change before we get to the end. But as a driver, if you've been out of the car for a little while, you'll have gone from bright afternoon sunshine to realistically dark night racing. How much an effect do you think that would have on drivers? They're well versed in it, but it can always be a bit of a surprise, especially if your rhythm had been set in the light conditions.
Oh, it's a huge difference. It can actually cause drivers to wreck when they're not prepared for it. It's such a difference in conditions and, what you're looking for, your reference points, the car feel, the track feel. And it's a big difference that it can't be overstated enough. Look at this. Door Esports still going side by side back here with the Kings by TK6 as they go side by side in this LMP2 category. They're not done. I don't think they're going to be done anytime soon. They're battling it back through. Door Esports getting back ahead, and Victor Miranda there slotting back behind Jesse Jones yet again. That's the battle for 9th in LMP2 category. But I don't think Victor Miranda's done. I think he's going to go for a pass again down the Ullman Straight here. He's close enough. He really could make a dive if he wanted to. And they're on identical stints, it looks like, from what I'm seeing. So really here it is just drivers. Look at that, running all the way to the wall, back out, side by side. They'll go through Sunset Bend. No Sunset to worry about, but Victor Miranda's going to chop through, and then you've got to watch for the crossover switchback to come from Door Esports there as they come onto the main straight, and it is that Kings by TK6 getting back ahead.
It is, and great little move and great battle to see these guys going side by side through the back half of the lap here. And they really are showing the respect to each other and keeping this battle going for quite a long time now. Fantastic to see. Pit stop still ongoing. By the way, for BES competition, Dominic Hoffman in the 89 car in GTP has come down pit road, as has the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. They are down in P12 and they are 6 laps down, but hey, they are still in this race and still P12 overall in this one. The battle still raging on between the Kings by TK, of course, Kings by Tony Kanaan, and the Door Esports entry. There has been a fair bit of door banging between the two of them, if you excuse the very, very obvious pun. But they've kept it nice and clean generally throughout this race, and it's good to see that we are seeing these battles towards the latter stages, and drivers are really still going for it for every position.
Yeah, it just goes to show sort of the endurance level that these teams have. I mean, we're 9 hours into a 12-hour event, and we're still racing this hard, this competitively for this long. It goes to show that big skill that is involved there, that endurance, that comfort in the car, that you can be this far into this race and still be racing this hard. I absolutely love it, because it goes to show that there's still a lot on the table for some of these teams. You know, again, I look back up at LMP2, 15 seconds between gridandgo.com and WSR Esports. 15 seconds. You can get 15 seconds in 3 hours. I mean, that's doable. You push hard enough, you do the right thing, and for WSR Esports, the win's still out there. Nobody in any of the categories is really comfortable in the position they're in, you know, anywhere, because the other thing is, too, it's just the endurance game, and if you get near the end, if a driver's a little fatigued, if a driver's just not feeling it, and they make one small mistake, it's game over.
It is, and walls can be close here at Sebring. We see it at Sunset Bend. We've seen a couple of drivers go around in the last couple of hours, and clearly a difficult point of the track. And as you see through here, very high curbs, walls not too far away through turns 2, 3, 4 and 5. And then Jesse Jones negotiated as well way through pretty well. See a bit of a look at the order in the LMP2, because before we get to the night down, we can maybe have a little bit of a run through of the orders, as Door Esports are inside that top 10 but are the lap down. We have seen the gap with the top 3 getting away from the rest somewhat. Effect Simulations, James Baldwin, of course, part of that outfit, with him in the car at the moment, actually in P4, but they lead just ahead of Muradness. And then there's a bit of a gaggle, isn't there? IFR Esports, Team PGZ, and the Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP entry in the number 27 car are all relatively close together, so intriguing to see if the moves can be made towards the back end of the top 5, because, you know, realistically for 3 hours, you know, 5-6 seconds is pretty much nothing, isn't it?
It really is nothing. Here's the thing, if it was like a 1-lap lead, even then I don't know that I'd be kind of saying, you know, okay, it's comfortable, it's done, it's good. 6 seconds is a blink of an eye. 6 seconds is a little bit of a wiggle here onto the Ullman straight, and you lose that 6 seconds like the snap of the finger. It's so hard, you know, to really say in that regard what a safe gap would be right now, because anything can happen here in endurance racing. Anything can give, anything can take, and it can just completely change things up. You could be trying to go past the GTD and just have a small moment. You could have a GTP trying to pass you if you're an LMP2, and just a small moment, and it completely knocks your race, knocks your lead out, and all of a sudden you go from 1st to 5th.
You've got teams you don't really want to be handing over or making a mistake that could cost your team members who've worked so hard just that extra little bit of time. As we approach the end of this night down, let's have a quick look as well at the orders at the front in the GTP class, because Dragger Racing have been at the front for quite some time now, with Ate Kalpanen leading the way. Jaden Munoz has been leading for a while as well. He's in that number 4 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast entry. We've also got the Williams Gaming Club and the Williams Sim Racing Academy car in 3rd and 4th within a minute. So clearly Williams have had a good race so far, but they're not quite ahead of Dragger Racing, and I'm sure that will be a bit of a peeve for them at the moment. Scuderia Ferrari, once we've touched on them about how they may be pleased with how the race has gone, but also may have some, or maybe may have had, I should say, some higher aspirations. Apex have done what they've been able to do in this race. 3 cars not necessarily going well for them, but the 97 still on the leading lap. And I think it's interesting to talk about some of the cars that are on lap down and that are out, because we saw some competitive racing, particularly from the Marla Racing team, particularly back at Bathurst. They would have hoped to have followed that up here at Sebring, sadly not able to do so. But it's interesting that after 9 hours we've got to this phase of the race with some of the big teams almost fighting in their own little groups with Williams and Ferrari.
Yeah, it really is interesting to see those groups come up and things go through. Williams, as you said, just absolutely going to be loving life. 2, 3, 4. They'll want to be ahead of Drago, but they'll be very happy with the team result. Scuderia Ferrari, they're going to be very happy to have that 15-51 together, 5th and 6th. All of the teams have made a great run here in GTP that are still out and racing. They're going to be feeling really good. It's a lot of confidence for them here in Sebring as well, coming off of the Daytona 24 and coming into Sebring. They're just, they're going to be very happy with where they've landed themselves, but nobody's been able to touch Drago Racing. I just went back and looked, and Drago Racing has been very much just in control of this race since the beginning, and it won't be a surprise to me if in the next 3 hours, they're there. I'd like to see Williams, give them the pressure and push forward, but I mean, Drago has just been so on their marks. Their lap pace is so consistent, it's not even funny.
And to touch upon Drago being on their mark, we're going to have a look at the GTD overall standings, and they were really on it in the in qualifying right before we got into the race. They got a 1, 2, 3, 4 in qualifying to get us underway. Sadly for them, the 96 has been a long way further back and out of the race for a long time, but they had a spin at Sunset Bend before they even started the opening lap of the race. So they didn't necessarily get off on the right foot, but the 6 and the 9 have been just about able to hold the fort inside the top 3. We've had Apex Racing Team battling up there with them. We've had Williams Sim Racing RP now battling it up there with them. But to have the top 5 in class, but by less than half a minute after 9 hours of racing, goes to show how highly competitive this class has become.
Yeah, GTD is usually where you see the closest battles really occur all the way through the field. The GTD category tends to see the most cars in it and the closest battling through. And you said it best. The fact that the top 5 are separated by under half a minute, any of those top 5 are in competition for a win at this point. If anything goes wrong for anyone, they're right there. Or, hey, the number 69 Drago Racing car in 5th could just turn up the notch a little bit. Just crank it up to 11, send it, and then could be in competition to battle up front. You never know. Anything is still a give or take. There's plenty of time left, but this GTD category has been fierce the entire time. There's been battles up and down the field all the way through. I mean, we've seen battles for 8th, battles for 12th, battles for the lead in GTD. It just hasn't stopped with them since the beginning.
A regular occurrence, hasn't it now? The GTDs have been a real hive and haven in these iRacing special events for some of the best racing that we have to display out on the circuit, and it's been no different today. I mean, the top 3 split by 5.6 seconds after 9 hours worth of racing. Absolutely incredible. I mean, we're coming off the back of the closest ever Bathurst iRacing special event finish, and we're going to see something very similar here at Sebring. I'm not too sure. I think I have to close up a little bit more than it is now. But 2.5 seconds or so is definitely within range with 3 hours of this race left to go. Endurance races come in all shapes and sizes. If you said this was a 4-hour race and you looked at the time gap, particularly in the top 5, you wouldn't really be surprised after an hour to have everyone split by, or the top 5 split by about half a minute. To go 9 hours, it's absolutely incredible and goes to show what these drivers can do. But always good to get a run through of all of our classes, particularly of the GTDs, as we get in towards the pit stop window, because Williams Sim Racing RP, well, they've blinked first.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me either to see Williams decide to pit first. They're going to be looking for some sort of a slightly different strategy here to make things happen. And really, they've taken a little bit of an early pit from what I can tell looking through. I believe they've only gone 25 laps, so typically they're going to go a little bit longer. But they have decided to pit now and pit in. And that is that's one of those that it's a decision that you make in hopes of how it will affect you long term. It doesn't surprise me a bit, though, to see them do that, because it's going to trigger the rest of the field to follow through. Now, GTD doesn't have the tire warm-up issue that GTP has, and they tend to have a better time on outlaps and not lose as much time. So I'll be curious to see how that affects things and how Drago Racing in 1st and 3rd respond.
And the 6 and the 9, you'd be surprised to know that there's a car meant to be between them, wouldn't you? With only 5.5 seconds between the current leading duo. But we will see how the top 3 can split themselves out after this phase of pit stops. The 199 Apex Racing team that has been promoted to P3 with Max Scudino currently in the car, doing a good job, but again, quietly going about business, not really shouting and screaming at the moment. We'll have to see if they can close up at a 15-second gap. You'd have to say it's going to be a little bit more difficult to try and bridge with every passing lap and every passing minute, where they're not able to almost gain themselves into contention. And in terms of the pit strategy as well, they are slightly off kilter. The question will be is, can they almost put less fuel in the car at the final stop enough and basically save enough time to get them back into a contention here, because that is a possibility, that's for sure.
It's doable. It's very hard. And, all of the teams are going to have strategists with them. They're going to have their teammates helping if they don't have strategists, or you just do what happened to me when I endurance raced, and you get assigned to be the person in charge of calculating all of the fuel strategy and the pit stop times and different things. And, they'll be doing the math on the back end, however it's done, and saying, you know what, maybe we should pit now and, undercut this stint to stretch it out so we don't have to do an additional pit stop at the end and do a splash and dash and run. They could be looking at that, and it's a very good decision in that regards if you think it's going to save you enough time in the end to make up that extra position and save that little bit of fuel, get you in a greater, clean air window, which is basically impossible to find at this point looking at the track map. You just don't know really what the teams are thinking, and that's part of the fun of the endurance events, is that the strategy can be so all over the place that you don't know what is going to happen until really it happens. You see it, and then all of the other teams kind of just have to react to whatever you've done, whatever the precedent is you've set. If they suddenly realize, oh, they're on the front foot and now we're on the back foot.
Yeah, it really is the intriguing almost juxtaposition, isn't it? Between attack and defense, and with the strategies that we have at play, it's so intriguing into the final 3 hours which way some of these are going to go. We are still waiting for a couple of pit stops in the GTD class to almost filter themselves out, and then we can get a really good grasp of where we lie into the final 3 hours and 3 stints in the GTD class. LMP2s have been going pretty well of late. However, my tiny page has had a little bit of a moment, so I can't tell you exactly how long some of them have been out on track in terms of stints. But it is really interesting, I think, that the number 12 Grid and Go basically made that gap of about 10-12 seconds in the first hour, but hasn't really been able to use it and make it pay, because they've been kept on a bit of a leash from the 323 WSR Esports and the 003 Grid and Go car. It's almost surprising that they weren't able to almost use the gap they'd built up and the confidence in doing so to pull away with the rest.
Yeah, it's very shocking that they haven't been able to find that gap through and really take advantage. I don't know really why. I've been kind of wrapping my head and trying to think about why, and I don't have an answer really. It's one of the great confounding mysteries, I'll say, in the worlds of sim racing, is you would expect things to go and a gap to be built and really to get to run away with something, and then it just doesn't happen, so I don't know. One of the things I am really keeping my eye on is Fiercely Forward Red here. They're in P11, they're last place of the current running GTP category, but the one thing is they're half a second off of Apex Racing number 97 and 10th, and they are continuing to push and battle, and look at the glow on those front brakes. That is amazing to see.
And nearly the same colour as that sunset not too long ago, wasn't it? On those brakes, and it just goes to show the little fine details in iRacing that really make it the fantastic sim that it is to go racing on. You can just about see getting into the corner, they get a little bit brighter and then dim away as you get onto the power, and the brakes aren't as needed as much if you're going down a straight, with about 3 hours of the race to go. Harpala, though, still chasing down Daniel Sivi Chabot in that number 97 Apex Racing car. They're a little bit further behind the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports of Nicholas Boy, after he's been able to gain away just a touch in the last 20-30 minutes or so. I think pit stops are going to be in the offing for a couple of these GTPs soon as well. Again, a couple of them slightly off strategy. The 22 Williams Sim Racing Academy cars come in. Let's see what that does to their strategy with Pablo Espez in the car for the time being.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Williams Sim Racing Academy and how are they going to respond. Of course, Williams second, third, fourth right now, so they've got a very powerful position here. And then Scuderia Ferrari, the number 51 just pit, the number 50 pit just before that, and then Apex Racing Team's Marcus Selholm pitting. Look at this side by side as they go through that 97 Apex Racing Team, Civi Savabo, there we go, making the pass and getting ahead, continuing to battle in that number 97. And we're really seeing this race come alive here. 2 hours, 50 minutes left to go. The battle for 9th in GTP continuing between both Apex Racing Team cars and a Fiercely Forward Red that are just separated by about a second.
Yeah, and close battling there as well. Going to be exciting to see how they can battle their way through towards the end of this next stint and in towards the final couple of hours in this race. Darkness has fallen, though, here at Sebring, and it really has changed the face of the race. Meant that the drivers almost poetically are closing in on their own battles in this race as the light has closed in on the cars. Out of the tricky right-hander, longer we go with the Williams Esports car as we run our way down. In fact, that's not the Williams Esports, is it? That's the Apex Racing Team car. The colours look slightly closer, don't they, those dark blues with the sun setting around the circle. Oh, it was easier when it was light, Brad. It was easier.
Oh, I'm sure the drivers are saying the same thing right now, that it was easier when it was light. They're all probably just wishing that we were back to daytime yet again here. Apex Racing Team's number 98, the Fiercely Forward Red number 11, continuing to battle and fight through, do what they can. It's this is the time where, again, those reference points change. Everything looks different. Mistakes are going to start creeping in for some drivers, and you just really have to be kind of head on a swivel, ready to go, and trust your knowledge of the track and trust the 300 laps that we've put in if you're a GTP, or 288 or 270 depending on your class. Trust all of the laps you've put in here on the race, that you know this track and that you're comfortable.
Yeah, and if we do a little bit of juvenile maths, we've gone about 9 hours and we've got 300 laps. We should get just shy of 400, probably looking at that 390 lap mark, if not just a little bit more, by the end of this 12-hour race. So many tours of this Sebring International circuit, and I may have to do a little bit of maths to try and work out how far that actually is, because these cars do go so fast around and around in circles that you never really get to appreciate how far they've actually driven in a 12-hour race like this. And some of these drivers who maybe felt stuck behind the cars in front and have almost been happy, particularly in the early stage of the race, to stay and wait behind and not really make a move and sit in the kind of the same position that Ilka Happler is right now. How far they can drive whilst not really thinking about what they're doing with time disappearing. It really is really impressive, and goes to show how fast these machines are.
Yeah, I think really if you're in this, and here's the thing, is all of these teams are very realistic. They all want to win, but all of the teams understand that only one car wins in each category. So I do think that for some teams, they may come in and just be okay finishing the race. For some of them, they want to win, don't get me wrong, but some of the teams are probably in a position where they kind of go, okay, you know what, if I don't win, as long as I finish, it's okay. As long as I finish and I don't wreck, we're doing okay. We'll go through, we'll gather, we'll learn, and we'll move forward. It's all about having fun. Apex Racing Team's Marcus Selholm there ahead. We saw him run very wide in turn 1 at the exit, and then going in turn 2, put all 4 wheels on the dirt going through, which is not ideal. As we now go into turn 7, you can see the difference that no sun in the sky makes in terms of actually being able to see your braking point. It's so impressive to me to see just the difference that sunset and the sunset not being there makes. But then the track looks completely different, and it gets so much more difficult to really spot your braking points and see what you're doing.
Yeah, but the drivers adapting beautifully well and doing such an impressive job. It's why they're in top split, isn't it, realistically? I've done a little bit of maths whilst you've been speaking, and I believe that by the end of this race, we have done enough laps to if we were just driving away from the circuit here at Sebring rather than just driving in circles, the GTPs will have driven far enough to go from Sebring in Central Florida to Maine, just over 1,400 miles, like an incredible distance, and just goes to show how far we really are traveling in these races over the course of 12 gripping hours worth of racing. We're getting towards a pit stop phase again. We always feel like we are in the GTPs and in the LMP2s. A couple of the GTPs a little bit off strategy, and I think we're expecting to see them in soon. We saw the 22 of Pablo Espez, the Williamson Racing Academy car in, as well as the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Esports car in of late. I think there's a couple more yet to come down pit road, but still a couple of things to shake out before we get in towards that final hour, and where everybody is driving to the line on exactly the same strategy.
Yeah, and once we hit that final hour and the strategies all line up and things are good, at that point it's just flat out to the end, unless you have a fuel concern. But hopefully none of the drivers have a fuel concern and they can just push and go through. LMP2 pit stop time, WSR Esports is in, gridandgo.com Esports number 12 is in, and the 003 now assumes the lead in LMP2 for the moment.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do with it for the time being, because the 003 has not been the leading grid and go car in the LMP2 category. Number 12 that has been the one that has been so dominant in this race, and they'll make their way out of the pit lane in P2. And what colour was that car again, Brad? It's difficult to see in the dark.
The car is, well, it's lime. I'm saying that. It's lime, and you decide what color lime is.
Well, grid and go, but it's one of those colours, isn't it? You can't get a marquee for both. But they are going along pretty nicely at the moment in the LMP2 class, following on, of course, from their win in the Daytona 24-hour in the GTP class. So another accolade that they're looking like they're going to add to their bow, and another achievement to put into the bio as well, as we've been talking about. But still, a decent amount of time to get to the end here. But I think it's worth touching again on with 7 cars, the likes of Lasse Uronen in the car, Aaron Vasquez as well in the 2 cars at the front of the LMP2 category, Jarno Koch, Patrick Heinrich, David Bosger. They're all in the grid and go cars right now. Steen Ledger as well. Such great drivers, and when you can almost create that kind of community and that roster of drivers where they, all believe and can work together in top splits like this, you have a good chance in being able to do well. But the 005 having a bit of a spin through turn 2, shouldn't have been applauding them, really, should I? It's my own fault. But the 005 going around on the back of Cheshire Esports, and that is not at all what was needed for them. And it's David Bosger that's gone around Monday as well.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that moment happen there, but sometimes that happens when you're pushing really hard. You're fighting for position, going through, trying to have a very strong battle in that 005 for that position in GTD. I have a feeling that come our next special event that they participate in, they're going to have a big banner on the hood of the car that says, "This car is," and then insert color, and they're going to say what color it is, so that way we stop debating it. But my DMs have told me what color that car is, but I refuse to accept it, even though it came from the boss man himself.
It's always the way to go about it, isn't it? If you believe you're right, you might be, but you can always try. This is the spin again from the 005. A little bit of a moment, getting onto the curve a little bit, but again, just a mundane spin, unnecessary really, and Bosger just making that little mistake. We'll see it on board now, maybe a little bit surprised with the pace or lack thereof of the car in front through turn 2, maybe just a bit too much pace. Yeah, I think a bit too much pace, slight bit of contact on the rear end, spinning the car around. That's all she wrote in that little battle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see. Hopefully we'll be able to find some time and move forward. We see more pit stops happening through the field. LMP2, it looks like Muradness have pit in. And then in GTD, the 199 Apex Racing team has pit in, giving the lead back to Drago Racing number 6 and GTD going through. So continuing to watch these battles develop, things go through. I feel like drivers have really reeled it back about a 10th or so to just sort of settle into this nighttime run.
Yeah, haven't they? And we've kind of been of some battles in the last half an hour or so, particularly towards the front of some of these fields. And in GTD particularly, Taylor Barnard back in that number 9 car, the Ferrari driver, in for Drago for what is likely to be the final 3 hours. I can't imagine Kibata will jump in unless he comes back for the final stint in that car, which may make sense actually. 2 more stints for Taylor Barnard, 1 more stint at the end for Hugh, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. They've fallen off the back of Alessandro Bico, who's now in that Williams number 5, and Nicholas Rubler, who is still in the number 6 Drago car. You know, when we jumped in, Brad, the gap to the top group is about 1.5 seconds, but it's widened 7.7. Let's hope that trend reverses over the next 40 minutes, at least hour or so.
I think it will. I think the track will come back to some of those GTG drivers. We'll start to see things get closer. We'll start to see things, get a little bit more feisty, I think is the best way to phrase that. We'll start to see things come together through the final 2 hours and 40 minutes, especially through probably about the next hour and a half is really where I think we're going to see the difference start to show up as we go. Same thing with GTP. At one point, that gap was over 30 seconds. It's now 23 seconds between Drago and Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. I think that's going to continue to close a little bit, just steady, consistently, because that's all you have to do. You don't have to be, super fast. You don't have to be, the super GTP, the super GTD. You just have to be consistent. You have to be smooth, and you have to just find those tenths here, those tenths there. There's plenty of time, but I said it before, I'll say it again. Drivers are going to see that time ticking down, and this was a 12-hour event. You see 3 hours left, you start to panic a little bit. You start to think, I don't have enough time to get my way back up, and you're going to start pushing a little too hard. You're going to take life out of the tires. You're going to possibly wreck the car and total the car. So you just have to be careful.
Yeah, and that is probably what a lot of these cars and drivers are going to be doing towards the end of this race. Leaders, particularly Ati Kauppinen in that number 1 car in P1, of course, in the GTP. Darren Vasquez about to cycle back to the lead in that number 12 Grid and Go car with the 003, now piloted by Jesse Telkala, who will jump in, you'd suppose, for the final stages of this race. Christian Steenberg back in the 119 as well for Team PGZ. That team had been going longer and are going longer in this stint. They went longer in the early stages, maybe trying to do something on the strategy. It's not necessarily materialised into a fight for the win, but they tried something different, and that can be respected. And Steenberg getting into the darker parts of the race when he was here in the morning as well.
Absolutely. And I would say that really, I think a good strategy is if you had a driver that drove through the morning, put them in here on the late evening and let them run. I think that's a good strategy because they're used to the track being dark. They're used to relying on the headlights, and it really does make things pretty fun for them too, especially if it's someone who likes night racing and relies on those headlights and is comfortable with it. That could be a good way to find some additional pace, is throw that driver in for the final couple of hours and say, here you go, track's dark again, it's your problem, not ours. And then have your other drivers sort of alternate through the day however you see fit every few hours. That's a strategy I would do personally if I had a team. I'd have somebody dedicated start and end, and then sort of mix it up in the middle where you can. That way whoever drives in the dark is really comfortable driving in the dark.
It's always good to have all of those feathers in a bow. If you are one of these top-tier teams, a driver that is more favourable to the wet conditions, to brighter conditions, to darker conditions as well, it really can set you up as a great outfit for these special events. And the likes of Drago, Grid and Go really have selected their rosters carefully and selected their drivers in each car carefully as well, and are doing such great work with it. 37 minutes of the 10th hour remain, and doing a little bit of maths here, Brad, we're looking at the GTDs pitting about the end of every hour, so we'd expect them in about 40 minutes time or so. The GTPs are going to be pitting, I think, more towards that 2 hour 20 mark, maybe slightly sooner than that, and then of course the LMP2s that are likely to have to go in for another I think 3 stints after this one, so this could be the 4th stint to the end of the race, because they've already been going about that 40-minute mark. There's a lot of pit stops left for all these drivers to have to deal with, and the strategy options are on the table. It's just a question of how much can they wiggle around now, because you can at the start of the race maybe try something a little bit more bold and maybe try and shave off a pit stop, but at this stage it's practically impossible, isn't it?
It really is, and it's very much, again, the teams have been doing the math on this since the start of the race, since before that, since the testing through the week, since the race simulations they've ran. They have been really doing the math and the numbers on where they need to be. Now, granted, any sort of plan A strategy they had was thrown out in the formation lap. It wasn't going to last. So they're on plan W at this point, and they've sort of walked it backwards and forwards through different plans. But every once in a while, just go off strategy, throw a Hail Mary, make something stick, and it'll work out really well for you. And I'll be curious to see how the teams do that, what they do to find that little bit of a Hail Mary strategy, because right now that's really what they're looking at as we hop on board here with gridandgo.com esports 004, currently running P9, following, let me guess, the Grid and Go esports just ahead as they go. So they're going to continue to just push through and follow each other ahead. They're trying to chase down Veloce and P7, but it's a 30-second gap, which can be hard to overcome.
But there can be some mistakes as well. We never do know in an endurance race. We've talked about it a few times that it can come undone in the in a split second. But you're right, Hail Mary is definitely a word I think that a couple of the drivers and teams are thinking about, or a couple of words that they're thinking about right now, albeit as a Chicago Bears fan, Brad, I'm still slightly scarred by the words Hail Mary, even about 5 months after that Washington Commanders game. And I know some of you in the chat will know what I'm talking about, at least. But hey, enough about that, enough about me being sad, and more about us being excited, because the final 2.5 hours of this race set up perfectly, and we've teed it up very well indeed, particularly in that GTD class. And you're right, when I mentioned that they were gapping out, they were continuing to almost leave each other in the dust in a way, but they are starting to tighten up just a little bit more. That gap was 8 seconds between the 6 and the 9 Jaguar Racing cars. It's now down to about 7.5, and closing just a touch mid-stint as well. So if this gain could continue, we could see it for the next 20-30 minutes or so, and that could really close the front three up.
Yeah, we definitely could, but Drago Racing has picked up the pace. They're now setting fastest laps of the entire race here with 2 hours 34 minutes to go. They're just putting in best laps of the session, 146.1s, just because they can. And the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast has responded with a even faster lap. So I mean, just drivers deciding to absolutely crank the pressure up right now as they stand and as they continue along. 2.5 hours left to go, plenty of things to happen, and it's really hard for any predictions to come up here towards the end, because this race has just been mega since the beginning. It's been so much fun to watch. We've seen hard racing. I'm going to say this and someone's going to get mad, but, there hasn't been a huge weather factor that's played in. It's just been a nice, smooth, sunny run the entire day of drivers just absolutely pushing as hard as they can.
Exactly, and that's kind of what we almost came to know and love in terms of iRacing special events before rain became a factor, and we've had a fair few rain-affected special events in the last year or so. The first one, of course, was this Sebring 12-hour 12 months ago, but quite as well as it was back then, we don't quite have the weatherman Arjuna Kankapati as we did then. That was the first time that he popped out with his green screen and his weather map, and we've seen him a fair few times since, but not so much today, as it's been bone dry and a fairly pleasant day here on the Floridian Peninsula as we continue onwards towards the final 2 hours of this race. Jaguar Racing out in front. They've looked confident, they've looked calm, and they've looked capable, and that's really the important factor for them in this race. Ate Kauppinen, after making the move to Jaguar Racing, is going to put a real feather in his bow for them, as he has a 23-second lead and a gap that it'd be hard to say it's going to close down anytime soon, albeit on the last lap, Jed Munoz took about half a second out of the lead.
I think it's going to sort of accordion. It's going to slinky. It's going to ebb. It's going to flow. It's going to go back a little. It's going to go forward a little. But I think it's going to stay pretty consistently at least around that 20-second mark, unless something drastic happens with the pace of that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, or that Drago Racing car just takes a hard step backwards in pace. I think everything here is pretty smooth. And for Drago Racing, this is all about just put your head down and be bloody consistent. Just do not mess up at this point. That is really, if you're a driver, that's what you're telling yourself. Hit the same marks every time, do the same lap over and over and over, and get that car to the end.
And that really is going to be the key. I think if drivers now, particularly if they're on their own, lose it, drop some positions or just drop the car even, it's going to be a lot of disappointed faces in whatever team it's unfortunate enough to happen to. But definitely a tricky phase of the race, because we're not quite at that final ending point. Still 2.5 hours. It's a long way still to go. But at the same time, Brad, in the same way that you do at the Le Mans 24 when the sun comes up, you're almost thinking as if it's the end already, and that can be a really dangerous thought process to be stuck in.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because you've still got 2.5 hours. You've still got 2.5 hours of this nighttime racing to do. It's very easy to sort of trick yourself in the head and say, you know, okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. It's okay. And start to push a little bit more, do a little bit more. You still have 2.5 hours of a 12-hour endurance event. It's not over till the checkered flag flies. Even if you think it feels like you're almost done and this next 2.5 hours is going to fly by, it's not done yet. Don't let your mind play the tricks on you, because otherwise you're going to make a silly mistake and throw the entire race away for your team.
That can be the risk that these drivers have to cope with, but if you're coming into the pit lane, you can get a little bit of respite. That is what Jed Munoz and Robin Glerham have done from the number 7 in the GTP class. That is the Williams Chill Blast car and the Williams Gaming Club car as well. They've come in sooner than Ate Kauppinen for the umpteenth time now. It's no shock to anybody that is how they have run their way through, and Kauppinen will have a very comfortable lead for just a short while. It'll be nearly a full lap for him to be leading the way. It's not quite been as comfortable for Nicolas Rubelar as he comes through turn number 1 with a couple of GTPs coming out behind, and they'll be slightly slower as they get them tyres up to temperature. But for Rubelar, under pressure all race long really, maybe not under immediate pressure, but by the end of a race that can really wear on a mind, can't it?
It absolutely can, and it plays into the sort of having the endurance to get through an endurance race. But for Rubelar, because it's 4.1 seconds back, and for Rubelar, it's not a lot of time. 4 seconds is sneezing while you're driving and just running a little bit off track, and you can drop 4 seconds very quickly. For Biko there in the number 5 behind, it's just find a little bit more pace, and you can easily be challenging for the win in GTD here. So it's just a case of back and forth and not putting a foot wrong, which again, you're pushing the entire time for 12 hours. It's so easy to make small little slip-ups here and there.
Very much is, and that's always going to be a consideration for these drivers in the final 2.5 hours, and it will be a consideration for Alexander Spets, who gets into that number 1 Drago car and will almost certainly be running that one all the way to the end and home and dry, he will hope, at least. Jade Munoz will try and close him down, but we'll see what that time difference is when they come out of the pit lane. Still on his mark is Alexander Spets as Munoz continues to gain, but after 41.6 seconds, Spets is back out of his pit box at least and into the race with a decent gap to Jade Munoz. We'll just have to see how big that gap really is when they come across the line. It feels like it's slightly inflated on where it was, but that'll be because Munoz has to warm up his tyres, or he's had to warm up his tyres. Now it's Spets' turn to take that bit of a hit.
Yeah, and that tire warm-up, again, can't stress it enough just how challenging it is. I mean, we saw it there following with Rubelar going around with GTPs near, but he was faster than the GTP through corners, and being in a GTD and being faster than the prototypes feels pretty good while it lasts, and it doesn't last that long, but for that little bit of time, you're going to feel pretty good. And now for Alexander Spets, it's the case of get those tires in the operating window, get comfortable, feel good, and then absolutely send that car and continue to build out a little bit of a gap and just find some time and get comfortable where you can, which is very much easier said than done, I'll say. Not impossible, but just it's one thing for me to say it in the booth. It's another thing for the drivers to do it.
Yeah, far easier said than done is a phrase we use for a lot of the stuff that we see out on the racetrack over the course of 12 hours here at Sebring, but we are kind of in the middle of those phases of pit stops. No one really of note in the box for the time being. GTDs will be a little bit longer out on the circuit. We'd expect that the LMP2s will be in relatively soon. We don't know exactly when. All been a little bit off strategy a bit. Team PGZ with Christian Steenberg haven't been in whilst the likes of Aaron Vasquez, or in the last 10 laps I should say, whereas Vasquez was in about 10 laps ago. They pitted slightly earlier, it seems, or maybe later on the stint, depending on the aggregate and how you're going to be looking at it at this stage. But I am intrigued, very much so, to how this race is going to end, and also how the drivers are going to act towards the end of this race. Lots up for stake. We've talked about it a few times, but to look at it from a driver's point of view, if you're not in the car, how much support, really, from your experience, Brad, do the other drivers give the driver currently in the car, particularly if they're in a leading battle?
Oh, so much. It's so much support because they can play spotter, they can play crew chief, they can be doing the math behind, they can be taking your mind off of things. Whatever you need is what your team is there to do. You know, for example, when I run endurance races, you know, I'm doing the calculations and doing the call out and saying, hey, you need to drive to this point. This is the fuel burn we're looking for to get through and for it to make sense. And then you have another driver that's sitting there just cracking jokes and laughing and, you know, just enjoying themselves. You know, hey, what's 2 + 2? Oh, 2 + 2 is fish, or whatever goofy jokes they can come up with to make sure that you stay focused and in, and that you're having, you know, fun. Because again, this is all about having fun as much as it is a competition and wanting to win. You do this because it's fun, and at the end of the day, if you're doing this and, you know, it feels like you're just running with 4 friends running a race, or 3 friends, however many you have together, you're doing something right and you're having a great time with it. But those other drivers, you know, if you're in the car, those other drivers on your team being there with you is the biggest amount of support that you can have, and they can make the race so much easier.
And just that emotional support can be so meaningful to a driver and can really spur them on. I mean, some of these teams and drivers will know each other inside and out and will have been with each other for so long in their respective teams, and to have the support around them when they're in the car fighting for a race win is going to mean quite a lot. You do get very tight-knit communities in sim racing. One of the really fantastic aspects as to why the community is so great, and, you know, for those of you watching along who maybe are watching into an iRacing event for the first time, get yourself onto iRacing. It really is a fantastic opportunity. DLC tracks are out there for you to get your teeth stuck into, and then you maybe want to look around and what else is out there in terms of some of the content that is available on iRacing. There is really no shortage of it, and you'd be hard pressed to get bored if you're a racing enthusiast on iRacing. We somehow don't get bored, Brad, because we have all of these fantastic races to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so much fun being in all of these special events through the year and getting to be a part of the commentary team for this. It's been a lot of fun to get to bring these to the big screen for everyone. And I commentate literally, I think 8 races a week now is where I'm at. So it's so much fun. And yeah, it doesn't get boring. That's the thing. None of this, you know, really gets boring. It's enjoyable, and it's something that if you're passionate about and you enjoy, it's never going to feel, you know, never going to feel boring. It's never going to feel like work. It's always going to be something fun and kind of that mind relax for you that you need. You know, I work a full-time 8 to 5, and then after my 8 to 5, I come watch virtual cars or commentate virtual cars or drive virtual cars, and it's so enjoyable. And that's the big thing for all of these drivers here in this split, is that they enjoy this so much so to dedicate 12 hours on a Saturday to compete and try to push for the win.
They push each other, don't they? And that really creates the fantastic that we see. For example, Tamas Simon in the Shredder Esports car pushing his way to maybe gain a 14th place, or a 13th place, I could say, for the number 13 car, ahead of Adrian Garuka in that Grid and Go 006, and to move yourself up into the top 11. Top 10 maybe a little bit too far away, with Martin Stefanko about 16 seconds up the road for Fiercely Forward Pink, but that Pink entry picking up a top 10 finish, at least for the time being. Tamas Simon, is there a move to be made here? Down in towards Sunset Bend, where the sun really has set now, complete darkness in the sky, but not on the circuit. Still so many cars pounding around, 45 to be exact, which is fantastic after nearly 10 hours worth of racing. To have that many cars and that much machinery still out on track provides us with so much to look at as we get in towards the closing stages.
Yeah, it shows the skill level here for everyone and the closeness of the split. The fact that so many cars are still on the lead lap, the gap is so close through the entire field. I mean, looking just at the GTP category, your top 6 are separated by 1:11. You've still got the top 4 in LMP2 on the lead lap, and then in the GTD category you've got the top 10, and considering that that's after 9.5 hours that you still have that many cars on the lead lap and fairly close together, it's amazing, because I've seen 60-minute races that have grids more spread out than this, and it happens sometimes. So that goes to show you just how close the competition is here, and that really it's still anyone's game.
It is. Spets is doing his best job to make sure that that possibility is closed off over the next hour or so to just consolidate their position and drag his position in the lead of that race. Rubilar's in a similar position in the GTDs for Dragler, but Aaron Vasquez for Grid and Go, alongside his teammates, have been just so calm and confident throughout this entire race. And with 140 minutes of this race left to run, the question really turns into, can they just keep themselves going to the end, not make mistakes, and pick themselves up there? It will be fantastic to note. So it's going to be very interesting to see if there is any change in the GTDs between that Williams sandwich between the Drago Racing. What was it called earlier? It was the Williams Dragovic, wasn't it? Or Dragovic.
Yes, it was.
We'll see if that can change. Do we think it can change? Because Taylor Parnell's getting closer.
I think it's going to get close. I think it's going to get very close. I'm not going to guarantee anything, but I think it will be close. Give it time. Give it time and just hold your breath a little bit.
Hold my breath for too long, though. I won't be able to speak, to be fair. That could be a slight danger. But it is definitely going to get exciting. Top 3, Taylor Barnard. That gap was 1.5 seconds when we jumped into the booth about 100 minutes ago. That has widened out, I should say, to about 7.5 seconds, closing back again to now under 5. The problem for Alessandro Bico is, whereas Taylor Barnard's gaining on Nicolas Rubilar, Alessandro Bico isn't himself, and all of a sudden, Taylor Barnard is quite comfortably within a second of Alessandro Bico, and is going to be looking for a move pretty soon, in the same way we're seeing a battle for P4 and GTD. 2 positions in the top 5 up for grabs now.
Yeah, and this battle for P4 separated by just 2.5 tenths as they go through Apex Racing Team and Drago Racing. Drago Racing, of course, wants to get a car moving forward, wants to be able to support the teammate in the lead, and should be able to do so as they continue along. I think for Bico there in the Williams Sim Racing RP, the big challenge is going to be, just holding Drago Racing's Barnard behind, which is much easier said than done. Look at that. That is Mateo getting past Godino in the 199, the 69. They swap positions back, and oh, that's cheeky. I think that's a misjudge of the distance, and that was almost very bad. But the tap happens. Both drivers able to collect the car and hold on to it and keep it moving forward, using a little bit of tarmac runoff there to help. And we'll see how Apex Racing's 199 responds to that.
It is a little bit easier to misjudge little moments like that as we get in towards the darker phases of the race, so almost no surprise really to see a little bit of a moment as we make our way now down the Ormond Strip. My word, that is some of the most, I don't know why there's so much weaving going on, but it's some of the most aggressive weaving I've seen in quite some time, particularly when there's 2 hours 50 minutes to go in a 12-hour race here at Sebring. So interesting weaving going on. We'll keep an eye on that with the number 69 car, see if they can continue up the field, but we're also going to have to keep a keen eye on Taylor Barnard and his progress towards the back of Alessandro Bico, which I'm sure is going to get very, very exciting quite quickly as well. Under 5 seconds is the gap between the leading Drago and the second Drago. The only issue for Taylor Barnard is he's got a little bit of traffic between himself and the possibility of a race win for himself and his teammate Hugh Barter.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch how this goes through. Trying to pick with teammates, trying to get things going. This race has just absolutely come alive. I feel it's really, really gotten challenging all the way through. And now watch how the GTD handles with traffic, because you get traffic coming through, and if you can set things up just right, as we see someone run all the way in the grass through turn 7 hairpin. Not ideal line, but somehow kept the car together, kept it moving, got through the traffic, didn't run off. I believe that's the Muradinus number 17 LMP2 that went offline that aggressively. I might be wrong with that.
Yeah, but not really what you want to be doing, is it? At all at this stage of a 12-hour race. You want to be keeping it on the tarmac. Of course you do all the time, but at this stage you don't have too much time to recover the time that you've lost, and so you don't really want to be putting yourself into a position where you're going to find yourself fighting your way back through all the way to the checkered flag in the end. 2 hours 15 to go, not too long. Myself, Dareth Acker, and alongside me, sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought. I looked at the timing page. Of course, Brad Dalton alongside me, and we'll have Yuno Leary and Arjuna Kankapati coming into the booth in about 15 minutes time. Exciting, though, Brad, to really think about how this race is going to come to a conclusion on the pit stop strategy. LMP2s, of course, it's the widest of all 3 categories, because GTP and GTD a little bit more monotone. They have a little bit longer in terms of their stint length, but LMP2s, they can play around a bit, just a little bit more, but albeit it's the widest gap for the race lead.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but I still, 37 seconds, I'm pretty comfortable seeing that LMP2 gap, but it's still not guaranteed. That's the thing. The 37 seconds is a nice buffer, but you still can't stop pushing. You still have to keep going. It is a bit more of a lead, though, and a pretty comfortable position, but I still, nothing's set in stone really until the checkered flag falls, but we're basically at the 2.4 hours to go mark, and so at this point it's a case of keep that car moving, keep things going. This is the battle for 8th and GTP. This is Apex Racing and BMW M Team BS competition side by side through the infield they go. Who's going to let who through? And, well, it looks like they're just going to hold it side by side a bit more, keep it side by side, hard on the brakes. To the inside is the number 89, that BMW BS competition team, and they have to actually see the inside for the next corner, so they drop the position.
Yeah, great little tussle, though, as they make their way through Cunningham Corner now into towards Tower Turn, as the brakes illuminating the sides of the cars. They're coveted in darkness, but the 89 in the end having to just sit behind and now have to maybe try and come back at Daniel Shibishabo in that Apex Racing Team car. Exciting to see if Hoffman can work his way back through, and even though this battle is for P8 in what is now 11 car leading field in the GTP, it just shows that every position means something for these drivers, and that they are going to be fighting to the end wherever they are on the circuit. It doesn't matter if they're not going to be winning the race. They really want to give themselves every opportunity and give themselves just that little higher accolade. I got P6 in top split, I got P5 in top split over the Sebring 12 hour. It just adds that little bit more of every position, doesn't it?
It really does. That little bit more every position makes all the difference as we go through here. 2 hours, 13 minutes left to go, and I'm going to make some predictions. I'm feeling confident on this one.
Be my guest.
Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. I don't think they're going to catch Drago Racing. Drago Racing has been so dominant. I think Drago Racing gets it in GTP. LMP2, I think I have to say gridandgo.com esports number 12. I just think that's kind of going to settle itself in, but I think strategy could be a problem. So that 003 is also catching my eye. I'm going to say 003. And then in GTD, I'm saying Williams Sim Racing RP. I'm going to say it. I think Williams will catch up to Drago.
The opening two, it's difficult to really argue with that because it does look pretty comfortable, doesn't it, for both the number 1 Jago and the number 12 Grid and Go. But I'm going to stick with what I said at the start of the race. Arjuna threw me under the bus as we were coming to Sunset Bend. He said, who do I think is going to win the GTDs? Mind you, he didn't give an answer of his own. It was that late on in the formation lap. And I said the number 9 Jago racing car. I'm going to back that prediction, and they are closing. Taylor Barnard's doing a fantastic job, and mind you can see him right there, as close as he has been for a long time now, and that number 9 has been to the Williams Sim Racing RP car. This battle really could dictate who wins the race, because will the number 9 go after the number 6? They're teammates after all, but there's a Sebring 12-hour race win on the line.
I feel like I said this earlier, but if I did or didn't, I'm going to say it again. Teammates don't matter. When you're down to the final hour or so of this race and you're trying to win this 12-hour race, I don't think the team game matters here in sim racing, not as much as it would, say, if there was millions of dollars on the line, or, the value of your cars and driver contracts and championships. Here with this, I think they're just going to be gloves off to race. That's my opinion, at least. I could be proven wrong. We could see that there's a little bit of an agreement between them come the end, but I think when it comes down to it, hey, you're my friend, you're my teammate, but this is my race to win. So Drago racing up the inside of Williams there into the hairpin, trying to make it stick, can't make it stick. I think going to go side by side here yet again. Continue through. Are we going to see another inside to outside? Well, let's have a GTP take it 3 wide, why don't we? As they go through, swerve around. Actually, that was the number 17 Muradinus car, LMP2, my apologies. And no, Drago Racing does get up into second. How quick can they close? 4.5 seconds, though.
And that's going to be the really difficult conversations, I think, for them, and not just physically but mentally as well, in how they're going to approach this one. Taylor Barnard into P2, Biko dropping back. This is the best opportunity for Drago, not just to get the 1-2, but maybe for the number 9 to give me a little bit of an ego boost, of course, but themselves a good result and a win possibly as well. Nicholas Rubelard's been out in front for so long. I think he'd now be looking behind, slightly worried at the pace of Taylor Barnard. And this is where I think the conversations can be had within the team, because, of course, Taylor Barnard, Hugh Barter in that, been in that car all day long. If Taylor Barnard feels like he's got a good lick of pace at the moment, he may say that he's happy to stay into the end. The plan could be that they pick and choose after these 2 stints. But Taylor Barnard doing some fantastic work and putting in a really good display and a good argument as to why he should be in that car right to the end of this race to try and bring the Drago Racing number 9 ahead of the Drago Racing number 6.
It's I'm doing the math in my head, and the math in my head is not mathin', so it's just I don't know, because I think the Drago Racing number 6 ultimately has more pace than the number 9 if it's going to go for the run. But I think really, as things stand, the 9's going to be in a good spot here, because it's better to be the chasing car than the chased car, in my opinion. But Williams Sim Racing RP, I think if you're smart, you just kind of settle in behind here and maybe just follow that number 9 up towards the front. I don't know, because the thing is, if these two start battling, the gap opens, and then it's just the number 6 runs away into, well, actually, I can't say runs away into the sunset, runs away into the night, and is just gone and done. So I don't know what you do if you're in GTD right now in one of these top 3 cars. I'm very thankful I'm in the booth and not on the track, is all I can say.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy to say up here, we can cast great aspersions, can't we, when we know that we would be pretty off the pace in terms of this battle. But it's always good to almost try and get into the minds of some of these drivers with just over 2 hours to go. Taylor Barnard, I'm sure, now trying to chase down Nicholas Rubelar, and I think he'd be hard-pressed, as you've just mentioned, to bet against it. Biko, I'd be surprised if he's able to make any kind of move back on Taylor Barnard unless there's a mistake from the man from Norfolk. But hey, there's always a chance. There's always a chance in sim racing and in endurance racing for anything to happen, and that's why we're always having to be kept on our toes. But Biko, I think, would be smart here to just almost sit and carry himself towards the back of Nicholas Rubila using the pace of Taylor Barnard, because that could be a really useful technique for him to maybe make this a three-way fight for the lead, because Taylor Barnard, of the two of them, looks like he's got more chance of getting up to the back of Rubila, who's just at the front of the shot.
Yeah, and I agree with that it is, it's going to be close. And the thing is, too, when you have teammates battling each other, they know how they drive, so it'll be fun to watch how GTD plays out in the final 2 hours. Arjuna and Ewan are going to have a good little battle to keep their eyes on towards the end. I'm kind of looking through the rest of the field here in terms of pace, in terms of runs, and in the rest of the field, a lot of the drivers, I feel like, have dialed it back about a tenth. Well, not a tenth, but dialed it back about 10%. That's what I'm trying to say. They've dialed it back about 10% or so, and they're just, running this stint through, maybe trying to play a little bit of fuel strategy, trying to do something to get this run set up to the end now that we're approaching 2 hours to go.
Probably if they've only dialed it back 10% though, Brad, as you said earlier, that they could be driving at 109.5%. So 10% behind that, still 99.5. But they're still on the limit, right? So they're still right there fighting it out, and that's really, I think, where they are. I think you're right, though. They are probably dialing it back a little bit if they're not in these kind of battles, because there is no room for dialing it back if you're fighting for the lead in the GTDs. If you're in the front of the LMP2s, if you're the 12 grid and go, the 003 grid and go, really just a consolidation phase, isn't it? Just to make sure you get home to the checkered flag. But definitely a really exciting point to look at. Pit stops in the offing as well. Will that shake anything up? We'll have to wait and see. Arjuna Kagapati and Ewan Olivia, of course, about to jump into the booth, and I've just seen that Arjuna's had a bit of a freshen up. I think he's had a shower. I don't think I'll be able to go for one until the end of this race, though, Brad, because the excitement that we have as we get in towards the final couple of hours is going to, I think, keep a lot of us glued to the screens.
It really is. I mean, usually I would have something to go do, make dinner, chores, something like that. I'm probably going to sit here and just stay glued for the final 2 hours to see how these battles end up. Again, is there enough pace in GTP in that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast to pull those 25 seconds down? They've slowly been reeling things in, but are they going to reel things in fast enough to find time? I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to be difficult, but who knows what's going to happen there. In LMP2, does Gridden go have this in the bag? I don't know. I don't know. But LMP2 is definitely going to have some challenges of their own. And then, GTD, top three separated by 5 seconds. This one could go anyone's way.
Really good, and that's what's the really exciting factor about it. Drago Racing, you'd expect them that, they'll play ball with each other, right? It doesn't really work that way at the end of a 12-hour iRacing VCO Grand Slam special event when you've got so much up for grabs. I think the risk for Jago is with the Williams esports car so close, Williams Sim Racing HP I should say, or RP, so close, there is that huge risk that if something goes wrong between the 6 and the 9 battling side by side, Williams can just waltz through and take home a win. Drago are in position to win the GTP and the GTD class, the two classes that you'd argue the top teams give most focus to. So they really are in a strong position, and to win both would do them the world of good as a team, and the confidence factor going through would be absolutely immense, surely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be nothing but, an ego boost, if anything. It's going to be just a confidence boost. It's going to really make these drivers feel good, and it's going to remind them, hey, I am the best around. Nothing's going to ever bring me down. So they're going to be feeling really good if they can make it stick, make it work. They're going to definitely be giving it a try if they can land it. And talk about just, if you're a Drago Racing fan, or you are going to be feeling real good. But I will say, even though LMP2 maybe isn't the one that the most weight is put at, there's still a lot of weight to win LMP2. So for Grid and Go, if they pull a 1-2 off in LMP2, they're going to be feeling really good.
especially after their great victory out at Daytona in the GTP class just a couple of months ago. Grid and Go really are having a good start to 2025 in terms of iRacing special events, and long may it continue for them. They have been such a great outfit in the opening few stages of this, or opening few months of the year, and to have 7 cars, we mentioned in Top Split, it just shows how deep and how much quality they have in their roster. But I think the headline from this story, the headline from this race has to be, Brad, that Drago Racing really look like they're emerging as a real meaningful contender for maybe a little bit of dominance. Of course, Redline not here today. I think they'd argue that they'd have a good shot at winning this race, but Drago really showing what they can do when given the opportunity to do so.
Absolutely. And the thing is, not every race is going to go this well, right? That is the one thing, too, that I want to kind of remind going through is not every race is going to go this picture perfect for a team. But when it goes right, it just feels so good. We've got the number of pit stops up, and I mean, look at this. 9 pit stops, 9 pit stops, 9, 9, 10, 9, 10, 10, 9, 10, 10. You can see that the strategy for all of the cars that are still running is very similar between that 9 or 10 pit stop number. Again, we won't really know where this lands and what the concerns are until we get to the very end of the race down and that final pit stop has been made. And we know if drivers have teams have calculated or miscalculated the fuel loads and the times and what they've done and where they're at. If they do have to do a splash and dash, we won't know that for at least another hour and a half, I'll say.
Yeah, well, in an hour and a half's time, we're going to be right in towards the closing stage of the race. 30 minutes ago, or to go at that point, but we still have 2 hours of this race remaining. Myself, Dareth Thacker, Brad Dalton are going to jump out in just a minute's time or so, and Brad, it means that I think we can give a quick assessment of where the risks are in this race, because we've got these tight battles for the leads, but it can all go wrong quite quickly. But I think there's going to be some Drago Racing team members who are sitting rather uncomfortably right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that some are very uncomfortable, some are very comfortable. I think overall the big thing for the final 2 hours is if you're in a position to win it, just don't do anything to lose it. And if you're in a position to challenge for the win, push. Take the sandbags off, throw the saves out the window, and send this car through. Find your way forward. And who knows, maybe you end up with the upset of the season in the Sebring 12.
Yeah, and that is, I think, what a couple of teams will be hoping for. But I think right now, if we were going to have a surprise winner, it would need a fair bit of luck and maybe a little bit of contact as well, which we'll hopefully avoid in the final 2 hours of this race. Still tight battle, particularly in the GTD for the race lead. But this is where myself, Dareth Thacker, and Brad Dalton will jump out of the commentary box. There are 2 hours left to go in this race, of course, before we see the checkered flag fly. And to take you home, we'll, of course, leave you in the very capable hands of Ewan O'Leary. But first, it's the tallest man in Florida when he's there. It's going to be Arjuna Kangapati to take you through.
It is indeed tall and small once again. That could describe Dara, to be fair, as well. Arjuna Kangapati back alongside of Ewan O'Leary with 2 hours left to go into the nighttime running of this second VCO Grand Slam. Ewan, we were wondering what the race was going to welcome us back with, especially in this GTD class. GTD still sees Drago on top, but Williams Sim Racing Prodigy are still in the hunt. 3 cars split by 4 seconds.
Yeah, well, one thing that's changed is that we can't see anymore. We were speaking about the sunset obviously a lot, and that's certainly gone away, but these battles definitely have not. It is very interesting indeed. I think the thing that I've taken really from the last 2 hours is that it's really snowballed for Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast in second place ever since really their mistake with 5 hours or however many there were at the time. I think it was 5 hours to go when Matt Ferrari went off down at turn 10, broke too late, went in the grass. It's really snowballed from there. They've added another 6 or 7 seconds of Drago Racing to their lead. I think if anything, LMP2 is even more interesting than what we had before. I think that's still a pretty unpredictable prospect, to be honest, although WSR Esports are no longer really around. And in GTD, it's almost as we left it, actually, only with Drago Racing just in front of Williams Sim Racing. And I've got to say, the battles for second and for fourth we saw, especially in the last half hour, were very exciting indeed, and quite close to disaster at times as well.
Yeah, there's been a few close calls here and there, but it's kind of what you expect transitioning into this part of the night. No couches burning at the Sebring International Raceway, virtually at least. I think this is where we were wondering, how long do you leave Parker White in the car for the remainder of the race, right? So Alessandro Bico is currently on the second part of a double stint. I mean, Beckham Jasir said he was tired after a triple stint earlier on in the afternoon. Does that kind of mean that they're going to put Parker White back into the end of the race? Because I think you and I are probably both agreed that Parker might be the fastest driver in the class, at least when we last saw him.
One of those moments where no one would have noticed whether you're talking in the first or third person. Yeah, I would have him in again if I was a strategist there. I would have him in again because partly of what you said earlier, and they are into the pit lane right now. We'll see what they do. I'd put him in right now because, yeah, the stint we saw just towards the end of our last stint was absolutely phenomenal from Parker White. Does look like Alessandro Bico is going to stay in from this camera shot here. No driver change seems to be happening, so either he is going to triple to the end or there's going to be a 1 hour dash towards the end, which I don't mind, actually. You know, 1 hour dash could be just as useful at the very end of this race, but I think 3 hours is to be avoided if possible.
Absolutely. Attrition in this race, that was something you and I were talking about. We had 49 cars running at this 6 hour to go mark or so. We're now down to, what, 42? Somewhere in that sort of ballpark. So last couple of hours, we've lost 10 more. Off and away, Bico gets underway. That's a 40.6 second stop, so it's not a full service by any means. Slightly short in terms of fuel, but that's just maybe recognizing there's a little bit of fuel left in the tank. +6, remember, this car started down in the field. Mercedes not necessarily favored by any means. Back onto track, some clean air around. Exactly what Bico wanted to see.
It is. He's always going to have clean air in front of him in a GTD, I suppose, but it's what's behind him that's going to be interesting, since there's no headlights and whatever. Looks like he'll be fine to get himself up to speed without anybody around, and that will be very good news indeed for him. So when are the others going to be in is the next question. Well, next is probably going to be number 9. Taylor Barnard is on lap 29 of his stint right now, so surely that's not too far away from a stop. And the other 2 Drago Racing cars are just a lap less on their stint as well. An Apex Racing team of 199 are getting towards matching up with these guys now, actually, and there comes number 9. They're getting quite close to being matched up, and as I suspected, it's not quite giving them the race-winning advantage that I always thought was going to happen. They're over 30 seconds off the lead at the moment. That might reduce a bit, but it's not going to reduce by 30 seconds.
We're going to find out in the last pit stop, I think. We've still got an hour and 55 to play. Let's chat to, well, another driver who's standing by in the waiting room. He's part of the Williams Sim Racing Academy 27 in the LMP2 class. Olivier Piatic joins us now. Olivier, how are you doing? How's the race been from your perspective? I know there's been some ups and downs, to say the least.
I mean, it's been a really, really difficult race. Just from lap 1, we got involved in contact, and it sent us to like pretty much the back of the pack. We went back to the front, and then we got involved in another incident. So it's been a roller coaster of emotions, a roller coaster of positions, but we're just doing our best, putting laps down, putting fast laps down, trying to get ourselves back in a position where we should be.
It's a chance for a top 5, so that's a really good recovery drive. Talk to me as well about what it's like being part of the Williams Sim Racing Academy. You know, you're part of a top-level esports team also, of course, such a name in Formula 1 over the years, but an opportunity for you and the rest of your teammates to really develop, and we've seen, let's say 5 different Academy entries. How's the prep been as the team behind the scenes for this event?
It's been a long prep. I mean, I was on the back end because I was out until about 4 or 5 days ago for IRL racing, so I just came back and did all the prep I can. But just to be on a team like Williams is such an incredible opportunity to represent a team like that. I mean, from being 2 or 3K about a year ago to being at this level now, it's incredible, and I'm so thankful for it.
Talk to us a bit about your real racing, because I know it would have taken me a lot longer to go from 2K to the top split of an iRacing special event.
Yeah, I mean, I raced karts at a national level in the U.S. since 2022, and then past 2 years I've been racing in Spec Me On in real life, but it's been an on and off calendar and everything just due to limited funding recently.
talk to us then about this sunset. You and I were talking about it the last time we were in the commentary booth. How was that from your perspective as the team, the drivers? Was it blinding? Did you have to prepare a little bit differently for how that played out?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely notice it. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but the track temp has been cooling down a lot, so it's just been trying to find the limit of how much you can push on these new cool track temps, and it's definitely changing the way you have to drive now.
Are you glad that there was no rain in the forecast for this? Because 12 months ago, the first time we saw the weather in the iRacing special events, and boy, was it bedlam.
I mean, I didn't get an opportunity to drive last year, so I can't speak for how this track is for a special event in the rain, but I wouldn't complain if there was some rain. I really enjoy the way the rain is in iRacing, and I think it would really be a good mix of strategy, pure pace, then rain pace as well, instead of just a full dry race like this where you get bored halfway through.
It's a sprint, that's for sure, from green to checkered. Thanks for stopping by, Olivia. Great to chat with you, and best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you.
Always great to get an opportunity to chat to the drivers. A reminder, if any of them are watching and want to join us, RaceBot Discord, we've got a waiting room that you can come and pop into, and you can always send us a message if we haven't noticed that you're there. On board with Alessandro Pico towards turn number 5.
Yeah, I don't know why he's bored, mind. I'm thoroughly enjoying this race at the moment, I've got to say, although I'm not driving, admittedly, around here with just less than 2 hours to go. This is one of the primary reasons why we're excited about the final hour, 120 minutes of this race. Oh my word! That is the Audi in front. Is it still Taylor Barnard at the wheel? Yes. Alessandro Pico is the one we're riding on board with. Taylor Barnard there, taking on quite a long stint himself. Just had to avoid one of the prototypes on the brakes down there at turn 7 and did just about manage it, but it wasn't ideal at all into the hairpin.
No, but they survive, and at this point, that's all you're trying to do. Keep yourself in contention to the final hour. A couple of the Drago GTD machines are under pressure. Nicholas Matteo is in the 69. They started in second, now running 5th. They've got PGZ P1 Docs. That's the 114, not too far behind them. We run on board with the Lamborghini Huracan. Remember, we do have 3 different manufacturers up inside of the top 5 right now: Lamborghini, Audi, and Mercedes. There was plenty of BOP chopping and changing. All the cars in the class got some weight, but it does seem like, for the most part, Audi and Corvette, the 2 favorite options for most of our teams still running.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly those up front as well. 3 Audis in the top 5 right now. Obviously, this car we're riding on board with is trying to change that. That's Gary Kakinen at the wheel of the PGZ P1 Docs 114 car, but he is on a different strategy and on much lower fuel at the moment compared to that Drago racing car that's just come out of the pit lane. There's a little look at the Le Mans corner. Oh, and he's hit him. He's hit him through Le Mans, and somehow, with an LMP2 also running into them from behind as well, they all get away with it.
That was a little bit silly, but I think the smart thing was done, lifting off the throttle, and now they've got some other GTD machinery that's also around the fight. I didn't expect to look back up the inside through Sunset Bend. You can see the damage being done to the right rear of the Audi R8. Bill to be paid post-race. It's going to do minimal damage as well to the performance of the car, but the switch around now happens. These drivers 35 seconds behind the top 4, so realistically, in these closing stages, it's a fight in and amongst themselves.
It absolutely is. This is what you call a nightmare if you're a prototype driver coming up onto the back of this. You absolutely want to avoid it at all costs, especially because a couple of these cars are on the same lap. There is a car obviously not on their lap, a couple actually in this group of 4, but look at the difficulty that GTPs are going to have through turns 3, 4 and 5 there. Difficulties for that Cadillac. That's the second place car, I think. Yeah, it is. That's number 4 working its way past. Not what you want to see, but with 114 now through, it does look like it's going to go off up the road. And I've got to say as well, Nicholas Matteo does look like he's struggling a little bit. He seemed to be damaged to me when we were on board with him. He looked like he had a bit of damage to me.
Well, the right rear damage, I'm pretty sure, was done after the contact that we saw, but you may be right. You may be very correct. We'll see if we can get a word from pit lane at some point. Question in chat, is red line here in racing? Nope, there's no red line effort here today. We spoke to Gustavo Ariel a couple of hours ago. He mentioned the fact that red line have some focus on the likes of Rennsport, which is going to be kicking off, I hope, this coming week, as well as F1 Sim Racing. So for Redline, the next special event that you'll see them in will be the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, which is going to be pretty cool to have that race with rain as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, I was just taking a look at the gap between Taylor Ballard and Alessandro Bico. That's now down to around a second, but maybe more importantly, Ricardo Rico, 2.3 seconds clear. So yes, Apex Racing have the lead of the race, but they're on that slightly different strategy. They should come down to pit lane in the next 8 minutes or so. I get the sneaking suspicion the number 6 is going to be under some pressure before the time we get to the final hour of the race.
Absolutely. Rico has been bleeding time fairly regularly in the second half of this race, although at halfway he only had 10 seconds, to be fair, so he didn't have much time to be able to lose before it became a problem. But he's been driving a lot in the recent past, Rico. He might well be staying into the end now, and considering they've just done a pit stop and there's only one more to go, one more stint after this one, might well be going to the end. Is he just going to tire a little bit compared to those? I mean, maybe it's a Drago Racing strategy, because after all, Taylor Barnard's done a lot of the driving in the second half of this race as well, so maybe they do like and prefer the longer stints. It's I guess a driver by driver basis. We heard from Beckham Desir earlier on that 3 stints was probably too many in the end for him. It seems to be not a problem for these guys at the front.
I will say that Nicholas Rubelar has done 177 laps. Ricardo Rico's done 122, so it's time for Rico to do a bit more laps, you'd think. Has to keep an eye out on the LMP2, looking up the inside. I'm just going to take a look at the stats as well for Taylor Barnard. Hugh Barter's done 118 laps. Taylor Barnard has done 181 laps. So you are very correct on that one. The driver sitting second in the FIA Formula E Championship standings after 3 podiums to open up the season through the first 4 races. Finds himself in a very, very good spot after doing the vast majority of the driving. There's 3 drivers behind the wheel for that Williams Sim Racing Prodigy entry. Bico's on lap 95, Jasir's done 117, and Parker White 88. So I think that does kind of allude to something that you and I are thinking. They're going to throw Parker potentially in for the final hour, and he's going to go helter-skelter all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, I would have had him in for the last 2, but Alessandro Bico is just, well, he's not bad, is he? You certainly take him in your team with 2 hours to go, that's for sure. So absolutely no problems with that. The thing for me is about that, it's all well and good what laps they've done overall, and yes, Rico has done less, but in the time we've been commentating, it's only him who's been driving, and if he carries on to the end, that's 4 hours of the last 6 he's done. Surely, if they're going to 50-50 this, surely there's a better way of splitting it than Robillard doing 4 of the first 6 and then Rico doing 4 of the last 6. It seems madness to me, really.
I don't disagree with you, but maybe that's also just how the scheduling has worked out, right? Maybe one of the drivers had a commitment that they couldn't really avoid, and sometimes you do have to build your sim racing schedules around the reality of drivers' lives, which is why, I've advocated for it, but Ewan, we should do they've done it in the past as well, so by no means am I saying that I've come up with the next great thing, but an in-person 24-hour race, or an endurance race in general, right? You give every team a certain amount of space. They're allowed to set up whatever hardware they want in that space. Then there's a second room across the ways. That's where the drivers have a pit stand, if you will, where the rest of the drivers who aren't in the car can sit. By the way, Alejandro Sanchez sits in pit lane in the 199 Apex Racing machine from the leader GTD. One more pit stop for them. Let's take a look at how long this one is going to be, because it will dictate when they come in for that final pit stop. It's 40 seconds and counting, so it is going to be a full service. 44 minutes to go. That's when we'll see them into pit lane for one final splash and dash.
Yeah, it will be, and that will be the short stop. You'd imagine that they won't be taking on fuel much longer than what their tyres will take, actually. Or maybe they will, actually. But yeah, sorry, I've got the maths. They will need a bit extra fuel on the ground after they've changed tyres, but not loads. With 44 minutes to go, I suppose. 1 hour 44 to go. Sorry. So yeah, they're going to be around there or thereabouts. But with 4th place, I think that is going to be their maximum. Yes, I agree. By the way, on your point, we're certainly not reinventing the wheel or anything, or inventing a new event rather. With that, but I would absolutely love that to happen at some point.
What was it called?
Possible. It has to be a 24-hour race, though.
Was it GTR 24? Was that what the event was called?
Yeah, it's not happened for 6 years, though.
Okay, no, just again, it's been 6 years, right? So some people might be new to the world of sim racing and might not even know that it existed. So go check it out if you have some time. It was a really cool thing, and yeah, very much would look forward to some sort of revival of that. We got a battle between Ferraris. Nicholas Boy's in the number 50. That's the 8th place machine. Danny Shivy-Shabo sits behind. And I was chatting to one of the drivers who's in one of these cars in the battle during the couple of hours Ewan and I were out of the broadcast booth, and they were saying to me that they would have gone with the Cadillac if they could go back and change their mind. I think that tells you which of the teams I was talking to.
I could guess.
I hope so.
If you gave me one guess, I think I could get it right. Yeah, it makes sense, does it? But I'm glad that a lot of these teams, well, some of them anyway, have decided to go for something a little bit different, even if it is fairly obvious at this stage that the Cadillac probably was the car to have here tonight. I'm glad that some of these other teams went for different manufacturers, BMW and Ferrari on the grid. Unfortunately, no Porsche or Acura this time round, and hopefully at the next GTP event, which I think will be Watkins Glen, won't it now? A few months away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully we get a bit more variety there. That's what I want more than anything else. I don't care which manufacturer wins. I just want a bit of variety out front. Maybe a bit more than what we've seen today, but still, 3 manufacturers is not bad.
The next time these cars will be on track for an iRacing special event is the last weekend of June, I do believe. So that's the 6 Hours of the Glen. Nice summer event as Shivy-Shabo dips a couple of wheels off the track at the fast left-hander. That is the opening corner. Before then, we've got plenty of iRacing special events. April 25th and 26th, it's going to be the Road America 500, which it is so unique in the fact that we harken back to days gone by, break out the old GTP. We've got a Nissan here on the sim and the Audi 90 as well in that GTO category. So that's going to be a fun little blast back into the past. And next year, let's not forget, IMSA's already announced their schedule for 2026 in full medal competition. Gone will be the battle on the bricks. It's not 6 hours of racing. Instead, it's 6 hours of racing. Let's shift over to Road America, and looking forward to seeing how that's going to play out. There was a close moment there for Nicholas Boy, though, as they danced through the traffic at turn 7. There's a couple more GTD cars as they head out of Tower, and you've got to now wonder, how is Danny Shivy-Shabo going to line this one up heading out of Le Mans towards Sunset Bend?
He is going to be uninterrupted with traffic through this final chicane. So how can he use that now through Le Mans to get this run onto the Ulman Straight? Here's the crucial corner. Oh, he just floats through the middle of the corner there, does Nicholas Bowe. And Shivy-Shabo not able to get that slingshot run out of Le Mans that he really needs to have a go at Sunset Bend. That was pretty clever driving from Bowe, or maybe that's just his line that he takes through there and how he takes the corner. It's either entirely possible, but it doesn't really matter which it is. It's a good exit nevertheless, and that helped him to hold on through Sunset Bend. Now he's in a bit of trouble though. Shivy-Shabo with a much better run through that final corner. He's crawling all over the back of him here into turn 1.
Yeah, but I don't think that he's close enough, and indeed has to hold station. They got an LMP2 and then a GTD in towards the braking zone of turn 3, and so at a big bend running up to turn 7, that's where you'd expect potential action to start to build. Hybrid kicks into gear. You'll see them fly past the prototype first. White headlights for the faster classes, yellow headlights for some of the GTDs to make it a little bit easier. The weave there once again to show himself to the inside, but a half-hearted effort at best. Gridandgo.com there. 001 in from 4th on track, so that's triggering the start of the pit stop window. Next up's going to be Drago Racing, Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and the Williams Gaming Club from the top 3. Your race leader, 33 seconds clear. In fact, Drago Racing go 1 lap longer. Jaden Munoz brings the number 4 in.
According to my numbers, Drago Racing are are just going on to start the lap that Munoz has just finished, if you see what I mean. Munoz just finished 28 laps of this stint. This is lap 28 for Spets, if I'm seeing, unless my numbers are wrong, which is entirely possible. But Munoz is in after 28, that much is certain. Matt Farrow is getting in for the final 100 minutes. That's probably a good call there. Nice little stint there from Munoz. He's not really lost that much time to Spets. It's difficult to stay with him, in fairness, the Drago Racing driver. But unfortunately, this race is just starting to slip away from Williams in this last few hours.
Let's look to the inside through traffic. I thought the BMW GTD was going to turn in. You're right, it's slipping away from the defending race winners, although Williams Sim Racing Chill Glass entered with two different drivers than the ones that entered victory lane last year, and one of those drivers has made the switch over to Drago Racing and is paired up with Alexander Spets, Ate Kauppinen, sharing that number one machine. Back out onto track now. Remember, cold tires. That's the hot button talking point with this brand new iRacing update. The fact that more realistically akin to the tire compound that the GTPs run in the real world takes a couple of laps, and in the cold conditions that they race in here in the night, wonder if it will take them a little bit longer. 24 degrees Celsius track temperature. Meanwhile, Alexander Spets hits his marks, and Ewan was indeed correct. It's an equal stint length for the drivers inside of the front three.
Yeah, so Williams and Drago 1 and 2 go 28 laps each, but as a result that puts Drago one lap further along, if you're following. Yeah, so that could provide them with a very small advantage, not that they really need it, towards the end of this race. Alexander Spets stays behind the wheel of that car, so all good news for him. Looks like he'll be going to the end in that case. Does that mean he's done the last half of the race in one go, or has he got out?
We are checking you, and give me a sec. The problem is the way my computer is set up is also for broadcasting iRacing, which means everything on my screen is very, very small. Alexander Spets is on to lap 199, if I'm reading correctly. 140 laps complete for Ate Kauppinen. The last time we saw Ate Kauppinen, though, was lap 311. So that was the last time they came down pit lane was their driver change. So I think you said that Alexander Spets has done the entire back half of the race. That would be wrong.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. I didn't believe it as I was saying it. It was a question rather than a statement. Than anything else. So yeah, that makes sense. It would be a bit madness. Speaking of what's happened since the halfway point, by the way, it was 33 degrees on circuit with 6 hours to go. It's now just 24. So speaking to the cold tyre warm-up phase that you're talking about, that has only got more difficult to a much bigger degree as well, because nightfall now, sunlight has not been beating down on this circuit for some time now. Track temperature is continuing to dip and will continue to dip, actually a significant change from what we saw in the middle of the day.
We'll keep an eye on what that means in terms of pace. Likely, you have more grip in these cooler conditions, which means you actually counterintuitively use the tires harder, but maybe because of the cooler temperatures, you can use them for longer. So it'll be a thing to keep an eye on. The drivers do get to change tires for free every single time they're in pit lane with the IMSA rules. You can change fuel and tires at the same time, and so that's one of the things that comes with that. Still waiting for Dominic Hoffman in the 89 to come into pit lane from 4th, so that will promote Williams Sim Racing Academy, Scuderia Ferrari HP up another position. The 89 likely still to slide in front of Grid and Go's 001. There is the Zebra, up 5 positions so far today, and, well, the only one flying the flag still for the BMW M Hybrid.
Exactly, yeah. Good to see them out there in the BMW. And showing to some of the other teams, I think, as well, that, you know, it's not as bad as some people have been saying heading into this race. Lots of teams, as we've already been talking about, gone for the Cadillac, some for the Ferrari, but not for the BMW. And they're showing, with a good placing at the moment, it is very possible to get a good result around this circuit with this car. It isn't going to be the win by the looks of things, but it is still going to be a good result for Dominic Hoffman and the BS competition team. Hoffman, a former winner of this race, by the way. I'm not sure he was with Williams when they won last year, but he certainly was with Urano when they won.
He was indeed. That was back in 2023. And no, last year was Kauppinen and Josh Ladd, if I remember correctly, paired up in the Williams Esports Chill Blast. So Dominic Hoffman, a driver that we do know is quick. He was part of the winning lineup for BS Plus competition in the final round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. That was at Daytona, just a week before the iRacing Daytona 24. He was paired up with Phil Denez for that one, so Hoffman has really just bolstered the ranks of BS Plus competitions GTP. The reason for that ramble was I was trying to remember who Dominic Hoffman was racing for last year. He was racing for Drago Racing. That's who he was paired up with.
I thought he went straight from Urano to Williams, but that's another thing I've invented in my head.
No, he was. Yeah, you are just making stuff up right now, Ewan. He was. Drago was the stop in between of Urano and BS Plus for Dominic Hoffman. Wow, I thought my memory was bad, but you are just making me feel a little bit better about myself. You were remembering Mitchell de Jong as an NASCAR driver 10 years ago.
Yeah, that is back. I'm going to do some serious research on some NASCAR races 10 years ago and more after this broadcast, because that has absolutely rocked me.
10 years ago, I'm pretty sure Mitchell was winning his X Games medal. That's probably what was happening.
Okay, well, I certainly don't remember that. I don't really know what that is, in fact. But
you don't know what the X Games is? Okay, wait, pause.
No.
Can we get another commentator? Wow. Okay, so you've never watched the X Games? Never?
No.
My mind's being blown right now.
Would I want to? I mean...
Yes, they have done literally everything. Like, of course, you know, there's the skateboarding stuff and all of that, but there's the winter sort of X Games. They've done motorsports for so long. Like, Colin McRae came over to the X Games and rolled a Subaru in a stadium in LA. Like, it was iconic television. Pretty sure Paul Page was commentating as well. Like, sorry, I'm a little bit blown right now. Sorry.
I'll make no apology for it. I've got no idea what you're talking about.
We're gonna get you educated after this. I'll send you some links.
Well, it sounds like sports I'm not very interested in to me, other than the motorsport bit, obviously. But even that, like, I'm not. Anyway.
So, lap times, by the way, for your GTPs up on the top left. For your leaders, it's 146.781. Fastest lap of the race is a 145.906. Now, I'm not exactly sure when that happened, Ewan. Happened about 6 laps ago. So, guess what? They can do it right now.
Yeah, well, it would make sense in these conditions, I think, even though you can't really see where you're going. The lap times are pretty quick. Across the board. In fact, I think Jere Lehtinen would have set his best lap of the race if it wasn't for an off-track last time round, if I'm reading that correctly. Dominic Hoffman was not that far away from his best lap last time either, so it is a pretty quick track out there at the moment. There are also battles going on there as well. Loic Rabier versus Gilles Gini are fighting away for 5th place. PGZ versus Williams Sim Racing Academy. Everyone's been promoted a place, of course, because of WSR Esports' demise. Actually, quite a few LMP2's demise in the second half of the race, but specifically, everyone's gained a position from that one. Timo Miller-Kangis was leading the race not that long ago, or at least leading lap through pit stop phases.
Yeah, maybe just being pushed hard by the rest of the cars behind and getting mixed up through all of that. The LMP2 class is also one where, let's not forget, there's no BOP to talk about. They're all in the same Dallara P217. Keeps it nice and simple for us in the broadcast booth. Simple for those behind the wheel as well. Trying to just dial in the setup to the best of their ability. It's only really one fight in the LMP2 class right now. It is that 119 versus 27. We'll try to figure out if there is the potential for anyone else to pack back up. Your race leader in GTD is now only 1.1 seconds clear of their teammate, but they've not brought Alessandro Bico into the fight in the case of the number 9. It's now 4 seconds, the gap between first and third. The Drago are increasingly in control.
Yeah, that's absolute best case scenario for Drago Racing. Maybe not absolute best case for number 6, because they are being caught pretty comprehensively here by their teammates. However, that does seem like a good scenario for the team as a whole. 1 and 2 right now with Williams Sim Racing, as you say, not being brought with them. That's the key here. I was actually thinking when number 9 got past the Williams Sim Racing car, I was actually thinking, are they actually going to push on and try and catch their teammates? Because there is that risk that you bring VCO with you as well. But they did take the risk that was attached with that. They've actually dropped VCO and caught their teammates, so brilliant scenario. And now maybe it is going to be those who said that this race lead, or this race win rather, is going to go to Drago, but not number 6. Maybe those people are looking like the smart ones at the moment, because it's certainly going the way of the number 9 car right now.
Be careful, you're calling Darragh Thacker smart. That was his pick for the win in the GTD class before we got underway. Darragh was walking us through hours 9 and 10 alongside Brad Dalton. We've had uninterrupted coverage here on the iRacing Esports Network and on RaceSpot TV. Big shout out to our producer behind the scenes who's been chugging along for 10 and a half hours, just 90 more minutes before I'm sure a nice nap is going to be welcomed. One thing we were discussing in our stint previously was whether we break the 400 lap barrier or not. I don't trust my mathematics ever, but let's say we're doing lap times of just shy of 150s or so. That's probably putting us in the ballpark of 35-40 laps an hour. We're on lap 345 right now with 1 hour and 27 minutes to go. Sounds like we're going to be just short.
I just did I just did an equation that got me out at 550 laps. I'll have to do that again.
Yeah, that's not right.
That's not right. I'll be back in a minute, but with another calculation. But yeah, I'm not sure at the moment. Is all I can say. It doesn't make sense to me really why we can't, just without looking at any maths and just looking at the situation we've got on the circuit, the cars we've got, etc.
That's Taylor Barnard in the background. Not sure what's happened to the Drago Racing number 9, but pushing hard was the FIA Formula E driver, and now off the track, Williams Sim Racing Prodigy promoted up to 2nd. That's how quickly things can change here in the night.
Absolutely can. That is well, best case scenario for Drago Racing, going to not quite worst case, but it's not a great situation either. With just under 1 hour and a half to go, you'd be hard pressed to catch those 9 seconds as well. Even though it's clear that Barnard is quicker than Ricardo Rico at this stage, that's going to be very, very difficult. You look at the amount of laps we've got remaining in this race. For these teams, maybe 40, 45 laps. That's a serious gain per lap of about 0.2 of a second. This is what happened, bobbling over that inside curve there, down at turn 15 rather. They've done it a million times, but that time round, he just caught it in slightly the wrong way, bobbled in the wrong way, and it snapped, just like only an Audi can.
Well, remember what I was talking about on the hot lap that we did? Those curbs, if you take too much of them, can bite the either wheel of the car or bottom out. And in that case, a too aggressive line, you could see a bit too greedy trying to get to the left of the track. And Taylor Barnard had been pushing so hard. Like you say, 9 seconds and 90 minutes. You're not catching that when they're throwing hundreds between the lap times. It's now going to be between the 6 and the 5, you'd have to assume. Still wondering if the Apex Racing 199 has a chance, but I think they have a real tall order, 35 seconds their gap to the leader, and potentially only going to gain 15 seconds in the pit stop window.
Yeah, so the about 1 lap of fuel, just to make the maths easy, 1 lap of fuel is about 1.25 seconds for a lap of fuel, roughly in the field, and they need, what is it, only 4 laps less on the tank. So I reckon it's only going to be about 5 seconds shorter for the Apex Racing team. I don't think they're really going to get very much closer at all to a podium right now. Their strategy hasn't quite worked. I think it's got them a good result still with a 4th place, but has it really got them any better than what they would have done otherwise? Difficult to say. It certainly hasn't got them a race win here, I don't think. So the Apex Racing team should stay 4th. Drago Racing, interestingly, are going to go 1 lap further rather than Williams Sim Racing, though. So that's a benefit. They might even be able to get that 2nd place back. Number 9 I'm talking about. They might be able to get that 2nd place back again. But to get the lead is going to be really difficult. As I say, at least 2 tenths a lap.
I think we're more looking at 1st and 2nd. Put Parker White into that number 5. And that Williams Sim Racing Racing Prodigy entry has a real chance. Now, all 3 drivers are in sim and connected, so they could put Beckham to Sear or Parker White in, or leave Biko, of course, in the car. Wish we could figure out what was going to happen. See if we can get a word with them heading into the final 60 minutes. Starts to get tense right around now, though, that is for sure. You've all built up to this 11 and a bit hours of racing as you head into that final pit stop. Last thing you want to do, Ewan, speed on pit lane exit, speed on pit lane entry, make those simple mistakes that we can all make in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, you'd think with the amount of times these guys have had to come down pit lane so far this afternoon that they'll be well practiced enough and they won't make those kind of errors, but they can happen to anyone, as you say. It absolutely can happen to anyone. You've got to hit all of your marks. You've got to get this right. You've got to get the tyre warm-up phase right, a new facet to the prototype racing especially, that is so difficult to get right. It is it's still full of pitfalls, this race. I'm trying to see who's on pit lane at the moment. Is that number 50 hiding behind the pace car? I don't really know, but
I think it is. It is the 51, not the 50, sorry. Or maybe it's the 50 as well. They're both in pit lane now.
Oh, they are both in. Yeah, you're right. Well, we're both right. What do you know? So Michele Costantini makes his way out. Hour 23 to go. That will be his run to the flag for him. It's going to be a top 10 for them, but what position inside the top 10 is going to be the question. I guess finishing ahead of both Apex Racing Team cars would be a good finish. If they could be the best finishing Ferrari, with their teammates 1 and 2, then that would be a successful day for them.
Now, Michele is not probably one to make the excuses public, but I was having a chat with him last night, and he was basically admitting it was going to be a tough day. They have limited traction was the word he used, and might be good on tyre wear in hot temps, but they very much assumes that with a 10km/h advantage through some of the high-speed corners, so that I'm assuming is including the likes of turn 1, Cadillacs would be somewhat impervious both in terms of lap time but also wheel-to-wheel action. Sometimes that's just the way the racing goes. When you drive for a manufacturer, you have to make sure you're in that car and dealing with the BOP, whether it's good or bad. That's the reality of motorsport, and great to see the attitude. Get out there, just make sure you deliver and be the best Ferrari out there on track, which is what they may be on course to do. They're still in a somewhat important fight, at least the 51 is, I think, with the number 97 Apex Racing machine, although still waiting, I think, for the Apex car to head down to pit lane.
Yeah, we are. So 51's going to be quite a long way ahead of 97, and actually going to be quite a long way ahead of the other Ferraris, really. But interesting what he was saying there about low tyre wear. I know that the high-speed corner problem compared to Cadillac isn't going to go away at Watkins Glen, but if we get a really hot day at Watkins Glen, like what happened, I think 2022, I remember at the iRacing Special event, I remember it being obscenely warm, ripping tyres apart. We still had the GTEs back then. They were crying for new tyres at the end of each stint. It was, it may be, if it's a really hot day at Watkins Glen, it may be a day for them if they're just a bit better at looking after their tyres, but I guess there's another iRacing update to come between now and then. And who knows what the Ferrari is going to be like versus Cadillac versus the other manufacturers when they get to Watkins Glen. But yeah, sometimes it can feel difficult when you are tied to a manufacturer like that. You do feel like your hands are tied a little bit, but you also get the real benefits. We'll talk about this at Bathurst. Those guys who drive their cars week in, week out, special event after special event, have so much experience in them that I think, personally, they have a bit of an advantage in the wet weather. And that's a little bit the reason why Marla Racing Team were able to win that race, in my mind.
Sven Haase has left pit lane in the formerly race leading grid and go number 12. It's only on strategy that it does not lead right now. It will cycle back through slightly shortly. I did hear, by the way, down from Apex, they have admitted they are out of contention right now. They gave it their best, though. Strategy call was the right one, just not necessarily working out the way they thought. Also in pit lane is Danny Chivisciabo, brings that number 97 in, and he hands on over to Jordan Johnson. So an hour and 20 minutes to go. It's a nice sprint for Jordan to the end.
It is a nice distance. Just half of a normal regular IMSA race. Still remaining in this one, 1 hour 20. And the race between the two Apex Racing Team cars is going to be a pretty decent one as well, though number 97 certainly has the upper hand in that one. There goes Jordan Johnson. out of pit lane. Only 59 seconds in the lane. That's quite short. So we're starting to get that short fill stage now. If you're pitting at this stage, you will have 2 stops to go in GTP, but they might be a little bit shorter on fuel than some of those previous.
Into those closing stages. Still have 43 cars out on track. Last retirement was going on 90 minutes ago, according to my timing screen, so it's been a nice little stint in terms of drivers being able to stay out of trouble. And take a look at someone else rolling off a pit lane.
90 minutes? I would have had it about maybe an hour.
That's what it says. Teaming Willa Kangas lost in... he's been in pit lane for 86 minutes and counting.
He's only 45 laps down, though.
That's what my timing screen says.
Okay.
It's been open.
Just like an incredibly slow LMP2 pace to only be 45 laps down.
Yeah, I don't think you should look... yeah, well... I know what you mean, but I'm just going off what the timing screen says. Anyway, we have still got some drivers waiting to pit in LMP2, which makes it a little bit split. Same case for GTP. Really no one wheel to wheel or close to each other right now. Only drivers within 2 seconds. It's 12th and 13th in GTD, and its teammates in grid and go.
Yeah, and they were together earlier as well. We were watching them briefly. David Boschke and Patrick Heinrich. So that is the closest battle out on the circuit at the moment, but there will be more later. We've still got that one in GTD for the lead between Drago Racing and Williams Sim Racing. Bico has just pulled in a few tenths in the last few moments, although as I say that, goes back out to 3.9. He's got it at least below 4 seconds, and I think that's a distance that Parker White could work with if he gets into the car with just about an hour remaining in the race. We've also got LMP2 to settle. It looks like it's going to be grid and go stay, but we've seen a spin in the last half of this race from Sven Hasse. He's the one who's got to bring that one to the line as well. And Drago Racing versus Williams Sim Racing is less than 30 seconds for the lead in GTP right now as well. The closeness with which the special events are settled with these days is just amazing. We've got 3 pretty close finishes to come here later on tonight.
One, I think, close finish. The other ones, I think we kind of know which direction they're going in. Although it's been pretty close, you know, in terms of relative. We've seen some of these races settled by 50 plus seconds across all 3 classes in the past. And, you know, when Olivier was chatting to us, he said it was relatively boring. I think that's from, you know, the perspective of these esports drivers, right? There's very little drop off in pace lap on lap. They're just basically running to a rhythm, effectively metronomically through their stints, and you don't get those safety cars to bring you back into play. You don't get, in this race in particular, with no rain forecast, you don't get those opportunities as well, right? So I think I can somewhat understand what he was meaning in that, you know, they've been in a few incidents and they don't really have a chance to get back up to a podium finish, let's say, but they'll take whatever they can.
Absolutely. I think a podium finish is more than acceptable result from a top split iRacing special event. Absolutely. And there's plenty of teams who are vying for those final places right now. In fact, Williams are vying for them between themselves in GTP, although looks like the 3 we've got there right now are going to be the ones, but they're by the end as well. I think the one in... well, the battles in top 5 rather in GTD are going to be the more interesting, but we'll see later on, because you're right, there are no gaps below a second or so for now, as Alexander Spetz continues to extend his lead in the overall lead. It's now nearly half a minute.
We say that, but it's now down a second to 2.6 at the front of the GTD field. So let's bring in Beckham Jasir, part of that Williams Sim Racing Prodigy camp. Alessandro Bico's really on the charge right now. Beckham, how are you guys feeling as we head off into this final 75 minutes?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I would say a little surprised to be up here. These Audis look very, very fast. Didn't expect them to be this fast, but yeah, it'll be tough to try to get, you know, the top step, but I mean, we're trying our best.
I think it was interesting how few teams went for the Mercedes, but you guys have really been able to extract maximum performance from it. Who's going to do the final hour? Can you spill the beans? Who's going to jump in for that final blast to the end?
Yeah, Parker will be jumping in. I can't jump in at all because the first stint my my pedal bracket completely snapped mid-stint, so I had to get out of the car early. But I kind of got it fixed for that triple stint. But we'll give Parker the last stint. He's been flying in the night.
Well, so you had to do a triple stint with the thought that your pedals may completely fail on you?
Yeah. Basically, it was a little scary, but we survived.
You survived indeed, and now I think really good opportunity, and I think he's hopefully rested and ready to go. You, of course, you've won a Prodigy Pass, so you're going to be headed to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. How are you feeling about a chance to get behind the wheel of a Radical SR1?
Yeah, it's very exciting, something new for me. Not a lot of sim racers get to do this, so it's always awesome. It's awesome what Racing Prodigy is doing, and it's also awesome to represent them in this in the Williams Sim Racing Prodigy car. But super excited, and I can't wait to get started with that.
How many times have you accidentally called it Williams Esports since they changed the name?
A couple times, but we're getting used to it little by little.
Doing better than us, that's for sure. Talk to us as well. What's the rest of the year look like for you outside of special events? Where can people keep an eye on your racing?
I'll be competing in the Formula 4 Championship here in the US, and sim racing wise, I think I'll make my way into some open wheels. So maybe I do the F4 World Championship or the IndyCar series as well. So.
Well, Beckham, best of luck for the rest of the year. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of this race goes. The 12 hours of Sebring powered by VCO.
Thank you, guys.
You heard it, Ewan. Parker White's in the car for the final hour of the race.
Yeah, and it's absolutely going to be on, isn't it, for the win? Absolutely fantastic that we're going to get the battle. I think, anyway, we're going to get the battle at the end between those two teams. Yeah, interesting what he was saying there about technical problems. We were talking about it only a few hours ago, that we don't really need those suspension breakages in sim racing. We have our own I suppose that's a suspension breakage of a certain kind, but it would have been pretty disconcerting to have that in the back of your mind over the course of the stint. And I think Beckham realising as well that not that I think there was going to be an argument anyway between him and Parker about who's going to do the final hour, but certainly seeing their pace in the race so far, Parker White the obvious choice for this out of the three of them, actually. Although Bicco's been doing pretty well here at just decreasing the gap a little bit, and Beckham just did a solid job in a big triple stint throughout the middle of the race as well. It's the obvious choice, I think, to put White in for the final hour.
Agreed. Let's see how he will get on. Last year, by the way, 12,422 total drivers across 4,466 teams. Those drivers combined for a total of, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly, 4,028,110 miles. That's about 161 times around the world. 33 years of combined driving and 2,269 lead changes. Don't have any stats from 2025 just yet. Can only assume that it's continuing to grow, these VCO Grand Slams, but those are some remarkable numbers from 12 months ago.
Did you just say 33 years?
That's exactly what the thing in front of me says. 33 years of combined driving.
Oh my goodness. So that's that's difficult to get your head around, isn't it? That's more than my entire life. And yours.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm leaving. I'm out of here.
It's not that close, don't worry. But anyway, yeah. Oh dear. I couldn't resist. I couldn't stop myself. It was like an illness. Anyway, it's a phenomenal event, yeah. And we see this every time we have an iRacing special event. It does seem to grow every year on year, and the amount of teams, the amount of drivers doing it, just getting bigger and bigger as well. It's been a wonderful thing, and now I have experienced one myself. I know what it's like to do an iRacing special event, and yeah, it is a great thing. So the accessibility of it compared to a lot of the other 24-hour racing that goes on in sim racing is just one of the best things. The fact that literally anybody with iRacing can go and do it is fantastic.
Slightly different strategies here. Jari Lehtinen has just finished the outlap on cold tires for Williams Sim Racing Academy. Danny Lorenzo, 10 laps deep into his stint, makes the move through the final corner. and now tries to see if he can establish a bit of a buffer. So 10 laps difference. They both owe us a pit stop heading off into the final hour. There's going to be a slightly shorter fill time for that Williams Sim Racing Academy entry, so we'll keep an eye on where the gaps are shaping up to as both respective parties get ready to head off to pit lane for the final time today. And we're only 9 minutes away from heading into the final 60 minutes, which means if a GTD car can pit beyond the top of the hour, Ewan, they should be good to reach the checkered flag.
That math should all work out. Let's hope that no one surprises us at the very end by having a very short final stint and ending up splashing later on. You have got to worry a little bit about where the leader is. The overall leader denotes when the end of the race is going to be, so you could cross the line in GTD with time having elapsed and you still have another lap left to do. That has caught people out in the past and it will do in the future as well. You've got to make sure that you've got at least a lap safety buffer in there just in case the leader is not quite where you think they're going to be, because you can't really work it out until you're in the final 10-15 minutes of the day. So that's got to be factored in as well. But every drop of fuel is going to be taken on to the absolute minimum in GTD. Apart from that, because it's so close, especially in that top three, just 8.5 seconds covering the top three with just an hour and 8 minutes to go. Quite a phenomenal race in our slowest class here this afternoon.
Yeah, but let's not forget, your point is, I think, what the Williams Sim Racing camp must be thinking about. Michael Preston's going to be calculating the fuel numbers because they're going to be into pit lane before Drago Racing. So Drago's going to be in a position where they can probably respond to what the Mercedes does in the pit lane. So they've got to make sure they are very calculated, can somewhat confidently judge where they're going to be relative to the overall leader come the end of this race. It's going to be a very difficult thing for them. LMP2 leader has got such a big advantage that they're not going to be too worried. They can afford to put on a couple of extra seconds worth of fuel and make it a much easier run to the very end. Taylor Barnard, by the way, has not been able to close the gap up to second spot. So like I was saying, I think once that mistake was made, and I very much am down to those top two. Barnard's made that mistake. He's out of contention. It's just whether the Mercedes can catch.
Well, he's making a bit of progress, actually. It is going the right way, but for Barnard, that is. But it's just not enough time left in the race, and he's not catching by enough. So, yeah, I agree. He is going to be out with the running, unless the front two get together in a battle, and then it's on for Barnard or whoever is going to drive that final stint, if it isn't Taylor Barnard. But just to go back to your point about Drago Racing having the cards, if you like, in terms of knowing what Williams are going to show first, if you like, then they can hold them close to their chest and play them later on. That used to be a big benefit when you got the teams late on trying to do a surprise. Let's not take tyres in the final hour and hope that we can hold on to the track position by some minor miracle. That's not really an option anymore because everyone's going to change tyres in this final stint. Nobody's double stinting at any point here today. If you are, then things have gone really wrong and you've done a very short splash. You change tyres every single time you take fuel in these GT3 cars nowadays, and in GTP and LMP2 in fairness as well. So that option of seeing what the Williams are going to do is sort of doesn't really matter anymore. I think it far more matters what's your fuel load going into the pit lane, how much fuel do you need to put in, and just focus on that really, rather than what Williams have put in, because after all, they're in a different manufacturer. If you're focusing too much on what fuel they're going to put in and what they're going to do in their pit stop, then you could end up underfueling yourself. That's going to be terrible news for your race. It's far less of an advantage now than what it used to be with tyres in play as they were.
That would be a very JJ Spawn thing to do. Watch Rory McIlroy hit his shot on the 17th during the playoff, judge based on what club he was using, and sail your ball into the water. I think what they will just keep an eye on is whether Williams go aggressive with a short fill and potentially just try and do something different. Maybe try and save some fuel in that final hour, even if it costs them some speed, just to gain that track position. Things we'll keep an eye on. We're not far away from ducking into that window. I haven't seen Danny Lorenzo, though, really threaten to break away here. So I do think that means the Williams Sim Racing Academy, as long as they can stay somewhat close to the draft of that BMW M hybrid, they should feel pretty confident of locking up fourth once the pit stop sequence rolls through for these two machines.
Yes, and I actually think PS Competition might have an extra stop. 15 laps left of their stint. Where's that going to get them to? Not that close to the end. I think it's going to be quite close. Although, given their strategy at Bathurst working out so well, I'm slightly hesitant to doubt them on whether they're going to make it on one more stop. But either way, even if they are or if they aren't, Williams are going to have such a shorter final stop that it looks like it's going to be a 2-3-4 finish for them, which is a very good day by all accounts, even if they are unlikely to win from here.
Absolutely. And Cadillac maybe showing that they were the right choice for some of these teams. Like you said, a bit of a shame we don't have a Porsche in contention, especially given that they won the Sebring 12 Hours this year and the Rolex 24, but that's just the way sometimes the choices work out. No Porsche Coanda, no Coanda Esports as well entered here today. Similarly, no Redline, as we were talking about earlier on. So some of the bigger teams maybe choosing not to be a part of this particular special event, and we'll focus on some of the ones upcoming. We've got 2 more 24-hour races, including our trip to Spa later on this summer with all GT3 machinery. It's 1.3 seconds the gap back to Williams Sim Race Academy in this fight for 4th. Meanwhile, that gap for GTD, Ewan, it's down to 1.8 seconds. It is starting to threaten that the draft's going to start to close the 2 at the front up.
Yeah, Ricardo Rico is not having a good end to this stint at all. He was slowest in the top 4 last lap. Only just made it below 2 minutes, which you've absolutely got to be doing at this stage in the race. In these conditions, you've got to be hitting low 59s, or at least mid 59s if you're the leader here. Ricardo Rico has not been doing that in these last couple of laps. As I say, he was very close to doing a 2-minute lap last time round. Gap's down to 1.7. What is the time? It's a 59.5. That's a bit better, a bit more round where he needs to be. Because, sorry, not low 59s. What am I talking about? Mid 59s. That's where he needs to be. Alessandro Pico, though, again, a little bit quicker by a 10.5 or so. These conditions are starting to favour the Williams car. Is that going to continue in the last hour as well, or is it just Rico struggling at the end of a tyre set?
Trying to take a look through the lap times and figure out what that trend is. We did see that when Parker White was behind the wheel of the car, if I remember correctly, fast at the beginning of the stint was that Mercedes. Don't remember it being this fast towards the end, so maybe traffic playing its part as well. And that was something that I was discussing with Mark Tranter, strategist and engineer at the Apex Racing team, about halfway through this race. He said that strategy was all going to be dictated by if they had a bad stint in traffic, which it sounds like unfortunately the 199 did. You can see the lap times on the left, and guess what? Taylor Barnard was flying last time by, but he's still 6 seconds behind second spot. Pico's on the charge, gained 1.5 tenths last time by.
To do a mention to someone further down the field, we're not seeing very much of today. Jan Ocon in the Grid and Go Esports car 004, fastest lap of the entire race in GTD. Very good lap time indeed, 1:59.3. So this is the sort of time in the race where we are going to see those fastest laps, especially if it's going to be from one of the leaders. If we're going to get the fight at the end that we suspect we might, then they're not going to be able to set their best laps in the final stint of the race. It's going to come now in the penultimate stint of the race, and the conditions are absolutely ideal for that. That's what you're seeing with 004 setting the best lap so far, actually just in front of the Williams car that is chasing for the lead right now. They're just in front of the leaders, about to go 1 lap down, although with that pace he's not going to.
I agree. I think sorry, Ewan, circle back. Did you do the math? What did your rough estimate of how many laps we're going to do cycle out? I don't think we've talked about that yet.
That we're going to do in the race?
Yes.
What was it, 395? I wrote it down somewhere. I think it was 395. I think Dara got at 4 hours to go when he got into the booth. Rather, he got to 392. So I think we're getting quicker. So I initially thought my estimate was generous.
Well,
actually, I didn't account for the fact that we're getting quicker towards the end. So maybe it is going to be 395, maybe 396. I don't think we'll be touching 400 though.
Well, we're getting ready to dive into the final hour of the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, powered by VCO, second VCO Grand Slam of the year. And I think we're in for a tasty one in this GTD class. we're not far away from these two teams at the front diving into their pit stop cycles. It's Drago Racing versus Williams Sim Racing Racing Prodigy. Arjuna Kankiparty and Ewan O'Leary in the broadcast booth. It's a dominant 1 and 2 for Grid and Go currently in LMP2. Not really expecting much change up there. And similarly in GTP, Drago running at the front of the field, clear of Williams Sim Racing, who currently sits 2nd through 4th net on strategy. But with an hour to go, anything could still happen. We've seen some dramatic moments in the iRacing Sebring 12 hours in the past. Really, Ewan and I are just hoping for a wheel-to-wheel fight in this GTD class between two blockbuster teams who have been the best of the day so far.
Yeah, we're not supporting anybody. We're just supporting a good race between two teams. We want to see them go into battle at the very end for this one. It'll be a lot of fun to watch if indeed we are so privileged to get it with the final hour of the race looming here. So lap 27 of this stint now complete for Ricardo Rico. Lap 28 complete for Alessandro Pico. And so he comes into the pit lane just inside 1 hour to go. He will be hoping that this race is no more than another 28 laps long, otherwise he'll be in trouble. Although it won't be him, of course. It'll be Parker White to take them to the end.
That should be just on that buffer. They should be okay. It's going to be a brim the car up to the very top and then send it on its way. But even with an extra lap, I think they've got this fuel window just about sorted. Drago potentially 2 more laps for their race leading machine. Could be just a single more lap for Barnard behind. You can see brake rotors glowing down at turn 7 as the Audi turns into the right-hand hairpin. Remember, no expectations at the 199 Apex Racing machine that is going to be pitting in around 10 to 15 minutes time is going to be a threat up front. 40.6 seconds for Williams Sim Racing, so packed it up to the very brim and off and away it goes.
And a bit of clean air in the exit as well. Or was that a car I saw coming down the front straight? No, there wasn't. It was just the normal lighting. So Parker White has got some time and some space to get up to speed here. Now, always difficult when you're coming in early in GTD, not least for the tyre warm-up that we've seen in the other two classes predominantly as well, but mostly for the higher fuel load. Don't forget the Audis will be extremely light out there, setting their best laps of the day so far. Rico last time was only 28 thousandths off the best lap of the day so far. Taylor Barnard set a purple lap time by 1,000th of a second quicker than Jarno Cox, so that is a good lap time from him. Can Parker White produce something on the outlap here to at least stay in touch and give himself a chance in the final 55 minutes?
Team PGZ's 119 has come in. Christian Steenberg takes over there. It's a car that had been doing some intense fuel saving at points through this race, but I think in that P2 machine, 56 minutes is too much. Too much to ask for, unfortunately. They are going to need a splash and dash towards the very end. Barnard comes in. That was expected. Rico stays out. Also expected in the GTD category. Look at the pressure, though, being applied. Ole Steinbraten trying to now shape up a move on Ole Steinbraten. Jinx to the inside, down in through turn 10. Can roll speed around the outside. Was there contact as the rear end pitches around on the 001? It's going to spin back into the tarmac with not much traffic to worry about on the rejoin. Just the GTD machine now that's going to pass its way on forward, but we'll have to wait for the replay before we pass judgment. Did seem as though there might have been a touch between the two.
Well, I'd be surprised if it went around like that on its own. We'll put it that way. It's a corner where you're not likely to drop it really like that without contact. We'll see again in a few moments' time. But yeah, Ole Steinbraten, I was about to say, having a pretty good drive in number 51, and 6th place would be a great finish for them, and that is still all true. But unfortunately, that may not go down as his best bit of driving. We'll need to see it again, really, to decide if and who is at fault, if anybody. Taylor Barnard, by the way, came out 5 seconds or so behind Parker White as we have a look at this. That's a pretty tight one, really.
Again, you could probably put a college textbook between the two of them, but still, I think you could see the inevitable was about to happen, and the contact around goes the Cadillac. See if that's going to end up resulting in any lasting damage that might result in some optional repairs in the final pit stop. You'd assume they're not going to take them this late in the race. Probably don't need to get the hammers out and work on the car too much more. 55 minutes to go. Just saw another GTD pit stop. So increasingly comfortable for these machines. They're not going to have to worry about how much they're putting in the tank. And like we were talking about earlier, instead, it's the calculation of how much to put into the car. Speaking of, Ricardo Rico's rolling down pit lane. Race leader for the final time today hits his marks.
So time in pit lane for Parker White was actually shorter than for Taylor Barnard. But Barnard staying in that car to the end. Rico will do the same in the Audi. 103.8 to beat in the lane from Williams Sim Racing. Now, was that a little bit shorter just to try and to underfuel and get ahead? We will wait and see. There goes the Apex Racing team, by the way. They will lead another couple of laps here with Alejandro Sanchez, but they shouldn't be a feature for the podium places. There is the Mercedes on the top of your screen that is really going to be keeping Ricardo Rico awake.
Well, Rico staying in the car. So you and I, Ewan, when we were talking 4 hours or so to go, we thought that White, if he was in, would be the one to push to the very end and potentially hammer down now as he exits out of the final corner, waiting for the Audi to release itself off the limiter and send itself into turn one. Now, of course, Drago will have the lead. How big is the lead? It was a 41.4 second stop for the number 6 as they work themselves now both back up to speed out of turn number 1. Gap stabilizing at 3 seconds. Drago pull a slight advantage by going 2 laps longer.
Yeah, just a second or so in that. That would really help Drago Racing if they are going to bleed time in the final part of this race, and there's no evidence to suggest otherwise right now. They needed that extra second that they've got through this pit stop phase. So as long as they get up to speed here nicely, then they should be fine. There is immediate GTD traffic ahead of them, though, which could be an immediate problem for Rico. And there are a couple of prototypes that have immediately had to negotiate the race-leading GTD as well. But that's a good pit stop phase all in all for Drago Racing. Their other car, by the way, now just 5 seconds behind Parker White.
Last year, Williams Sim Racing had the double victory in GTP and LMP2, trending to a double victory for Drago in GTP and GTD, which talked about on a couple of occasions, would send them to the IMSA Esports Global Championship. The winners of this top broadcast split do receive an invitation to the championship later this year. Out of Daytona, we had gridandgo.com and Team Redline GTP and GTD winners respectively. But for Drago, that's going to give them a lot of comfort, in the fact that they know heading into the back half of this year, that's one of their spots in the championships locked up already in both of our classes.
Yeah, and I think for a team like Drago, we've probably been glossing over it a little bit because they've been so dominant in this race. But for a team like theirs, I think that's absolutely fantastic for them to get confirmed so early. Not only for the special event win and all of the pride that comes with that, but something tangible as well at the end of the year that is going to come with it as well. Drago Racing are not, in my mind, not one of the real top level teams. They are a very good team. There's no doubt about that, and they have, I should say, recruited some very good drivers, especially in the recent past. But they're not right on the level with the likes of Team Redline, etc. This kind of thing certainly edges them further up that ladder and puts them towards that level. I think, as I say, getting that invite so early is going to be fantastic for them, knowing they have that to aim towards at the end of the year.
Yeah, they had a pretty torrid campaign, all things considered, in last year's IMSA Esports Global Championship, specifically in the GTP class. So, we were talking about this in our previous stint. They won a World Championship back in 2023 when Lemonek was victorious in the IRO 1 championship back in the day. Last year, a couple of special event victories as well. See if this year they're able to keep moving themselves on forward. Another pit stop, that's the fiercely forward Mercedes that comes in from 9th. So Daniel Antunes heads into the box for the final time today. Another team that's going to be very happy with the result they've had so far. 17 positions gained. So they started down in 26 positions and are on the cards for a top 10 finish.
It's a pretty good return on the day, I would say. Pretty good amount of positions gained. As we were talking about earlier on, GTD by far the biggest category, so it's really the only class where that could happen. There's still 22 of them running even now. As we were talking about earlier on, that does give it a little bit more of a real-world feel compared to some of the previous Sebring 12 hours that we've had in the past. Unfortunately, though, we have seen quite a lot of GTDs, although not mainly, actually. We've seen a lot of cars fall by the wayside in these darkest hours, which has just brought the attrition rate back up to what I would consider quite normal now, after quite a low attrition rate in the first half.
50 minutes left to go. A couple more pit stops from GTD. So one of the Grid and Go Corvettes. Shezha Esports in, again, a Corvette as well. Final pit stop for them. 9 minutes before you'd expect LMP2s can make their way into pit lane for the final time today. Most of them are trending to be able to match that mark. Might be close for a couple, but not expecting any to require a splash and dash, I think. At the end of this race, there are a couple that have been in pit lane recently, but they should come in with at least 20 minutes to go based on the slightly shorter fields out on track. I asked this question of the audience at the start of the day, but I don't think you were around when I asked this question. What was the very first racing game that you ever played?
Oh, how did you get onto that? I mean, goodness me.
Endurance broadcasts.
Yeah, I thought you were in the first 2 hours.
Endurance broadcasts.
First 2 minutes and he's resorted to racing games. Crikey.
What do you think?
Probably Gran Turismo 2 or something, maybe 3.
Okay.
Something like that. PS2,
okay.
Whichever one was on that one.
That's a proper racing game. My first racing game was Road Rash, which, do you even know what that was?
No. Well, I know what it is in real life. I don't know the game.
See, at least Dara did kind of have a notion about what it was. You ride around on motorcycles and kick people. It was a great game. I loved it on my PlayStation back in the day. As Matt Farrow and Josh Ladd come in from second and third. So that means that they're good to get to the end from this point in the GTP class. But yeah, if you're watching, let us know what your first racing game was. Of course, now we all find ourselves, for the most part, racing hardcore simulators and iRacing, but so many of us still enjoy other racing titles as well. And iRacing's library is expanded. Exocross, the World of Outlaws title as well, and soon to come NASCAR 25. So let's not forget, we're all racing fans. We all play racing games, whether it's on a controller, a keyboard, or a steering wheel. We just don't recommend that you do iRacing with anything but a steering wheel.
Although it is possible.
Oh yeah, Max Verstappen's very quick on a controller.
Is he?
Oh yeah. Oh, he's quicker than us on a wheel with his controller.
It's just. And by the way, I know Team Redline aren't here today. He could have done some. The races in about 7 hours or so. He could have done well driving up until the end of this race. By the way, Max Verstappen slacking on his sim racing duties recently.
Well,
Formula One driver and full-time sim racer, Max Verstappen.
I guess the problem is he's got a car that's slightly less fun to drive this year in the real world, and might require him to get more sleep, so he's more focused and can make sure he gets the most out of that car.
It didn't bother him at the Nürburgring. Was it the Nürburgring last year or Spa?
Oh no, but that's what I mean. Last year's car was better than this year's car as relative to the average machine in Formula One now.
Yeah, but not really by Nürburgring or whatever in the season. It's gone a bit wrong.
I don't want to get into the point, but because this is then going to get us into a diatribe about that second Red Bull seat. But Liam Lawson's struggles, I think, tell you a lot. Off and away for Alexander Spetz. That's right behind a GTD. It's going to cost him a second or two, but it's not major. Remember, he's got cold tyres that he's got to mind, but a 35-second lead right now. So can afford to lose even 10 seconds on this lap, bed the tyres in very slowly, and then work with that remaining gap for the remainder of this race. The BMW M Team BS Plus competition, the number 89, that should be into pit lane in the next 3 laps or so, and then we'll go from there, Ewan, to figure out how this GTP class cycles on out. Alejandro Sanchez is also pitted, by the way, in GTD.
Yeah, so anyone pitting in the last 48, 49 minutes in GTP is going to make it home, based on the lap times they're doing right now and have been throughout the race. So anyone pitting at this stage is going to be fine, including BS competition, contrary to what I said earlier on. But it does still mean number 22 is going to have a much shorter pit stop, and number 51 will have a bit of a shorter one. Oliver Steinbratten's going to have a shout at getting ahead of 89, but not a great one. This is the other car, their sister car, Michele Costantini, hitting the rear by an LMP2.
I think that was a bit of confusion as so Lamborghini, I'm pretty sure, that was coming into pit lane, and Michele was trying to take the tight line maybe and get a good run off the corner, and then, like you said, run over by an LMP2 that maybe did not have a sight line and did not have a chance to react. Anyway, it's been a pretty unhappy day, all things considered, for Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team, but they didn't expect the car would be the fastest of the bunch. They just wanted to be the best Ferrari they could be. Some great answers, by the way, about what people's first racing game was. Someone said Mario Kart, which is the classic, let's be honest. Someone said Grand Prix for Sega Mega Drive. That's of a different vintage, and I'm glad you're still in the sim racing world, because you've probably experienced all the different changes that we've had over the years, and I can't imagine the perspective you have of sim racing hardware nowadays compared to what it was 20, 25 years ago. Someone else said a black and white handheld racing game.
Not specific.
They said Tetris Racing. Now, I didn't know what that really meant, so I just left that out.
Oh, right, okay. No, I don't really understand that either. I realised I may have lied to you, to be honest, about my first race game.
Liar!
Not intentionally lying, but just slight unintelligence on my part, again, that has forced me to lie. Might have been F1 2002 or F1 2001, whichever one came with the DVD of the real season. You got a game with it.
F1 2001. Oh, Ewan, you are speaking my language now, because I also got that with PlayStation 2.
Yes, same. And you'll be aware I was not born then, but that was my first one, because I was alive afterwards. And also, I recently watched a video, by the way, of some F1 games through the years. I've just realised it looks way worse than I remember it at the time.
Yes.
My God.
Oh, yes. No, I don't want to go back and play the game. I do want to go back and watch that DVD, the season review of F1 2000, because you've still got yours?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Mine's probably back home in Singapore somewhere, but it's probably still there. Just to make sure we're on the same page, you've got the season review is the one with the Schumacher and Hakkinen splitting Zonta at Spa.
I think so. It's been a long time since I've watched it. I used to watch the night. I've got next to it, which I always was drawn to more when I was younger, a VHS tape of the '98 season, which I've watched way more often.
VHS. There are people in chat that don't even know what that is.
I know. I'm surprised you're not surprised. I know what that is. Actually.
No, because there is something about a VHS where it's just. Those who get it understand. It's just cool. A VHS player is cool. I don't know.
We don't have the facilities to play it anymore, but it is still here.
So
We've got rid of the player without the tape itself. So
I have that memory burned into my mind of Schumacher, Hakkinen, and Zonta. Like that was. I've said it on these iRacing special events before, but playing that game and watching that DVD so much, it's why I started liking Formula One, and it's why I became a Kimi Räikkönen fan, because Mika Hakkinen took his sabbatical. He may come back next year to Formula One. Who knows? That McLaren's really quick. I would do it if I was him. But he got replaced by Kimi Räikkönen, right? And so it was like, right, in terms of the Finns. And I was just like, all right, there's a Finn. I want to be a Finn. Mika's not here, so I'm going to be Kimi, who was at that time racing for Sauber, and that's why I became a fan.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. I never really liked Kimi as much as everybody else seems to.
Well, that's because you're wrong. It's okay.
Oh, thanks. That's good. Also, I didn't really support it anymore because I never really watched the races live until the late 2000s. I only watched the DVDs afterwards. But
Gotcha.
I never really supported anyone, to be honest. I just watched them. If that makes sense, as a young child.
Florian Hasper says his was a game called Pit Stop on Commodore 64. Florian is head man at VCO, who are, of course, for a fifth year now. We first did this in 2020, partnered up with iRacing for these VCO Grand Slams. The winner of this broadcast split, not only in the GTP and GTD classes do they receive an invite to the IMSA Esports Global Championship, but all three of the classes, the winners receive a physical trophy quality in previous years, which has always been a really nice touch. Just adding a little things more special, Ewan, to the proceedings.
Absolutely. And these iRacing special events are special anyway, but just to add that layer on top as well is fantastic. And there's still 3 more up for grabs here in the last 40 minutes or so. Although I must admit, this GTD fight is starting to go the way of Drago Racing. The battle that we've been promising may not materialise. Parker White, not at least on heavier fuel, able to close on Ricardo Rico. And in fact, the gap's going very much the wrong way. Already 2 seconds just in 7 laps.
I've been keeping my eye on it, but I'm hopeful that it's just been traffic here and there. That last lap, 4/10 gained by the race leader. Class leader in LMP2 into pit lane for the final time today. 40 minutes left to go. That's right on the window for Sven Haase in the grid and go number 12. That car was on pole position, and they have led for the vast majority of the day. They've not led every single lap, though. For the most part, every time they've come into pit lane slightly earlier, there have been some other cars that have sequenced their way on forward and taken over the effective race lead. But outside of a couple of slip-ups here and there, and minor slip-ups as well, Ewan, they have been in control of proceedings so far.
Absolutely they have. And what a great year they're having as well. Grid and go. It's been, I think, especially impressive to see them actually taking to prototype racing now as well as just GT racing. I think you associate that team with GT racing a lot more, actually, and people like Sven Haase especially. But they've taken to prototype racing, and they've taken on some pretty big results. For them to get results in a couple of the iRacing special events so far, and we're only in the end of March, I think that's fantastic. See them expanding their array of cars that they can do well in. They've certainly done that for me in the start of 2025.
With Aaron Vasquez joining the team, left Apex Racing, they've gained a driver who's done a lot of LMP2 races with the Apex Racing team. So, yeah, I think it's Sven that's the one that's most curious to see in there. Lassie and Jesse Tekela, who are in the 003. Often see them in LMP2 here and there, but more often the Coffin Dancers entry, if we're being honest. But a part of the grid and go lineup, I think now we might see a more concerted effort from them. They've also signed a whole bunch of GTP drivers in the last 6 to 12 months. Peter Zuber, Johan Royer, a handful of the drivers that we've seen today, Sean Campbell and Wesley Caspers as well. So they are another team growing. Much like Drago, keep an eye out for Grid and Go moving forward as well. Out of pit lane for Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing team Ferrari. They are 21 seconds behind their sister car, who does still owe us a trip down pit lane. So the best that they're going to be looking for is probably 8th come the checkered flag, which we're only 37 minutes away from. And so there are any cars that still owe us a pit stop, a trip down pit lane, Ewan. For all 3 classes now, they can get to the end without any troubles.
They absolutely can, even in LMP2, where they are certainly starting to make their final pit stops with a bit more frequency. So that's the stage of the race we're in now. Strategy behind us. We know how it's going to pan out in some sense, but final battles still to be settled, that's for sure, in the final 36.5 minutes. Whether that will be for the lead in GTD or any of the other positions we were talking about earlier on still remains to be seen. IFR Esports, for example, are having an outlap at the moment in LMP2, and Williams Sim Racing Academy are catching them quite quickly as a result. That's going to be a fight to the end as well. They are now separated by less than a second. Here is Olivia Piatek, who we were talking to earlier on, taking advantage of those cold tyres to move into the top 5.
Now, these tyres maybe not as diabolical as the GTP tyres on their outlap, but they can still be tricky to get up to speed. The Academy car thought for a second was going to cut the gravel, but able to stay on the tarmac, avoids picking up the off-track and makes the move stick as there goes fiercely forward, making its move in the GTP class. That car running 10th with Marcos Nunez behind the wheel as the 2 prototype classes continue to overlap. Sebring's also unique compared to Daytona the last time we went racing with these cars, Ewan, because Daytona does have lights, as much as they're maybe not turned up to maximum capacity. There are a few lights here and there at Sebring, more for the spectators than anything else. A driver is very much reliant on just the headlights.
Yes, proper nighttime racing here at Sebring. none of the floodlights like you get at Daytona. I think it's a better way around of doing it, personally. Really makes nighttime driving feel difficult, as it's supposed to be in endurance racing. And that's what makes the Sebring race so special. It's sort of similar to Le Mans in a way. The race ends in the dark, and it's properly dark as well. No floodlights around. If anything, it stays a bit lighter here than it does at Petit Le Mans, where there's all the trees about and whatever. So it's not quite as bad. But even so, there are no lights, as you say, other than really the pit straight, which is the same as it always has been, by the way. I was watching a very old video that IMSA released the other day on YouTube. It's of the 1950-something Sebring Trial Hours, and they said exactly the same thing. No lights around the circuit, just the headlights, apart from in the pit lane, where they kind of do need to see what they're doing.
Tomorrow, we've got more esports racing on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpot TV. Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain action heads to Knockhill. That should be interesting. I was trying to get Luke McEwen to come and have a chat with us from the 199. He's in a practice session for tomorrow's race, so has to focus up and switch mindsets. Very different gears. A GTD machine compared to a Porsche Cup car, of course, with no ABS and no traction control as well. So see if we can get any of the other drivers to come and stop by and have a chat with us. There's been some interesting stories. I'm looking at the movers and shakers, the pluses and minuses on the timing screen. You've got some big gainers in GTD. Fiercely Forward, they're plus 16. Shezha Esports, 13 spots gained for them. At 523, one of the sole surviving World Sim Racing cars, they've gained 15 spots to sit in 15th after starting penultimate in the class. You've also had, of course, the big losers, the likes of one of the Drago Racings, down 22 spots. It has been a race where qualifying, as ever, is somewhat important to try and get you out of trouble, get you out of the danger zone.
Yeah, it is important these days in an endurance race. I think gone are the days where qualifying really doesn't matter in a 12-hour race. Maybe it still stands for a 24, but I think that's sort of dying out as well. It does matter. Don't worry yourself too much about trying to absolutely get pole, but certainly do worry about yourself getting into the top 5, certainly the top 6, 8 or so. Otherwise, you could be caught behind a split in the field, a slow driver towards the start of the race. As there's a pass for 8th here, by the way. Jono Cook's absolutely flying in these final hours, and he's trying to make a move on PGZ P1 Docks, but that won't be the one. He'll get an exit here, though, out of Le Mans, and he should be through into the final turn.
He has just exited pit lane as well. I'm wondering, given a relatively short pit stop time, if they have short-fueled that car to a bigger extent than the 114 was able to do. Gets the move made into Sunset Bend. Did note as well that not all of the GTD cars have got the same color headlights, so for those that only rely on the rear view mirrors potentially to figure out traffic, that might make it a bit difficult. With the lights flashing there in frustration after making the move.
Who is he flashing at there? There's no one in front of him. I did notice on the Ullman Straight that Sam Ward, who's driving the 114 Lamborghini, was flashing the lights with Cock behind him. Again, not sure why. And then when Cock went through, Cock started to flash his lights.
Well, we were talking about this before. That's the communication. Maybe Sam was just saying, I'm not going to fight, you slide on through. And then the second flash of lights was the thank you very much.
I mean, if he is doing that with 33 minutes to go, then I'd be A, surprised, and B, confused, because it's absolutely not the point in the race to be doing it. But maybe that was the case. I'm not sure. I mean, God forbid we ever get plastic tail lights, because these drivers will be all over that.
Yeah. I'm laughing internally hard right now because, they make signs that you can put on the back of your windshields. I think Top Gear did an episode with this where you could put really rude messages.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine if you give racing drivers that ability.
Yeah.
You see why I'm laughing internally. I am a child inside.
Technically, these teams can write almost anything they want on the rear wing.
But it's very difficult to read in these sort of conditions, right? You'd need, if iRacing gave us the ability to have customized signage on the back of our cars that was lit up, then we're all over it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have some slightly customizable lighting on the cars these days.
We do. Some of them have the LED strips where you can change the colors, which, to be fair, for those teams that enter this race with 4 or 5 different outfits, they should take advantage of to make the commentators' life as easy as possible. That's Marshall Hubert, I'm pretty sure, up on the jacks for the final time today.
Number 98, down the lane. And he'll be off the jacks and away pretty soon. Only 30 minutes of fuel required here, so what's that, about 2/3 maybe of a tank. He will exit pit lane pretty comfortably in 9th place, and that is unlikely to change for the remainder of the day. But yeah, I've noticed it already actually tonight, some LED lighting around some of these GTDs. I've certainly noticed it on the Williams Sim Racing Racing Prodigy car. I'm not sure if they have changed the colour depending on the car, but there's your blue lighting, especially good on the Mercedes, I think, because of the I've forgotten the name for that bit that it's on, but you know what I mean, the whole way down the car.
Does look good indeed. This car is under pressure now from behind. Gone are any thoughts of a battle for the race win. I think Parker White's more focused on the chase behind. Taylor Barnard's within 1.6. We jump on board with the Audi. Engine screams as we head up to turn 7. Very flat on the braking, but it gets bumpy as you stamp onto the pedal. Pitch the car in. Curb helps rotate the car as well, and then lean on the runoff on the left-hand side to straight line the exit in towards 8 and 9, in through Fangio as much as you can. This is where Parker White is going to defend. I think if you're Sam Ward, he didn't think that he had much chance of defending from Jarno Koch at that point. And I kind of see why, given how much that Grid and Go 004 is flying. Fastest car in class right now. For Parker White, it's a slightly different equation, right? You're second, fighting for the second step of the podium. The big blocks are going to be thrown here in Sebring.
Yeah, I still don't see why not for Ward. I get that there's a long way to go, but stranger things have happened. It's not that easy to overtake around here. And, you know, what else is there to fight for? It's not like he's going to be hoping that Koch passes Daniel Oller and then Ward can follow. I don't think he's quick enough to manage that, so I can't quite get my head around that. Being overly nice, in my opinion, but, you know, you'd rather be overly nice than overly not, I suppose, which is fair enough. So 9th place, it looks like it will be for them. You're right, though, this still will be a very, very different battle. I'm just trying to get my head around it, though, to be honest. Parker White earlier on was so quick compared to the 2 Drago racing cars. We weren't able to see Beckham just stay with these guys in the way that White did, but this time round, Rico seems to have found a bit of extra pace, and White seems to have lost some along the way. It's a bit strange.
Gotta wonder how much practice Parker White's been really focused on this event, as much as he's surely wanting to maximize the performance. He's got to focus on Tuesday in the next round of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, live here on the iRacing Esports Network. Coverage to begin around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 4:30 p.m. Pacific on March the 25th. Richmond's a tough track as well, so can only assume that the hours have been logged there. And defending champion having to split his focus. And as far as I can tell, I did a little bit more research in the couple of hours we were off you, and only Bobby Zelensky has competed in both the eNASCAR iRacing Series and the Porsche Esports Super Cup at the same time. Now, there's a couple of drivers that I didn't dig deep enough into, but might have done the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series and eNASCAR at the same time. I'm thinking the likes of Jarl Tyen and maybe a couple more.
I don't remember Jarl Tyen in the Grand Prix Series at all, so I can't help you there on that one. But you wouldn't want my help anyway after my performance earlier, I suppose. I did go and find out that De Jong did 3 World Championships in 1 year, but although I can't remember what they are right now. He was 2 of them were certainly or one of them rather was certainly that was it, Grand Prix Series, GT Series, and no, that can't be right, can it? Not Porsche at the same time. Something else as well, along with those 2, he was doing at that time. So yeah, anyway, double and triple duty for some.
You're right, by the way. Jarl Tyen was not in the original Grand Prix Series. He did the new one with the IRO1, so I mixed up my decades as well there.
Nice.
Look at that.
When you put it like that really makes me feel bad. I mixed up decades earlier. Crikey.
Don't worry, so have I now. so have I.
Doesn't make me feel that much better, actually. Come to think of it. But yeah, there we go. There's a lot of sim racing history now, and that's as great as that is. It's a lot to dig through, that's for sure.
Yeah, we need sim racing historians. That's going to be the next chapter for us to figure out. Was that sorry, Ewan?
Yeah, I said you could do that. Half joke.
Well, I know some things. That's the thing. I don't know everything, but you know what? It's talking with people. So maybe we can go and find a way to get people to spill their secrets. That's the thing in motorsport, real or virtual. No one wants to spill their secrets. Didn't Parker White do Pesk and Coke at the same time? Someone says in our Twitch chat. Yep, that's what we're talking about. Trying to figure out who else has done that. So Parker White, Bobby Zelensky, and who else? That's the question that we're trying to figure out the answer to. And I think right now, Ewan and I are a bit stumped on that one.
There's not too many. It's just totally different skills, isn't it?
Casey Kerwin could do it if he wanted to, but I don't think he wants to.
He's too busy doing the All-Stars beforehand, I suppose.
Exactly, he's too busy beating everyone in the All-Stars.
Yeah, it's so different skills. It's hard to imagine who actually would be able to as well. If you look at the current PES grid, for example, and say who could do NASCAR, I think you're pretty stumped, really, or I would be.
Yeah, that's a challenge I'm going to go take up right now. I do know that Josh Thompson last year was trying to qualify for this year's eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, qualifying. Didn't all go according to the plan, unfortunately, which, that's how racing sometimes does go. But I'd be curious who else would think about it. Just looking through the list. Will Chadwick? No, maybe. We'll see if we can convince occasional commentator Will Chadwick to do it. Maybe you could get Mitchell de Jong to go back over and do double duty, although that would be asking for a lot. Outside of that, I can see literally nobody that would be even thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's so difficult. I mean, it's getting easier, I think, for the Europeans to get involved in it. Oh, well, Europeans. I'm grossly generalising the PES grid there a little bit, but not that far off. It's getting easier because of the road courses that are being added into NASCAR in the real world. And therefore, eNASCAR does feature more road courses than it certainly once did when it started all those years ago. And I think some of these short tracks certainly are better for PES drivers as well. So I think if one of them wanted to give it a go, then they'd have a better chance today than they would have done 10 years ago, let's put it that way.
I think the thing that is so different, someone described it like this to me, right? In an oval, yes, you've only got a couple of turns, but you spend so long in the turn that sometimes for someone transitioning from the road course, it's slightly different for them to wrap their heads around, and so it sometimes takes a couple of beats. We're watching the Fight for Seventh and GTD, by the way. These are teams with slightly different strategies. We mentioned that the Grid and Go 004 has been flying since coming out of pit lane around 5 laps ago, so that's 10 minutes that it's been out on track. Daniel Ola in that Shezha Esports 24 out on track for 15 laps, so closer to 30 minutes, and burning through the tire life underneath him as well. Tries to duck and dive and break the toe to turn number 1, so he's definitely going to defend this one. He's not going to concede in the same way that Sam Ward did.
Well, I hope not. I hope we get a battle between these two. I'm still very puzzled why Ward let that go so easily. Maybe he's going to be proved to be having made the right decision a bit later on in the day. But for now, it does look a bit puzzling, even though Jonakok is clearly one of the quickest drivers out there on the circuit. Doesn't quite have the fastest lap of the day anymore. Oh, he might have actually won it back, actually, when I wasn't looking. Yeah, he has. 7 thousandths of a second he's got it by over Taylor Barnard, and right now he's looking for 7th place. Outside line in towards the hairpin, blocking a couple of prototypes in this battle, and he's not going to get anywhere there.
Got to be careful here. Last thing you want to do, get tangled up in an incident trying to fight back with just over 21 minutes left on that clock. Not sure if there's too many teams close to the incident limit. There's one car that's just got a drive-through penalty, though, touching on the incident limit. So World Sim Racing Esports Abruzzi, that's the 28th at 9th in the LMP2 class. They are a good 6 laps down from the class leader, but they have fallen afoul. It's 50 incident points, I believe, for the first drive-through penalty, or is it 100? Excuse me. And then every 20 after that. So that's pretty generous in terms of the incident point limit for this particular event. 12 hours of racing, but a drive-through is what Romanelli is going to have to come down and serve.
Are you sure it's 100? I thought it was 50, but could be. You're probably right. on that. It just feels like a lot to be getting through, to be honest, in a race like this for top split. Unless you're getting, involved in a lot of crashes and whatever, which not many of these teams have been, then that does feel like quite a lot. As Yannick Koch just fired down the inside at Sunset Bend. It's almost like he's driving a different class compared to some of these GTDs. The grip he's got on the inside there is ridiculous. Be on the outside for turn 1 though, and it could be quite difficult to execute the pass from there.
Nice little sequence between these drivers as they just continue to work through. It's weird. Side though is dangerous and pushed off and into the gravel. Jarno Koch falls back into line, but a bit of contact potentially as they get ready to sweep out of 5 in towards Big Bend. And guess what? This is closing Sam Ward in from behind.
Yeah, this has got trouble written on it right now. Maybe this is what Sam Ward was envisaging, by the way, and hoping for as well in the Lamborghini behind. Down in towards the hairpin. No chance this time for Koch, although he's going to go for it. Oh my word, that's late on the brakes, and surely that's too late. Oh, it's miles too late. Way too late from Jarno Koch on the brakes, and he's very lucky that Sam punished him for that, and he still might in towards turn number 10. He can get his ambition here, Jarno Koch. He wanted to get through as quickly as possible, get away from this situation, but he's not going to do it braking quite as late as that into turn 7.
And this is exactly what Sam Ward was hoping for. Didn't need to make the fight too early, bring himself into the mix. They're not thinking about 20 seconds down the road to Manuel Troncoso. It's now 3 cars involved in this fight for 7th spot. Have to keep our eyes on 2nd as well, because I tell you what, Parker White starting to prove us wrong. That lead is now back down to 4 seconds. The Williams Mercedes coming alive towards the end of the stint, but it's probably going to be a little bit too little too late, you'd have to assume. Back out of Le Mans. Corvette, a little bit of a sitting duck in a straight line compared to that car behind. The draft just helping it, and you've got to wonder if for Shezza Esports they've dialed in a little bit more downforce. Where does Jarno decide to throw himself? Covered off in towards Sunset Bend, and now has to think about, once again, lunging late. The door's left open there by the 24. Not quite sure why the door would be left that wide open, especially knowing now he can get pinched to the inside, back up to the opening corner.
Yeah, I think Ola's fine with that, though. I think he's fine with going down the inside at Sunset Bend, because he knows he can at least hold the outside through there when he's coming from so far back, and he'll have the inside for the next corner. So I think he's fine with that right now. Jarno Koch not able to find his way past, and Sam Ward not willing to do anything just yet to try and pass either. Through turn 5 they go now, and that's a bit of a wiggle again from Ola. This is the moment where Jarno Koch went down the inside pretty rashly in the end, actually, in towards turn 7. He went from a long way back. Daniel Ola's seen it coming now. That's the other disadvantage of making such a rash move like he did last time round. That surprise factor, it's very much gone. Koch around the outside. Can he stay there? Yes. Now this is going to be interesting towards turn 10.
Is he going to be able to run that speed around the outside? I think he's going to be slightly compromised here if the Hungarian driver on the inside just decides to lean on the car, making the decision to go the long way around, and indeed has to slot back in. It's always a risky call, and slithering around as they head back off towards Tower, keeping an eye as well in the rearview mirrors, just wondering where Sam Ward's going to place himself. Lasse Back's pitted in the Veloce Thrustmaster car from 3rd. He might end up dropping somewhat close to this fight, so we'll keep an eye out to turn number 1, what's going to happen here.
Yeah, we certainly will. Oh, and off in the background. I think that's Ward who's off, and Jarno Koch's going to step into the void and try and go through. Now he's hit the number 24 car. Oh, that was a big mess. Sam Ward firstly going off for a spin on the outside. I'm surprised he's recovered so quickly. If that is his Lamborghini, I'm kind of expecting that one in the background to be his, actually. I can't see for the moment because it's too dark, but this was all going on here in towards the chicane. This is firstly what happened to Ward, who very much just did this on his own. A big Lamborghini snap to spin to the outside. Then Jarno Koch went for a move down the inside and frankly just ran over the 24.
And while all this was going on, Parker White's gone off the track, and so Taylor Barnard's right behind him, Ewan. And just like that, I was saying the lead battle's on. Taylor Barnard could be a big friend to the leader up front by holding off Parker White. Throws it up the inside. Oh. Contact between the two of them under the bridge. White forced off into the tyre wall, and that could be all she wrote. Drago racing to 1 and 2.
Is it going to be a podium lost as well for Williams here? They dropped behind one of the lap cars. Is that
Taylor
Mercedes
Barnard
damaged?
Taylor Barnard's got a black flag. That is the team game coming into play. Makes the contact, takes the penalty, but holds up Parker White just that little bit more.
That is very much... he's taken it to the corner flag, hasn't he, there? If you want to use a football reference there. He's taken it to the corner flag. He's shielded. He's got a yellow card, but he's as you say, he's helped his teammate. And I think he's actually damaged Parker White pretty badly as well. That gap's growing very quickly. And I'd be slightly concerned about that podium now for Williams.
Alejandro Sanchez is still 14 seconds back from Parker White. Behind them, another 58 seconds. Knowing that Barnard's going to lose 20 seconds in pit lane. If Parker White's losing 2 seconds a lap, yes, he'll probably lose the podium, but I think they might just hold on. That's going to be a talking point without a shadow of a doubt, though, because of the fact that the penalty, the drive-through, was incurred as a result of that contact from the timing that we could see. 15 minutes to go, though. Any chance of a blockbuster finish now out the window?
It is. And as you say, that mistake is very much the thing that has started all this from Parker White, unfortunately. And so in one sense, you could say, well, if he hadn't made that error, then this wouldn't have happened. And, well, that may be true. But either way, I don't think he should be getting run into by a teammate of the leading car. Now, admittedly, they are fighting for a position anyway. But I thought it was a bit of an overly forceful pass. To force White into the wall out of Sunset Bend, I think was pretty harsh from Drago Racing there. They could have won this race absolutely fair and square, clean as you like, but they've decided to resort to this at the end, I'm afraid. Just not quite giving enough room at the end. You know, even if Parker White does slightly drive himself into the wall there, but even if he hadn't done that, there was no space left for him by the Audi on the outside line there. There was no need for them to do that. Even just soaking up the time by taking on a side-by-side battle with Williams would have been fine for Drago Racing. They didn't need to feed them into the wall and put that black mark against their day.
The thing to know as well is this was the first time Barnard had an opportunity, and the first thing he does is goes and makes that move, right? That's what makes it so much worse.
I don't know if it makes it worse. It's first time or 20th time, to be honest with you. I just don't think
it shows the intent. Sorry, what I kind of meant to mean.
A little bit. It doesn't make too much difference to me. Put it that way. I don't think it looks good either way. And I think it's going to cost Williams a podium. Drago is still going to get a double podium in that case, because Parker White is bleeding time really quickly. That car's really quite damaged. It's quite hard to see off board because it's dark, but that car's really quite damaged. And I'm afraid Drago Racing have drove such a good day today. They didn't need to do that. Just battling side by side, even once, soaking up time that way would have helped their leader, and they would have probably won anyway. They didn't need to do that at all, and sort of put that sour taste in the mouth in the last 15 minutes.
Well, podium.
Oh my God. Sorry, Taylor Barnard there, going to a drift show.
And Taylor Barnard's got another black flag, by the way, so I'm not sure if that was for speeding. That's my assumption, but I think that podium is now well and truly safe for Parker White. Another 20 seconds about to be lost for the number 9 at the very least. 12 minutes to go. It's a 39-second advantage for Alexander Spetz in GTP. 42-second advantage for Sven Haase over his teammate in LMP2, and it's going to probably end up being a 20-second margin of victory, I think, by the end of this race for the Drago Racing number 6. Our first race with no rain for quite a while. Petit Le Mans, for many of the splits, didn't have much rain. For some of the splits, there was plenty of rain, though, to be honest. And so for some of these teams and drivers, the way that my memory's working, Ewan, was the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race the last special event that many of these teams would have done knowing there was a guarantee of no rain?
Yeah, I can't think of any others yet. Yeah.
Was there any other GT3 events last year that I'm missing?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to rack my brain now as well. I can't think of any, let's put it that way. We did have rain by that point, but of course not for all those cars when we did that race. I'm pretty sure for almost every other special event where it would have been necessary in an endurance race, I'm pretty sure that rain would have been available to all the cars that made it, other than Bathurst 1000, I guess.
True.
But a lot of these teams wouldn't have done that.
No, that's right. Bathurst 1000 will have the new generation of supercar for this year's Bathurst 1000, but yeah, last year, old generation, no threat of rain. Some of these teams, we had a couple of PGZ cars, I remember that, but struggling to remember if there was anyone else that did end up competing in the race. Lasse back, by the way, back on track after a 13.7 second pit stop. He was being hunted down by Manuel Troncoso, but guess what? Troncoso's just slipped off the track. One's an incident point, and guess who's got a black flag? It's the 69.
It's these guys are a lot closer to penalties than I was imagining they were going to be in the final 10 minutes of this race, or final whatever of this race. Yeah, this is coming quite quickly for some of these top teams. Again, to go back to earlier, I didn't think Taylor Barlow was going to be anywhere near as close as he clearly was to a penalty. He's still fourth, by the way, even after that second black flag. So you're right, it's not going to be a podium for that team now, and Williams will hang on to that. However, they could have avoided that with Taylor Barlow not getting a second black flag, even though they did go and get the first one. That is now a battle, by the way, between Parker White and Alejandro Sanchez. Apex is going to end up second here.
We've got a nice little swap that's just happened there. Apex will be quite happy. They'll get a podium from this. He did say the strategy for them had a bit of a gamble. If the strategy had given them good traffic, it would have worked out. Unfortunately, the gamble did not pay off. Second's not a bad thing. Ultimately, without that bit of drama, it would have been fourth. No podium for them, but you take what you get. A slightly different car choice for the Apex Racing team. Alejandro Sanchez will bring that car to the end and look forward to switching gears. He'll be back in action next Saturday for the Porsche Esports Super Cup as it swings over to Thruxton, I believe, which is going to be very interesting how that one's going to go on. It's either Thruxton or Knockhill. My brain's not quite working right now.
Oh, Thruxton, yeah. No, it's Thruxton. Well,
it is? Okay.
That's what I read, unless the calendar's changed. It is Thruxton. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic race. I actually really like Thruxton as a circuit for racing. Not a circuit I imagine many people know very much about, especially outside of the UK. As Manuel Troncoso does that drive-through penalty now in number 69, and he'll be back out onto the circuit just outside the top 5. I think that's Jarno Koch, isn't it? Coming through on the inside. Is he going to get there just in time?
Yes, he is. He's going to make the move as well. So that penalty ends up costing them a spot. The 004 has really been flying since coming into pit lane. Does have to watch the mirrors as aggressive lunge from Troncoso, but tell you what, a little bit of aggression there makes the move stick. Now has to watch in the rearview mirrors because guess what? Jarno Koch's going to be fired up with 7.5 left on the timer.
He is. And Troncoso a lot more fired up than I was expecting as well. I certainly wasn't expecting to move immediately down the inside at turn 3, but fair enough. He really does want to hang on to that 6th place for what it's worth for Drago Racing, and overall that would still be a great result for them to get 3 Audis inside the top 6. The fortunate thing for them, though, is they've got the fastest driver on the circuit behind them right now, fastest GTD driver, that is. For the last couple of hours, Jarno Koch has been absolutely flying, but that grid and go-kart started when he got into the car in these final couple of hours a long way too far back for any meaningful result inside the top 3 or top 5. This is all he's got to fight for, and I'd imagine he is going to give it a good go in the last 7 minutes.
7 minutes to go. We're on lap 390, which by my rough math means we've probably got 4 laps left to go, depending on where the leader is. Probably closer to 3, I think, next time by. So we're going to get to 393 laps. What was your prediction, Ewan?
It wasn't a prediction, it was maths. 395.
Not far off. Not bad at all. Out to the outside, in towards the final corner. Troncoso is going to have to hold on for those final couple of laps. Outside's already shown Parker White some trouble if you find yourself run into the wall. It's a bit more respect shown this time by from Troncoso to leave the space. And now as the P2 car goes up the inside to make it 3 wide, Koch's got the impetus to charge on the inside and take away the position to the opening corner.
Oh, look at the switchback from Troncoso. That's fantastic. Inside line at turn 1. It's not going to work out for him, but you rarely see that. A switchback before braking zone. Oh, he's been slammed, though. Jarno Koch sidesteps swiped in towards turn 3. That's a gift for Troncoso, and that might well seal in the place. Oh, he looks like he's damaged. At the very least, he slides into turn 5 again. He'll be furious about that. And is that Sam Ward coming through as well?
I think it is after that slight slip up. Cox got a black flag for all of this, so there are a couple of machines running a bit close to that incident limit. Costantini in the 50, the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team. Another driver with the black flag, closing stages. Drivers have flown a bit too close to the sun. There's some technical issues for a few here and there as well. Just got to be a bit careful, avoid risking anything. You can see one just disappearing out of driver's eye for a second, not concerning at all in these final moments.
Exactly. I apologise, by the way, that isn't Sam Wood, who is in the Lamborghini behind. He's a lap down. But yeah, a lot of these drivers and teams flying way too close to the sun, as it turns out. I know that these penalties are mostly being induced by that last 4x, but after all, they did get to within 4x of a penalty. And they knew what the situation was. They still got the contact, so they shouldn't have been getting that close, as you were saying. And that's really bitten a lot of these GTD teams right at the very end. In the end, though, it hasn't cost Manuel Troncoso anything, although not entirely down to him.
No, it ended up costing him nothing. Just took a while for him to get there. Parker White, those lap times, by the way, consistently 5 seconds off pace since that contact. So whatever damage was done, it is significantly slowing him down. And without the double penalty for Barnard, Ewan was right. That podium was going to get ripped away. As it stands right now, it's not going to be a large margin between 3rd and 4th position, but it's going to be just enough to hold on. There comes the penalty being served from the 004-21. Well, 22 seconds, roughly, to roll down at pit limiter. Many of these teams and drivers, let's not forget, in the world of iRacing, choose not to use the limiter and try and run as close to the exact speed limit as possible. They'll risk it, and if they run afoul, there's a healthy penalty to pay for that one. Rejoins into some relative clean air, and now 3.5 minutes left to run in this race. Not much to fight for many of our drivers, Ewan. It's been quite remarkable, all things considered, that we started with 60, 42 will get to the end.
Especially considering we'd only lost about 10 with 4 hours to go. A lot of those retirements have come in the last third of this race, I would say. A disproportionate amount of them in the sunset to darkness period, especially in LMP2, where we got most of the cars to sunset. Unfortunately, we haven't got most of them to the finish, which is, well, 4 or 5 of them to the finish, which is a shame for them. This is much more like the attrition rate from what you'd see from previous years, although I can't remember a year, certainly in the recent past, where we've had the full 60. We normally dip just below that to make the splits all work. So it's a busy race, and it's slightly skewed towards the GTDs as well in terms of how many there are, but it has been relatively attritional, and with 2.5 minutes to go, we've certainly seen that bite now in the nighttime hours of this race towards the end.
And the class sizes, we were talking about this about halfway through, a bit more realistic in 2025 for our special events to what real world counts are like, with the 16 GTPs, the 13 LMP2s, and 31 or so GTDs, a blockbuster field. We are getting ready to throw the white flag, though. There is the #1 machine. They've got 40 seconds to the cars behind as they navigate down Ullman Straight for the penultimate time. One more trip around the Sebring International Raceway before what will be a historic double win for Drago Racing, defending their win in GTD, but also a statement on top in GTP as they come out of the final corner. 3.5 miles to hold on.
And again, as I mentioned earlier, this for a team of Drago Racing stature is absolutely massive. To win 2 classes of an iRacing special event like this is very, very impressive indeed. Get themselves into the IMSA Esports Championship later on in the year. Even more impressive as well to know that they will have presence in that series from a long way out is very, very helpful indeed. But it's been the way they've taken on this race. I think in GTP especially, we've seen what's gone on in GTD in the last hour or so, and that's been a lot closer fought. But in GTP, they've been very dominant, especially since Matt Farrow went off down at turn 10 on cold tyres with about 5 hours to go. They've really blown out this advantage to the tune of nearly half a minute in that last 5 hours. That's a really impressive drive. They've not been letting up at any stage during those 5 hours. It's a display really of all their work put into this race, and it's transpired with a very, very nice victory, as it will be surely in a few corners' time.
And we've talked plenty in previous years about how attrition has been high, even before we added the rain. Sean Campbell's just put into the iRacing YouTube chat that we had 21 retirements, I believe, after, was it 16 hours at Daytona, or did he mean 21 cars running still? Regardless, we've seen a lot better with no rain this year. We've seen a real sprint, but with drivers being challenged all the way to the end. Rising to that challenge, it's going to be Drago Racing, a historic double in the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12 Hours powered by VCO. A win that marks them as one of the ones to watch heading into the rest of the year. It gives them a spot in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Drago Racing do it at the Sebring International Raceway and instantly wreck the car. No further mileage needed after 393 laps. Gridandgo.com, the number 12, domination to grab the victory in a 1 and 2, 40 seconds between the teammates at the very end. Three teams across our classes that executed perfectly, but through the field, some very, very happy drivers. Just making the end you in is an accomplishment in these iRacing special events, and what a Grand Slam we've just had.
Yeah, it always is an achievement to get to the end of these races. What a fantastic Sebring 12 Hours, delivering once again this GTP racing and iRacing that we're experiencing now for the third season. Has been absolutely blockbuster stuff, unmissable races, these iRacing special events, and what another fantastic instalment of it, especially for Drago Racing with 2 victories, but also, as you say, for Grid and Go, who continue their fantastic iRacing special event season. And just to continue the miracles that Drago are pulling on today, they're finishing this race with 3 wheels, or they're at least doing an in-lap with them. Not entirely sure how they're turning left with that, but anyway, they are figuring it out where they can go at the moment and seeing where they're going, and somehow they are getting to the end for some sort of photograph on the start line again, I'd imagine.
I did wonder as they crossed the line, it tripped me up a little bit, if crashing the car was the wisest thing to do, given that there was still the potential for a penalty to be served, but it looks as though they were pretty confident in their margin, even with that right front dangling, no front on the car, no headlights as well. It's going to enter victory lane, and Drago Racing will be thrilled, as will Sven Haase and Aaron Vasquez. A sterling effort from the pair of them after putting the car on pole position and never looking back. I'm hoping we'll chat with a few of these drivers in our post-race coverage. Hoping we'll get some donuts as well. Here down on that main straightaway. Let's see if they've learned how to turn off traction control in that GTD machine, light up the rear tires, and celebrate in style.
Let's hope that they do. Or they might just park. Hope not. Go on, turn the traction control off and just... Oh, here we go. The traction controls, I find it quite tricky, as it turns out. There you go.
Nice little moment as they celebrate on that main straightaway. It's a historic racetrack, as there's some shenanigans in the background. Winning this special event means a lot. It's 40 seconds the margin of victory. Alexander Spets on top alongside Ate Kauppinen. Back-to-back wins for Kauppinen in the GTP era. Matt Farrow second, and leading the train of Williams Sim Racing, Lad Lettinen. Sim Racing Academy represented well in fourth. They'll be thrilled with that effort. In front of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition as you get to those, 1 lap down. Steinbratten in the 51, the best of the Ferrari. Really all that Scuderia Ferrari were hoping for here today, with gridandgo.com behind them. Apex Racing Team, one of their cars 1 lap down, one of their cars 2 laps down, and then Marcos Nunez to round out the top 10. Jari Lehtinen did punch in the fastest lap of the race, so that was a bit of a statement in the closing section. With the second Scuderia Ferrari car, the final finisher, Williams Sim Racing Academy leads the DNF list with gridandgo.com, Mahler Racing Team, Apex Racing, and the Academy as well. That was the 16 GTP contingent. Over in the LMP2s, another 40-second margin of victory for Sven Haase over his teammate Lasse Uren and GridandGo.com 1 and 2. While Miradnas, up and down race for them, but grab a podium, they will be thrilled with that. Christian Steenberg makes the alternate strategy work to the advantage of Team PGZ. 6 spots gained to be the last car on the lead lap in front of IFR Esports, Williams Sim Racing Academy, and then Door. It's 2 laps down for Simify, 6 laps down for World Sim Racing Esports and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. The first in the used car lot, if you will. World Sim Racing Esports 11th in front of Effect Simulations and Kings by TK. Relatively recent retirements given how many laps were completed. Last but not least, let's blast through the GTDs, where Ricardo Rico 20 seconds clear of Alejandro Sanchez and the Apex Racing team. A margin that looks bigger than really it should have been. Williams Sim Racing rather, dropped to 3rd with the damage. Parker White does finish in front of Taylor Barnard, though, after the two came together. A couple of penalties for other incidents dropped Barnard down out of podium contention. Lasse back for Veloce Thrustmaster, 5th for them, with Manuel Troncoso, Shezzy Esports, and then PGZ P1 Docs. The rest of those finishing on the same lap as the leader. GridandGo.com fight back to 9th, as do Fiercely Forward in the top 10. Shezza, GridandGo.com, 2 of their machines, and SimRC on the lead, 1 lap down rather from the leader. 2 laps down for 3, World Sim Racing, SDR, and Simify, before you get to those a little bit further adrift, including Grid and Go, another Williams Sim Racing Academy entry, and Zenith. We'll show the rest of the GTD class, Ewan, but we're getting ready to talk to some of these drivers as well. But before we do that, looking through these results, any surprises from your perspective?
Any real surprise? To be honest, I think the race winners are the most unpredictable positions actually out of this one here today in all 3 classes. I'm not sure many people, with all respect to Drago Racing and Grid and Go, I'm not sure many people would have had them on top of the 3 classes. Certainly not Drago winning 2. So full respect to those 2 teams for actually managing that, because as I say, I don't think they were the first picks of many people.
Let's catch up with the race winners in GTP. Standing by, Alexander Spets, Ate Kauppinen. Congratulations, guys, on a well-earned victory. Alexander, I'm going to start with you, because it was your move in the first hour of the race when Williams came out on cold tires to get to the inside at turn 10. And I saw your Twitch stream. You put the hand up. You were going for number 1, as John Heindorf said. How did you feel making that move, and how did you feel through the rest of the race?
I mean, it was an amazing race, managing to finish P1 here in the end. Really messed up quali, so I wanted to get back as quick as I could to the top, and we had some contacts early on, so I wouldn't say we were too happy with each other in the beginning. So there was really aggressive racing, but honestly that put up a good show. So, but yeah, I'm really happy with that move, and from there on we just worked to create a bigger gap for the rest of the race.
And I'm sure, given that former teammates at Williams, that was a bit of extra incentive for you. Ate, this is now back-to-back wins for you here in the Sebring 12 Hours, being part of that Williams Esports Tour Blast winning effort last year. How does it feel to win a race like this back-to-back? Because it's so tough to be able to control all the factors, even without any rain this time around.
Well, of course, it feels amazing. This time it was maybe a bit more chill, with no rain, and Alex made an amazing start. So it was pretty chill on from there. So we just tried to keep the gap to the cars behind, and that was it.
Congratulations on a great victory. We'll see you later this year for the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Can't wait to see what the rest of the year holds for both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ate Kauppinen and Alexander Spets join us for a quick chat. Ewan O'Leary standing by with our GTD winners, Nicholas Rubelar and Ricardo Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations both on a great win in GTD here tonight for Drago Racing. Ricardo, I'll start with you, since you were able to take the car over the line. 5 seconds was the gap, or 3 seconds rather, was the gap when you came out of the pit lane for that final stint with just less than an hour to go. Parker White in the Williams car behind you. Tell us what you were thinking with that hour still remaining, and whether you thought you could actually hang on to the win.
Hello guys, good night. Well, I was not even really thinking too much. I knew the pace that we had, and I was just trying my best. At that point I was so tired that it was kind of mechanical. Just keep going, don't lose the focus. I wasn't thinking too much. I was just keep going, do your best, and if they catch, they catch. If they don't, they're good. You don't need to think until they catch. If they catch, we'll see what we do.
In the end, you didn't have to think or fend them off in any way because they stayed away. Nicholas, as well, you drove a lot in the car earlier on in the race. Just tell us why you decided to split the stints up between the two of you the way you did, because as Ricardo just said, did a lot of driving towards the end. You were doing a fair amount towards the start as well. Why did you decide to split it that way?
I mean, we were just continue the strategy of whoever does quali does the race. Does the start, and in that sense, we were just splitting 2 hours and 2 hours each, so we have a bit of rest in between the stints. That's what we went through.
And one last one, Nicholas. How does it feel to win 2 classes for Drago Racing? You're part GTD, of course, but what a great day for the team.
I'm out of words. I mean, it's been a super day for the whole team. I'm very happy, especially with Rico. We had a streak of bad luck in the past special events, so this one is kind of special. And yeah, I mean, congrats to our sister Karin in GTP and to all the work together for this race.
Well, congratulations to you all here tonight. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, and enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much, guys. Will do.
Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. So Ricardo Rico and Nicholas Rubelar at the end of the 12 Hours of Sebring. A very happy Drago Racing team. I'm sure there's going to be some obscene celebrations there tonight.
Double delight, and I can only imagine the scenes back in Poland for the crew behind the scenes that make all of this happen. Don't think we're going to get a chat with the Grid and Go outfit that came out on top in LMP2. So Ewan, a great second VCO Grand Slam of the year. This iRacing Sebring 12 Hours powered by VCO is always fun, but it's now full attention to April 25th when we go back in time, break out a slightly different GTP car and go racing for the Road America 500. That's going to be a blast. Action to come here on the iRacing Esports Network.
Yeah, and for those of us who like endurance racing and much else, like me, that is the first and only for a little while Road America 500. The next time we'll be racing at these kind of cars comes in the end of June at the Watkins Glen 6 hours. We'll have GT3s out at the 24 hours of Nürburgring. We'll have 4 hours of Fruxton as well in June. There's a lot to look forward to in this calendar this season. But yeah, next up, Road America 500. Very much looking forward to it. It's a couple of cars that have been on the service for quite a while now, but they're only getting more historic with every year that goes by, and they're only getting better to revisit every April.
And after Thruxton, the second of our 24-hour races, one more to come after that. Thick and fast is the action in the iRacing special events as we work our way through 2025. But it's time to leave the Sunshine State for a little bit. We've been here and encamped for plenty of the start of this calendar. Daytona was fun. Sebring was a blast. Fireworks go off as we get ready to go racing at Road America. But we've closed the chapter on the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12 Hours powered by VCO. For Hugo Luis, for Ewan O'Leary, Arjuna Kankipati saying so long. We'll see you next time here on the iRacing Esports Network.